Chapter 1. Transmigration into a farmer's household as an ugly girl. The sun blazed unusually bright today, and the cicadas chirped with a harshness that was almost jarring. It was a rare day without summer work, and Guan Xianyu was on her way to the train station to meet her childhood friend from her hometown. Under the scorching sun, she felt as though she might succumb to heat stroke. At a small shop, she purchased a bottle of cold drink, which almost led to her demise. In a moment of clarity, she recalled a little nugget of wisdom. During the sweltering summer days, one should never indulge in extremes. Consuming cold beverages too quickly could be detrimental to the heart. In her haze, she found herself filled with regret. If only heaven would grant her another chance at life. Her throat felt as if it were on fire. She wanted to call out, yet no sound emerged. To her surprise, she awoke in a dimly lit room, unable to discern her surroundings. Was this the underworld? Sweet girl is awake. A boisterous woman barged in, her loud voice echoing through the room as she brought a bowl of water. Who is this sweet girl? Ignoring the question, Guan Xianyu propped herself up and took the bowl, gulping down the contents. Ugh, what was that acrid taste? It turned out to be ginger soup. Before she could utter a word, the loud woman continued her tirade. I told you, ginger soup cures all ailments. Why bother with the village doctor? It's a waste of money. Better to buy some meat to nourish our sweet girl. Let her die. If she's going to die, let her do it quickly. If she's not dead, she should get up and work. Pretend to be dead every day, just a lazy burden. Outside, the voice of old lady Guan could be heard scolding. Guan Xianyu opened her mouth, but her throat ached too much to produce any sound, and a sharp pain shot through her head as memories not her own flooded in. It turned out that the sweet girl they spoke of was indeed her. She was in the Guan village, the most despised orphan of the Guan family. Her ill fate stemmed from the belief that she had brought misfortune upon her parents. Her unattractive appearance, her taciturn nature, and her lack of self-awareness would often take from the meager winter provisions, earning the disdain of those around her. It was said that when she was born, she did not wail like other children, but instead giggled, only to be smacked into crying by her grandmother. Except for her mother, who bore her for 10 months and could not bring herself to scold her, the rest of the family considered her a burden. Villagers whispered that a child who laughed at birth was ominous. Her mother, Qin, had not yet completed her confinement when she heard her mother-in-law's intentions to sell her own daughter to a wealthy family unable to bear children. She ran out, crying and shouting to reclaim her child. And oh, sweet girl is my child, you have no right to sell her. Her father was unwilling to name her, and Qin, remembering her daughter's sweet smile at birth, called her sweet girl. What sweet girl? This harbinger of death? Stop your blubbering and acting foolish. I am the head of this household, and what I say goes. Do you plan to keep this harbinger of death around to bring misfortune to me, so you can take charge? Old Lady Guan's loud voice aimed to intimidate her second daughter-in-law, but Qin, known for her compliance, dared to confront her mother-in-law, igniting her fury. Most importantly, she had heard that the Yang family was offering a handsome sum for a child. Regardless of gender, how could she allow a few tears to ruin a lucrative opportunity? In the midst of a fierce struggle between two individuals, the infant swaddled in cloth cried incessantly. Qin, having recently given birth and scarcely having consumed a few grains of rice, lacked the strength to continue resisting and soon succumbed, kneeling on the ground and clinging to her mother-in-law's legs, weeping and pleading for her to spare her child. Old Madame Guan, exasperated, kicked Qin away, only to be taken aback when Qin suddenly began to bleed profusely, screaming in distress. The sale of a child was not an honorable affair, and old Madame Guan wished to keep it under wraps. She instructed her eldest daughter-in-law, who had come upon the scene, to cover Qin's mouth while feigning a promise not to send away the little girl. Only then was Qin escorted into the house by her sister-in-law. Coincidentally, Guan Er, who had been plagued by an incessantly twitching right eyelid, abandoned his farming duties and returned home, thus averting a calamity for the child. However, tragedy struck as Qin fell gravely ill and, within 3 days, passed away in her sleep. Though Guan Er had been swayed by the rumors and grew disdainful of his daughter, he was a devoted man. The loss of his gentle and beautiful wife left him unable to eat or sleep, sitting in silence throughout the day, unresponsive even to the admonitions of his mother and sister-in-law. It was only when his mother threatened to sell his daughter, stating that the household could not support 2 idlers, that he, recalling his late wife's fervent attachment to their child, wandered into the mountains to gather firewood. Alas, he never returned until he was discovered at the foot of a cliff, his body ravaged by wild beasts. By the time this transpired, the Yang family no longer needed to pay a fortune for a child, and old Madame Guan wept bitterly, her sorrow a mix of grief for her son and lament for lost riches. Naturally, these memories were not her own, but rather fragments pieced together from the quarrels of her aunts and uncles. Given this backdrop, how had the little girl managed to survive and thrive until the age of 12? It was not through the care of her grandmother or her aunts, but rather through the kindness of Mrs. Guan next door. Although half the village bore the Guan surname, the families were not particularly close. Yet Mrs. Guan had received assistance from Qin, and upon witnessing the plight of the orphan child, who was despised by her extended family and faced near starvation multiple times, she could not stand idly by. Frequently, she brought rice soup to nourish the little girl. The village of Dagua was impoverished, and Mrs. Guan could do little more, but fortunately, the child possessed a tenacious spirit and managed to survive. Guan Xianyu held her head in her hands, her mind throbbing with the influx of information. She had no time to ponder whether this was a joyful rebirth or a misfortune of being born into the wrong family before she fell into a deep slumber again. In her dreams, she found herself back at her grandmother's home, retrieving a bottle of sports drink from her grandfather's small shop. Yes, she drank eagerly. She suddenly recalled the incident of consuming cold beverages just before her death, and with a start, she awoke. Once more, she found herself in that dimly lit earthen-walled room, in a desolate corner of an unknown dynasty. Sitting up, she noticed that her throat was no longer sore, though her mind remained somewhat foggy. Ah, indeed, a calamity that endures for 1,000 years. Look at you, girl, awake yet not rushing to chop firewood for winter. Do you think you are a pampered young lady? It was Tian, her aunt, known for her sharp tongue concealed beneath a facade of sweetness. Guan Xianyu rose from her bed, remained silent, and walked straight out of the room. Her great-aunt, Mrs. Tian, paid no heed to the girl, who had always displayed such a lackluster demeanor. She was a child who could hardly muster a whimper, let alone a satisfactory effort. With her unappealing looks, she was unlikely to find a suitor, yet she possessed an abundance of strength, capable of accomplishing the work of several people. This was precisely why Mrs. Tian was willing to prepare ginger soup for her, with this robust girl at her disposal. She could devote her energies to pleasing her mother-in-law and engaging in the more pressing matters of contention with the third household. Guan Xianyu ascended the mountain with familiarity, yet instead of dutifully gathering firewood, she began to survey her surroundings. It is often said that one should rely on the mountains for sustenance. Yet within these peaks lurked predatory creatures ordinary folk could only scavenge for firewood and forage, for wild vegetables, while only hunters dared to venture into the deeper woods. Though she did not intend to take such risks, her stomach growled with hunger. Fortunately, it was the early autumn season, and wild fruits were still to be found. Soon, she stumbled upon a bird's nest. Climbing the tree and feeling for the eggs was a task well within her capabilities. After consuming several fresh eggs, her ravenous hunger was somewhat alleviated when suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her as she heard a resonant chime in her mind. Ah, master, your little worry-free shop has now opened. Chapter 2. The Worry-Free Shop. What? Guin Su Nyu, her freckled face a canvas of confusion, stared in disbelief. Master, your worry-free shop is opened. Please choose 1. Redeem food. 2. Redeem goods. 2 options materialized before her. Instinctively, she pointed and selected food. Hunger was overwhelming. The worry-free shop produced a sausage, thick as a thumb, encased in rudimentary packaging that bore no production date. Guin Su Nyu, disregarding the trivialities, tore open the plastic and devoured the sausage, only to realize that it was indeed edible. She coughed, bemused by her own foolishness. Who would have thought that sustenance could exist within the mind of madness? Initially, she believed her hunger had driven her to hallucinate, casting her gaze upon the untainted earth and then at the plastic wrapper in her hand. An image of a recycling bin suddenly emerged in her mind, emblazoned with the words recyclable. Disposing of the wrapper, she was astonished when the bin returned coin. Ah, I can earn money after eating? Ecstatic, Guin Su Nyu glanced around furtively, ensuring no one was watching, and quickly stashed the coin away. Reflecting on her precarious situation, Having just consumed her last meal and knowing that her aunt would likely pilfer from her again, she hesitated to return home and continued her search for food. Those endowed with great strength often share a singular trait, an insatiable appetite. In the impoverished village of Duan, edible wild plants were nearly extinct. Gu Su Nyu, lamenting her ill fortune at not discovering a treasure like bird eggs, was about to surrender in her quest when she stumbled upon a delightful find: wild mushrooms. Though they were not ideal for raw consumption, lacking the skill to create fire, she gathered them into her basket to take home. Fortunately, her foraging also yielded wild chestnuts, which she relished, their sweetness enchanting her palate. She concealed the remainder in her sleeve for future needs. Upon her return home, she was greeted by the sight of her grandmother, broom in hand, fuming, "You little thief. Not only have you pilfered eggs, but you've also learned to be sly." As she berated her, the old woman advanced menacingly, ready to strike Gu Su Nyu, now affectionately known as Tnni. "Grandma, you haven't bound your feet, have you?" Gu Su Nyu nimbly dodged, her words flowing as swiftly as her movements. The elderly woman, perplexed, inquired, "What did you say? You little rascal. Your audacity grows with your age." "Grandma, please don't hit me. If you do, there will be no food left." Gu Su Nyu, seeing her grandmother huffing and puffing in her futile pursuit, seized the opportunity to shake the basket of wild mushrooms enticingly, indicating that there was something to eat. "What? You wish to poison me?" the irate elder retorted. "Then I shall eat first. You can watch and see if it's safe." With that, Gu Su Nyu dashed into the kitchen, causing her thieving aunt to scald her mouth, muttering incoherently in frustration. "Are you cursing me? Isn't that an affront to my grandmother?" Gu Su Nyu Gapet, her hand covering her mouth, startling Tnd, who promptly silenced herself. Upon spotting the stern-faced Gu Lot at the kitchen door, she nearly choked. The mischievous Gu Su Nyu approached with enthusiasm. "You rest outside. I shall prepare the meal." Tnd, eager to curry favor with her mother-in-law, seized the moment to slip out, whispering to her, "Mother, have you noticed?" Recalling Tnd's earlier comments, Gu Lot I shot her a disapproving glance, choosing silence over conversation. Tian did not mind and continued, "That girl has recovered from her illness, her chatter has increased, and she even takes the initiative to cook." And then, old Lady Guan frowned. "She is neither a harbinger of death nor mute. What is the harm in speaking a few words?" Tian seized the opportunity to divert old Lady Guan's attention by recounting various faults of Tian Yo, quickly making her forget about the incident of her own sneaking food and cursing her. Guan Xianyu had prepared a large bowl of mushroom soup for herself, savoring it with great delight. She even secretly boiled an egg, eating as if there were enemies behind her ready to cause havoc. Her speed was remarkable. When old Lady Guan and Tian caught the enticing aroma, they were met with yet another round of scolding. "Are oil and salt free? You wretched girl. Don't think of having dinner tonight." Old Lady Guan took a taste of the mushroom soup, which was indeed fragrant. Yet her heart ached, wondering how much oil and salt had been used. Tian quickly echoed, "Exactly. Don't even think about eating tomorrow." Guan Xian, you nimbly made her escape, even digging at her ears. Who wants to eat that pitch-black dough ball? Who desires that oil-free wild vegetable mush? Farewell. She locked herself in the small dark room, attempting to awaken the worry relief shop, but alas, there was no response. With a sigh, she lay on the cold wooden plank bed, battling hunger with a deep slumber. Long-term malnutrition combined with hard labor rendered her body almost skeletal, not to mention a hardboard bed. Even a soft mattress would be uncomfortable. In the middle of the night, hunger awoke her, and recalling how her aunt always accused her of stealing food, she decided to embrace that accusation. Thus, Guan Xianyu swallowed 2 raw eggs, as she dared not light a fire for fear of attracting the 2 harsh women. Remembering that even in her past life, she could sustain herself through part-time work made her feel a pang of sadness. Having lived 2 lives without a single good day, could it be that she was a notorious villain in her previous life? This thought flitted away, and Guan Xianyu had no time for melancholy. She needed to devise a plan. This winter, she could no longer rely on Aunt Guan for sustenance. especially since she heard her husband had lost his carpentry work in the city and was likely struggling to survive himself. She could no longer be a burden. While contemplating this, the worry relief shop appeared once again, but regrettably, there was nothing to exchange, merely idle chatter. Master, in addition to consuming sufficient nutrition to activate the shop as services, one must also perform good deeds to obtain more rewards for exchange. What? Have you ever heard of one must help others when one is prosperous? I'm just a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, struggling to survive. How can you ask me to do good deeds? Guan Xianyu pouted, feeling that this golden finger had no sense of morality, let alone virtue. Ba. My fate is too harsh. I've watched too many comedies by Stephen Chow and keep spouting nonsensical lines. Master, please do not be angry. The worry relief shop is here to alleviate your troubles. Guan Xianyu was disinterested in this awkward conversation devoid of food offerings and simply buried herself in pretending to sleep. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Guan Xianyu hurriedly made her way to the other side of the mountain, determined to do good deeds. On her journey, she fortuitously encountered her good neighbor, Aunt Guan. With a change from her usual downcast demeanor, Guan Xianyu warmly greeted Aunt. "Oh, sweet Nyo, you look so much better." Aunt Guan was taken aback. Despite her previous care, the child had never once offered a smile, only timidly expressing her thanks or bowing her head, obscuring her face. Guan Xianyu was not foolish and was well aware of the other's reactions. She quickly donned a bashful expression and said, "In truth, sweet girl ought to address you as aunt, given your friendship with my mother. If it weren't for your care, sweet girl would be lost. Oh dear, your mother has passed, yet you are well, and that brings me comfort." Aunt Guan gently patted the little girl's head, noting her small stature, dark complexion, and slender form, which belied her 12 years of age. "Aunt, yesterday I gathered many mushrooms, and my stomach feels fine, quite comfortable. May I teach you to identify them?" Upon hearing about the potentially deadly mushrooms, Aunt Guan's expression shifted, but seeing that sweet girl stood safely before her, coupled with the fact that the men in her household had ceased their carpentry work, she couldn't help but feel intrigued, allowing sweet girl to lead her into the mountains. Along the way, they encountered several women, and Guan Xianyu greeted them warmly, repeating her earlier words. The women were initially hesitant to believe her, but could not resist their curiosity. Soon they arrived at the foot of the hillside, where Guan Xianyu began to describe which mushrooms were edible while cautioning everyone to show her any they collected. At first, the women were reluctant to gather mushrooms, but after seeing Aunt Guan and Sweet Girl collect a good haul, they began to take action themselves. After a short while, they had gathered quite a bit, and Guan Xianyu helped them eliminate the poisonous ones while ensuring they remembered the characteristics of the toxic varieties before bidding them farewell as they parted ways. Aunt Guan wished to say something further, but Guan Xianyu remarked that she needed to gather firewood and would visit again another day. Aunt Guan had no choice but to leave, as everyone had their tasks, and she needed to fetch pig grass to feed the pigs. Once they were alone, the Jishio little shop reappeared, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Master. Today, you have performed a good deed, earning 100 merit points." Following this, options appeared. 1. Exchange for food. 2. Exchange for goods. Without hesitation, Guan Xianyu chose to exchange for food, resulting in a box of instant noodles and a box of milk. This. Such fine items. Yet I cannot carry them home. Guan Xianyu lamented, contemplating hiding the food in a cave, but then reconsidered, thinking of the mice and wild beasts that might pose a risk. Ultimately, she decided to remove the plastic packaging and exchange it for copper coins. Then savored a pack of crunchy noodles, which tasted delightful, complemented by a bottle of milk. She resolved to sell the instant noodle packs in town while concealing the rest for later. After spending 2 copper coins on a cart ride, the unremarkable wooden box, covered with various leaves, attracted little attention, and passers-by were reluctant to engage with the unattractive girl who had brought misfortune upon her parents. Guan Xianyu felt quite at ease. Her silence served as her protective veil. Upon reaching the town, she approached a tea house, but her tattered attire barred her from entry. Guan Xianyu found herself at a loss and opted for another establishment, only to face the same predicament. Ultimately, with no other options, she removed the leaves and began to hawk her wares by the roadside. A woman paused, curiously inspecting the square noodle packs in her box. Business was afoot. Guan Xianyue sweetly began her pitch. Madam, these noodles are truly delicious. Chewing it is fine, but boiling it for a while enhances its flavor. Would you care to give it a try? The woman was dressed modestly, better than a mountain folk, but inferior to the wealthy. Upon hearing the introduction of the unattractive girl, she chuckled and asked, tasting it doesn't cost any money, does it? Guan Xianyue promptly picked up a piece of instant noodle and said, here, break off a piece and give it a taste. If it's not to your liking, you owe me nothing. Of course, the woman wouldn't take the piece from her hand, deeming it dirty. Instead, she picked up a piece herself, broke off a small segment, and put it in her mouth. Oh, this is surprisingly good, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. She had never tasted such noodles before. They were indescribably crispy and delicious. She wondered how they would taste when boiled soft. Guan Xianyue noticed her fondness for the instant noodles and inquired, how many would you like? How much are you selling them for? The woman asked. Guan Xianyue was not well versed in pricing and timidly raised 5 fingers. The woman gasped, 5 coins each? After pondering for a moment, recalling that the meat buns at the street stall were 2 coins each, she thought 5 coins for instant noodles seemed excessive at first. However, recognizing the principle that rarity often commands a higher price, she nodded resolutely. The woman shook her head, insisting, make it cheaper. I'll take them all. Before Guan Xianyue could respond, a crowd began to gather to see her instant noodles, and she hurriedly encouraged everyone to taste them. The crowd delighted in the flavor, and upon hearing the price of 5 coins each, they eagerly began to pull out their money. I want 2. I want 5. The first woman, feeling slighted, shouted, I was here first. I want them all. A man interjected, I'll pay 10 coins. I want them all. I'll offer 12. I'll give 20. Guan Xianyue was taken aback, fearing that the situation might escalate into a scuffle over her wares. She quickly exclaimed, each person is limited to 2. As a result, the 20 or so packets of noodles were snatched up in an instant. The first woman, feeling cheated, asked, young lady, will you be back tomorrow? Guan Xianyue replied, that's uncertain. She then dashed off with her cardboard box, heading to buy large buns. With a satisfying gulp, she devoured 5 buns in one go, patting her belly with contentment. However, she was astonished to discover that she, who could usually manage only 2 large buns, now felt only about 70 to 80% full after 5. The ancient people were simple. Their meat buns were far more substantial than those made by modern cooks. With thin skins and ample filling, truly genuine, they were also quite large. It seemed she was not easy to sustain. This truly is a sorrowful tale. Guan Xianyue did not dwell on it for long when she noticed a small beggar by the roadside, watching her and swallowing hard. She was not a saint, but recalling her mission at the worry relief shop, she impulsively bought 2 coarse grain buns and handed them to the small beggar. The beggar thanked her repeatedly but did not eat them. Instead, he bolted away. Guan Xianyue gave it little thought until, in less than 3 minutes, her purse was stolen. Could this be the small beggaress doing? Such is the world. Oh well, it might not have been him. Guan Xianyue chased for a short distance before stopping. 100 or so copper coins was a substantial sum for her at the moment, and it was not worth pursuing. If she failed to retrieve her money and ended up being beaten, it would only worsen her situation. Wealth should not be flaunted. She would need to be more cautious in the future. On her way back, without money to ride a bull cart, she was unexpectedly called by the old bull cart driver. Girl, hop on. Guan Xianyue, lacking any funds, helplessly shook her head. Thank you, sir, but I can walk quickly. I'm not worried. On the ox cart were others, and old Lu felt reluctant to refuse her money, so he merely drove away. Returning home empty-handed would only incur punishment, so she resolved to search for food along the way, gathering a considerable amount of wild mushrooms. During her journey, she also unearthed a good deal of purslane and plantain. Upon arriving home, she found the atmosphere quite lively. It turned out that her uncles, who had been helping someone build a house, had returned, along with her aunt, who had come back from her maternal home after some time. Look, the harbinger of misfortune has returned, shouted her cousin Guandabeo, a mischievous lad of 7 or 8. Grandma, she has collected firewood for winter. Although one old lady had received wages from her 2 sons' work and was in good spirits, it did not prevent her from chastising her disreputable granddaughter. Go to your room. You can skip dinner. As Guan Xianyue turned to leave, she was intercepted by her aunt. and reluctantly handed over the wild vegetables she had collected before managing to escape. The aroma of meat wafting from the kitchen made her stomach grumble audibly. Guan Xianyu had no choice but to venture back up the mountain before nightfall, planning to use the milk she gathered for dinner. As dusk approached and the temperature dropped, she quickened her pace, but in her haste, she stumbled and fell. Rising, she realized something was amiss. There lay a person on the ground. Chapter 4. A dead horse is to be treated as alive, one summoning her courage. Guan Xianyu approached and discovered it was a young man, with blood at the corner of his mouth. She reached out to check his breath, but her nerves made her unable to ascertain anything. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories. She resolved to examine his injuries. To her relief, there was no other blood or signs of stabbing on his body. Could it be poisoning, or perhaps internal injuries? Guan Xianyu could not determine the cause and decided to treat him as best as she could. Ancient poisons were often heavy metals. Perhaps a bit of milk would help. She hurried to fetch a bottle of milk, propped up the young man, and made him drink, though much of it spilled out. She had done her best. Subsequently, she drank 3 large bottles herself. Returning the glass bottle to the recycling station, she earned 8 copper coins. However, her merit points at the worry-free shop did not increase, suggesting the young man's fate was grim. In that case, she rummaged through his sleeve and found a pouch of silver, murmuring, "I wish to save you, but I am not a doctor. Consider this your last act of merit in this life." "Thank you." With that, she quickly concealed the coin pouch and fled. Back in her small dark room, Guan Xianyu's heart raced. At that moment, the worry-free shop reappeared. Her merit points surged by 10,000. Oh, the lad has survived. What good fortune! Guan Xianyu eagerly awaited her reward, only to have the worry-free shop announce joyfully, "Congratulations, master! The storage function has been unlocked." Before her appeared a row of storage slots. Guan Xianyu grimaced, "Little you, you're not being fair. What about food? Master, don't you still have milk?" You can talk back now?" Guan Xianyu was taken aback. It turned out that the voice was not from a system, but from a customer service representative. The storage function seemed quite promising. She hurriedly concealed her silver, planning to retrieve the remaining milk the next day. The following morning, her aunt came with a message. "Your grandmother said there's no more firewood for winter. You'll have to fend for yourself this winter." Guan Xianyu remained silent, intending to walk past her, only to be sharply pinched by someone. She let out a scream, startling Jia Shi, who covered her ears and could not help but curse. "What on earth are you shouting about so early in the morning?" "Aunt, please don't hit me." "Grandma." "Auntie, I will go to work right away. I want to eat or sleep. I'll work for the family every day, truly. I promise." As Guan Xianyu ran, she shouted, drawing the attention of villagers who were up early working. Jia Shi, concerned about her reputation, reflected that she was not as coarse and unruly as old Madame Guan or her sister-in-law, Tian Shi. At home, she prided herself on being no different from a young lady of high birth. So even though she harbored intense disdain for the loudmouth girl, she still pretended to be quite virtuous, exclaiming, "Your grandmother didn't mean it. This child is narrow-minded and loves to overthink." The villagers were well aware of the family's circumstances and offered no comments, merely laughing and moving along. With winter approaching, the priority was the harvest and preparing firewood for the cold months ahead. They had no time to pry into the trivial affairs of others. The boy who had collapsed on the mountain yesterday was indeed missing. Guan Xianyu had stored the milk and recalled a saying, "Teaching a disciple can lead to the master's demise." The reason was simple. After the autumn rains, the mushrooms had been largely collected by the village women, leaving only some poisonous ones behind. Guan Xianyu had no choice but to seek other food sources. "Oh dear, sweet girl, those are inedible." The one stopping her from picking peppers was none other than Aunt Guan from next door. "Aunt, you've come. I'm not eating them. They have a great purpose. I'm using them to ward off mosquitoes." Knowing that the people of this era were not yet aware of the marvelous uses of chili peppers, Guan Xianyu fabricated an excuse, stowing the peppers away, only to see Aunt Guan produce a roasted sweet potato. Unable to refuse, she accepted it, peeled it, and took a large bite, mumbling, "Delicious. Truly delightful." Aunt Guan lovingly ruffled the young girl's golden hair, causing Guan Xianyu to feel a sudden pang in her heart. In her past life, Her parents had insisted on her education at the cost of her becoming a burden to her brothers, and in this life, the situation was even more lamentable. The scant affection she received was solely from her maternal grandfather's family and the kind neighbor, Aunt Guan. She buried her head in the sweet potato, striving to hide her reddened eyes from Aunt Guan, who had already noticed but chose not to confront it. Child, though I may not be wealthy, I won't let you starve. If you encounter difficulties, you can always come to my house, understand? Whether it's porridge or steamed buns, I can't promise much, but I can always spare a meal for this poor child. Guan Xianyu nodded and raised a smile, sweetly replying, "Thank you, Aunt. I was entirely truthful just now." "What?" Aunt Guan was taken aback. "These bright red ones are called chili peppers. There's a peculiar person in town who claims they have wonderful uses and comes to collect them from time to time. If you see them, please pick some for me. And when I sell them for money, I'll share half with you. How's that sound?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Guan couldn't possibly refuse. She cheerfully agreed and mentioned that she knew where to find more. "Aunt, we must keep this under wraps. There aren't many of them." Guan Xianyu happily instructed Aunt Guan after acquiring around 3 pounds of chili peppers, reminding her that they would split the profits. Aunt Guan nodded in agreement, adding, "It's your venture. You should take a larger share." Indeed, they are merely innocent common folk, devoid of inquiries about specific prices, nor do they rush to deliver goods. Guan Xianyu bid farewell with a smile, her heart warmed. Returning home empty-handed, she could not escape another round of negotiation. For today, she had avoided a beating, primarily because the family had pressing matters to discuss. The son of the Tian family had reached the age of marriage. He had secured a position in town, trimming branches for affluent households, a job he procured through the tutelage of a horticulturist. Guan Xiaoyong, at 17, was remembered as a simple and diligent cousin, much like his father. It was said he earned 70 or 80 coins a month to bring home to his matriarch, Grandmother Guan, and any rewards he received were dutifully handed over to his mother. The family had reportedly arranged for him to wed Fan Li Hua from the neighboring village, who came from a household that owned several acres of land, had 2 younger sisters and a brother, all of whom were hardworking and honest, leading a reasonably prosperous life. Guan Xianyu did not inquire further, as these matters bore little relevance to her. She only knew her cousin treated her neutrally, neither bullying nor assisting her, leaving no debts of gratitude or animosity. Her foremost concern was to devise a means of earning a living, either through benevolence or by scavenging in the mountains. The youth's purse remained in her possession, containing 7 or 8 taels of silver. Guan Xianyu resolved to purchase a set of clothing in town, though she considered herself unattractive. She felt the chill of the air. She spent 1 tael of silver on a coarse cotton garment and a pair of cotton shoes, followed by a generous bowl of pork dumplings from a street vendor, feeling utterly elated. Was this the bliss of being well-fed and warmly dressed? Content. She unexpectedly encountered the group of ruffians who had previously accosted her and even spotted a little beggar cowering behind them. Guan Xianyu spread her hands. "I have no money, but you may take my life." Chapter 5. The Path to Enlightenment. The leader of the gang, clad in the least tattered clothing and bearing a more menacing countenance than the others, snarled, "You'll know once we search you." Guan Xianyu let out a cold laugh, and as the group approached, she scattered a handful of chili powder, causing them to weep uncontrollably. Believing they had been poisoned, some cried while others fled, and a few hesitated, unsure of their next move. Guan Xianyu raised her hand, intimidating the remaining 3 into retreat. With a disdainful snort, she remarked, "A scattered bunch, and still seeking tolls." The little beggar, witnessing the rising ire against her, suddenly interjected, imploring, "Let her go, brothers. She is a good person." The other 2 youths were momentarily at a loss, taking their frustrations out on the beggar instead, striking his head and cursing at him. "Do you wish to find a path to enlightenment?" Guan Xianyu could no longer bear to watch and lowered her hand, speaking up. "What?" The elder of the beggars responded, while the others gazed at her with curiosity. "You assist me in locating this, and I shall take care of the collection. Fresh produce will fetch 5 coins per pound, while dried goods will yield 25 coins per pound. How's that sound?" Guan Xianyu retrieved a chili pepper from her sleeve, having actually drawn it from her spatial storage. The little beggar's eyes lit up, and he turned to inquire, "Brother 4? Brother 5? Brother 4, clearly skeptical of such fortune, growled, "How often do you come to collect? Don't you dare deceive us." Guan Xianyue remained unperturbed, producing 10 copper coins as a down payment. "Once every 10 days, right here. What do you say?" This narrow path sees little foot traffic except during market days, which is perhaps why only a few dare to commit robbery along it. Fourth brother accepted the copper coins and inquired, "How much do you want?" Guan Xianyu nodded affirmatively. "The more, the better." After reaching an agreement, the group parted ways. After some contemplation, Guan Xianyu retraced her steps to the market, this time dressed more appropriately, successfully entering the tavern. The young attendant greeted her warmly, but she asserted that she had something valuable to sell to the kitchen. The attendant paused, casting a glance at the innkeeper. Guan Xianyu approached the innkeeper with a polite greeting. "Good day, sir. I have a new type of seasoning to offer, a complimentary tasting. If it's unsatisfactory, there's no charge. What do you say?" The innkeeper, taken aback by the audacity of this homely girl, yet intrigued by her bright eyes, thought it worth a try since it wasn't mealtime yet. In the kitchen, Guan Xianyu found a space to showcase her culinary skills. She swiftly prepared a dish with cucumbers, accompanied by crushed garlic, ginger, and scallions, and from her sleeve, she retrieved some chilies, chopping them finely to sprinkle over the cucumbers along with soy sauce, salt, and vinegar. After heating oil and drizzling it over the dish, she called out, "Is it ready?" The head chef raised an eyebrow, sampling a piece. His expression was somewhat peculiar, and just as the innkeeper was about to dismiss her, the chef gestured for everyone to come and taste. The innkeeper and the other cooks, curious, sampled the cucumber. Initially, they experienced an indescribable sensation, slightly painful, followed by an explosion of flavors that culminated in one word: exquisite. It was sour, spicy, and appetizing. Guan Xianyu continued. A touch of sugar would enhance it. Being aware of the value of sugar, she refrained from taking it without permission, merely suggesting the addition. "What is this called?" The head chef realized that the vibrant red ingredient she had brought was fresh, while the rest were readily available. Guan Xianyu smiled slightly. "This is called chili. Will you be purchasing it?" The innkeeper, having finished the remaining cucumber, savored the taste, contemplating that it would make a delightful accompaniment to drinks or a tantalizing appetizer. "I'll buy it. But what's the price? We're operating on a small budget, so I can't afford anything too extravagant." The innkeeper, a shrewd man, feigned a look of difficulty, wary of the homely girl overpricing her wares. Guan Xianyu replied nonchalantly, "These dried chilies won't weigh much. A pound costs 1 tael of silver." "What?" The innkeeper gasped, astonished at the girl's boldness. Where did this wild girl come from? Such audacity. Guan Xianyu remained unfazed. "If not, I shall seek out another establishment." With that, she turned to leave. The innkeeper and the chef exchanged glances, the innkeeper smiling broadly as he blocked her path. "Wait, everything is negotiable. There's no need to rush, silly girl." The swift change in demeanor amused her, and she acquiesced, saying, "I have only 1 pound today. I shall return in 10 days. "Only so little? Will you take it or not?" "Of course." With 1 tael of silver in hand, the innkeeper also gifted Guan Xianyu 10 steamed buns, promising to purchase any fresh produce she brought in the future before allowing her to leave for home. On her way back, she first passed by Aunt Guan's home, where she was warmly invited inside. Understanding the unspoken invitation, Guan Xianyu received 5 pounds of fresh red chilies. She paid 20 coins, and when Aunt Guan insisted on a return gift, Guan Xianyu refused, stating, "Business is business. Let us keep it straightforward. Aunt has given enough to the sweet girl. Any further formality might create distance." Guan Xianyu departed, leaving behind 5 large steamed buns, and Guan Dama was once again moved. This child consumed 2 large buns on her journey, leaving 3, which she secretly stored away. The household has been bustling these past few days, with no one paying attention to Guan Xianyu. After all, she wouldn't come to eat from the communal pot, and they were too lazy to seek her out. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, the family changed their tune, declaring they no longer wished for Fan Lihua to become the long-standing daughter-in-law, but instead desired for her cousin to marry the second daughter of the family he worked for, a widow whose husband had passed away 3 years ago and who had a daughter. However, the girl was the daughter of a wealthy family. Listening to the festive sound from next door, Guan Xianyu smirked, shaking her head with a forced smile. Have they even considered whether Fan Lihua is interested in the old Guan family? And why would the daughter of a wealthy man want to marry into the family of a mere peasant? What kind of long-standing daughter-in-law is that? Do you think there is a throne involved? To her astonishment, it turned out that the girl truly consented. It is said that the wealthy family's second daughter had seen Guan Xiaoyong pruning branches during a visit to her mother's home. The young man, with sleeves rolled up, was hard at work, robust and honest. A diligent man at work is the most handsome. He swiftly captured the heart of the young woman, or rather, the heart of the young widow. As for Guan Xinyue's opinion on this matter, it was of no consequence to her, as it did not pertain to her. However, she never anticipated that the typically honest and simple Guan Xiaoyong would suddenly refuse. Father, mother, I am unfilial. I wish to marry Fan Lihua. In ancient times, it was said, the command of parents and the words of the matchmaker. Guan Xiaoyong had no other recourse but to appeal to his parents. He did not despise widows. Yet he held no affection for the second daughter, who had long caught his eye. As for Fan Lihua, he had never seen her, but he had heard of her reputation as an exceptional girl, rare in the surrounding villages. Seeing his son in distress, Guan Dayu turned to his wife, saying, "What is to be done? You think you can take charge just because you've earned a little money? Is this family not maintained through my hard work? So you too can enjoy a good life?" Tian Shi would naturally seize the opportunity for advancement. Well, the widow, her dowry is substantial. So what if she has born children? It proves she is capable of bearing offspring. What a fine daughter-in-law she would make. Fan Lihua is nothing in comparison. Not even a blooming iron tree. Guan Xiaoyong, having voiced his opposition for the first time, was immediately silenced by his mother's fierce reaction, his complexion paling, a heaviness settling in his chest. He truly did not wish to marry that lustful widow. After listening to the gossip for a while and finishing the large buns, Guan Xinyue soon fell asleep. Upon rising early the next morning, she found her cousin waiting at the door. "Elder brother, is something the matter?" she inquired. Guan Xiaoyong handed her a cloth bundle, urging her to keep it safe and out of sight. "What is this?" Guan Xinyue asked, somewhat bewildered. "Your mother's belongings," he replied before departing. On her way to gather firewood, she took a glance at the bundle, revealing a somewhat tarnished silver bracelet. She tucked the bracelet away, feeling little emotional turmoil, yet tears began to fall. Guan Xinyue was slightly taken aback. This was the lingering emotion of the original soul. She whispered, "Since I have inherited your body, I shall surely avenge our mother when the opportunity arises." Tears continued to fall uncontrollably, and she vowed, "I will definitely avenge our mother." At last, Guan Xinyue managed to calm her tumultuous emotions. Her actions were not merely to appease the spirits of the departed. In that moment, she truly empathized with their sorrow, their anguish, and their bitterness. Though she may not yet possess the strength, her vow shall undoubtedly be fulfilled. It was rare for Guan Xinyue to exhibit compliance. Having just recovered from serious illness, she returned home for the first time with firewood, only to be met with a fierce reprimand from her grandmother and aunt, exacerbated by the incitements of her third aunt. Originally unhurried in her quest for vengeance, she now found herself invigorated upon observing her fresh wounds overlaying old scars. What incited the fury of old Lady Guan? It was a letter left by Guan Xiaoyong, stating his intention to resign from his work for the wealthy family and seek alternative means of livelihood. Who would have thought this young man would display such rebelliousness? He had certainly spread his wings, particularly after learning that Guan Xiaoyong had visited the ominous sweet girl before leaving home. The old matriarch's ire reached new heights, and she began plotting the demise of that wretched girl. Guan Xinyue escaped a beating simply because the two had schemed to send her to the town of Toil, believing it would yield quicker returns than foraging for firewood and wild vegetables at home. After a night of deliberation, they finally enjoyed a peaceful slumber, only to awaken and discover their kitchen had been ransacked. A dozen eggs had vanished, and the adjacent earthen-walled house was desolate. Heavens! Bodhisattvas! Someone, apprehend the thief. With a sudden bout of dissatisfaction, old Lady Guan began to throw a fit, while Mrs. Tian frantically inquired about sweet girl's whereabouts. When they saw the village head approaching with a throng of onlookers, they hurriedly recounted how sweet girl had been irreverent and disobedient to her elders, even stealing meat, eggs, and salt, deserving of a severe punishment. Aunt, I cannot fathom your words, Guan Xianyu interjected. Suddenly, from the crowd emerged a rather unattractive girl. It was none other than the long-missing sweet girl. The spectators buzzed with curiosity, eager to uncover the truth behind her disappearance. I arose early to visit the village head, seeking benefits for the villagers. What eggs? I went empty-handed and returned empty-handed, still hungry. As she spoke, Guan Xianyu rubbed her flat stomach, which emitted a series of growls. What did you say? Mrs. Tian inquired, utterly bewildered. Old Lady Guan, rising to her feet, shared her confusion, but the village head and the villagers watched on, preventing her from chastising the girl laden with falsehoods. The village head frowned and remarked, Sweet girl indeed visited me early today, claiming she had discovered a means of prosperity and wished to share it publicly. What great selflessness! The crowd nodded in agreement. This girl, thin and dark, hardly resembled a thief. Unable to contain their curiosity, someone asked, What is this way of making money? There are buyers for chili peppers in town, and that is precisely it, the village head responded, displaying a red chili pepper he had procured. Next spring, our village shall cultivate these. Sweet girl assured me they would fetch no less than 10 copper coins per pound. What? Chili peppers? I've seen those. Really? Can they be eaten? I've seen them before. They grow on my family's back mountain. Are they being bought now? The villagers erupted into animated discussions, excitement palpable in the air. Raising his hand to quell the fervor, the village head continued, Yes, we are buying them now at 5 copper coins per pound. You may choose to save the seeds or bring them to me for sale. Is that understood? The crowd responded in unison, Understood. Very much understood. As the village chief fell silent, the crowd dispersed, each individual eager to search for peppers, wishing to uproot every pepper plant on the mountain to cultivate at home. Left behind were the bewildered old Lady Guan and the Tian family, along with Jia Shi, who gaped in astonishment. The village chief, observing those who had regained their senses and were contemplating reprimanding Dayu, spoke coldly. Should anyone dare to trouble Dayu, I shall expel her from the village. Old Lady Guan, taken aback, choked on her words, while Tian did not dare to speak, instead patting her mother-in-law's back in a feeble attempt to console her. Jia Shi, ever astute, quickly replied, How could that be? We are all family. Rest assured, Chief, Dayu has me, her third aunt, watching over her. She will not cause any trouble, no. She shall not be bullied. Jia Shi felt a surge of excitement. Fortunately, this family was known for their good temperament, lacking the habit of harshly reprimanding the less fortunate. Moreover, witnessing her mother-in-law and sister-in-law in a predicament brought her immense joy, even making the once unappealing Dayu seem somewhat endearing. Not to mention, she had gained the chief's favor and the prospect of profit from the peppers. As the chief departed, Jia Shi attempted to seize the moment to engage Dayu, only to have her evade. Third aunt, please speak. Guan Xianyu tilted her head, awaiting further discourse, only to hear the old woman mutter under her breath, Wretched girl. Failing to prioritize her own kin. Mother, allow me to have a word with Dayu, Jia Shi said, winking to indicate to her mother-in-law that she had a plan. Jia Shi was clever. Although she was not as dutiful and filial as the eldest daughter-in-law, she would not allow her family to suffer. Old Lady Guan fell silent. Guan Xianyu was led into Jia Shi's room, remaining obediently patient for her aunt to speak. For a moment, Jia Shi felt flustered under her gaze and decided to bridge the gap. Good child, no matter how close the relationship, it cannot compare to our blood ties. Guan Xianyu, perplexed, awaited her aunt's next words. Jia Shi gently coaxed, That outfit of yours must have been given by Aunt Guan next door, right? It looks rather dull and unappealing. When I was young, I wore much more vibrant colors. I shall alter it for you and make you a few new outfits in red and green. Guan Xianyu laughed, realizing they thought her new clothes were merely refurbished old garments from Aunt Guan next door. How amusing. She chose not to correct them and simply replied, Thank you. Third aunt, I am fine. I will return to my room now. Jia Shi, gritting her teeth, insisted, Why the rush? My dear child, we are family, and we can't be at odds with one another. In the future, when you grow up and marry, who do you think will help you prepare your dowry? Was this a threat or a temptation? Guan Xianyu feigned panic, saying, Third aunt, you jest. How could a girl like me ever marry? Besides, my cousin hasn't even wed yet. With a shy smile, she scurried away, leaving Jia Shi unable to catch her. Chapter 7. The benefactor Guan Xianyu hurried back to her room and securely closed the door before checking on her Little Worry Relief Shop. Little Yu? Master. Noticing Little Yu's discomfort, Guan Xianyu continued, Is Little Yu not a pleasant name? Or would you prefer to be called Little Jia? No witties. As long as you are happy. Helping the villagers secure benefits and rescuing wayward children has only earned a meager 1,000 merit points. With so many people involved, surely the benefits could be compounded. Guan Xianyu is left in tears, utterly perplexed by the system's calculations. A gentle reminder from Xiaoyu, as one progresses further. The challenges of advancement become increasingly formidable, and the merits required to unlock rewards escalate correspondingly. Well then, what can one obtain with 1,000 merits? Upon encountering the two familiar options, Guan Xianyu still opted for sustenance. To her surprise, a bounty of potato chips and 2 large bottles of sugary soda materialized. The randomness is rather pronounced, isn't it? Is she disheartened? Not particularly. Is she pleased? Quite so. With a somewhat constipated expression, Guan Xianyu examined the unbranded snacks devoid of labels or production dates, and, upon opening a packet of chips, she discovered they were wasabi-flavored. How intriguing. After consuming an entire bag of chips and half a bottle of soda, she felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Truly, the sugary drink lives up to its reputation for indulgence, brimming with calories. Guan Xianyu stored the remaining chips and soda in her storage compartment and enjoyed a delightful nap. Satiated and content, she pondered the elixir of immortality. As the 10th day approached, the village head instructed her to accompany villagers Wang Laoshi, Li Laosan, and 2 baskets of chili peppers to the town. The little beggar and his 4 older brothers arrived at the meeting point, unexpectedly bringing 5 large baskets of green and red chili peppers. Are the green ones acceptable? The eldest brother inquired somewhat awkwardly upon noticing the 2 sturdy men behind her. Absolutely, Guan Xianyu responded, addressing Wang Laoshi. Uncle Wang, could you please weigh these? I am Lei Xiaohu, and these peppers total 30 pounds. I'll 1T charge you for any extra, the eldest dark-skinned youth interjected. Wang Laoshi examined the peppers one by one and nodded, affirming their weight. Guan Xianyu was indifferent to a slight variance. They had agreed upon 5, 1 per pound, totaling 151 for 30 pounds. Since she hadn't brought sufficient cash, she decided to pay him with a silver tael, saying, I'll settle the remainder next time. Wang Laoshi and Li Laosan exchanged glances, hastily urging the sweet girl not to do so. Guan Xianyu smiled and replied, Trust is essential. Those who are trusted should not be doubted. Lei Xiaohu was greatly astonished, accepting the silver and preparing to kneel with his brothers in gratitude. Guan Xianyu quickly sidestepped, saying, Please, do not do that. I have yet to finish. There aren't enough peppers. You can assist me in gathering another type of fruit. She produced a cluster of small red berries and shook them, asking, Have you seen this before? It's Sichuan pepper. Give it a try and see if you can find more. Lei Xiaohu nodded, taking the berries with determination to help her. Excellent. Sichuan pepper is 51 per pound, and for the next batch of chili peppers, it will be 21 per pound. The brothers' eyes brightened at this prospect, and they readily agreed. Wang Laoshi and Li Laosan remained silent, but shared in the excitement of the moment. Arriving at the Yunshang Lu Tavern, the proprietor regarded the mound of chili peppers with a peculiar expression. Guan Xianyu raised an eyebrow. Proprietor, the peppers have arrived. Miss, please follow me. The tavern master responded. He instructed a servant to offer tea and steamed buns to Wang Laoshi and Li Laosan while escorting Guan Xianyu to the 2nd floor. Miss, the owner has arrived and wishes to speak with you personally. The tavern master wore an awkward expression. The owner was known for his capricious temperament, and this transaction might prove challenging. Guan Xianyu nodded and ascended to the 3rd floor's private room. The tavern master knocked thrice before allowing her to enter alone. Expecting the owner to be a shrewd businessman, she was taken aback to find a dapper young gentleman clad in splendid attire. The youth, around 16 or 17 years of age, possessed an exquisitely handsome visage that left even Guan Xianyu, who was not particularly enamored with appearances, momentarily captivated. Lu Mohan despised being described as androgynous, and was particularly irritated by women who fixated on his appearance. With a dismissive snort, he remarked, Ugly girl, how do you intend to sell that chili of yours? His voice bore an air of indifferent coldness, laced with a hint of mischief, which failed to pique Guan Xianyu's interest, regardless of her beauty. She calmly replied, "The first batch was a rare commodity, hence the higher price. This time, however, I offer it at a modest profit of 50 coins per pound, non-negotiable." "Yet, I find myself disinterested in that chili," Lu Mohan said, resting his chin on his hand, his slender fingers lightly tapping his cheek, exuding a languid charm. Guan Xianyu responded, "My apologies. I have not had much appetite lately. However, if you could prepare a delectable dish with this chili, I would not only purchase your goods, but also reward you with 100 taels. What say you?" Lu Mohan's proposition was half-hearted. While it was true that his appetite was lacking, his primary intention was to gauge the capabilities of this peculiar girl. After all, he was the foremost scion of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Guan Xianyu beamed brightly. "Very well. Please relax, and I shall prepare your meal shortly." "This girl? Am I less appealing than 100 taels?" Lu Mohan was taken aback, experiencing a blend of surprise and delight at being so thoroughly disregarded for the first time. Guan Xianyu retreated to the kitchen, instructing everyone to leave, not out of fear of culinary theft, but rather to procure some fine ingredients as a reward for her benefactor. The first dish emerged, and Lu Mohan observed the pale green potato chips, unfamiliar to him. He lifted one, sniffed it, finding the aroma peculiar, and took a small bite. It was surprisingly crisp, albeit with a sharpness that soon opened his airways, revealing a curious yet exhilarating flavor. He indulged in several more pieces until the plate was nearly empty, still yearning for more. He then lifted a glass of effervescent water to his lips, only to be met with an explosion of flavor. Delightful. Containing his excitement, Lu Mohan resolved to purchase not only her entire stock of ingredients, but also her recipes. The main course followed: stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, minced meat with green and red peppers, spicy hot pot, boiled meat slices, and boiled beef. He requested a refreshing drink to counter the spice. Amidst the autumn rain, cold and damp, Lu Mohan found himself sweating profusely. Utterly captivated by the spicy and aromatic dishes, he could not resist. After the meal, Guan Xianyu was summoned once more, stating, "Fresh and dried chilies have distinct flavors. If you require the recipes for these dishes, I can provide them." Lu Mohan nodded, instructing the shopkeeper Gu to fetch 300 taels. "In addition to the chilies and recipes you mentioned, I also desire that effervescent drink. Regrettably, that was a serendipitous find, and I too am quite fond of it. Parting with it today is a small gesture of goodwill for you. Once I perfect the recipe, I will certainly send it your way." Guan Xianyu spoke earnestly, and Lu Mohan recognized her sincerity. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment, he still instructed Gu to hand her the 300 taels. It had been a long time since he encountered someone so intriguing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Mohan declared, "Should you come across any more delightful items in the future, do not hesitate to bring them to me." Guan Xianyu could not help but raise her hands overhead, forming a heart shape, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed benefactor. May you be blessed with abundant wealth, thriving business, and great success." Chapter 8. Mistaking uncle for a thief manager, Gu personally escorted Guan Xianyu and her companions out the door, even asking a young attendant to bring 3 braised hams as gifts for them. While Wang Laoshi and Li Laosan hesitated to accept, Guan Xianyu graciously accepted them, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Manager Gu noted that this plain girl had quite a sweet tongue and a clever mind, and he cheerfully waved his hand, inviting her to visit at any time. Guan Xianyu distributed the braised hams to 2 village uncles and requested Wang Laoshi to take one to the village head's home. As for the payment for the chili peppers, she intended to settle it personally with the village head later. Along the way, she planned to discuss methods for cultivating chili peppers and the process of harvesting Sichuan peppercorns. Concerned about her going to the town alone, Wang Laoshi and Li Laosan accompanied her for the journey. After imparting knowledge on chili cultivation, her merits increased by 5,000. This time, the goods cabinet was surprisingly visualized, though many items remained unclear. She selected toothpaste, toothbrushes, and towels, but was unable to procure skincare products, the availability of which remained uncertain. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought, recognizing that her complexion was likely beyond salvation. A knock at the door revealed it to be Aunt Guan from next door, who brought a basket of sweet potatoes and a fire starter. Guan Xianyu had not eaten a proper meal in quite some time. Although there was a small kitchen beside her, allowing for a fire, she had forgotten to purchase a fire starter, let alone the essentials like firewood, rice, and salt. How considerate of Aunt Guan. She chided herself for having forgotten such matters. Inviting her in, Guan Xianyu offered her a seat, apologizing for the lack of tea and suggesting they make do with water. Aunt Guan, however, urged her not to fuss and to simply sit and chat. "My dear, now that you have some money, aren't you planning to buy a quilt for the winter?" Aunt Guan inquired, intending to offer her an old cotton quilt, which was neither too new nor too worn, as her family needed it. She contemplated instead sewing winter clothes for the child, although they were not yet complete. Aunt Guan came by to see if there was anything Guan Xianyu needed, only to find that she lacked everything. "You needn't worry about me, Aunt. I've earned some silver, but it is not yet time to spend it," Guan Xianyu replied with a smile. However, Aunt Guan pointed out that they should be cautious, lest they be overheard through the thin walls. Guan Xianyu nodded, her heart unperturbed, knowing she must possess something of value to draw concern, where she risked being sold off as a lowly servant. As winter approached, a matchmaker arrived, and her cousin could not escape the fate of marrying the second daughter of a wealthy family. Guan Xianyu pondered, for the sake of merit, and in honor of her mother's legacy, she would lend him a hand. After repeated failures in seeking work in the town, Guan Xiaoyong received a letter from home, which revealed that his family had sold him. In a flurry, he rushed home, but before he could utter a word, he collapsed to the ground. This alarmed old Lady Guan and the Tian family, prompting them to summon the village doctor. A diagnosis of heat attacking the heart and some medicinal soup were administered. Yet little improvement was seen. The shaman also arrived, stating, "It's nothing serious. This young man has a great fortune awaiting him." Overjoyed, Tian exclaimed, "I knew the Qian family would bring us luck. You just didn't believe it." However, before the shaman could finish, he added, "But I fear that the Qian family's young lady may not live past 30. "Why?" Old Lady Guan questioned, perplexed by the notion of a short life. "Your young's fortune depends on this." With that, the shaman collected his payment and departed, leaving the family in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. The village women, visiting out of concern, overheard the conversation and made excuses to return home, eager to share the gossip. Within 3 days, the Qian family voluntarily called off the engagement, leaving the Lao family without recourse to voice their grievances, and they could only lament the unfairness of fate. As Guan Xiaoyong recovered, he prepared to leave for work, taking a moment to visit his inconspicuous sister. For the first time, he observed her with earnestness, noting that she no longer cowered with her head down. Her gaze was resolute and clear. "Is your cousin leaving?" She sighed. After a brief exchange, silence enveloped them. Just as Guan Xianyu was about to excuse herself, Guan Xiaoyong spoke again. "If you need anything, write to me." She understood his implication, reminiscent of their previous communication, to send a message through someone else. What could he possibly do for her? Guan Xianyu chose not to dwell on it, treating it as a personal favor owed to him. As winter approached, heavy snowfall arrived early, and the families of the Guan village secured their doors, preparing to hibernate and seldom ventured outside. Guan Xianyu arranged for someone to purchase quilts and began cooking for herself. Over time, her grandmother could no longer contain her impatience and frequently sent people to raid her supplies. Yet each time they returned empty-handed, finding nothing but the most basic of provisions. It was utterly baffling. That night, Guan Xianyu experienced restless sleep, and as fate would have it, a thief broke into her home. She seized a wooden stick and struck fiercely, causing the intruder to wail and waking the entire household. To her dismay, it turned out to be her uncle. Now, her uncle emerged from the encounter battered and bruised, while the sweet girl was punished by being thrown outside to kneel in the cold. In the frigid night, her cries went unheard, and her aunt seized the opportunity to wreak havoc, pillaging everything of value from her room. Unfortunately, other than quilts and worn-out kitchenware, nothing of worth remained. After kneeling for what felt like an eternity, just as she was about to give in, Aunt Guan arrived, calling out loudly for a group of villagers. The village chief was also roused from his warm bed. It turned out that the Guan family accused the sweet girl of disrespecting her elders and assaulting her uncle, demanding she be sold to a broker. The village chief, braving the cold, shouted in protest, This is absurd. Even during times of famine, we do not sell our children. Do you want the other villages to mock Guan village? Old Lady Guan defended her position, feigning tears. Look at what my son has become. The Tian clan also wiped away non-existent tears, asserting, we cannot afford such a headstrong girl. If anyone disapproves, they can buy her for 50 taels. What? 50 taels? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wasn't there a need to compensate for the injuries? Did one not need money to acquire a servant? The Tian family spoke with conviction and vigor. Guan Xianyu glanced at her uncle, whose face was bruised and swollen, and he seemed reluctant to meet her gaze, particularly her eyes. Yet, throughout the ordeal, he remained silent. Sweet girl, say something. Oh dear, your knees are soaked from the snow. This one tea do. You must change into dry clothes. Aunt Guan insisted, leading her to change, conveniently bringing the newly made winter clothing. After donning clean garments, a few more individuals appeared outside, including a broker. Under the guidance of the Tian family, the woman circled the unsightly girl before reluctantly declaring, very well, 50 taels, I will take her. 50 taels is an exorbitant price for the farmers, and an uproar immediately ensued. Tian and her mother-in-law exchanged glances, gazing at Tianyo as if she were a treasure of gold and silver, eagerly awaiting her grand gesture to declare, I shall pay 50 taels. Do not sell her. Alas, Tianyo faltered once again, remaining silent. After the villagers' shock subsided, they resumed urging old Lady Guan and Tian, stating that their own child had already been punished. Yet they could not simply sell her. Just as the village head was about to speak, Tianyo suddenly broke her silence. It was my fault for not recognizing my uncle, mistaking him for a thief, and striking him. Now my family has arranged a place for me, and this 50 taels shall serve as repayment for the kindness shown by the Guan family. Did this imply her consent? Chapter 9. Buying One's Freedom. This was indeed her voluntary decision. No one coerced her, and everyone had heard it. In the ensuing silence, Jia interjected, originally, I had provided a deposit. You may now keep the remaining amount. With that, she thrust a purse into old Lady Guan's hands. Although Guan's daughter-in-law tried to intervene, she was rebuffed by the Guan family, who scolded and pushed her away. Guan Xianyu was taken away by the moneylender, and, along the way, she suddenly inquired, how many taels of silver does it take to purchase a laborer? When could such an investment be recouped? The old woman was taken aback. Had their ruse been uncovered? Regardless, if this girl were to pay 50 taels for her own freedom, she would profit 10 taels. If she refused, then a laborer could be acquired for half a tael, easily resold for 2 taels. The mining work did not discriminate by gender. Only strength was required. Seeing the old woman remain silent, Guan Xianyu continued, 5 taels. What? The old woman rejoiced. This girl indeed possessed hidden savings. Yet she feigned indifference. I shall count to 3. If you do not agree, I shall reduce it by a tael. Guan Xianyu began to count, and the old woman became increasingly flustered. For this unattractive girl, so frail, might not even be worth 2 taels. Sighing as if in defeat, Guan Xianyu feigned disappointment, prompting the old woman to suddenly halt. Exclaiming her agreement, 5 taels to redeem myself, Guan Xianyu scoffed internally, knowing that the Guan family would soon regret their decision. Upon seeing Guan Xianyu return, the anxious Aunt Huang finally relaxed, inviting her to sit by the fire. What if the moneylender refuses to release you? All are in pursuit of wealth. Surely a deal can be struck. Guan Xianyu, however, did not find her situation as effortless as it sounded. She was merely prepared with a backup plan. If the moneylender refused, she would await rescue from Uncle Wang and the brothers of the beggar gang. Wang Laosher was a skilled fighter who had once performed in a theater troupe but had resolutely given up his nomadic lifestyle to marry the woman he loved. Such devotion was rare, and Guan Xianyu had heard of this from the village head's family. As for the 5 young beggars, they were actually a group of several dozen, all following Lei Xiao, some of whom were adept in martial arts. No matter how formidable the moneylender, he would not risk a confrontation with so many for the sake of one unattractive girl. It would be far more advantageous for him to profit as a middleman. In this light, Guan Xianyu's relationship with Wang Laosher, Lei Xiao, and others improved significantly. Regardless, forming an alliance of interests proves to be relatively dependable. Furthermore, She possesses a commendable ability to judge character, which may allow her to involve them in her future business endeavors. Currently, with Guan Xinhua lacking a place to stay, relying on the hospitality of Aunt Guan is not a viable long-term solution. Thus, she approached the village head, expressing her desire to purchase the dilapidated house in the village. This residence had once served as a shelter for an injured soldier who, having passed away, left the property abandoned. Upon hearing her request, the village head assured her that he would expedite the necessary paperwork. However, he cautioned that although the house was in disrepair, it occupied a substantial plot of land and would require at least 100 taels, which was less than what it would cost to construct earthen houses in the spring. Guan Xinhua insisted on acquiring the house without delay and sought Wang Laoshi's assistance to repair the roof, while also enlisting Aunt Guan to help clean the interior. Though the old Guan family seldom ventured out during the winter months, news traveled swiftly to their ears. "What? That wretched girl has returned?" inquired Tian Shi. "Mother, not only has she returned, but she has also purchased a grand residence, the one belonging to that injured soldier, old Wang's place. A house where someone has died? How unlucky!" Jia Shi interjected, yet her words went unheard. Old Lady Guan tossed aside her sunflower seeds, eager to see for herself, but Tian Shi restrained her, stating, "What good will come from looking? We must deliberate this matter carefully." As they conversed, a knock echoed at the door, revealing Guan Xiuzhu, Tian Shi's daughter. "My daughter has returned," Tian Shi exclaimed joyfully. Her daughter was reputed to be the fairest maiden in the 10-mile radius. So much so that people would believe her to be a wealthy young lady. "Ah, mother, look at what I brought for you." Guan Xiuzhu had just visited her grandmother's home, intending to grow closer to her cousin, who had recently passed the imperial examination for youth scholars. To her dismay, she discovered that her cousin had already become betrothed to another. Despite her disappointment, she had acquired a bounty of delightful gifts. Old Lady Guan and Tian Shi marveled at the delectable treats and vibrant fabrics, showering Guan Xiuzhu with compliments, elevating her to celestial heights. Once Tian Shi ushered her daughter into the room, she inquired about her relationship with Tian Wensheng and when they might formalize their engagement. At the mention of this, Guan Xiuzhu's earlier exuberance faded. "He says he must marry the teacher's daughter for the sake of his future." "And what of you? What does your uncle say?" Tian Shi pressed. Her brother's son, having gained knowledge from a young age, had passed the youth examination and was on the path to becoming a scholar, destined for a promising career in government. Yet, her sister-in-law, Guan Xiuzhu's maternal aunt, was reluctant to strengthen familial ties and insisted on marrying someone virtuous, dismissing the idea of a charming peasant girl. It was evident that she had long held a disfavor for her sister-in-law's daughter, deliberately targeting her beloved child. Who could fathom what her uncle truly thought? "He assures me that he will allow me to enter his household, and once he achieves his goals, he will cast aside that woman." Guan Xiuzhu recounted her lover's sweet nothings with great pride, yet Tian Shi remained apprehensive and asked if there was a written agreement. "Mother, are you losing your senses? For such a significant matter, you would have Sheng Ge draft a written agreement? Do you wish to ruin him?" Guan Xiuzhu's words jolted Tian Shi into clarity, and she quickly smiled, admitting her lack of eloquence and praising her daughter for her beauty and wisdom, thus soothing her dear girl. The mother and daughter, affectionately intertwined, ventured out for a meal, only to find Guan Xiaobao monopolizing a bowl of egg custard, his face smeared with grease. Guan Xiuzhu muttered under her breath, "Such unrefined matters." Just then, Jia Shi and the elderly Lady Guan entered with dishes in hand. Catching her words, Jia Shi retorted sharply, "The young lady has returned for the Tian family and still struggles to adapt to her position. Honey, I can understand, but my little Bao is still just a child. At 7 or 8 years old, he is still a child. My elder brother's son is already studying the classics at this age." Fearing her daughter might be upset, Tian Shi quickly chimed in. Guan Xiuzhu despised being reminded of her humble origins, her expression darkening considerably. Lady Guan rapped her chopsticks against the bowl, producing a few crisp sounds. "Less talk during meals. Let's eat." Guan Xiuzhu disdained Lady Guan's demeanor, which seemed to mimic the airs of a highborn lady, unlike her grandmother and aunt. Yet, she understood that the matriarch held authority in the household, thus refraining from displaying any dissatisfaction or contempt. "Guan Xiaobao, having finished a bowl of egg custard, clamored for the bowl of pork to be brought before him. Lady Guan, ever indulgent towards her grandson, showed no intent to intervene. Before she could react, Guan Xiaozhu interjected. "The meat was brought back by me as an offering to grandmother. Auntie, shouldn't you discipline Bao? He might embarrass himself when he goes out in the future." Chapter 10. Collecting ice cubes. Jia Shi, upon hearing this, was incensed. "Oh, is a young lady now assuming airs befitting a lady of the court? Has Tian Wensheng agreed to marry you? What rank has he attained?" Although young, Guan Xiaobao understood that his mother was defending him and chimed in, "The mountain chicken wishes to be a phoenix, ha ha ha." This phrase was certainly something he had overheard from Tian Shi's complaints. Guan Xiaozhu, in a fit of rage, smashed her bowl and stormed off to her room, leaving Tian Shi and Jia Shi embroiled in a war of words. Lady Guan, overwhelmed, ultimately reprimanded Jia Shi, asserting that Guan Xiaozhu was the most fortunate girl in the vicinity, warning that provoking her would leave Jia Shi with nowhere to seek favor later. Jia Shi, seething with anger, lamented that her family was not in want of food, and she clutched her son, weeping and scolding. This tactic proved effective, as Guan Xiaobao began to cry as well, prompting his grandmother to immediately console her beloved grandson. Tian Shi, not wishing to prolong the argument with Jia Shi, hurried to comfort her daughter, but was unable to even enter the door. The following day, she was met with another round of reproach from her daughter, who chastised her for pressuring her brother to marry a widow, claiming it would tarnish her reputation, and further criticized her for not dealing with that ugly girl, allowing her to tarnish the family name in Duan, as if it would reflect poorly on her beauty. Guan Xiaozhu considered herself extraordinarily beautiful, yet refused to be associated with the term village flower, primarily due to its rustic connotation. "Mother, did you hear that wretched girl has gone to live in a house where someone has died?" Tian Shi was taken aback. Her daughter had finally responded to her, and she quickly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Guan Xianyue, observing her dwindling coins, lamented the fragility of money. In the dead of winter, one could hardly venture out to help an elderly lady cross the street. Experience proved that stepping out occasionally could yield opportunities. Just as she took a few steps outside, she noticed a dark figure collapsed on the ground. Rushing over, she discovered it was a young woman, her head and face wrapped in cloth, dressed scantily and shivering from the cold. As Guan Xianyue assisted her and inquired, the woman, already disoriented from the cold, could scarcely speak, soon rolling her eyes and fainting. Upon bringing the girl back home, she wrapped her in a warm quilt and set about preparing ginger soup and porridge. After consuming the ginger soup and a generous bowl of hot porridge, the girl finally regained her strength. "Sister, what is your name? Where do you reside?" she inquired gratefully. "Thank you for saving me. I have nowhere to go for the time being. May I stay with you for a few days? I could do anything." Guan Xianyue noticed the redness in her eyes, a clear sign of her fear of rejection, and could only nod in agreement. "It is permissible, but this house is not mine. Although it is spacious, I am not from a wealthy family." She felt it necessary to express caution. It was quite possible the girl had her own struggles. "I want to take your provisions. I only seek shelter. Please don't be alarmed. Settle in first, and everything will find its way. We are capable and need not worry about finding a livelihood." Guan Xianyue could not bear to see the girl in tears and hurried to comfort her. "May I call you Xiaoyu?" the girl asked. "I am Aing." Observing the girl in her somewhat worn attire, alone in such a vast residence, Aing felt a surge of gratitude for her kindness. "Aing, how did you come to the Guan village alone? Are you seeking refuge with relatives?" Though Guan Xianyue was in need of merit points, she could not carelessly take in a stranger. Once Ying's emotions steadied, she feigned curiosity and asked a few questions. Aing seemed to harbor unspoken troubles, but eventually spoke. "I was cast out by my family. However, rest assured, come spring, I shall seek refuge with relatives in the south. Once I am settled, I promise to repay your kindness. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. I am merely providing temporary shelter. There is no need for constant talk of repayment," Guan Xianyue replied, choosing not to pry further into her story. Recognizing that everyone has their own burdens to bear. Having traveled a long distance, cold and hungry, Aing soon became drowsy after warming up and filling her stomach, quickly drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Guan Xinyu went to ask Xiao Yu for some useful items and left A Ying undisturbed. Upon returning to her room, she discovered that her merit points had increased by 5,000, and her visible storage capacity had also expanded. Although the household supplies were limited, careful rationing would suffice to endure the coldest days. Guan Xinyu decided to save her merit points for now and not rush to exchange them for items. Being restless by nature, she went outside to chop firewood, treating it as exercise to warm herself. As she gazed at the icy landscape, an idea struck her. She took some ice blocks from a yard and placed them in her storage compartment. Though she had not calculated the precise capacity of each compartment, she estimated it to be quite ample, as even after storing a significant amount of grain, it did not fill a single section. Guan Xinyu communicated with Xiao Yu through her thoughts. Will the ice blocks melt if placed inside? Xiao Yu replied proudly, no, the food will not spoil, and the ice blocks will not melt. So everything placed inside will retain its original state? She asked. Indeed. Wow. Xiao Yu, you are remarkable. Excitedly, Guan Xinyu began using idle containers to make ice. By filling a basin with clean snow, the melted snow would transform into ice blocks effortlessly. When Ying awoke, she too kept busy, assisting Guan Xinyu with sewing, mending quilts and garments. Sister Ying, do refrain from sewing after dark. Guan Xinyu felt a bit embarrassed. The quilt she had covered Ying with was one left behind by the original occupants of the house, and her own tattered clothes were in such disrepair that she had no intention of keeping them. However, Ying insisted it was of no consequence, as idleness could be quite tiresome. Thus, Guan Xinyu enlisted her help in preparing red bean porridge, sweetened with a touch of brown sugar, to nourish the two frail individuals. Although they could not indulge in meat at every meal, it was imperative to maintain their nutrition. Otherwise, Guan Xinyu worried that she might never grow taller. Consequently, in addition to the porridge, they each had a single egg. Ying stubbornly refused to eat, insisting, little you, this red bean porridge is already quite precious. I assure you, I am quite full. Sister Ying, do eat. Your assistance is needed in my chores. Surely, you do not wish to be idle? Guan Xinyu busied herself collecting ice cubes, assigning all household tasks to Sister Ying. For it was only fair that someone living rent-free should contribute in some manner. Once she had filled 3 boxes with ice, the coldest days had passed. Although snow still fell intermittently, at least the fear of frostbitten noses had subsided. Naturally active, Guan Xinyu had grown weary of confinement and insisted on dragging Ying to town. Little you go ahead. I shall remain here. Ying was on the verge of tears. The once compliant woman suddenly began to feel fear and unease. Recently, with 3 meals a day and little activity, Ying had gained some weight, her round cheeks radiating a sense of fortune, her full forehead and charming smile resembling the favored wives of the affluent. Guan Xinyu cherished her temperament and had grown accustomed to her company, never prying into her past nor permitting her to leave. Yet, some matters could not be perpetually evaded. Sister Ying, we must either be frank with one another, or, Chapter 11, a woman serves 2 husbands. Before Guan Xinyu could finish her thought, Ying burst into tears. Ultimately, she chose to divulge the truth. Her name was Su Yingying, residing in Dawan of Pingyi Town. Encouraged by her stepmother, her father had married her off to a desolate hinterland, where she discovered even more horrifying truths post-marriage. As she recounted this, she could not bring herself to continue, covering her face as she wept uncontrollably. Just as Guan Xinyu was about to suggest she need not continue, Ying raised her head, choking back tears as she exclaimed, "They are not human. They expected me to bear children for both brothers alone. Woe is me. I would rather die." Ying cried so hard that she nearly lost her breath, and Guan Xinyu suddenly slammed her hand on the table with a resounding crack, startling Ying into silence. A woman serving 2 husbands. It is utterly abhorrent. Guan Xinyu seethed through gritted teeth. Grasping Ying's hand firmly, she declared, "Sister Ying, you are the right. A woman's destiny must be in her own hands. No one has the right to force you into despair, except for yourself." Ying was taken aback, her mind momentarily blank, unable to respond. "Stay here and keep watch. I shall step out for a moment. Do not open the door indiscriminately, understand?" With her instructions given, Guan Xinyu departed. She needed to pay a visit to Yunxiang Lu to discuss a business matter. Primarily, they were running low on funds. Upon seeing her, Manager Gu greeted her with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Sweet girl, you've come." "Greetings, Manager." Guan Xianyu replied with a beaming smile, and Manager Gu promptly summoned a server to bring her some hot soup to warm her. "Today, I have come to present you with a method to earn substantial wealth." "Alas, I cannot make such decisions," sighed the shopkeeper Gu, his face reflecting his dilemma. Guan Xianyu was taken aback. They had yet to discuss the means of making money, and already he appeared troubled? She was not to be trifled with. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Imohan entered, surrounded by several wealthy young gentlemen. In truth, he had been waiting for her for quite some time. This girl, as he described, cough cough, possesses quite a unique charm. Laughter erupted among the group, and though the shopkeeper Gu wished to interject, he ultimately retreated to his position. Fortunately, Guan Xianyu did not seem angry. "Boss Lu, I was just looking for you to discuss a business matter. Is it a convenient time now?" Being scrutinized by a group of idle rich was rather uncomfortable, yet Guan Xianyu would not let financial opportunities slip away. Lu Imohan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What business? Do I look like someone in need of money? Off you go, prepare some snacks. Your reward shall not be lacking." The group laughed and jovially made their way to a private room. Guan Xianyu inwardly mused, "Do they truly think of me as a mere cook? Drink, drink, drink. I hope you drink yourselves into oblivion and scatter a few silver notes in the process." At that moment, her expression shifted. The shopkeeper appeared somewhat anxious from her sudden change of demeanor. Surely she wouldn't contemplate adding something unsavory to the dishes, would she? Upon entering the kitchen, Guan Xianyu did not shoo anyone away. Instead, she enlisted everyone's help to prepare the ingredients for a spicy hot pot. Appetizing? Uncertain, but undoubtedly compatible with a meal. Haha. Dining on hot pot was hardly a rarity, yet the flavor of a spicy hot pot was invigorating. Lu Mohan observed his friends, who were nearly in tears from the deliciousness, and felt a swell of pride. "Brother, this is so spicy it made me cry. Do we have anything sweet? How about some desserts?" Lu Baishur, Lu Mohan's not-so-close cousin, was currently a mess, tears and snot flowing freely. Far more distressing than when his father had passed. Yet he could not stop. At this moment, Guan Xianyu approached. "Gentlemen, have you enjoyed your meal?" "Oh dear, I forgot to ask about the spice level and added 3 times the amount without permission. You did this on purpose." Lu Baishur pointed an accusing finger at her, ready to explode, yet he was met with Guan Xianyu's cheerful demeanor as she continued. "This is my newly invented cold drink. Please give it a try. If it is unpalatable, you need not pay." Once again, the shopkeeper Gu and the little waiter could not help but chuckle at this phrase. Lu Mohan, intrigued, urged, "Hurry up. If it's not tasty, you shall owe us money." "Indeed, indeed." The others chimed in. Guan Xianyu retorted, "Scoundrels." Yet she doubted anyone could dislike spicy hot pot paired with cold drinks. "This is red bean ice. This is green bean ice. Please enjoy." She warmly introduced, distributing the treats. The sole cup of fizzy drink was reserved for the benefactor Lu Mohan. The red bean and green bean ices were indeed met with enthusiasm, perfectly complemented by the spicy and fragrant slices of beef, pork, and lamb. Simply delightful. After indulging in their feast, the group noted that the wine jars were nearly empty, while the cold drinks had been consumed in abundance. Guan Xianyu had waited long for the opportunity to speak privately with the benefactor. Lu Mohan's slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, his handsome face unusually composed. Within, Guan Xianyu thought, how pretentious. Could it be he intends a haggle? However, she was mistaken. "I propose we temporarily set aside the spicy hot pot and cold beverages. In exchange for 500 taels, would that be agreeable?" Lu Mohan offered a charming smile, enchanting as the city itself, while Guan Xianyu appeared bewildered. "Are you planning to promote something first?" Although Lu Mohan did not grasp the meaning of promotion, he understood the essence of the inquiry. He shook his head, reiterating, "No, let me clarify once more. It is a secret. 500 taels. Do you comprehend, ugly girl?" "Understood," Guan Xianyu replied. "Why must you add a title when speaking? Is that your notion of politeness?" In truth, Guan Xianyu was perplexed, Yet for the sake of 500 taels, she chose to feign understanding. Lu Mohan snapped his fingers, summoning manager Gu to escort her out. Guan Xianyue pocketed the envelope of money, receiving a collection of leftover hot pot ingredients, an assortment of beef, lamb, and pork. She mused, during winter, everyone fears the cold and is reluctant to venture outside. Moreover, business at Yunshang Tower has never been particularly thriving. Why is there such reluctance to flourish? Unable to resolve the conundrum, she decided to set it aside, hoping it would fade from memory in a few days. Guan Xianyue first sought out the little beggar and lay Xiaohu before heading to shop. One meat bun for each of us, and later we can carry back some provisions to eat. What does that sound? Her suggestion left Lei Xiaohu and the others astonished, but the little beggar quickly reacted, clapping his hands and rushing forward. Sweet sister, little Wu has missed you. Be good, little Wu. Your sister will buy you some candy. Guan Xianyue purchased a sugar figurine for little Wu, and with the others, acquired 30 pounds of flour, 50 pounds of coarse grains, 10 pounds of lamb bones, and a generous amount of ginger to ward off the winter chill. With over 30 individuals, some young and some old, enduring the winter without the ability to beg for long was truly difficult. Xiaohu, do we have anyone selling ice blocks on this street during summer? The former sweet girl, lacking worldly experience, needed to inquire about the market. Not here, but I hear the imperial city has some, though it's reserved for nobility, Lei Xiaohu replied candidly. Oh, splendid. In the summer, assist me in transporting ice blocks, and I shall ensure you are well compensated. Guan Xianyue was not only performing good deeds to accumulate merit, but also devising a means for everyone to make a living, thus benefiting herself in the process. Lei Xiaohu and the others were elated, having initially thought they could only rely on collecting pepper and chili for sustenance. They were now presented with greater opportunities and readily agreed. Guan Xianyue nodded, acknowledging that ice was secured, yet they needed to forge a clearer path ahead. It was impractical to simply pull it from her pocket whenever necessary. Chapter 12. Stealing his jade pendant today, through acts of kindness, her merit points soared by 1,000. The items available at the worry-free shop now displayed prices. For instance, potato chips required 500 merit points, milk 800, joy water 3,000, toothbrushes 300, and toothpaste 1,200, among others. Rice also demands 500 merit points per pound. Could it not be more reasonable? Guan Xianyue exclaimed, "This is outrageous. The expenditure far exceeds the earnings." Xiao Yu, displaying remarkable patience, elucidated, "Dear master, a portion of the merit points has been automatically converted into visible ranges." Understood, she sighed, acknowledging the establishment's right to interpret the rules. Exhausted from her day, she returned home laden with goods. Su Yingying had already prepared a pot of mixed grain rice. "Sister Ying, no need to boil eggs tonight. We shall have a hot pot." After a prolonged period of vegetarian fare, it was time to indulge in meat again. With the lamb bones simmering in a broth alongside white radishes, the feast of lamb and beef commenced. What a delight! The two individuals enjoyed their meal, basking in the warmth and comfort it provided. During the intermission, Ying could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Little Yu, did you really purchase all these items on your outing?" "Do not fret, Sister Ying," replied Guan Xianyue. "I successfully closed the deal, and these meats were gifted to me by the restaurant. No money was spent on them. Only the flour and rice were purchased, and they were but a small quantity." Being discreet about her finances, Guan Xianyue was not one to openly disclose every detail. "Little Yu, may I request a favor?" At this moment, Su Yingying's eyes brimmed with tears. Guan Xianyue hesitated, offering a gentle pat on her hand as a means of comfort. "Do share your thoughts. If possible, might you consider purchasing me? I can wash clothes, cook, fetch water, and tend to the garden. As long as you can buy me, I would be honored to serve as your maid." Su Yingying wished to remain stoic, yet the fear of rejection and the dread of being taken back overwhelmed her, causing her tears to flow uncontrollably. "Sister Ying, it is not that I refuse. I simply lack the knowledge on how to navigate such matters. Moreover, I do not require a maid, as I am merely a young girl from the village and still not of age." Guan Xianyue found herself in a quandary. While Su Yingying nodded fervently, tears streaming down her cheeks, fully aware of the awkwardness of the situation. Please do not cry. I will find a way, all right? Guan Xianyu felt a headache coming on, vowing to seek information the following day. The next morning, before Guan Xianyu had even risen, Su Ying had already begun tidying up. By the time Guan Xianyu awakened, the house was significantly more organized. You are up? Su Ying spoke shyly, fearing that Guan Xianyu might misinterpret her intentions. I'm not trying to pressure you. I merely wish to contribute more and not just be a burden. Her cautious demeanor tugged at Guan Xianyu's heartstrings. The plight of women in this era was truly disheartening. After breakfast, Guan Xianyu realized that actions spoke louder than words and hastily consumed a few morsels before heading to the village head's residence to inquire further. As she anticipated, Su Ying's situation was indeed complicated. She was wed through proper channels, and even if her spouse were to behave poorly, there existed no precedent for divorce in their time. Negotiating terms and seeking a separation was the only viable option. Naturally, she approached the matter indirectly, refraining from disclosing any names, which inadvertently led to misunderstandings with the village head's wife, who assumed that Guan Xianyu had once again been sold by her family. Alas, having been sold once already, she was her own master. Upon explaining the circumstances to Su Ying, the latter ceased her tears, simply stating, "It is already a blessing that little you can shelter me. They will not find me. If worst comes to worst, I can run away again." Sister Ying is right. As long as we are alive, there will always be a way. At worst, the bride price can be refunded along with some compensation. It all boils down to money. With this thought, Guan Xianyu decided to temporarily set the matter aside. After the winter snow melted, a distinguished visitor arrived in the village. Sweet girl, old lady Guan came to visit, sharing the latest village gossip. I heard that a noble lost a piece of jade, and it seems that it was discovered by their savior. Whoever returns that jade is likely to receive a handsome reward. This news sent a jolt through Guan Xianyu's heart. Could it be the very person she once saved on the mountain? Yet, she had not come across any jade pendant. Perhaps it was not him after all. In conclusion, regardless of the circumstances, she has already accepted the money from others and will no longer seek any reward. Aunt, regardless of whether they are noble or not, remember to plant chili peppers when spring arrives. Upon hearing this, Aunt Guan laughed and affirmed that it was indeed a necessity. Ian brought tea for the two of them. Although it lacked tea leaves, it was sweetened with brown sugar. She had heard from her younger sister Xiaoya that Aunt Guan was the kindest person in the village and had once been gracious to her. Thus she decided to add a touch of sugar. Sweet indeed. Aunt Guan, seeing the cheerful Ian, refrained from further pleasantries. Once Ian left, she inquired, "Who is this?" Guan Xianyu replied, "A distant relative from my maternal grandmother's side. She has had some disagreements at home and has come to stay for a while." Oh, Aunt Guan did not probe further and was about to leave with a pair of newly made cloth shoes. Guan Xianyu could not allow her to depart empty-handed. So she presented her with some newly purchased fabric, saying, "I intended to make a few new outfits for you and was just waiting for the right moment." Aunt Guan, unable to decline, joyfully accepted and mentioned that her son would be marrying in June, inviting Guan Xianyu to bring Ian along to celebrate the wedding. Guan Xianyu promptly extended her congratulations, readily agreeing. After the visitors departed, she suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. Ian approached with genuine concern, gently touching her forehead. "Are you unwell? You seem a bit under the weather today. Perhaps I caught a chill?" Guan Xianyu was assisted by Su Ying to the bed, where she began to experience abdominal discomfort. Upon returning from the outhouse, her face reflected her distress, prompting Su Ying to hurriedly seek the village doctor. "No, I just need to buy something." Almost forgetting this matter, she recalled that at 12, it was perfectly normal to have her first menstruation. The issue was the absence of sanitary napkins made the ordeal quite unbearable. Seeing her clutching her abdomen, Su Ying chuckled, and after a brief flurry of activity, she crafted a makeshift menstrual belt and prepared some brown sugar ginger water to ward off the chill. Guan Xianyu glanced at the sanitary napkins from the Joyful Worry shop, astonished. 3,000 merit points for a single pack. It was utterly unaffordable. Lying there in despair, she was soon interrupted by a knock at the door, accompanied by loud voices. Su Ying went to open it, and the visitors turned out to be Granny Guan, along with Tian and Jia. What do you want? Are you here to rob me in broad daylight? Guan Xianyu, feeling irritable, assumed the three had come to provoke her. She dressed and stepped out, showing no intention of inviting them to sit. You wretched girl, look what you've done. Tian pointed an accusing finger at her, only to be restrained by Jia. Sweet girl, your sister has been taken away by a noble, claiming that she stole his jade pendant. After a brief explanation from Jia, Guan Xian, you seemed to grasp the situation, but still asked in confusion. Which sister are you referring to? Oh, do you mean my cousin from long ago? Her theft has nothing to do with me. In the midst of her words, Su Yingying positioned herself protectively in front of her, wary of the three's intentions, which warmed Guan Xianyu's heart. Chapter 13, Bold Scoundrels. Granny Zhuang had endured in silence until finally seizing the opportunity to speak. You wretched girl. That noble said the thief was an ugly creature. Who else could it possibly be but you? Guan Xianyu thought to herself, how ridiculous. My sister saved him, and yet he dares to come here looking for trouble? Absurd. There are countless ugly people in this world. Does he not look in a mirror? How ludicrous to accuse her. I refuse to accept it. Originally, Old Lady Guan was somewhat hesitant in her deceit, but upon being insulted by Guan Xianyu, she could no longer tolerate it and began to spew insults. With the Tian family joining in the tirade, while Jia remained, as ever, fanning the flames and relishing the spectacle. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Sister Ying, do you know that trespassing into another's residence and insulting law-abiding citizens could land you in jail for several days? With this remark from Guan Xianyu, a palpable silence fell over the group. The three exchanged glances, and it was Jia who first regained her composure. What do you mean by trespassing? We are your elders. Sweet girl, how dare you slander your betters? Is that so? The deed of servitude is still in my possession. Would you care to see to whom I belong now? Guan Xianyu coldly regarded the trio, who were momentarily intimidated by her knowledge of the law. At that moment, the village chief sent word that all villagers were to gather in the open space for the noble's inspection. Guan Xianyu thought, heavens, surely they cannot believe I am the thief. Soon, the open area was filled with villagers, all faced with the stoic expressions of three sword-wielding guardians, rumored to be the noble's enforcers, resembling the sword-bearing attendants from a drama. The villagers dared not utter a word, fearing that any remark might invoke cries of "Spare me." I am wrong, my lord. After standing for the better part of an hour, the noble finally arrived, but did not dismount from his carriage. What grand airs! Guan Xianyu mused internally, feeling considerably calmer. It seemed he was unaware of the identity of the culprit and merely sought to intimidate everyone. Those with fragile nerves might very well have been frightened to tears. The village chief knew only that their visitor was of considerable stature, undoubtedly a high-ranking official. Yet he was oblivious to the specific identity, only aware that they had arrived with a document from the county magistrate. As the noble stepped forth, Guan Xianyu felt an immense relief wash over her. She did not recognize him at all. Stay, the newcomer commanded, pointing at Guan Xianyu, while others murmured amongst themselves. Suddenly, he raised his voice ominously. Silence if you wish to live. The tension was palpable. Guan Xianyu, perplexed, asked, My lord, are you certain you know me? Take her away, was the curt command, devoid of further explanation, and Guan Xianyu found herself escorted away. Along the way, she learned the reason. First, Guan Xiaozhu had identified her, claiming the jade pendant had come from her. Second, she had visibly relaxed upon seeing Ling Jia, a confidant of Duan Yulang, who was a prince. Guan Xianyu was taken aback. Indeed, Duan Yulang was the young man she had once saved. But how could his jade pendant be in Guan Xiaozhu's possession? Your Highness, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Guan Xianyu had no intention of fabricating a story. Those in the officialdom were astute, and palace intrigue was far more convoluted than any mere tale. I did save you, but I have never seen the jade pendant. I merely took a few taels of silver as a consultation fee. Is that acceptable? I had no other choice. Before she could finish, a blade was suddenly drawn against her neck. None other than Ling Jia. Impudent commoner, how dare you refer to me in such a manner before the prince? Guan Xianyu's lips twitched. She had thought she had misspoken, only to realize it was this damned feudal hierarchy. The prince gestured for Ling Jia to release her and spoke, you saved my life. And you only asked for a few taels of silver? My family lives in poverty. I simply took a little money to save my life, with no other intentions. Guan Xianyue appeared to be startled, filled with trepidation and shrinking in demeanor, resembling someone who had never encountered the world. Wang Lang was partially convinced. He inquired further, how did the jade pendant come to be in your cousin's possession? The commoner, having never seen a jade pendant, was genuinely perplexed as to why it was in her hands. Guan Xianyue replied, you must ask her. Shortly thereafter, the pallid Guan Xiaozhu was brought forth. Upon closer inspection, despite having changed her attire, blood still seeped through, indicating she had indeed suffered torture. Ling Jia shouted at the dazed Guan Xiaozhu, you bold wretch. Your sister has confessed everything. Will you not come clean? Guan Xianyue. Guan Xiaozhu, regaining her senses, prostrated herself on the ground, banging her head repeatedly, inadvertently aggravating her wounds, which caused tears to stream down her face. I confess everything. This jade pendant was found. It has nothing to do with her. Do not heed her words. I discovered it at the human pass, and she had no chance to venture so far. Implicit in Guan Xiaozhu's words was the notion that even if she were to lie, the prince's rescue could never be linked to her sister. It turned out to be lost outside the imperial city. Wang Lang understood the implications, and with a wave of his hand, Guan Xiaozhu was taken away. Guan Xianyue looked at him in a daze. When he turned to regard her, she quickly lowered her head, fearing that the higher-ups might unjustly accuse her and subject her to various tortures. Speak, how did you save this prince? Wang Lang seated himself, taking a sip of tea, endeavoring to appear less intimidating, for she was indeed his savior. Guan Xianyue, acutely aware of the situation, clasped her fists in salute, declaring, whatever your highness says is the truth. I shall heed your words. Ling Jia's lips twitched as he glanced at the prince, while Duan Yulong raised an eyebrow and remarked, speak freely. This prince shall never repay kindness with enmity. Guan Xuanyue's eyes darted, standing upright, and said, at the time, I thought you had fainted from hunger, and in haste I offered you some honey water. Wang Lang frowned and asked, what a purse? The purse? Oh, I had never seen such a sum of silver before, and, in my excitement, I accidentally dropped it into the brazier. It was lost. Guan Xianyue thought to herself, who would carry evidence on their person unless they sought death? This statement, however, had its flaws. It was still early autumn. And how could a poor family possess a charcoal brazier? Yet, Duan Yulong did not intend to press the matter, instead rewarding her with gold and silver treasures, and grandly sending her back. Upon returning home, Guan Xianyue was baffled, realizing she had landed herself in trouble. It would be peculiar if the thieves did not take notice of her. Regardless of whether it was intentional or accidental, Guan Xianyue resolved to take action. Upon arriving home, she stored the gold and silver treasures away and promptly went to the pawn shop to purchase a few martial apprentices, finding them more economical than hiring guards, yet equally loyal. Unexpectedly, she acquired 3 siblings, Lu Wen, Lu Wu, and Lu Shuang. The trio exuded righteousness and appeared comfortable, displaying commendable martial skills, capable of breaking bricks with their bare hands, and adept with both long spears and short swords. How could practitioners of martial arts have fallen to such a plight? Guan Xianyue did not pry further, merely inquiring their names and establishing her own rules. No betrayal, no abandonment. Miss, I shall share a room with Shuang, while Lu Wen and Lu Wu will share another. What does that sound? Su Yingying, having tidied the rooms, emerged to seek Guan Xuanyue's opinion. She had positioned herself as a personal maid, and Guan Xianyue simply nodded in agreement. Once sister Ying has attained her freedom, I shall inquire whether she genuinely wishes to sell herself into servitude or perhaps provide her own dowry, enabling her to remarry if she so desires. Chapter 14. This is self-defense, as Guan Xianyue anticipated. Their home was besieged by several waves of petty thieves, all of whom were swiftly subdued by the 3 siblings of the Lu family, who managed to extract a few taels of silver for their escape. To refuse payment? That would lead them to the prison to partake in the government's hospitality. Thief A, foiled in my attempt to steal chickens, I ended up losing my own rice. This family is ruthless. Thief B, We cannot provoke them. They're simply too formidable. Days gradually settled into a tranquil rhythm, and the spring planting commenced. As for Guan Xiaozhu, it was reported by Madame Guan that she had been returned and required some time to recuperate before she could step outside again. Guan Xianyu understood that her injuries were not merely physical. Her pride had also taken a blow, making her reluctant to venture out. Yet, remarkably, Guan Xiaozhu proved to be as resilient as a cockroach. During the spring planting, she emerged once more, exuding an air of ethereal nobility. "Sweet girl, have you seen your sister?" inquired Guan Shuihua, a close attendant of Guan Xiaozhu. "Huh? Just now I distinctly heard a dog barking. Did you catch that?" Guan Xianyu asked, without glancing at the two, turning instead to Lu Shuang-er, who was laden with parcels. Lu Shuang-er smiled, responding, "Indeed, I heard it. Quite a loud commotion." Her fondness for her mistress was palpable. She treated the three siblings and sister Ing with more care than her own kin. Truly, it was a divine blessing. Guan Shuihua stamped her foot, threatening, "Just wait until I tear your mouth apart." Lu Shuang-er, undeterred by her heavy burdens, retaliated by delivering a swift kick to Guan Shuihua, sending her sprawling far away, leaving her momentarily speechless from the pain. This was a mercy, for had Lu Shuang-er unleashed her full strength, the insolent minion would have surely been left bloodied on the spot. Guan Xiaozhu's eyes widened in shock. "Cousin, how can you associate with such a brutish servant?" Guan Xianyu covered her ears, while Guan Xiaozhu seethed with indignation. Yet in the next moment, Guan Shuihua's piercing shrieks echoed in the air. "Murder! Help! They are killing me!" Soon, nearby workers and idle townsfolk came rushing over. Guan Xiaozhu exclaimed, "Cousin, your servant is utterly savage." Before she could finish, Lu Shuang-er interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lu Shuang-er, the protector of my young lady. The girl over there unjustly insulted my mistress and threatened violence. She initiated the altercation, and we cannot simply stand by and await punishment." Guan Xianyu clapped her hands and declared precisely, "If someone intends to slap you, would you willingly present your face? Could you?" She first turned to Guan Xiaozhu, who remained silent, her expression dark, and then to the onlookers, who clearly shared her sentiment. However, Guan Shuihua's mother was not about to let this go unchallenged. She advanced, intent on tearing the two insolent girls apart, only for Lu Shuang-er to once again showcase her adept kicking skills. The spectators gaped in astonishment. Had the moment been right, Guan Xian, you would have considered bringing out drums and gongs, exclaiming, "Those with wealth, support with your riches, and those without, lend your presence." Lu Shuang-er boldly proclaimed, "Is there anyone else who wishes to harm my young lady? They must first contend with my legs." Guan Xianyu, maintaining her composure, remarked, "Let us not incite trouble among our fellow villagers." The village head arrived, slightly out of breath, and before he could catch his breath, he heard Guan Xianyu say, "Who will summon the village doctor? I shall cover the medical expenses." The village head inquired, "What on earth is happening here?" Lu Shuang-er succinctly stated, "Someone attempted to assault my daughter, and I kicked them. My daughter, with great integrity, is willing to cover the medicine expenses." Guan Xiaozhu, witnessing the commotion, became distraught, exclaiming about the injustice faced by the mother and daughter. She wished to leave, yet feared public scorn. Thus she stepped forward and declared earnestly, "Do not presume that a mere handful of coins can render human life inconsequential." "Oh dear, Miss Guan, if my memory serves me correctly, it was Guan Suihua who stood up for you just moments ago, was it not?" Guan Xinhua chuckled. The onlookers began to indulge in gossip, eagerly anticipating a response from the usually haughty Guan Xiaozhu. Who does not know that Guan Suihua is her most capable lackey? Guan Xiaozhu, who habitually dismissed the opinions of others, had always let Guan Suihua voice her grievances, yet now her little minion was injured. Being scrutinized by a throng of commoners made her quite irritable. She retorted angrily, "Regardless, it is never right to harm others." You have wronged me. We were merely acting in self-defense. For instance, if I were to ask Shuang-er to kick you now, would you remain motionless?" The crowd erupted in laughter. Just as the village head was about to intervene, he found himself unable to counter, secretly agreeing that Guan Xianyu had a point. Some onlookers began to stir the pot. Give it a try." "Yes." Another kick. The village head seized the opportunity and called out, "Are you all idle? Disperse at once. Those who do not wish to farm should yield their land. Even the chili seeds must be relinquished." This was quite the uproar. Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed, though they couldn't help but glance back. It was a rare occasion to witness such a spectacle. The village head truly was a wise figure. "Just now, Schwanger acted to protect me, but rest assured, even though they initiated the confrontation incorrectly, I will cover the medicine expenses." Guan Xianyue gazed at the village head with utmost sincerity, rendering him unable to maintain his stern demeanor. As the crowd dispersed, Guan Xiuzhu attempted to assert her authority, saying, "I am not criticizing you, but you are distorting the truth and disregarding the law. Miss, will you not assist your dear friend?" Guan Xianyue skillfully countered, leaving Guan Xiuzhu morally cornered as she glanced at the two women rolling in the dirt. She had no choice but to assist Guan Suihua. As for Guan Suihua's mother, she would have to manage on her own. Guan Xiuzhu quickly released her grip, but continued to express concern for Guan Suihua. The village head reprimanded Guan Xianyue a few times before allowing them to leave. Just as Guan Suihua's mother was about to scream to stop the villains from departing, the village head interjected, "Silence." Startled, she momentarily forgot to shout. The village head continued, "It was indeed you who struck first, and if you cannot best someone, rolling on the ground will not suffice here. Anyone who dares to yell again will be sent to see the village doctor." As Sweet Girl said, "The medicine expenses will be billed to her." The three women still wished to speak, but the village doctor had already been summoned by Wang Laoshi and promptly began treating Guan Suihua and her mother. There were no external injuries, but their pulse indicated excessive liver heat, cautioning against irritability and anger. Guan Suihua's mother asked, "What did the village doctor say? Is it serious?" She directed her question to Guan Xiuzhu, the only literate woman in the village. Guan Xiuzhu felt utterly exasperated, wanting to return home but unable to act too overtly. So she simply pursed her lips in silence, appearing deeply wronged without anyone to defend her. The village doctor inquired, "Shall I prescribe medicine?" Guan Tawa eagerly nodded, saying, "Yes. Prescribe whatever is necessary, no matter the cost. After all, someone will reimburse us." The village chief furrowed his brow and reminded, "The medical expenses incurred from the injury are not eligible for reimbursement." Guan Suihua exclaimed, "What?" Her mother interjected, "No more. I want silver. I demand that wretched girl compensate." The village chief delivered another round of admonitions, concluding with a stern warning. Anyone who stirs trouble and disrupts the spring planting will be expelled from the village. He then hurried off to distribute chili seedlings, leaving the three of them in a state of bewilderment. Guan Xiuzhu clenched her teeth, but swiftly adopted a noble and gentle demeanor. "Saint-Soi, Aunt, please take good care of yourselves for a few days. When you are free, come to my house for a visit." Understanding the underlying message, Guan Suihua responded eagerly, "All right." Sister Xiuzhu. Chapter 15. Not unattractive milk? Lu Mohan exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Guan Xianyue nodded, as she had anticipated. Although Lu Mohan was not in a hurry to cash in, she was quite interested in purchasing Guan Xuanyue's profitable idea. Guan Xianyue elaborated, "I have a method to transform milk into delightful dairy beverages, with a variety of flavors to cater to different tastes, suitable for consumption throughout the year. It not only provides essential nutrients, but also promotes growth in adolescence." Promoting milk would not only generate profit, but also increase her moral worth, which delighted Guan Xianyue. Growth? Lu Mohan stood up and scrutinized Guan Xianyue from head to toe, disdainfully remarking, "How much have you drunk? You look like this." Guan Xianyue lowered her gaze, glancing at her unremarkable, slender figure. Lu Mohan gasped, covering her mouth. "Where are you looking?" Guan Xianyue replied, "I am from the village, young master. I can't afford to drink milk daily." Startled, Lu Mohan took a few steps back and returned to her chair, nodding as she regained her composure. "Please continue." Guan Xianyue found it somewhat unbearable to witness Lu Mohan's ever-changing expressions, lamenting the waste of such exquisite features. "It's futile to say more. First, help me collect the milk, and I will create a few variations for you to taste. How does that sound? If it's not delicious, you want teeny to pay, right?" Lu Mohan teased, her smile frozen on her face, secretly amused by the amusing girl. "You are correct. Then, Shall we agree to collaborate? Guan Xianyue was willing to compromise for a share of the profits, stating that the conditions could be discussed once the milk arrived. Lu Mohan was no fool. She insisted on discussing the terms of their collaboration first. With a sincere smile, Guan Xianyue proposed, "I'll provide the ideas. You'll do the work, and we'll split the profits evenly." "What? You just have to talk, and you want 50-50? No way. It should be 20% for you." Lu Mohan protested, deeming the girl greedy. Without ideas, where would the profits come from? Brainstorming is quite challenging, you know? Those who think are inherently more valuable than those who labor. Just look at the hardworking farmers and the lofty officials debating in the court. Who earns more? Stunned into silence, Lu Mohan stood up, declaring, "I can only offer you 30%. It cannot be more." Guan Xianyue, measuring herself against Lu Mohan, who stood nearly 6 feet tall, while she herself barely reached 5 feet, retorted playfully, 40-60. "Deal," Lu Mohan exclaimed, recognizing Guan Xianyue's cunning. Exiting Lu Mohan's meeting room, Guan Xianyue eagerly sought out Manager Gu, inquiring about the promised tokens of goodwill. "Thick-skinned? What is the value of face? Can it be eaten?" Manager Gu chuckled, producing the prepared roast chicken. "Here, take this. Would you like some buns as well?" "No need, this is sufficient." "Thank you, Grandpa Gu, you are truly kind." She covered her face with one hand and softly added, "Unlike that person." The shopkeeper Gu laughed until his belly ached. From upstairs, someone exclaimed, "Don't think I can't hear you." "Wow, are you eavesdropping?" Guan Xianyue slipped away, having shared a meal of wontons with Lei Xiaohu and others. And after handing Xiao Wu a chicken leg to nibble on, she finally spoke. "The village has planted chili peppers. I came to ask if I could buy a few acres of land for you to help me cultivate." Lei Xiaohu was taken aback and shook his head. They had no home, and farming was too time-consuming. In the event of another war, they would lose everything again. It was rather more carefree to wander. "All right, if the rest were to be done, I will continue seeking you out. The prickly ash still needs harvesting, and I have these few items as well. Help me find them, and it will be generous rewards." She then produced 5 taels of silver as a deposit, stating that if they could not find them, there was no need to return the money. Consider it a hardship fee. She sketched corn and corn seedlings, potatoes and potato seedlings, as well as tomatoes. Lei Xiaohu thumped his chest, declaring, "Leave it to me." Xiao Wu, with greasy lips from his meal, chimed in, "Count on me too." Guan Xianyue smiled and ruffled his hair before departing. Lei Xiaohu contemplated offering to escort her a bit, but, realizing that she had Lu Shuang'er for protection, refrained from speaking. 3 days later, Lu Mohan sent word for her to come to Yunshang building the following morning. The milk had been collected. To her surprise, he was quite efficient. Guan Xianyue gave him a thumbs up. Then came the moment of witnessing a miracle. After boiling the fresh milk, she turned off the heat and simmered it gently, adding water and sugar to continue cooking. After a series of operations, the milk lost its strange taste and became fragrant. Everyone came to taste it. Each person sipped a small bowl, and the flavor was delightful. Guan Xianyue busied herself further, transforming the milk into various mixed beverages, adding black tea for milk tea, green tea too, and even apple and peach milkshakes. "I need to get a juicer. Hand squeezing is too laborious," Guan Xianyue suggested while Lu Mohan enjoyed an apple milkshake. Lu Mohan then picked up the milk tea, stating that the milkshake was too sweet and he preferred this. He casually inquired, "What kind?" "This kind," she replied, handing him a structural diagram of a manual juicer, featuring blades inside and a pull cord outside, capable of crushing fruit pulp and grinding meat as well. "Ingenious," Lu Mohan remarked, summarizing his thoughts and passing the blueprint to the shopkeeper Gu to arrange its creation. Upon seeing it, Gu noted that while the drawing was somewhat rudimentary, it was quite intuitive. If Guan Xianyue could hear his inner thoughts, she would say, considering it was done with a brush, "This is already quite commendable." After all, she had spent considerable silver on brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. What a painful expense. Lu Mohan gazed at Guan Xianyue, increasingly convinced that she was no ordinary girl. Where did she conjure up such clever ideas? Suddenly, Guan Xianyue looked up, realizing dried grapes. Why are you staring at me?" Lu Mohan replied, "You're not exactly unattractive. Haven't gotten used to your looks, it's rather acceptable." "Thank you," Guan Xianyue responded. although she didn't mind the notion of being deemed unattractive. After all, in such times, good looks could be perilous. She was still a young woman. One day, when she achieved success and had the means for self-preservation, she wished to enhance her appearance. While beauty may not provide sustenance, it certainly brings joy and delight. Lu Mohan observed her thoughtful departure and felt a twinge of remorse for his earlier actions. Yet he refrained from pursuing her, for he had myriad responsibilities awaiting his attention. The Lu family was poised to witness his prowess. Although Lu Mohan was the illegitimate son of the Lu family's eldest son, his status paled in comparison to that of his two elder brothers. Yet, such matters held little significance for him. The real issue lay in the incessant rivalry between his brothers. He harbored no desire to align himself with either side, nor did he wish to become a mere pawn in their schemes. If others sought to use him as a scapegoat to undermine their adversaries, they should not be surprised when he outshined them. Having concealed his capabilities for far too long, Lu Mohan felt an insatiable urge to demonstrate his abilities. After the spring planting, his merit points had seen little change. Guan Xianyue desired sanitary napkins, but alternative solutions needed to be devised. Perhaps crafting them manually wasn't out of the question. However, promoting such an item on a grand scale would prove challenging. For now, he would focus on securing benefits for his close associates. Thus, the despondent Su Yingying finally discovered her niche. Since the arrival of the three siblings from the Lu family, she had felt utterly useless. Now, however, she was elated to accept the task at hand, which included sewing new-style undergarments for the young ladies. Chapter 16. Abduction. Following the launch of milk tea and milkshakes, Lu Mohan's Cloud Pavilion rapidly gained immense popularity, especially after he unexpectedly opened 12 branches simultaneously across various locales, creating quite a stir. The diverse array of novel dishes introduced at Cloud Pavilion, such as spicy hot pot paired with iced beverages, drew eager crowds. One establishment in the Imperial City garnered the attention of Prince Lang, as the finest restaurant in town, Zue Xianlu, was his property. Meanwhile, the most successful restaurant in Dao County, Xiangman Lu, was managed by Lu Mohan's elder brother, Lu Maching. The original Cloud Pavilion was conveniently situated directly across from Xiangman Lu, with the remaining 12 branches almost entirely facing or diagonally opposite it. Lu Maching, incensed, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Are you intentionally opposing the Lu family? Or is it a personal affront to me, your brother?" Lu Mohan feigned innocence, claiming that his admiration for his elder brother was as boundless as the mighty river, having always regarded him as a paragon of virtue and learning. What fault was there in emulating him? Lu Maching, both exasperated and amused, shifted his tone and proposed, "If that is the case, why not share your beverage recipes? It would be a fitting tribute to the Lu family's investment in your future." Lu Mohan rubbed his nose, contemplating the difficulty of such a request. "Why is that?" Lu Maching inquired. "Because I have signed a confidentiality agreement." Guan Xianyue had just received a letter from Lu Mohan advising her to refrain from visiting Cloud Pavilion and to avoid going out altogether. Shortly thereafter, she found herself abducted. As the blindfold was removed, an unpleasant odor assailed her nostrils. Before her stood a noble woman accompanied by several henchmen, and the surroundings suggested they were in a storeroom of a wealthy household, spacious compared to the average dwelling. "Listen closely, you insolent girl. I will ask a question, and you will respond. Otherwise, your life is forfeit. Do you understand?" The noblewoman began. Guan Xianyue nodded obediently. "Please, proceed with your questions." "I have heard that those milk tea and red bean ice ideas are your brainchildren." The inquiry was clearly premeditated. Guan Xianyue continued to nod affirmatively. Who would have thought that a simple country girl could possess such ingenuity? The noblewoman raised her teacup and lapsed into silence. Guan Xianyue pondered for a moment and replied, "In truth, it is not some mysterious formula. It is rather easy to comprehend. However, I must say, my lady, it is surprising that you would involve yourself in this matter." The noblewoman, growing impatient, retorted, "Speak plainly. Do not waste my time, lest you face my wrath. Have you heard of Lady Daji?" This statement sent a shiver through the noblewoman. "What do you mean? Are you accusing her of being a seductress? Can the characters from those tales be taken seriously?" "Lady Daji is not a villain. she descended to the mortal realm under the orders of Goddess Enwa. That is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that I possess a method to rid you of the lingering scent of the fox spirit. These words struck a chord with the noblewoman. She had sought the expertise of numerous renowned physicians, yet none could provide a remedy, which had greatly distressed her. Even the concubines in her household could easily outshine her. Speak, if you truly have a solution, I shall let you go. Though she was not foolish. Guan Xianyue was correct. The cold beverages could be deciphered with some thought. However, the pressing concern was the odor that clung to her. Standing tall, Guan Xianyue declared, I am a merchant. I speak only of business. The noblewoman chuckled. Very well. How much silver do you require? Guan Xianyue replied, Allow me to return, and in 3 days I shall deliver the remedy upon receipt of payment. What say you? Unacceptable. I need the remedy immediately. The noblewoman was in a frenzy, her patience wearing thin. Very well. I must part with some treasure, 500 taels, and upon usage, you must return the vial to me to procure another. She produced a vial of antiperspirant worth 1,500 merit points and explained its usage. After trying it, the noblewoman beamed with delight but did not instruct anyone to fetch the silver. Guan Xianyue remained unperturbed. Her affliction was not something that could be resolved in a single day, barring surgical intervention. Noticing her youthful bravado, the noblewoman decided to provide the banknote and had her escorted out, still blindfolded. Soon, Guan Xianyue stood before Lu Mohan, demanding that he take full responsibility for this affair, or else he could forget about any future schemes. Lu Mohan, of course, agreed and swiftly provided her with a response. It turned out that the noblewoman was a distant relative of the Lu family from the faction of Lu Maching. Guan Xianyue then realized the Lu family's century-old prominence. Could she still escape now? Rest assured, I will handle this matter, Lu Mohan assured her. 3 days later, he arrived at Dagwan village, appearing pitifully battered and imploring Guan Xianyue for refuge. Did your elder brother have someone beat you? Guan Xianyue could not help but ask. It was merely the cold beverages. Teaching him was all it took. One cannot monopolize everything. You are remarkably magnanimous. Lu Mohan leaned against the exquisite chair he had brought, glancing at her as he spoke. But I have given the formula to Prince Lang. What? You handed it to Duan Yulong. Now, it was Guan Xuanyue's turn to be astonished. Wasn't this far more formidable than the Lu family? They can battle it out while I reap the benefits. Can I? Lu Mohan smiled wickedly, but then inquired, Have you ever heard of Daji? Before Guan Xianyue could finish her sentence, Lu Mohan's smile vanished, and the flicker of guilt from earlier completely disappeared. I have not heard of her. Oh, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Guan Xianyue observed a man whose expressions changed more swiftly than the turning of pages, slowly realizing that he had come to apologize for sharing a recipe with others without the consent of his partner. However, she bore no anger. The world was inherently one of survival of the fittest. Moreover, as she had stated, such methods would inevitably be imitated, and there was no need to take it too much to heart. As long as one continued to innovate, others would struggle to keep pace. What can I eat here? Lu Mohan, battered and bruised, naturally could not consume spicy food, and Guan Xianyue understood, stepping outside. For lunch, she planned to prepare sweet and sour ribs, 3 delicacies, mushroom meat soup, and winter melon tofu meatballs. Guan Xianyue took charge of the cooking, while Su Ying prepared the ingredients. And Lu Shuang managed the fire, working in splendid harmony. They even steamed a large pot of meat buns. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Lu Mohan to rush to the front hall. Unlike his rather eccentric companions, these people appeared as a family, sharing laughter and joy in abundance. Lu Wan and Lu Wu were voracious eaters, capable of consuming 5 to 6 bowls of rice at each meal. Initially hesitant, they had restrained their portions until their master encouraged them, saying, "Eat freely. Only a full stomach can fuel hard work." And so they indulged. Recently, no thieves had visited the home, as the Lu brothers diligently repaired and renovated the entire residence. Their industriousness and keen insight endeared them to Guan Xianyue. After the meal, Guan Xianyue and Lu Mohan resumed their meeting. Setting aside the restaurant's business for the moment, she remarked, "I have an idea, but we cannot appear in person. Do you have a way? Lu Mo Han nodded eagerly. There must be. What is your idea? Guan Xianyu asked. Do you know what is greater than the authority of the officials? Chapter 17. After tea and meals, Lu Mo Han pondered deeply before looking up. Is it the people's sentiment? Guan Xianyu beamed, giving a thumbs up. Exactly. And then? Lu Mo Han was puzzled, yet profoundly moved. How could a simple country girl comprehend such matters? Guan Xianyu raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I plan to establish a magazine dedicated to selling various fresh events, gossip, and even scandalous secrets. What do you think? Lu Mo Han was taken aback. Shocked, Guan Xianyu, puzzled, asked, Are you not brave enough? Then never mind, it's a good idea. Lu Mo Han grasped her shoulder, exhilaration coursing through her as if she had discovered a treasure. This was Guan Xianyu's sentiment. Calm down, Guan Xianyu said, pushing her away. Risks and opportunities coexist. You must prepare thoroughly, lest the blame falls upon you. Furthermore, this idea is mine. Of course, I want to acknowledge it if you mention it. Guan Xianyu's gaze was too transparent. Lu Mo Han understood her intention and assured her that she would be thoroughly prepared, awaiting the division of the profits. I'm going to fish in the river. You can entertain yourself. I want to go too. In truth, Guan Xianyu had come to assess the local conditions. She had learned that this area was prone to spring floods due to melting snow and ice, which could lead to spring torrents. Although there had been no incidents this year, the unresolved issue posed a hidden danger. She decided to lead efforts to clear the river and repair the banks, ideally constructing a reservoir as well. This was no small undertaking, nor would it be inexpensive, but it was a noble endeavor. Guan Xianyu immediately declared, The silver I earn will primarily be spent on this. Lu Mo Han was deeply moved, and in a moment of impulsiveness declared, Count me in. Guan Xianyu patted him on the shoulder, slightly straining herself, yet unable to suppress her exclamation, What a good brother. Lu Mo Han replied, So you were waiting for me here all along. Well, it's also a meritorious deed. Unbeknownst to him, this act would later save his life. The project was monumental, involving all 30-odd members of Lei Xiaohu's team, and the surrounding villagers who could come did so. This not only resolved numerous labor issues, but also instantly increased their merit by 300,000, expanding their influence to encompass the entire snack area, as well as toiletries, towels, and sanitary napkins, with additional cookware and cutlery, and even a small section of clothing unveiled. Lu Mo Han footed all the expenses, while Guan Xianyu rewarded him with a daily cup of joy. Whenever he threw a tantrum for more, she would tirelessly remind him, Indulgence is unwise. Your teeth may fall out. Lu Mo Han dismissed her warnings as mere hyperbole until she brewed him a cup of coffee, a taste so divine that it was intoxicating. Yet, there were rules. No drinking at night. You are stricter than my mother, he exclaimed. Be good, dear. Guan Xianyu's words had scarcely left her lips when Lu Mo Han playfully chased her. Just as she contemplated surrendering, she nearly collided with a wall of people. But Lu Mo Han swiftly pulled her back. Although Guan Xianyu was not a mere child, her soul was already 20. She still blushed in Lu Mo Han's embrace. Thankfully, her darker complexion concealed it. Your Highness, came a voice, and it was none other than Lord Lang. Lu Mo Han began to bow, but was stopped by him, evidently wishing to maintain his anonymity. Both of them, not wanting to kneel, nodded in agreement and addressed him, Young Master Wang. I have heard that you two have contributed both money and effort for the benefit of the people. I, too, wish to lend a hand. May I ask where young Master Wang heard this? Guan Xianyu inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. It was not her intention to appear cute. It was merely that these two were quite tall. A new magazine had emerged in the imperial city, named Tea After Meals, and it was from there that this information had come to light. Lu Mo Han interjected, I've heard a bit. Is it not the work of the prince? Regrettably, it is not, Lord Duan Yulong lamented, wishing to claim credit but unable to trace the source, speculating that only the royal family or noble houses possess such influence. He had considered Lu Machin but lacked evidence. Guan Xianyu feigned ignorance, opting not to participate or care, though inwardly she felt elated, secretly thinking, Lu Mo Han, well done. With Lord Lang's steadfast involvement, The matters of the reservoir and riverbanks received the attention of experienced craftsmen, allowing Guan Xianyue and Lu Mohan some leisure time to accompany Lord Lang to Liao City and observe the people's sentiments. Lord Lang invited Lu Mohan, who graciously accepted, bringing along Guan Xianyue. "Do you think this is merely a leisurely excursion?" Lord Lang remarked, yet he was curious as to why Lu Mohan valued Guan Xianyue so highly. After all, she was also his savior, deserving of his care, and having an extra person was inconsequential. Recently, Liao City had been plagued by a series of alarming incidents involving demonic beasts abducting children, causing great distress. The ministers in the court suggested that celestial anomalies indicated a sinister presence. Lord Lang was skeptical of such superstitions, yet it did not hinder him from seeking to win favor. Thus he volunteered to investigate personally, much to the dragon's delight. Guan Xianyu harbored no interest in matters of exorcism and safeguarding the righteous. Yet the Xiangyu Pavilion thrived on altruism, compelling her to reluctantly embark on this journey. Once again, she brought along the 3 siblings from the Lu family, as she was apprehensive about Su Yinging being left alone at home. She entrusted Lei Xiao who to check in on her periodically. "Dear girl, do take care of yourself while you are away," Guan Xinyu admonished. Su Xingjing, a delicate flower, was on the verge of tears as she replied, "Do not worry, Sister Ying. With Shuang Er and the others here, I shall be fine. But you, do not open the door recklessly. Wait for my return." Guan Xianyu provided her with household essentials, knowing that although their home was well-stocked, there were always unforeseen needs. Su Yinging watched them depart with a heavy heart, feeling both wistful and envious. One day, when she attained her freedom, she vowed to accompany the young lady to behold the magnificent landscapes. Most importantly, she wished to personally attend to the young lady's daily needs to feel assured. The quartet swiftly reunited with Lu Mohan. Upon seeing Lu Mohan alone, Guan Xianyu felt a pang of embarrassment. "You didn't bring a single attendant?" she inquired. Lu Mohan nodded and raised her small hand. "You must take good care of me." Guan Xianyu sighed, unable to bear the sight. Given her tall stature, there was no need for such childishness. Lord Lang had already set off, prompting the group to hasten their pace. Guan Xianyu, unable to ride a horse, was led by Lu Shuang-er. When the discomfort of riding became unbearable, Lu Mohan suggested they take a break. In the desolate wilderness, Guan Xianyu was unwilling to compromise, pulling out the leftover seasonings from her instant noodles and inquiring, "Would you care to try some instant noodles?" "What?" Lu Mohan exclaimed with enthusiasm. The others readily agreed. Guan Xianyu retrieved the fried noodles she had prepared earlier, while Lu Shuang-er produced an iron pot, and the others helped to kindle a fire. As the noodles neared readiness, she added the seasonings and, after a moment's thought, cracked 2 raw eggs into the pot. Stirring vigorously, the others gasped in astonishment. "How did those eggs remain intact during our long ride?" Lu Mohan voiced the collective curiosity. "The mountain dweller possesses his own ingenious methods," Guan Xianyu boasted, producing 5 bowls from her pack. Lu Mohan exclaimed, "What else is concealed in your bundle?" Chapter 18. Practitioners of the Tao, will you partake? Guan Xianyu replied curtly. Lu Mohan insisted, "Yes. You must admit, this homemade instant noodle is quite delectable. In such wilderness, hunting consumes time, and dry rations are hard to swallow. Instant noodles are indeed a convenience." The 5 shared a pot of noodles. Though it did not suffice to satiate their hunger, they could indulge heartily in the town later that night. Naturally, Lord Lang would foot the bill. Or perhaps Lu Mohan would take care of it. After 3 days of travel, they finally reached their destination. By nightfall, the doors of every household in Liao City were tightly shut, particularly those with newborns, who seemed eager to construct iron cages to secure their children. Business at the tea house had significantly dwindled. Lord Lang had naturally arranged accommodations through officials, while Guan Xinyu and Lu Mohan chose to lodge in an inn. Lord Lang's intention was clear. They would operate in secrecy, gathering intelligence and sharing information. Lu Mohan played the role of a young nobleman, while the others assumed the roles of his guards and maidens. Guan Xianyu rightfully demanded her share of the monthly silver, otherwise she would not serve. Lu Mohan teased, "What a money-hungry little girl. Lord Wang has brought numerous guards, and after a few tranquil days, Liao City has lost another child." After indulging in local delicacies for several days, Guan Xianyue concluded that the snacks in Liao City far surpassed those in our town. The crowd was taken aback. Lu Mohan exclaimed, "Are you truly here for leisure?" "Indeed, I am not a Taoist priest. I am not adept at vanquishing demons." Having finished her banter, a letter arrived from Lord Wang. Upon reading it, Lu Mohan's expression turned grave. "This matter is challenging." Guan Xianyue shot him a glance, noting that it was hardly surprising. Lu Mohan flashed a charming smile, momentarily blinding them with his self-admiring gaze. Guan Xianyue sighed. "All right, what has Lord Wang discovered?" The creature in question targets male infants, specifically those born in the last 2 months, disregarding any child older than 5 months. A commonality has been identified, and Guan Xianyue nodded. "Are there any eyewitnesses?" Lu Mohan shook his head, indicating there were none left alive. He then looked at Guan Xianyue, eager to learn if she had any solutions. While Guan Xianyue was not an omniscient sage, it did not hinder her from offering suggestions. "Shall we investigate the local legends concerning infants in Liao City? Or perhaps inquire among the locals if anyone has lost a child of similar age?" Lu Shuang'er could not contain her curiosity. "Why?" Guan Xianyue replied. "Have you heard of raising a ghost child?" The group shuddered in unison. She continued, "What about reincarnation? Some parents, after losing a child, seek to find a reincarnated version." Lu Mohan stroked his chin, contemplating the possibilities, and could not resist asking, "Where do you derive such fantastical notions?" "From storybooks," Guan Xianyue responded with a shrug. "If I'm mistaken, don't blame me. Boldly hypothesize, but verify with caution. Feasible." Lu Mohan clapped his hands and promptly replied to Lord Wang along those lines. Guan Xianyue did not expect his casualness and teased, "I see you are eager to take it easy." Lu Mohan grinned and asked, "What shall we have for dinner tonight?" Unfortunately, Guan Xianyue did not intend to play the role of a chef. She wished to venture out for some shopping. As dusk approached, tension filled the air, prompting Lu Shuang'er to urge her master to return swiftly. Guan Xianyue responded, "What is there to fear? We are adults, if they do not wish to dine with us." Lu Shuang'er interjected, "Is that meant to reassure or frighten?" It was getting late, and they should head back. After several days of exploration, Guan Xianyue had become familiar with her surroundings and had gathered quite a few gossip tidbits. Lu Mohan, having grown accustomed to her cooking, found the dishes at the tavern unpalatable and rushed to her upon her return, clamoring for a late-night snack. Guan Xianyue inquired, "Are you genuinely here for leisure?" This sentiment sounded familiar. Lu Mohan disregarded everything else, pulling her aside to declare, "I have truly struck the mark." "What?" Guan Xianyue was perplexed. "The individual abducting infants seeks to cultivate their power." "What do you mean?" Lu Mohan, noticing her confusion, added, "It is an old man who claims he requires ghostly infants to aid his cultivation." "Captured?" Guan Xianyue was astonished to discover that there were indeed families of celestial lineage here, momentarily unable to grasp the situation. Having traversed realms, she found little beyond her comprehension. Observing Lu Mohan shake his head, she began to analyze. It is said that only those at the nascent soul stage or higher can engage in ghostly cultivation. Such formidable beings are not someone mere mortals like us should interfere with, right? Perhaps we should seek assistance from the celestial families? Lu Mohan's jaw dropped in disbelief. "What are you suggesting?" "I seem to understand not a single word." Guan Xianyue remarked. "Did you not say he was a person from the celestial sect?" "Did I?" However, Lu Mohan's tongue was tied. This girl was truly enigmatic. As always, the question remained, how does she know everything? Guan Xianyue, wishing to avoid further entanglements, inquired, "What does young Master Wang plan to do next?" Lu Mohan replied, "There is a bounty out for the old scoundrel." Guan Xianyue asked, "What about the portrait?" The result was a depiction of a masked figure, though the artist had been quite skilled, capturing the eyes with remarkable precision. Before she could pose another question, Lu Mohan interjected, "Indeed, it's just the eyes." Guan Xianyue felt helpless and could only pray for the children. Soon, the streets buzzed with discussions about the ghostly cultivator until Guan Xianyue was abducted. With her acupoint sealed, she trembled and said, "Friend, let us discuss this calmly." The old man's voice was fraught with menace. "I hear you possess a method for rapidly cultivating ghostly infants?" Guan Xianyue involuntarily shivered and replied, "You are mistaken. There are no ghosts in this world, only fools who trouble themselves. Oof. If you refuse to speak, I have myriad ways to extract the truth from you." The old man produced a white porcelain vial, letting a drop fall onto the wooden table. Sulfuric acid. Ever heard of it? If it spills on your face, can you guess the outcome? Guan Xianyue was taken aback. Another time traveler? Was this a collective event or a random occurrence? How many had journeyed here with you? Suppressing her curiosity, she continued to play her part. "You must allow me to see the children to discern who is suitable. You can read faces? Why not assist this old man first?" The elder appeared skeptical, prompting Guan Xianyue to shut her eyes tightly. A 1T look. "You shan't find an excuse to kill me." The old man chuckled, advancing with the porcelain vial, causing Guan Xianyue's face to pale with fear. She shouted, "Do not come closer. I shall tell you the method." The old man paused, shaking his head. "Let's first sample the taste of this sulfuric acid. Then we shall converse." As Guan Xianyue beheld the acid, so near, she screamed, and in the next moment, the world spun around her as she struggled desperately. "It's me. It's me." Was that Lu Mohan's voice? Guan Xianyue looked up, exhilarated, leaping into his embrace like an octopus refusing to let go. Lu Mohan's face flushed crimson, awkwardly patting her back, whispering softly, "It's all right, ugly girl. The person is dead." At those words, Guan Xianyue turned to see those familiar eyes glaring at her. The old man was struck by an arrow, sulfuric acid spilling from his grasp, creating a gruesome scene. "Wow," she retched. Lu Mohan felt utterly nauseated. Ugly girl. Yet, he still could not bring himself to push her away. Chapter 19. The Graveyard of the Unburied. In the following days, Guan Xianyue lost her appetite. She was bold, but every person holds their fears. The Wang clan members searched long, yet failed to uncover the old man's origins, let alone the children's remains. Everyone felt the missing infants were likely doomed, though such words could not be uttered aloud. Even in death, a body must be returned to the bereaved families. A sudden thought struck Guan Xianyue. Where's the aura most potent? Lu Mohan perplexed. Gaeta? Was he not obsessed with cultivation? No, rather. Where is the resentment the deepest? The two individuals exchanged glances and simultaneously uttered, "The mass grave." Ultimately, it was confirmed that Guan Xianyue had indeed guessed correctly. A total of 8 infants had gone missing, 3 of whom had already succumbed by the time they were found, while the remaining ones clung precariously to life. After receiving medical attention, they managed to survive against the odds. Guan Xianyue's merit points surged by 50,000, yet her spirits remained low. This was due firstly to witnessing the heart-wrenching scenes of the victims' families, and secondly, to the shock she had endured, leaving her psyche still in disarray. Lu Mohan presented her with a box. Feigning profundity, "Open it and see." Guan Xianyue complied and was instantly dazzled by the sight within. Such an abundance of gold. "It's all yours. Are you surprised? Thrilled?" Lu Mohan's words were more astonishing than the gold itself. He was indeed a cunning merchant. Guan Xianyue beamed widely, her smile reaching her eyes, nodding fervently, utterly astonished and overjoyed. "Kisses, I adore you the most." She clutched the gold tightly, so elated that she scarcely realized what she had said. Lu Mohan queried, "What did she say? She likes me?" Just then, Duan Yulong entered, clearing his throat. Ahem. Guan Xianyue rose, bowing respectfully, expressing gratitude for the prince's benevolence. Lu Mohan, now aware of the truth, scoffed. "Clearly, she loves the gold." Wang Lang remarked, "This is rightfully yours." They had agreed on a substantial reward. It was Guan Xianyue who had lured the child, and she deserved commendation for her efforts. With the promise of leisurely rides in a carriage ahead, Guan Xianyue gazed at Lu Mohan, hesitating to speak. "Say it," Lu Mohan elongated, appearing rather displeased. Guan Xianyue pursed her lips, gathering courage, and declared, "Don't be like that. I'll share half of the gold with you." Lu Mohan was taken aback, yet refrained from stooping to the level of a mere child, forcing a cheerful fa ade as he inquired, "You truly mean it? Although I risked my life to serve as bait and rack my brain for this, fine, you can keep it." Lu Mohan came to understand that nothing in this world mattered more than the gold in his possession. How peculiar. Why should he be at odds with gold? What jealousy is this? Lu Mohan began to question himself, then sought redemption. She is merely a child, and quite an unattractive one at that. Lu Mohan, get a grip. Guan Xianyue chuckled and remarked. Even if I don't share half, I still owe you silver for the river issue. I shall settle it upon my return. Rest assured, I want thee to fall on my debt. Lu Mohan retorted. Humph. At worst, you can come by any time, and I'll prepare delicious food for you. Guan Xianyue, feeling somewhat guilty, continued to coax. Would you like some soda? Coffee? Lu Mohan remained unmoved. She pressed on. How about a beauty? What? Lu Mohan's loud exclamation nearly caused Guan Xianyue to drop the box of gold. I meant, what was I saying? Oh dear, I can't recall. In truth, she had intended to fetch a magazine from the Worry Relief shop for him to peruse, but reconsidered. It might be too risky for someone from ancient times. Fearing it would lead to a nosebleed, so she dismissed the thought. Lu Mohan, mistakenly believing she was referring to herself, oddly refrained from rebutting, his ears turning crimson. Internally, he lamented, this is disastrous. I've fallen for an ugly girl. No, please, save me. In the aftermath of their meal, news broke. The eccentric old man has turned into a demon through cultivation. Wang Lang solves the in Liaoqing. Lu Mohan flattered Duan Yulong to avoid the magazine being targeted. Guan Xianyue, well done. Before achieving absolute strength, it's wise to gather followers. Once one has risen to prominence, words become commands, and public opinion wields immense power. The longing to return home is unattainable. Rather, the playful hearts of the two reflect their true selves. Wang Lang rides swiftly back to the capital, leaving a few to revel in leisure and delight. The scenery along the way is secondary. It is the various delicacies and novel items that capture Guan Xianyue's heart. She indulges in tasting while hoarding supplies, her appetite astonishingly vast. However, seeing her emaciated figure, the others refrain from stopping her. Brown sugar, glutinous rice balls? 10 servings, please. Mugwort cakes? A dozen. Fermented rice balls? Perhaps I shall make them myself. Beggar's chicken. Lu Mohan cannot bear to watch and stops her, suggesting there is plenty at Yinshang Tower. Indeed, it is better to purchase some unfamiliar fruits. Thus, Guan Xianyue begins hoarding fruits, high-quality fabrics, and an abundance of salted fish. Living in the north, now closer to the south, she must stock up on seafood. She dreams of visiting the seaside to gather fresh catches, sea fish, shrimp, and crabs. Just thinking about it makes her mouth water. Along the way, she buys indiscriminately, accumulating a chaotic assortment. Gold is insufficient for her desires, but fortunately, her bargaining skills are commendable, leaving her with a third of her bonus, 300 taels. Initially, she intended to procure a dagger for self-defense, but Lu Mohan forbade it. Instead, he gifted her a short knife capable of slicing through iron. Guan Xianyue cherishes it, finding Lu Mohan increasingly pleasing to the eye. His silent demeanor is quite attractive. Mimicking her tone, Lu Mohan retorts, I thank you. Sister Aing must surely miss me. Let us hasten our return. Lu Shuanger, at last, you remember Sister Aing. Guan Xianyue. Everyone here is like a dagger in the back. Laughter erupts among the group. Upon returning to Dago village, Guan Xianyue encounters Aunt Guan, who is scanning the surroundings. Ah, sweet girl, you have finally returned. Your Su Ying has been taken away. By whom? Her husband. Guan Xianyue feels a surge of rage and contemplates rushing over with a dagger, but suddenly recalls something and asks, how do I get to Duan? Aunt Guan, I have never been there. Ultimately, it is the well-informed Lei Xiaohu who leads Guan Xianyue and the 3 Lu siblings to their destination. Do not draw your swords. Let's win them over with virtue. Upon reaching Duan, Guan Xianyue regains her composure. Indeed, it is a desolate place. Even the carts cannot pass. The 5 must traverse ridges to arrive. Without inquiring for directions, they notice villagers rushing in one direction. So they seize a nearby woman and ask, what is happening ahead? At Wang Keizi's house. They are going to drown the daughter-in-law. The woman rushes off, eager to witness the spectacle. Lu Shuanger gasps in shock, looking at her companion. Could it be Sister Aing? Let us go. Guan Xianyue's resolve to charge ahead reignites. Wang Keizi is Su Ying's father-in-law, and her husband is Wang Shuaisheng, who was presently explaining the situation to the villagers. This wretched woman attempted to seduce her brother-in-law and then foolishly thought to accuse us, claiming she would sue the Wang family. Utterly intolerable. I said this woman is beguiling. Indeed, she recently ran off with a wild man, engaging in countless disgraceful acts. Chapter 20. The pig cage. No wonder they want to submerge the pig in the cage. The onlookers, each voicing their opinions like astute detectives, were engrossed in the unfolding drama. Guanxian, you could no longer bear to listen. Shuangya, save her. Lu Wan and Lu Wu cleared the path, while Lu Shuang'er swiftly sliced through the cage with her sword. Su Yingying, her face streaked with tears and snot, was still in shock, and the Wang family cried out in panic, "Murder!" Lu Shuang'er spat in disdain, yanked Su Yingying to her feet, and only then did she come to her senses, bursting into loud sobs. At that moment, Guanxian, you step forward. Sister Ying, do not weep. With me here, no one dares to bully you. Who are you? Wang Shui Sheng pointed accusingly at the Lu brothers. The Wang family, 3 men in total, exchanged crude insults. Guanxian, you scoffed. Shuang'er, give them a slap. The Lu family trio was soon reduced to a state akin to that of a pig's head, utterly defenseless. The crowd fell silent, their thoughts racing. Have they offended someone of authority? Unperturbed by their musings, Guanxian, you turned to the dazed Wang Shui Sheng and said, I shall grant you a choice. Either you divorce now, or we shall proceed to the magistrate for a divorce. What is your decision? I. Wang Shui Sheng stammered for a long moment, glancing at his father and brother, who dared not speak, before finally saying, Return the betrothal gifts and the money our family has spent on this woman for 3 years. Guanxian, you, growing impatient, demanded, state a sum. Wang Shui Sheng gritted his teeth. 500 taels. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Was this family truly demanding such a hefty sum? To their surprise, Guanxian, you, with noble resolve, waved her hand and declared, Granted. Wang Shui Sheng thought he was dreaming, pinching his thigh to confirm his reality, tears brimming in his eyes from the pain, finally awakening to a euphoric realization. Lu Shuang'er prepared the money, but just as Wang Shui Sheng reached out, Guanxian, you commanded, wait. He instinctively prepared a curse, but she continued, first draft the divorce papers. Wang Shui Sheng, illiterate, hesitated until the tardy village head stepped in to write it for him. With the witnesses present, Wang Shui Sheng pressed his handprint, thus concluding the matter. Su Yingying fainted at the mention of 500 taels, leaving her unaware of the subsequent events. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in the longed-for Guan family mansion. Su Yingying raised her hand, and Guanxian, you grasped it, assuring her, Sister Ying, fret not, you shall want for nothing. Overwhelmed with both sorrow and gratitude, Su Yingying wished to express her thanks, but struggled to find the words. As the saying goes, great kindness needs no words of thanks. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, I no longer wish to be called Su Yingying, I shall be known as Guaning. As a maiden's servant in life, in death. Ugh, why speak of life and death? I must live well to witness the downfall of the wicked. How could there be no audience? Guanxian Yu's words left Su Yingying bewildered. Lu Shuang'er entered with a bowl of water, saying, The Lei brothers have come. They plan to retrieve the silver tonight. Su Yingying was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure whether to feel relieved or anxious. Our young lady certainly will not agree. We are law-abiding citizens. Yet Su Yingying felt tears welling up again. 500 taels. I'm not even worth that much. Do not panic. Our young lady has a plan. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. After Lu Shuang'er finished speaking, she sternly remarked, If you continue to cry, who will mend the clothes for the young lady when your eyes are ruined? I am certainly not skilled in needlework. Do not think to shirk your duties. Upon hearing this, Su Yingying quickly wiped away her tears, exclaiming, I won't cry, I won't cry, I want to help, but before she could finish her sentence, a wave of nausea overcame her. Su Yingying's complexion turned ashen, prompting Lu Shuang'er to inquire about her condition, yet she remained reticent. Guanxian Yu's heart sank, and she comforted her. It must be a fright that has exhausted you. Rest well, for only by nurturing your health can you attend to other matters. After stepping outside, she conferred with Lu Shuang'er, and they resolved to summon a doctor. The diagnosis confirmed Su Yingying's pregnancy, yet she remained stoic, insisting that she was fine. That night, when Su Yingying contemplated ending her life, she was restrained by Lu Shuang'er and Guan Xianyu. "Sister Ying, listen to me," Guan Xianyu urged. "If you wish to keep this child, I shall help you raise him. If not." Guan Xianyu hesitated to express that the child was innocent, believing that Sister Ying's life held greater value than that of an unborn infant. "He is my child, yet I do not even know who his father is. How can I face the world?" Su Yingying lamented her tragic fate, recalling how she was pushed into her uncle's abode by her husband, causing disgrace to her master. With a sullied reputation, she felt that living would only tarnish Guan Xianyu's name further. As an unmarried woman, a pure maiden, how could she be associated with someone so tainted? Guan Xianyu reiterated, "Sister Ying, the child is yours. No one can take him from you." Yet, Su Yingying continued to weep, crying out for death. Suddenly, Guan Xianyu's voice turned cold. "If you die, I will hunt down that trio of scoundrels and make them pay for their blood debt." Startled, Su Yingying fell silent, fear gripping her as she implored, "No, my lady. Killing incurs a debt of blood. You mustn't do that. I will listen to you, I promise." Finally, Su Yingying was calmed, though Guan Xianyu felt a pang of sorrow within. "My lady, what about the child?" Lu Shuang'er emerged, her expression troubled. Guan Xianyu repeated, "It is her child. She shall decide." At that moment, Wang Shuisheng was at the pinnacle of his life, commanding the respect of every ruffian in the village. Even the village head greeted him with a sincerity that had previously been absent. After all, he was a man of considerable wealth, boasting 500 taels of silver. Those seeking to dine and drink with him formed a long queue, though it was Wang Shuisheng who purchased the drinks. In a matter of days, he indulged in every vice imaginable, prompting envious gazes from the villagers, which only inflated his ego further. However, within 10 days, he suffered a crushing defeat, leaving him in a debt of 380 taels to the gambling den. "This cannot be right. I have always won. This is impossible." Perplexed, Wang Shuisheng returned to town to confront the gambling den's proprietors, threatening to report them for cheating. Instead, he was met with a beating, leaving him and his father, Wang Xiaozi, as a pair of cripples. Injured and burdened by debt, Wang Shuisheng thought of Su Yingying and traveled a great distance to Daegu village. After much ado, he encountered the cold-faced Guan Xianyu. He immediately accused, "It was you who did this." Guan Xianyu scoffed, nonchalantly admitting, "Frequent the gambling den? I have acquaintances there." "So what?" In truth, it was Lei Xiaohu who had made an introduction at the gambling den, indicating that among the newcomers, there was a significant figure named Wang Shuisheng. Wang, feeling cornered, glanced at the furious Lu Shuang'er and then at the sword in her hand, hesitating to raise his voice. He merely stated, "Give me 500 taels. No, 1,000 taels, and we shall consider this matter settled." Chapter 21. The Women's Aid Association. Upon hearing this, Guan Xianyu chuckled. "Shuang, listen to this. It's the greatest joke of the century." Lu Shuang'er joined in the laughter, as Wang Shuisheng, having briefly relished his status as the village's wealthiest man, now found himself in a compromising position. Enraged and humiliated, he shouted, "If you refuse, just wait and see." Ultimately, he was unceremoniously thrown out. Wang Shuisheng landed in a heap, only to be doused with a bucket of water meant for washing feet. No, that was not the right scent. It turned out to be water used for cleaning pig intestines. Su Yingying ultimately resolved to bring her child into the world, silently vowing never to marry and to serve her lady for life, repaying her with unwavering loyalty. Guan Xianyu busied herself with preparations for various baby supplies and postpartum necessities, her days filled with endless activity. Of course, she often relied on Aunt Guan's advice, scribbling in her little notebook, filled with haphazard notes that only Guan Xianyu could decipher. However, the resentful Wang Shuisheng did not stray far. He began spreading sordid rumors about Su Yingying, accusing her of seducing her uncle and even her father-in-law. Consequently, the villagers soon became aware of Su Yingying's pregnancy, and the gossip was relentless. Before Guan Xianyu could address this situation, she set off for the town to retrieve the corn seeds from Lei Xiaohu. When she returned home, brimming with excitement to share her good news, she was met with the sight of Su Yingying lying motionless on the bed. Lu Wen and Lu Wu knelt on the ground, their faces filled with guilt. "Miss, we failed to keep watch." Lu Shuanger, who had accompanied her mistress, could not help but tear up at the unexpected turn of events. Guan Xianyu remained silent, glancing at the farewell note Su Yingying had left behind, before raising her hand and tearing it to shreds. "Miss, Lu Shuanger a worriedly superior." Guan Xianyu gritted her teeth and suddenly inquired, "Who visited today?" How could someone who rarely stepped outside have heard such malicious gossip? Lu Wen raised his head and replied Guan. Lu Wu, noticing his brother's lapse, added, "Guan Xiaozhu." "Excellent." Guan Xianyu nodded, stating, "Lu Wen, go find Lei Xiaohu and instruct his men to take Wang Shuisheng to the gambling den. It is only right that debts are repaid." "Yes." Lu Wen clenched his fists, determined to practice his combat skills before heading to the gambling den, and to remind Lei Xiaohu to keep a close eye on that scoundrel Wang Shuisheng. Lu Wu, Shuanger, first attend to Sister Ying's final rites. Guan Xianyu, exhausted, yearned for solitude. She felt both anger and sorrow, angry that Sister Ying had not waited for her, and sorrowful for the plight of women in this era. Life would carry on, regardless of who was missing. The difference lay in how one lived, some with joy and others in a state of despair. When Lu Mohan came to find her, Guan Xianyu had set aside thoughts of corn, her new ambition taking shape. "I wish to establish a women's aid association, to be called the League of Vengeful Women. What do you think?" Lu Mohan twitched her lips, asking, "How do we profit from this?" Guan Xianyu, exasperated, retorted, "Money, money, money. That is all you ever think about." Lu Mohan unexpectedly withdrew his smile, bowing like a scholar, and said, "My lady, do not take offense. It is merely my clumsy tongue that has caused any slight." Guan Xianyu could not help but laugh, then continued, "Perhaps it may not be profitable. It is difficult to say. Let us have the magazine promote our cause, attracting talented individuals, and then invite the local gentry and wealthy to contribute. What do you think?" Lu Mohan raised an eyebrow, questioning, "I do not quite understand. First, whom are we intending to assist? Second, what motivates them to donate?" "Excellent questions." Guan Xianyu applauded, though Lu Mohan sensed her praise lacked sincerity. Out of compassion for her sorrow, he decided to let it slide today. "Firstly, we shall start by aiding orphans and widows who lack the means to survive, and subsequently extend our assistance to any women in need. As for the second query, our magazine will widely publicize the benefactors, writing biographies and accounts of their good deeds, not for fame or profit, but as a selfless act of charity." Guan Xuanyue's words left Lu Mohan in contemplation for a long while, until he finally replied, "Allow me to ponder this further. I shall provide you with a satisfactory response." Guan Xianyue added, "If all else fails, we could offer a discount at Yunshang Tower for any willing donors." "Isn't that revealing our own secrets?" Lu Mohan shook his head vigorously. "Foolish. This is precisely the grand act of benevolence that Yunshang Tower should undertake. It promotes charitable endeavors while simultaneously advertising the establishment, a twofold benefit." At her words, Lu Mohan gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "I am truly impressed. I am in awe." Guan Xianyue smiled silently. "Ah, the wisdom of merchants. I am merely skimming the surface. By the way, have you arranged the submission box for tea after meals?" Guan Xianyue inquired again, to which Lu Mohan nodded. The submission box is indeed an unprecedented stroke of genius. The magazine has received numerous tips, and we have garnered a significant amount of publicity fees. Lu Mohan mused that the entire Lu family could never have conceived such an ingenious idea. He had truly struck gold in meeting this clever girl. Speaking of which, it seemed that the girl had grown quite a bit, and her complexion had lightened, albeit still speckled like a little calico cat. Guan Xianyue turned her head, asking, "What are you staring at? Do I have something on my face?" Lu Mohan nodded earnestly. "Indeed." "Oomph." Guan Xianyue ignored him. Recently, having consumed a substantial amount of milk, her height and complexion had indeed changed. But the spots on her face were beyond her control. With the Women's Federation matters resolved, she had gained another 100,000 merit points. And upon seeing the skincare and cosmetic section, she wondered how many merit points a bottle of blemish cream would cost. The shocking price, 9,999. It was merely a small trial-size bottle, and Guan Xianyue marveled once more how easily money could be made from women. Then, Madame Lu arrived again, still seeking that antiperspirant. Guan Xianyue thought that Madame Lu was quite a decent person, albeit not the sharpest, fitting the description of one who is rich yet simple-minded. She decided to engage her in conversation. Most importantly, there was only one bottle of antiperspirant left on the shelf. Madame Lu, there is indeed a way to permanently eliminate that fox spirit scent, Guan Xianyue said. Upon hearing this, Madame Lu became excited, grasping Guan Xianyue's hand. Dear sister from the Guan family, are you speaking the truth? Indeed, uncertain whether she could locate the audacious surgeon, Guan Xianyue observed as Lady Lu transitioned from eager anticipation to a gradual state of horror while describing the procedure for excising the underarm sweat glands. Lady Lu blinked, ultimately resolute, declaring, I shall seek out someone. You must accompany me during the surgery. Guan Xianyue was momentarily taken aback as Lady Lu had already departed. Xiaoyu, will the items on the shelves be restocked once used? Xiaoyu replied, indeed. Guan Xianyue inquired, her curiosity piqued. How will they be replenished? Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. After unlocking 10 areas. Currently, only 4 areas have been unlocked. 1. Snack zone. 2. Toiletries and daily necessities. 3. Kitchenware and utensils. 4. Clothing zone. Chapter 22. One must endure as a human, yet not as a ghost. As the weather grew warmer, Guan Xianyue exchanged for several comfortable silk nightgowns. Finding slumber particularly delightful, it felt as though she were not wearing anything at all. Pure bliss. The Women's Relief Society gradually took shape, with merit points steadily increasing, and the deli and fruit sections of the relief shop began to manifest. Lady Lu tirelessly sought renowned physicians, sending word to Guan Xianyue in advance, prompting her to remember her promise to accompany her. This endeavor could potentially stir trouble, and Guan Xianyue felt a twinge of anxiety. Although Lady Lu was not the direct daughter-in-law of the Lu family, she was still a lady of a prominent household. After convening with the doctors, Guan Xianyue found her worries alleviated. They possessed the necessary skills for administering anesthesia and suturing techniques. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. Guan Xianyue paced anxiously outside the operating room, suddenly struck by a sensation akin to a spouse awaiting the birth of their child. Shortly thereafter, she encountered the 2 visitors, Lu Imo-han and Lu Baishe, who had come to inquire about the patient's condition, though she suspected their true intent was merely to observe. Lady Lu had opted not to summon her son and husband, intending to surprise them once her recovery was assured. Lu Baishe remarked, my aunt. Guan Xianyue nodded, signaling that the operation was in progress and should not be interrupted. Lu Imo-han raised an eyebrow, and Guan Xianyue inexplicably grasped his implication. You 2 possess such knowledge? With an air of mystery, she stroked her non-existent beard and raised her chin in modesty. Lu Imo-han retorted, look at you, quite capable. Lu Baishe, bewildered, felt an inexplicable sense of exclusion. Approximately an hour and a half later, the surgery concluded. Was it successful? Guan Xianyue approached the lead surgeon to inquire. The physicians wore solemn expressions. The most esteemed among them nodded, then shook his head. Guan Xianyue pressed, what is the situation? The chief physician, Dr. Lu, explained, there is excessive blood loss. We must observe further. Guan Xianyue nodded, then asked, may she consume Si Wu Tang? Dr. Lu questioned, what are the 4 ingredients? Taken aback, Guan Xianyue realized that this well-known health remedy was not yet widespread knowledge here, and so she replied, Chuan Xiong, Linga, Bai Xiao, and Shudi. The physicians exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, marvelous. Thus, a delightful decision was reached. Lu Baishe stood in stunned silence, while Lu Imo-han appeared slightly less astonished, having previously witnessed Guan Xianyue's extensive knowledge and erudition. In truth, Guan Xianyue was merely somewhat knowledgeable in various subjects, though she did not consider herself an expert. This, perhaps, is a common affliction among modern university students. Madame Lu had been in a deep slumber for an entire day. Upon awakening, she discovered that her life-saving benefactor was bound. Overwhelmed with emotion, she was on the verge of leaping from her bed to rescue Guan Xianyue. After a series of explanations, Guan Xianyu and several physicians were finally freed from their restraints. As for Liu Mo Han and Liu Baishe, they could not possibly remain idle in this place. They had long since departed and were oblivious to the situation at hand. Guan Xianyu, parched and famished, found Madame Liu unable to move. Thus, she fervently instructed her servants to prepare ample food and drink, while also insisting that her son offer an apology. Liu Songbai, who typically held Liu Mo Chung in the highest regard, practically exalted above all, was far too proud to apologize. Consequently, he stormed out of the room. Madame Liu, feeling embarrassed, offered her apologies, while Guan Xianyu, visibly aggrieved, maintained a demeanor of understanding. Unable to bear the discomfort, Madame Liu presented her with several large boxes filled with exquisite gifts, promising that once her wounds healed, she would visit to express her gratitude. Guan Xianyu returned home laden with treasures, just as Liu Shuang heir arrived to escort her, accompanied by two brothers to assist with the burdens. The four of them joyfully made their way home. Originally, Guan Xiaozhu had been troubled by the death of Su Yingying, fearing that Guan Xianyu would seek retribution. However, she was surprised to find that Guan Xianyu was thriving, frequently bringing home gifts, sometimes even men. The phrase "words can be fearsome" resonated deeply with Guan Xiaozhu. Otherwise, how could Su Yingying have met such a fate? Thus, she enlisted her mother and grandmother to spread rumors. Contrary to her expectations of Guan Xianyu sulking at home, she boldly confronted Guan Xiaozhu, dragging her into the open for a confrontation. Guan Xiaozhu maintained an air of untouchable nobility, saying, "Cousin, I understand that your family has suffered a loss and you are in distress, but that does not justify lashing out at others." As the villagers gathered, Guan Xianyu, with tearful eyes, questioned her, "Is it not clear who my sister Ying encountered before her demise?" The crowd began to murmur among themselves, perplexed by her insinuation. Guan Xiaozhu had never considered that this matter could be turned against her. Suppressing her emotions, she retorted, "Clearly, it was her own indiscretion that led to this. It was your foolishness that allowed such a woman to take refuge in your home. Cousin, please choose your words with care. What sort of person do you imply? If she were truly as brazen as you suggest, how could mere words provoke her to such despair? If she were as resilient as you, would she not confront those who gossip?" At this moment, Guan Xianyu's pent-up emotions erupted, tears streaming down her face, yet she stifled any sound of sorrow. The onlookers, sensing the intensity of the moment, began to harbor doubts. Indeed, only a chaste and virtuous woman would be so deeply affected. Precisely. The sweet girl encourages us to cultivate peppers and even repairs the riverbank for the neighboring village. How could someone so kind associate with shameless individuals? People are inherently inclined to remember kindness received. As Guan Xiaozhu listened to the crowd's shifting sentiments, it became evident that they were leaning towards Guan Xianyu, filling her with ire. Yet, she could not allow herself to lose composure, her face reddening with frustration, rendering her speechless. Seeing her granddaughter falter, old Madame Guan immediately interjected, "What a calamity! An outsider perishes within your home, and our village has yet to blame you for the misfortune. How dare you come to the old Guan family in such a manner? Indeed, that woman is so disreputable, it would not be an exaggeration to call her a harlot. Do not presume that the casual demise of an individual can be used to defame." Guan Su Nyu interrupted T and Sich, "Aunt, please refrain from speaking so harshly. Otherwise, I shall report you to the authorities for slander." Guan Shidh had already regained her composure and stepped forward, stating, "We are all family. I merely wish to offer a word of caution regarding your conduct. I did not anticipate your absence, so I spoke a few words with your sister, Ying, instead. You know my nature. I seldom venture beyond the confines of my home. Your words ring true, cousin. Excessive attentiveness often harbors ulterior motives." Guan Shizh faltered once more. "Cousin, remember, one's actions are under scrutiny by the heavens. Even if fate seems indifferent, I will convey to Ying the importance of forbearance in life. For there is no necessity to suffer as a spirit." Guan Su Nyu's remark rendered Guan Shizh pale with shock. Trembling, she pointed at her and stammered, "What do you mean?" Guan Su Nyu smirked darkly and replied, "Revenge for grievances, justice for wrongs. What do you fear, cousin?" Guan Shizh grasped her mother's arm, asserting, "What do I fear? My conscience is clear." Yet, her actions betrayed her. Wretched creature. Guan Loti and Tnsh began their tirade. Guan Su Nyu added, "I have heard that the man who spread those vile rumors suffered a broken leg and inexplicably lost several fingers. Cousin, do remember to drink less water after dinner." Chapter 23. The lingering stench. Guan Shizh, flustered with rage, could only repeat, "What do you mean?" A member of the onlooking crowd could not contain themselves, remarking, "Did I not tell you to refrain from late-night excursions?" Laughter erupted, and Guan Shizh fled into the house, leaving her mother and grandmother to create a scene, driving people away. Guan Su Nyu and her companions had already departed. Upon returning home, she contemplated Shu Inger. Ing adores camellias. Shall we plant some around her? Certainly. We shall encircle her with flowers of any kind you desire. I shall procure them. And Shu Enjue, aware that her mistress appeared cheerful, yet was not so easily able to let go, felt a pang of sympathy. Let us burn additional gold ingots and prepare a sedan chair with 4 bearers. Very well, proceed. Guan Su Nyu rubbed her temples, pondering Guan Shizh's fate, hoping she would not succumb too easily. Death may be swift, yet enduring suffering is the true torment. That night, Guan Shizh repeatedly reminded herself to drink less water. She absolutely refused to keep a chamber pot in her room, fearing it would foul her space. That wretched girl must have seen through my resolve. Yet, ironically, what she feared came to pass. Unable to sleep, Guan Shizh could no longer contain herself and called for her mother to accompany her to relieve herself. However, Tnsh remained unresponsive despite her calls. Just then, the shrill cries of a wild cat startled Guan Shizh, causing her to collide with the table corner, nearly bringing her to tears. She consoled herself. That woman is only seeking her man. What concern is it of mine? I merely wish to inform her of the harsh words spoken by outsiders. A quarter of an hour later, a scream awakened someone, who presumed a fire had broken out nearby. Soon, the sound of a gong reverberated, prompting many to retrieve buckets and rush outside. Tnsh bellowed, "Who dares to beat the gong and make such noise?" "Mother!" Guan Shizh's shriek pierced the air. Before she could utter another word, she was illuminated by torches, surrounded by a crowd so vast that she wished for nothing more than to disappear. "What is this? How foul!" It turned out that no one's house had caught fire. It was merely Guan Xiaozhu who had fallen into the latrine. Lu Wen and Lu Wu exchanged glances, their hearts bubbling with delight. Indeed, it was the 3 siblings who orchestrated this act, with Lu Shuanger responsible for causing Guan Xiaozhu's unfortunate tumble. Lu Wen beat the drums, while Lu Wu illuminated the path for the crowd. Now, Guan Xiaozhu was utterly mortified. Her reputation, her once proud beauty, and everything she held dear would forever be tainted by the association with filth. Guan Xianyue was in high spirits. Having procured a variety of delicacies from the Joyful Worries shop, roast chicken and beer, to treat the Lu siblings to a late-night feast. One odd flavor. Lu Wen frowned. "Not sure. Shall we try again?" Lu Wu remarked. "Miss, why does it taste like horse urine?" They burst into laughter. The following day, Guan Xianyue prepared a pot of river snail noodles. Villager 1 exclaimed, "Who is defecating?" Villager 2 replied, "It must be Guan Xiaozhu." Villager 3 chimed in, "Is she not clean yet?" The lingering stench was unbearable, and Lu Shuanger covered her nose, her face etched with disgust. "Please, spare me," Lu Wen pleaded. "Guan Xianyue, it smells foul but tastes divine. Trust me, have a bite." Despite her insistence, the trio remained reluctant. Guan Xianyue, undeterred, savored the noodles alone, exclaiming, "Delicious, simply delightful." The entire Daguan village was engulfed in the aroma of river snail noodles for 3 days, unable to forget the image of Guan Xiaozhu, sullied and humiliated. Guan Xiaozhu fell into a deep depression, refusing to eat, drink, or see anyone. Tianshi had to resort to her trump card. "My dear, your aunt must miss you. Why not stay with her for a few days?" Guan Xiaozhu, as if grasping at a lifeline, sprang up, eager to leave. If she could, she would marry her cousin immediately, vowing never to return to this wretched place. On her way, everyone she encountered covered their noses in disdain. The stench clung to her despite her efforts to wash 3 times a day. No amount of scrubbing could eradicate it. It was not a mere psychological effect. Others could smell it too. She was utterly despondent, weeping profusely as she ran, too embarrassed even to ride in a cart. Fearing for her safety, Tian Shi chased after her, scolding bystanders as she pursued her daughter. The villagers, having endured the foul odor for days, were equally displeased and cursed anyone passing by who dared to approach Tian Shi. Soon, a cacophony of insults erupted. By the time Tian Shi had engaged in a fierce verbal battle with the villagers, her daughter had vanished from sight. It was inconceivable for Guan Xiaozhu to bring her mother along. She could not afford to wait, and she had always regarded Tian Shi as coarse and unrefined, unworthy of company. Her mother was the eldest sister at home, a figure of authority in the village, unlike her aunt, who was beautiful and charismatic, easily endearing herself to others. Had it not been for her cousin, Guan Xiaozhu would have preferred to adopt her aunt as her true mother. When Lu Mohan arrived in Daguan village, he was astounded by the pervasive stench. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have believed the village was undergoing a collective fertilization. "What are you eating?" Seeing Lu Mohan's shock, Guan Xianyue rushed over to him. Kulme, let me treat you to something delightful." The Lu siblings, unaware of the delicacy's reputation, were about to spring a surprise on Lu Mohan. However, Lu Mohan resolutely refused to try the river snail noodles, covering his nose. "I too am tired of it. Shall we perhaps switch to something else?" Guan Xianyue suggested. Thus, she presented the group with a durian. Considering that the 3 Lu siblings had witnessed Guan Xiaozhu in a rather unsightly state, it was only natural that their psychological resilience was somewhat lacking. Out of compassion, Guan Xianyue granted them a holiday, allowing them to venture into town for summer supplies. However, Lu Shuang'er was reluctant to leave, prompting Guan Xianyue to gesture towards Lu Mohan, assuring them that his presence would suffice. Lu Mohan's face flushed with embarrassment. "You expect this young master to serve? Are you aware of what you are suggesting?" With a gleeful demeanor, Lu Shuang'er made her escape. The attempt to promote the durian was unsuccessful, leading Guan Xianyue to transform it into durian pastries instead. Lu Mohan, unable to refuse her hospitality, sampled a small bite and immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "How delightful!" Indeed, it was both peculiar and fragrant. "Oomph. Just moments ago, you doubted me," Guan Xianyue remarked, observing Lu Mohan relish the fresh durian with great enjoyment. "Why were they so afraid?" he inquired after satisfying his hunger. Guan Xianyue recounted the events leading up to this moment, leaving Lu Mohan in a contemplative state. "You need not elaborate so extensively," he replied. "Oh, had you mentioned that sooner?" Lu Mohan retorted, his tone shifting to one of mischief. As Guan Xianyue regarded his lewd expression, she quickly grasped the implication and raised a finger to shake it reproachfully. Lu Mohan, puzzled, asked why. "The quantity is limited and not for public sale," Guan Xianyue stated, expressing her inability to assist. Lu Mohan remained curious, questioning the source. "Is it impossible to cultivate?" "Indeed, it is," she replied. After a moment's thought, she added, "Unless you accompany me in doing good deeds, I could offer you half of the durian in the future." Suddenly, Lu Mohan stood up and cupped her small face in his hands. "Guan Xianyue, you are truly unattractive, yet your heart is genuinely kind," Lu Mohan exclaimed. "Get lost." Guan Xianyue attempted to swat his hand away, but he deftly dodged, resulting in her inadvertently striking herself. Who could tolerate such indignity? Consequently, Guan Xianyue brandished a fruit knife, chasing Lu Mohan around the courtyard. Chapter 24. One cannot catch a wolf without letting go of the child the Women's Relief Society? Lady Lu inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Upon seeing Guan Xianyue nod, she pressed, "What is the purpose of this women's society?" Guan Xianyue explained, "It is quite similar to your daily activities, mingling with esteemed ladies over flowers and tea, and conducting charitable fundraising." Lady Lu nodded, her understanding still vague. Guan Xianyue continued, "We have negotiated with the After Tea magazine. Moving forward, each issue's cover will prioritize members of the Women's Society who have made significant contributions." As she spoke, she produced several sketches, showcasing examples of cover figures. I know an exceptionally talented artist. Would you be able to recommend them? Lady Lu interjected excitedly, her interest piqued. Absolutely. The more the merrier, Guan Xianyue replied with a smile, adding another layer to their charitable endeavors. Otherwise, relying solely on her humble self and Lu Mohan's 13 affluent establishments would scarcely suffice for philanthropic efforts. Moreover, she had no intention of depending entirely on Lu Mohan. Partnerships flourish through mutual effort. With Lady Lu's involvement, the Women's Society had gathered 7 or 8 members, and she joyfully became the first female cover figure for After Tea. Numerous noble ladies in the capital began inquiring about joining the Women's Society, much to Lady Lu's delight. The beneficiaries of the Women's Rescue Association encompass several categories: impoverished orphans and widows, individuals suffering from prolonged domestic violence, women trafficked by human smugglers, and children. Furthermore, any individual encountering difficulties and lacking avenues for assistance may write a letter or seek help through other means, after which a specialized review committee will determine the necessity and methods of aid. Subsequently, Guan Xianyu added another clause. The orphans of those who sacrifice their lives for the nation may receive living and educational subsidies. The relief shop has expanded to include several new sections: fresh meat, poultry, seafood, and ice-fresh products. With this expansion, there are now 9 distinct areas, with just one more needed to enable the shop to restock efficiently. The relief shop harbors its own ideas, such as how to delineate areas and arrange displays, with occasional subtle changes in layout to prevent aesthetic fatigue for the proprietor. The product packaging has transitioned from its original wood color to several other hues. As Guan Xianyu munched on popcorn and sipped her fizzy drink, contemplating her next steps, the Prince of Lang arrived. Oh no, her excitement caused her to misstate. It was actually a messenger sent by the prince to fetch her. Upon seeing him, her ears were greeted with the inquiry. The cover character? How intriguing. Good heavens. She had completely forgotten that Madame Lu and her family hailed from Lu Mo City, and that they were at odds with Lu Mo Han. Thus, had Madame Lu betrayed her, or was it merely a slip of the tongue? The prince chuckled, and Guan Xianyu managed to smile, neither confirming nor denying, but saying little more. The Women's Association is your endeavor, and the cover character is also your concept? The prince found it hard to believe, even having witnessed the woman's extraordinary side. He could only concede she possessed a modicum of cleverness. I may not excel in many things, but I harbor some rather peculiar ideas. Upon seeing Ling Jia, a chill ran down her neck. She had referred to herself again. However, this time, the prince intervened, instructing Ling Jia to step aside, suggesting a desire for a private discussion. The prince gestured for her to sit and inquired, "Is after tea and meals also your idea?" Guan Xianyu, reluctant to take credit, replied with a smile, "Oh, I hardly possess such brilliant imagination. I thought it was your handiwork, Your Highness. Is that so?" Followed by an awkward silence. After a moment's contemplation, Guan Xianyu boldly asked, "Did you summon me to purchase an idea?" The prince nearly choked on his tea. He had many advisors, but he could not overlook anyone capable of serving his purposes. He nodded, stating, "I have an even better proposal, if you become mine. A life of luxury and wealth awaits you, inexhaustible." Guan Xianyu waved her hand, declining. No, I shan't sell myself into servitude, nor do I possess the cunning mind required. A headstrong individual like me would hardly survive by your side for long." The prince, unaccustomed to rejection, frowned and presented an alternative. "What if you were to become my woman?" "Ah!" Guan Xianyu almost choked on her own words, hastily exclaiming, "I am merely 13. It is far too early for marriage." No, your highness is jesting. Such jokes are inappropriate. Speaking of which, the cold-faced Duke of Duan was not displeasing to behold, with a commanding presence. However, Guan Xianyu recalled his capricious guards and understood the adage, "Birds of a feather flock together," knowing she could not dare provoke them. The prince struggled to comprehend. Were there truly women who did not wish to marry him? In the aftermath of a casual meal, it was noted that the esteemed tea after meals had placed him at the pinnacle of the most desired suitors among the women of the capital. To become the consort of this prince, one need not necessarily wed him. Her status rendered her unworthy. The prince continued, stating that to be his woman would not impose the burden of becoming a gilded cage within the palace. What does that mean? Guan Xianyue contemplated retorting with disdain. An outsider? A lover? How could he even think such a thing? Thus, she rose and bowed, declaring, I'm afraid I cannot acquiesce. The prince scoffed, remarking, You are but 13. With ample time to ponder. Without awaiting her response, he dismissed her. Emerging from the inn, Guan Xianyue was left bewildered. What could the prince see in her? Was it her cleverness? It seemed she must adopt a more discreet demeanor henceforth. However, contrary to her intentions, Duan Yulong insisted she accompany him to Wuxian to combat the locust plague. Lu Mohan gasped. A locust plague? What could you possibly do? Roast them. Fry them. Whatever we can eat. Guan Xianyue mused, realizing that concealing her talents was indeed necessary. But good deeds must still be performed. She would go. How can you still think of food at a time like this? Yet, Lu Mohan did not cease his clandestine indulgence in the fish skin peanuts she held. Would you care to try this? Guan Xianyue produced some expensive wasabi macadamia nuts. Lu Mohan brandished a banknote, proclaiming, I can afford it. Guan Xianyue laughed heartily and inquired, Will you join us? Lu Mohan nodded. I shall accompany the nobleman to the ends of the earth. He added, We should also bring a few journalists along. It is prudent to adorn the prince with some flattering accolades. Guan Xianyue shook her head. I doubt your intentions are so altruistic. Ah, who knows me better than you? Lu Mohan retorted. Since various factions wish to associate with us, it is only natural to ally with the most powerful. Lu Mohan raised an eyebrow. Recently, many have set their sights on our magazine. They too require the prince as their bulwark to intimidate those who dare to stir. Guan Xianyue tossed a macadamia, a nut into the air, and caught it, munching as she remarked, Are you not afraid of courting danger? Lu Mohan shrugged, exuding a carefree demeanor, and replied solemnly, One cannot reap rewards without risking loss. Guan Xianyue tilted her head. Loss? I am still but a child. Do not abandon your little companion. What did you say? I can hardly comprehend. She exclaimed, Ah, the prince wishes for me to be his woman. Such a whimsical dream. Chapter 25. Differentiated treatment. Guan Xianyue was touched by Lu Mohan's actions and rewarded him with a packet of dry durian. That scoundrel, the prince, dares to covet my dear companion. Lu Mohan huffed. Wuxian was not too distant from Dawon village, but it required 2 days' journey. Guan Xianyue arranged for some plain oil and a variety of seasonings to be brought along. Are you truly going to eat? Lu Mohan inquired. She nodded, stating, When the locusts pass, it is not merely a matter of empty harvest. The victims cannot subsist on tree bark. Capturing locusts is fraught with challenges. One would be blind to the dangers, stumbling out only to return battered and bruised. Therefore, she prepared a modified protective suit and borrowed goggles from the worry-free shop. Setting out with the 4 brothers of the Lei family and the 3 siblings of the Lu family to capture locusts. Such a perilous venture meant that Xiao Wu could not accompany them. Before long, Guan Xianyue found herself separated from a group, and indeed, she had done so on purpose. She collected an ample harvest of locusts in 5 storage compartments before anyone could locate her. Dense and overwhelming, it may be somewhat off-putting, yet the crunchiness is delightful, much to the liking of the disaster-stricken populace. While there is relief grain available, those yearning for meat must rely on Guan Xianyue, whose supply of cooking oil has proven invaluable. Even the soldiers tasked with transporting the grain have remarked upon the delectable nature of fried locusts. The spicy and numbing flavor enhances the experience, invigorating all who partake. The Lang Wang cast a discerning glance in her direction, though he was dismayed by her unattractiveness and her coarse demeanor. He found no inclination to compel her into becoming his consort, fearing the potential revulsion it might evoke. It is impossible for the disaster victims to subsist solely on locusts for every meal. There remains a meager supply of thin gruel. Nevertheless, the circumstances are dire, with the failure of the harvest leaving many without even the seeds for spring planting. At this juncture, Guan Xianyue approached Lang Wang, inquiring if he would be interested in becoming the cover figure for the next issue. Lang Wang responded, puzzled. Guan Xianyue produced a sack filled with sprouting potatoes, noting the favorable climate of Wu County, which might allow for a successful autumn planting. She had procured these from the Joyful Worry Shop in advance. Lang Wang scrutinized the potatoes for a considerable time before asking, "Can these potatoes truly serve as sustenance?" "Indeed, they have no adverse effects and are quite palatable." Guan Xianyue enthusiastically recommended various potato dishes, prompting Lang Wang to bestow upon her a generous reward. As she busied herself catching locusts and providing vegetable oil for disaster relief, the addition of new grain significantly elevated her merit, instilling her with great joy. However, this success also birthed new concerns. Lang Wang found himself increasingly enamored with her talents, feeling that such a remarkable individual must remain close. Even without the intention of favoritism, he deemed it necessary to keep her nearby. Yet, given her youth, he felt no urgency in the matter. Unbeknownst to Guan Xianyue, Duan Yulong's inner thoughts were far removed from her awareness. All she recognized was that a bag of potatoes had garnered her a wealth of rewards, and she deemed it worth the effort. Lu Mohan, having consumed fried locusts for several days, bore the marks of his endeavors, having insisted on catching locusts but ended up in a tattered state. He stumbled over to Guan Xianyue, lamenting that he had never before felt such discomfort. "How about some of my secret beef jerky? Will you promise not to wander off?" Guan Xianyue offered. Lu Mohan nodded eagerly, practically leaping into her embrace, exclaiming, "How wonderful it is to have you! Should you continue to gaze at me in such a revolting manner, I might just adopt you as my godson." Guan Xianyue teased, "You are being quite unfair, ugly girl. A person as beautiful as I could never be associated with such a term." Lu Mohan retorted indignantly. Guan Xianyue chuckled to herself and handed him a packet of spicy strips, saying, "Thank you for your patronage, 5 taels of silver." "What?" Lu Mohan exclaimed, jumping up in surprise. "You don't want it? Then I shall enjoy it myself." As Guan Xianyue attempted to reclaim her hand, Lu Mohan snatched it away, murmuring to himself, unable to stop indulging in the delicious treat. Indeed, in a place where food is scarce, even the most modest snacks become a coveted delight. Lang Wang arrived to find Guan Xianyue beside the gluttonous figure, whose mouth was smeared with oil. For reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of discomfort and coldly inquired, "What are you two doing? Locusts, would you care for some?" "5 spice." "Spicy?" Guan Xianyue offered. Neither of them bowed, as Lang Wang had previously stated that formalities were unnecessary in such settings. Nonetheless, Duan Yulong felt a lingering irritation. He, too, was a privileged prince, not one to beg for food, nor was he inclined to consume such repulsive fare as fried locusts. He hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Though locust plagues occur only sporadically, their devastation is immense. Is there a way to eradicate this issue?" Lu Mohan chuckled upon hearing this, muttering, "This is a timeless dilemma." Prince Lang had not anticipated obtaining any insights from Lu Mohan. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Guan Xianyue. To his surprise, she shrugged and replied, "There is no solution. The only option is to take advantage of the situation and consume some. In this new era, the matter remains unresolved." Prince Lang returned empty-handed, having hoped to achieve fame, only to overestimate Guan Xianyue's capabilities. After Prince Lang's departure, Lu Mohan posed a question: "What about disasters caused by snakes? Insects and rodents? Would you also suggest that everyone consume them?" "It depends on the circumstances. The locust plague also hinges on whether the locusts have mutated. Modern individuals would not consume locusts from a plague, as they are toxic, and the plants they consume may have pesticide residues. Therefore, she did not intend to let the villagers eat excessively. Should anyone feel unwell, she would immediately cease, though fortunately, no discomfort had arisen. The storage still contained uneaten provisions, and she thought that upon returning home, she could raise a flock of chickens to assist in resolving the issue." Lu Mohan nodded inwardly, relieved that the unattractive girl was not one to eat indiscriminately. Guan Xianyue, realizing the implications, shot him a glance and said, "Don't make me cook snail rice noodles." Lu Mohan was taken aback, then blinked his alluring eyes, considering it might not be an unworthy endeavor, as he had come to appreciate the aroma of durian. Guan Xianyue shot him a look of disdain. "Of course. The stench of durian perfectly matches your temperament." The days of disaster relief were both tedious and exhausting, compounded by locusts and drought, making even daily bathing a challenge. Thankfully, The worry alleviation shop stocked mineral water, which Guan Xianyue could use to freshen up. Lu Mohan, accustomed to a life of luxury, found himself in discomfort, lamenting his situation. In a short span, he had lost weight, his chiseled features resembling that of a pale, sickly beauty. Guan Xianyue thought to herself, "Oh no, he resembles a frail, bookish scholar." The young women and wives would blush at the sight of him, and bolder ladies would tease him, leaving him reluctant to venture outdoors. Guan Xianyue, ever considerate, offered him a bucket of spring water. Lu Mohan wished to purchase 10 buckets. Longing to cleanse himself thoroughly, Guan Xianyue, unable to resist, ultimately gave him 10 buckets. Prince Lang was equally troubled, despite his usual cold demeanor and haughty disposition. He too was irritated by his own odor of sweat. The refreshed Lu Mohan, upon seeing the disheveled Duke Duan, suddenly felt elated. Favoritism, how delightful! When Guan Xianyue received his gift, she appeared bewildered, wondering, is this truly for me? One should not accept gifts without merit. The scarce water resources were also charged for. This feels so embarrassing. Lu Mohan waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a piece of jade. Upon returning, I can gift you a whole box. Guan Xianyue's eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed with heartfelt sincerity, "You are so handsome. How did you suddenly grow so tall?" Lu Mohan smiled broadly. The little money grubber is quite adept at flattery. Chapter 26. Becoming a princess, jade nourishes the spirit, and wearing it, cool and refreshing, is quite comfortable. Guan Xianyue cherished Lu Mohan's gift. Lu Shuang'er, hesitant yet compelled by her master's gaze, could not help but say, "Miss, one must not casually accept gifts from adult males, even if concealed beneath her garments. Wearing it close to her heart is improper. He is 16, I am 13. Am I not an adult?" She paused and then remarked, "What does it matter to be grown up? Do not overthink it. His gratitude is simply a reflection of appreciation. Offering him 10 barrels of the most precious water is hardly an exaggeration when it comes to saving a life." As she spoke, she recalled a certain someone's exuberant reaction upon seeing the water in the tub, akin to a stranded fish that had been rescued. Despite her words, she could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. After all, having lived for over 20 years, she never envisaged taking such an interest in a boy of merely 16 or 17. This lad, while pleasing to the eye, generous, and somewhat amusing, seemed to possess little else of note. Suddenly, Lu Shuang'er laughed, prompting a glare from Guan Xianyue. "Dear girl, the young master of the Lu family is quite admirable. Truly, is that so? If you have someone in mind, do ensure that your family's maiden assists in the matchmaking." Alas, spring has yet to arrive, and our Shuang'er has already awakened to her feelings. After successfully provoking Lu Shuang'er into a fit of anger that sent her stomping away, Guan Xianyue doubled over in laughter. The worry-free shop had expanded to include 2 new areas for books and stationery. Indeed, with the emergence of 10 distinct areas. The replenishment feature had activated, and the previously emptied shelves were now brimming once more. Guan Xianyue was elated. In the past, doing good deeds had to be measured against one's capabilities, and there was always the possibility that a good person would not receive their just rewards. Now, equipped with a miraculous item, she could perform good deeds and receive returns, which brought her immeasurable joy. With the disaster relief concluded, the Prince of Lang had no intention of distributing the potatoes to the victims. Instead, he planned to return with the new grain to claim credit for himself. Guan Xianyue found herself without room to interject, and since the prince had offered her a silencing fee, she was not inclined to pursue an argument like a martyr. On the carriage, Lu Mohan snapped his fingers, catching Guan Xianyue's attention. "Regretting your decision?" She understood his implication. The new grain that could have brought him fame had been entrusted to another, ultimately failing to aid the victims and relinquishing his control. Yet, how did he come to know of this? "You had someone watch me?" she inquired. Lu Mohan feigned injury. "How could you view me in such a light?" Guan Xianyue replied, "My people, of course, must protect me from the shadows, merely keeping an eye on what the Prince of Lang is up to." Lu Mohan's honest admission left Guan Xianyue momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to commend his capabilities or chastise him for monitoring even himself. Ultimately, she said. Just do not provoke the prince's displeasure, while mimicking a beheading gesture. Lu Imohan raised an eyebrow. Would you come to my rescue? Do I possess such remarkable abilities? Guan Xianyu mused, stroking her chin. Perhaps I do, and I might just throw caution to the wind and become a princess. Absolutely not. Lu Imohan interrupted, his displeasure evident. Guan Xianyu smirked. Are you truly taking this seriously? Just look at me. How likely is it that I could assume the role of mistress in the royal residence? Besides, why are you so agitated? Lu Imohan was momentarily speechless, then declared, without a hint of embarrassment, marrying him would be far less desirable than marrying me. At least I wouldn't make you kneel here and there. Indeed, Guan Xianyu replied succinctly, her heart resonating with his words. Marrying anyone was inconsequential. What truly mattered was comfort that surpassed solitude. She grew weary, leaning against the carriage and drifting into a light slumber. Lu Imohan, heart racing at her 2 words, felt a surge of irritation upon witnessing her sleep soundly, seemingly oblivious to his feelings. Her sleeping visage appeared far more docile than usual, her face still marked with blemishes, and her skin was even darker than that of a laboring peasant woman, devoid of any aesthetic charm. Yet, he found this countenance more comforting than any other, as if everyone else wore masks by nature, while she remained so genuine, so innocent. There was also a hint of playfulness and eccentricity about her, making her an utterly unique presence. Lu Mohan pondered internally. Regardless of how the ugly girl may turn out in the future, she must not falter in the face of Wang Lang. Thus, he had dispatched individuals to keep a watchful eye on Wang Lang's every move, ensuring the protection of Guan Xianyue. To his surprise, Guan Xianyue encountered Xiao Wu in town, and the child was overjoyed to see her. She decided to let him accompany her home for a while, under the pretense of having him assist her with chores. Xiao Wu was exuberant, incessantly inquiring about the tasks he could undertake. What a diligent child! After some contemplation, Guan Xianyue took him to purchase chickens, 10 young roosters and hens each, which they could rear for a while before feasting upon. She also picked up a few fluffy chicks for Xiao Wu to carry. Meanwhile, Lu Mohan, feeling somewhat neglected, contemplated whether to compete with the child for affection when someone from home urged him to return, compelling him to depart prematurely. The Lu brothers swiftly completed the fence, and the local produce that Guan Xianyue had brought back would suffice for their sustenance for quite some time. With nothing pressing to attend to, Guan Xianyue had Xiao Wu gather dogtail grass and string together grasshoppers, which she sent to Aunt Guan's house for the chickens. Xiao Wu had tasks to perform, enjoyed hearty meals and savored treats, rendering him utterly content. However, within 5 days, his brothers arrived to retrieve him, expressing that it was inappropriate to impose for too long, as the elderly at home were concerned for Xiao Wu. Guan Xianyue remained composed, but Xiao Wu instantly began to cry, caught in a dilemma between his family and his affection for Sister Yu. She offered him a handkerchief to wipe his face, comforting him. Be good, Xiao Wu. I will come to fetch you again very soon. And do you not remember? We promised to bring back roast chicken for Grandpa and Grandma to taste. At this, Xiao Wu gradually ceased his sobbing, and Guan Xianyue asked them to wait a moment while she personally packed 5 Orleans roast chickens and gathered 20 simple pizzas for them. The Lei brothers expressed their gratitude profusely, assuring her, please do not hesitate to call upon us should you require assistance. Guan Xianyue nodded, for she was not merely pacifying Xiao Wu. She genuinely had tasks for them to undertake. News arrived from the Women's Association regarding a local tyrant in the southern village, notorious for abducting virtuous women, particularly those with some beauty or those resigned to their fate, who ended up as his concubines. Those who, in despair, sought an end to their lives were merely compensated with a sum of silver to silence their grievances. In summary, the villain was indeed steeped in infamy. Hearing this, Lei Xiaohu exclaimed with righteous indignation, such a beast deserves to be slain. However, he was reminded not to act recklessly, for he was not alone. A large family awaited his support. Upon hearing this, Lei Xiaohu, suppressing his anger, humbly inquired, what should we do? Guan Xianyue replied, first, we must investigate, to discern who stands behind him or who frequently associates with him. The Lei brothers accepted their orders and set off. Chapter 27. The Bully of the South Village. The Women's Association is dedicated to charitable endeavors concerning women and children, and the esteemed ladies would refrain from actions that might offend those in power. Therefore, the Bully of the South Village must possess some background and clout. For the past 5 or 6 days, Guan Xianyu had received several letters from Lei Xiaohu and others, which ultimately clarified the origins of this bully. His name is Zhao Dahai, who has a relative serving in the imperial palace and a cousin who holds the title of county magistrate. As for the specifics, whether a father-in-law or a royal guard, Lei Xiaohu and his companions could not ascertain, but Guan Xianyu paid it no mind, stating that she was aware and that they need not trouble themselves further. Upon hearing this, Lei Xiaohu protested, questioning whether they would simply let him off the hook, or if she doubted him. Letting him off is out of the question, Guan Xianyu replied with a sly smile. When I require your assistance, I shall not hesitate to ask. She then distributed some hard-earned coins and a few dozen fragrant steamed buns, which, unlike those from the marketplace, emanated a delightful milky aroma that tempted everyone to indulge. While feeding the chickens, Guan Xianyu asked Lu Shuang-er if they had a way to secretly enter the Zhao residence. Lu Shuang-er confidently replied, "This is my brother's forte, and I can manage as well. You can bring me along and let your elder and second brothers keep watch for us. How about that?" Guan Xianyu beamed broadly, and under Lu Shuang-er's puzzled gaze, added, "Let us engage in a little redistribution of wealth." On a dark and windy night, Lu Wen and Lu Wu stealthily infiltrated the Zhao household, setting a trap for the rotund Zhao Dahai as he made his way toward the woodshed. He stumbled and fell, resulting in a chaotic scene. The brothers then tossed a few small stones to incapacitate the surrounding servants, while Zhao Dahai's cries echoed, "Help! Assassins! Come quickly!" At this moment, Lu Shuang-er led Guan Xianyu through the commotion, scaling the wall into the Zhao estate. Lu Shuang-er took charge of subduing the guards and maids, while Guan Xianyu seized whatever came into her grasp. She even raided the kitchen, ultimately discovering Cao Da is tre azure chamber. In the dim light, there was no time for scrutiny, and she ended up collecting a variety of peculiar items, including some rather questionable stimulants and aphrodisiacs. It was only later, upon reviewing her ill-gotten gains, that she felt a twinge of embarrassment, relieved that no one had noticed. Lu Shuang-er believed her lady had merely acquired 2 chests of jewelry, unaware that Guan Xianyu had gathered a considerable haul, some of which was too scandalous to display. Although she found certain bizarre implements distasteful, there was still a market for them. Lei Xiaohu insisted on participating, taking charge of disposing of the stolen goods. As for the contents, if the mistress forbade a glance, he simply delivered them to a brothel, securing a handsome price. Guan Xianyu kept the proceeds for herself, instructing him to purchase grain and secretly distribute it to the victims' households. With the chaotic items mostly dealt with, only the more valuable gold, silver, and jewels remained. Guan Xianyu had no intention of making a hasty move that might reveal her identity. Following the attack on Zhao Dahai and the subsequent theft, he immediately reported to the authorities, prompting a thorough search of every household. Ultimately, they found nothing and were compelled to bolster their defenses. Zhao Dahai, nursing a severe bump on his head and a body racked with pain, fell ill from the humiliation and distress, an unexpected twist of fate. It seems that this individual has sailed through life effortlessly, akin to a cockroach thriving in a greenhouse, never having experienced the taste of being trampled upon. Guan Xianyu was in high spirits, savoring the delightful effervescence of her sparkling water. Lu Shuang-er had accomplished a significant deed, enhancing her own mood as well. Randomly, she remarked, "But those women. Fear not, this is merely the first step. The people behind Zhao Dahai remain oblivious to their own stature. We shall proceed gradually." The county magistrate had taken action, albeit to little avail. However, those employed within the palace appeared unlikely to intervene for such trifling matters. Thus, as Zhao Dahai grew more complacent, Guan Xianyu made her move once more. Zhao Dahai erupted in a tirade. "Damn it, just don't let me catch you." The last incident involved both assault and theft, prompting him to bolster his defenses with numerous protectors and reinforcements in the inner court. Yet this time, there was no violence nor intrusion into the inner sanctum. It was merely the theft of countless vases and precious calligraphy from his study, not to mention the ink, paper, and writing implements that were also pilfered. To add insult to injury, he suffered from a relentless bout of diarrhea over 3 consecutive days. Clearly, someone had sabotaged his meals amidst the chaos. This time, Guan Xianyu was in no rush to sell off secondhand goods, rendering Zhao Dahai's preparations futile. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 days for a thief, but not 1,000 days for a guard. Zhao Dahai was so distressed that he felt his hair thinning. An abundance of tonics was sent to the Zhao household, and the shopkeeper, unusually, rubbed his hands together and inquired, "Will this silver amount be deducted from yours?" The steward, having been crippled in one leg due to a past altercation, was now venting his frustrations on Zhao Dahai. What was happening now? Did they think the Zhao family could no longer afford to eat or pay in silver? The apothecary's shopkeeper, startled, quickly interjected, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Just get lost." The steward, emboldened by his position, was not one to tolerate the insolence of such unscrupulous merchants. Thus, days of tranquility ensued, though Zhao Dahai remained in a foul mood, perpetually suspicious and financially strained. Consequently, both the southern village and its neighboring settlements experienced a semblance of peace. Guan Xianyu had heard that Guan Xiaozhu had returned to the village and appeared somewhat more prosperous, suggesting that she had been enjoying a comfortable life at her aunt's home. Lu Shuang heir still thought of those families who had lost their daughters, stating, "Though the southern village is affluent, it is plagued by a tyrant. Our village, while not wealthy, leads a more stable existence." Now that she had returned, it was indeed necessary to brew another pot of snail rice noodles. However, this time, Guan Xiaozhu stormed in, fierce and demanding. "So this flavor is what your family has been passing around?" Guan Xianyu feigned innocence, asking, "What is it, cousin?" A gathering crowd slowly amassed, some pinching their noses, others glancing this way and that. Guan Xiaozhu exclaimed, "What are you doing at home? Show everyone what you have." This was quite amusing. Guan Xianyu shrugged and asked Lu Shuang heir to present it, though it was certainly not the snail rice noodles, but rather stinky tofu. The onlookers murmured, "Oh dear, this stuff has gone bad. Can it even be eaten? It doesn't seem like a fecal odor." They cast glances at Guan Xiaozhu, whose complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Arriving shortly thereafter, Old Lady Guan and Tianshi had no qualms like Guan Xiaozhu. They immediately began to scold, accusing Guan Xianyu of acting immorally, deliberately causing misunderstandings among the villagers regarding her sister. Ignoring the crowd, Guan Xianyu called out, Come everyone, try my fried, stinky tofu. Though it may smell foul, it tastes divine." The villagers hesitated, and she added, "This chili powder is made from the peppers you planted yourselves. Don't you want to give it a try?" Aunt Guan was the first to step forward, picking up a piece of stinky tofu, coating it with the spicy chili powder, and bravely taking a bite. The flavor was exquisite. "May I have another piece?" "Help yourselves. No need to be polite." "Shuang, has the mung bean soup cooled down?" Chapter 28. Stirring up trouble on the head of the Tai Sui farmers do not typically have lunch, and by this time, the sun was nearly setting, their stomachs rumbling with hunger. Once one person dared to taste the delicacy, many others soon followed. The chilled mung bean soup was ready, and the villagers feasted joyfully. Old Lady Guan and Mrs. Tian also wished to partake, but they were blocked from proceeding. "What? Are you stopping our family?" Mrs. Tian shouted, attempting to reveal Guan Xianyu's true nature to everyone. "They came to visit, while your family seeks trouble. Can they be compared?" Lu Wen and Lu Wu raised their hands, ensuring no one could take advantage of the situation. Guan Xiaozhu, considering herself noble and aloof, felt deeply humiliated and angrily exclaimed, "Who will want to eat your filthy food?" Consequently, Guan Xianyu unwittingly offended a number of people. "What nonsense is this? You say the grapes are sour simply because you cannot have them." Exactly. When it comes to stench, who can surpass someone who has fallen into a cesspool? Guan Xiaozhu, humiliated, cried as she fled, while Old Lady Guan still wanted to fight, but Mrs. Tian had already gone after her. Alone in her struggle, Old Lady Guan could not prevail against the crowd, and without any delectable treats to enjoy, she could only return home to devise a plan against Guan Xianyu. The stinky tofu was devoured, and the villagers left reluctantly, bidding farewell. Before departing, Aunt Guan left behind an old pumpkin. Guan Xianyu decided to make pumpkin cakes, and everyone happily indulged in them. The scent of snail rice noodles was something the villagers had also grown accustomed to, and with newfound courage, Lu Shuang'er took a bite, only to cough in response. Lu Wen and Lu Hu, having tasted the stinky tofu, were no longer deterred by odors. They reveled in the delightful noodles. It had been quite a while since Guan Xianyu had seen Lu Mohan. "I miss him," she mused. "Shouldn't you send someone to invite him? I worry about him. It would be wise to inquire about his whereabouts." Guan Xianyu was unbothered by the teasing, as she had not considered any romantic implications. Lu Wen and Lu Wu, who relished wandering about, immediately took on the task. Lei Xiao, who was not idle either, sending people to beg near Zhao Dahai's home, while also gathering information. This was the advantage of the beggar clan, inconspicuous yet numerous, making it easier to accomplish tasks. Guan Xianyu was keen to nurture Lei Xiao, who, intending for him to elevate the beggar clan in the future. With newfound aspirations, Lei Xiao, whose demeanor transformed, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Upon their return, Lu Wen and Lu Wu reported that they could not enter the Lu household, but they had heard that Lu Mohan had not left his home for several days. After pondering this, Guan Xianyu decided to wait a few more days to see what would unfold. One day, Guan Xiaozhu, feeling idle, went for a stroll. Her mother had advised her that during pregnancy, it was even more crucial to avoid confinement. She needed to relax and keep active to ensure a smoother delivery in the future. Indeed, she has conceived before her cousin's wedding, and Guan Xiaozhu's spirits have considerably lifted. It is unfortunate that without the presence of that wretched Guan Xianyu, life would be even more splendid. It is said that she is favored by fortune, and indeed, in recent days, Guan Xiaozhu has stumbled upon numerous treasures. First, a pure gold necklace, followed by a solid gold bracelet. These treasures were discovered in the same location, and it seems she was too exhilarated on her first find. After securing the necklace, she hurried home without thoroughly inspecting, thereby missing the bracelet. Guan Xiaozhu is not foolish. She discreetly instructed her mother to have the jewelry melted down and sold in batches to avoid drawing suspicion. With this unexpected income, the Guo family's provisions have improved significantly. The benefactor, Guo Xiaozhu, is generous, as she regards these trifles with disdain, for her cousin has gifted her something far superior, which she has stashed away in her own lovely chamber. Why should she bring home delicacies for the family? Her filial piety does not extend that far. Furthermore, she must retain some leverage for the woman her cousin is destined to marry to win hearts and minds. Guo Xiaozhu laments her own cleverness, akin to that of her aunt, possessing both talent and beauty. What formidable first wife could possibly displace her? Unwilling to engage in the triviality of the common folk, Guo Xiaozhu hesitates to venture outside. However, Tianshi is unrelenting. She yearns to roam about, seeking opportunities for further treasures. As fate would have it, she indeed uncovers a remarkable find, a land deed. Upon returning home and opening the box, she discovers its contents. After inquiring around, she learns that the Zhao family from the southern village has been robbed and is currently offering a handsome reward for any useful information. Tianshi is torn between delivering the deed for a reward or framing that contemptible girl. Guo Xiaozhu is elated at the prospect of turning it in, claiming the reward, and subsequently informing the Zhao family that it was discovered in the wretched girl's residence. Tianshi nearly bursts into laughter, proclaiming, "My daughter is indeed astute." Ultimately, however, Tianshi finds herself beaten and detained for 3 days before being released. Despite this, the estate of Guan Xianyue is swarmed with onlookers. When the county magistrate arrives to apprehend individuals, the crowd is plentiful, yet they dare not speak further, fearing repercussions from the authorities. Guan Xianyue obediently presents herself at the yamen, where a few pointed inquiries from the magistrate caused Tianshi to roll her eyes in exasperation. "You claim this deed was found in my home. When and where? At what hour? What business did you have in my residence? Were you there to commit burglary or merely to visit? Did anyone witness you enter my home?" After her interrogation, Tianshi attempts to feign ignorance. Yet the magistrate's command douses her with a chilling reality, compelling her to respond. I am but a humble woman, she protests. You audacious woman, speak the truth. The magistrate furrows his brow, revealing the weight of his authority, which nearly renders Tian Shi speechless. A humble woman is the aunt of that wretched girl. She can certainly visit her home at any time. Guan Xianyue chuckles at this. The Guo family and the commoner have always been at odds, with the matriarch of the Guo family even selling her off. This is common knowledge among the villagers. How dare you speak such accusations? Is it not merely an attempt to frame the commoner and settle personal scores? Tian Shi, hearing this, her eyes darting about, retorts, even if we are at odds, we share blood. As your aunt, I can visit your home. What of it? In the courtroom, one party was obstinate while the other was articulate and composed, making it evident to any discerning observer who was in the right. Yet, with a single command from the magistrate, all were silenced and taken away for a few days' confinement. In such a manner, who would dare to speak untruths? Tired, Magistrate Zhao hastily conducted the proceedings, for he had evening engagements. Guan Xianyue coldly chuckled as she observed the lamentations of the Tian family next door. Her laughter was not directed at them, but rather at the detestable magistrate Zhao. The source of her amusement suggested that someone was about to face misfortune. Having indulged in drink, Magistrate Zhao was assaulted before he even returned home. The notion of disturbing the peace of the powerful had never crossed his mind, yet he found himself in such a predicament. Even more alarming, there had been a theft from his own courtyard. Upon investigation, it was discovered that Guan Xianyue had 3 formidable henchmen, placing her under suspicion. Thus, the 3 siblings of the Liu family were also imprisoned. However, the thefts persisted, leaving Magistrate Zhao overwhelmed, and just as he was about to interrogate the 4 suspects, emissaries from Prince Lang arrived. At that moment, Magistrate Zhao truly understood the gravity of his actions, having imprisoned a member of Prince Lang's entourage and nearly resorted to torture. Upon releasing the detainees, he was admonished by Ling Jia for his folly. Do not offend those who should not be offended. How did Guan Xianyue find herself spared? It was due to the new grain being of particular interest to the emperor, prompting inquiries into her cultivation techniques. While she anticipated this development, she would not remain idle. For there were many ways to buy time. If all else failed, she could simply escape. Once liberated, Guan Xianyue spread rumors that Zhao Dahai had angered the Women's Association, warning that if he did not clear his courtyard within 3 days, he would face dire consequences. The Women's Association? Zhao Dahai was perplexed, and Magistrate Zhao, though somewhat familiar with the association, advised him to release the unwilling women in his courtyard to avoid further complications. As for what lay ahead, he would have to consult with the palace. Although the Women's Association was reluctant to take action, their reputation now at stake compelled them to intervene, seeking to comfort those women who had been cast aside or found themselves unable to face their communities, thereby providing them with a path forward. This drew significant attention, leading to increased media coverage and satisfaction among the noble women, as well as their husbands. While the powerful gathered to perform charitable deeds, who would dare oppose them? Only Zhao Dahai found no joy in this, as he awaited word from the palace with a mournful countenance, regrettably receiving no news. Magistrate Zhao was unconcerned with his plight, having narrowly avoided offending Prince Lang himself, and thus remained cautious. Guan Xianyue, though disapproving of her mother's methods, could not ignore the bond of blood. Having suffered greatly, all due to that wretched Guan Xianyue, she seethed with resentment over past grievances, including her unfortunate fall into a cesspit. Mother, grandmother, I have thought it over. After all, we are family. Perhaps I should reconcile with my cousin and make amends? Guan Xianyue's words nearly caused the ailing Tian matriarch to spring up in shock. With a pained cry, she exclaimed, "Have you lost your senses?" Guan Xianyue silently clenched her teeth and wondered, "Does mother still not believe me?" Tian Shi understood, and the two of them murmured for quite a while before settling down. Upon seeing Guan Xianyue, her eyes red and pitiable at the door, Guan Xianyue did not intend to invite her inside, but merely inquired about her purpose. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Guan Xianyue spoke softly. "After all, We are family. Isn't this constant strife merely a source of ridicule for others? Guan Xianyue remained silent, continuing to observe her performance. Guan Xiaozhu continued, "In the past as your cousin, have not treated you well, but I had good intentions yet lacked the ability. Ask yourself, have I ever bullied you?" Guan Xianyue raised an eyebrow, signaling her, "I am listening. Please continue your argument." Guan Xiaozhu, secretly filled with resentment, maintained an appearance of virtue and revealed her true intention. "Sister, I am soon to be married. You, remaining in this village, have little hope. Why not accompany me to cousin's home? I shall have Anne arrange a good match for you." This time, Guan Xianyue laughed and asked, "What if I also take a liking to your cousin?" Guan Xiaozhu inwardly cursed. How could a mountain chicken aspire to be a phoenix? Yet, on the surface, she wore a beaming smile, insisting that as family. How could she possibly drive her sister away? Guan Xianyue felt goosebumps rise at her incessant calls of sister and involuntarily shuddered, saying, "Please cease your jesting. It is getting late. Cousin, you should return." Guan Xiaozhu, anxious, wondered why her demeanor had suddenly changed. Just as she was about to say more, Guan Xianyue quipped, "Has cousin stopped dieting lately? Your waist seems to have widened." Guan Xiaozhu's heart sank, and she could only leave in annoyance, pretending not to have heard. Guan Xianyue had merely mentioned it casually, but upon seeing Guan Xiaozhu leave in haste, she grew suspicious. In ancient times, being pregnant before marriage was not merely shameful. It could lead to dire consequences. Although Guan Xiaozhu harbored ill intentions, Guan Xianyue would not allow her to suffer a double tragedy. Soon, Guan Xiaozhu was to be taken to her cousin's house as a concubine, and she was eager to persuade Guan Xianyue, visiting her frequently. However, just before her marriage, a ghostly disturbance arose in the village. It was said that the vengeful spirit of an unborn child had died. Indeed, if someone were pregnant, they would be eager to reincarnate. Was that not akin to carrying a ghostly fetus? The villagers buzzed with speculation, and Guan Xiaozhu, in a moment of carelessness, fell to the ground, immediately crying out. Ultimately, she was carried back home without allowing anyone to summon the village doctor. Tian Shi, flustered, asked her daughter, "How can we not see a doctor? Your belly, shut up." Guan Xiaozhu was in pain, and hearing her mother shout indiscriminately only deepened her frustration. "I will not wait any longer. My cousin will come to take me away tomorrow." She had always been domineering at home, and Tian Shi had no choice but to go out at night to seek help. In truth, the gossip circulating in the village was not about Su Yingying, but rather about Zhao Dahai's favored concubine, who was said to have given birth to a monstrous child due to the Zhao family's misdeeds, frightening several midwives in the process. The townsfolk dared not speak directly of Zhao Dahai, but gossiped in veiled terms, and Guan Xiaozhu could not help but apply it to herself. She recalled the time she had inadvertently caused the death of a pregnant woman, resulting in a tragic double demise. What was the source of this information? Of course, it came from Lei Xiaohu and his companions. As for the villagers' discussions, Guan Xianyue paid them no mind. Her sole responsibility was to inform Aunt Guan. Unexpectedly, despite Guan Xiaozhu's seemingly imperious demeanor, she was quite timid, aptly reflecting the saying that those with no guilty conscience fear not the knocking of ghosts. After several twists and turns, Lei Xiaohu managed to uncover news about Liu Mohan. "What did you say? He has been confined at home?" Guan Xianyue exclaimed in disbelief, ultimately deciding to visit in person. "What do you intend to do, miss?" Lu Shuang air obstructed her, asserting that with just the 3 siblings, they could not possibly storm the Lu residence. "I shall pay a visit," Guan Xianyue declared. Concerned for Liu Mohan's disappearance, she felt it was high time to rescue him. Astonishingly, the Liu family allowed her entry, albeit with the stipulation that she could not bring anyone else along. Outside, Lu Shuang Air paced anxiously, feeling utterly helpless. Inside, Guan Xianyue encountered an elder of the Liu family who did not disclose his identity. She performed a respectful greeting, saying, "Greetings, uncle." Liu Hong, who cast a disdainful glance at the unattractive girl before inquiring, "I have heard you wish to present the Liu family with a grand gift?" Guan Xianyue was not unfamiliar with the penetrating gaze of authority. As long as no weapon was drawn, she felt little trepidation. Nodding in affirmation, she opened the box she held. "What is this?" Lu Honghu asked, staring at the yellow kernels within, perplexed. This is corn. If cultivated properly, it can alleviate the hunger of many. This was not something Lei Xiao had procured, but rather what Guan Xianyu discovered at the Worry Relief shop. Lu Honghu's expression was inscrutable as he remarked, "Why should I trust you?" Chapter 30. What do you wish to exchange? Guan Xianyu smiled softly and replied, "You might inquire about the origin of the new grain in the hands of Wang Lang." She was unafraid to invoke a powerful figure, as her approach was rooted in sincerity. Lu Hong, who was not entirely oblivious to her, observing the calmness of her youthful visage, he asked, "What do you wish to exchange?" "It is quite simple." Guan Xianyu beamed. "I want Lu Han to lead the planning efforts, and I shall disclose the methods solely to him." "Is that all?" Lu Hong, who was taken aback. Had this audacious girl truly been enchanted by his family's wild young man? Guan Xianyu nodded and inquired, "May I meet him?" Thus, Lu Han was granted the opportunity to see the light of day once more. Heaven alone knew how he had endured these past days. "Have you been reflecting in solitude at home?" Guan Xianyu gasped in astonishment. Lu Han nodded pitifully, his pointed chin rendering him almost defenseless against reproach. "I was about to go mad," he exclaimed, yearning for solace. Yet Guan Xianyu raised a hand in refusal. "Listen closely regarding the corn. It is imperative you take heed. Wang Lang seeks to monopolize potatoes. Nay, the royal family has commandeered the potatoes, forbidding the common folk from cultivating them freely. This matter pertains to the livelihood of the people. Do you understand?" She needed merit, while the populace required sustenance. Rumors of conflict at the borders suggested that grain prices would soon rise, and taxes were increasingly burdensome. Guan Xianyu lamented her deep concern for the nation and its people. Lu Han nodded solemnly, assuring her he would do his utmost. However, he refrained from disclosing how Lei Xiao, who had gleaned information about him, surprised that the unattractive girl showed such concern for his well-being. With a glimmer in her peach blossom eyes, Lu Han felt a secret joy, prompting Guan Xianyu to frown and inquire, "Is there something on my face?" Lu Han chuckled. "My dear girl, do you truly wish to become my sworn sister?" Interrupting him, Guan Xianyu replied, "I wouldn't mind having a wealthy yet useless brother." Lu Han retorted, "Am I truly so worthless in your eyes?" Guan Xianyu laughed heartily. "Well, not entirely worthless, haha." Infuriated, Lu Han declared that he would not dine unless there were at least 8 dishes. However, Guan Xianyu countered, "Just 1 dish. Eat it or not." Consequently, Lu Han devoured 3 large bowls. "What is this?" "It's incredibly delicious." After satisfying his hunger, he finally had the chance to ask, "Have you been shut in at home with no food to eat?" To which Guan Xianyu casually replied, reiterating her earlier statement, "This is called curry. Isn't the curry chicken rice delightful? Next time, I'll let you try curry beef brisket." She added, "By the way, I raised this chicken." They feasted on locusts and grew quite robust. Lu Han grimaced at the memory of the disaster relief day, recalling his own foul stench and the swarming locusts. A truly revolting image. "So, does that mean you want to eat my durian chicken pot, spicy chicken, yellow braised chicken, or mouth-watering chicken?" Upon hearing this, Lu Han sprang from his chair, exclaiming, "I will eat." Guan Xianyu could hardly contain her laughter. For dessert, they enjoyed mango smoothies, which Lu Han relished, while Guan Xianyu, as the chef, felt immense satisfaction seeing her guests so pleased. With Guan Xiaozhu having departed, Guan Xianyu couldn't afford to dwell on personal grievances. Instead, she focused on organizing the corn planting. The Lu family possessed ample fertile land, and as the spring planting season approached, preparations commenced, keeping Lu Han busy. Guan Xianyu occasionally checked on the progress, while simultaneously engaging with trusted core members of the Women's Association to discuss establishing a private school, allowing children from impoverished families to receive free education. This school had a particular focus. It would employ female instructors. Naturally, girls would also have the opportunity to attend. As a result, the merits of the joyful shop skyrocketed, and a 10-square-meter jewelry store emerged, with potential for even greater expansion. Of course, jade and diamonds were exorbitantly priced. Guan Xianyu would only exchange for them when absolutely necessary. However, agate, once highly valued in ancient times, was relatively inexpensive to procure in modernity, prompting Guan Xianyue to acquire a batch and present it to the upper echelons of the Women's Association. Remaining a shrouded figure, she maintained her mysterious persona, with no one aware of whether this benefactor was male or female. Should Guan Xianyue choose to participate, it would be merely as a close friend of Lady Lu, casually offering a few suggestions or delegating tasks to Lu Mohan. The cold drinks at Yunshang Building were no longer unique, losing their charm, yet business remained brisk. While Lu Mohan busied himself planting new crops, Guan Xianyue reciprocated a generosity by providing an array of appetizers and starters, such as cold fish skin, spicy bamboo shoots, and lemon chicken feet, alongside bar snacks like fish skin peanuts, drunken peanuts, and spicy dried tofu. Do not speak. This seemingly trivial gift has attracted numerous visitors, some even requesting additional side dishes. However, the proprietors of Yunshang Building declared, limited supply, only for gifting, not for sale. As anticipated, this not only spared any offense but also intrigued and entertained everyone. Whenever Lu Mohan finds the time, he seeks out Guan Xianyue, not for any particular reason, but due to his aversion to the meals at home and his weariness of the dishes at Yunshang Building. Guan Xianyue does not begrudge him, continually presenting him with various culinary delights. For Lu Mohan has invested both money and effort, accruing considerable merit on her behalf. He has also paid for the snacks at Yunshang Building, making him quite a commendable business partner and friend. Amidst the turmoil of warfare at the borders, with the need to safeguard the potato crops from prying eyes, Wang Lang was unable to spare the time. By the time he received word, the Lu family had already cultivated corn seedlings to a height of half a person. When the officials arrived to seek accountability, Guan Xianyue composed herself and replied, "This was a recent discovery. We simply tried planting it, and to our surprise, it thrived." This nonchalant response almost provoked Wang Lang to fury. Yet Guan Xianyue swiftly shifted the conversation, stating, "The funds provided by the Lu family were exchanged for grain, which I intend to present to the soldiers at the border. As I lack connections, your arrival is most fortuitous." Instantly, Wang Lang's anger dissipated, and he dryly remarked, "Your contributions will not go unrecognized." After he departed, it seemed he was still quite vexed. Guan Xianyue inwardly scoffed. Did Wang Lang truly regard her as a mere servant of the royal household? Must everything be reported to him? Fortunately, the Lu family was not an ordinary wealthy household, but a prestigious clan with a history spanning a century, which even Wang Lang could not easily destabilize. Indeed, one should not place all their eggs in a single basket. While they may appear to be allies, in truth, none can be fully trusted. Among them, only Lu Mohan remained somewhat dependable. After organizing her thoughts, Guan Xianyue indulged in a refreshing slumber, unaware that danger was looming. Awaking, she found herself surrounded by darkness, and the cold, damp ground nearly led her to believe she had traversed through time once more. "Is anyone there?" she called out weakly, and soon, a commotion erupted outside, followed by the arrival of several individuals. She attempted to move her limbs, which had grown numb from being bound, and inquired, "Who are you?" Before her stood several burly men, the leader appearing to be in his 40s, his face bearing the telltale signs of shrewdness. "Little girl, I am not unreasonable. I shall pose you a few questions. As long as you cooperate willingly, I assure you, your life will remain unharmed," the leader began. Though Guan Xianyue was skeptical, she nodded in agreement to cooperate. The middle-aged man offered a slight smile, attempting to appear affable, and continued, "I require the recipe for the pastries from Yunshang Building." Guan Xianyue was bewildered. What did the pastry recipe have to do with her? Before she could respond, the man chuckled knowingly and clarified, "Oh, I misspoke. What I seek is the recipe for the appetizers." Casting a glance at the equally perplexed Guan Xianyue, he sneered, "Do not feign ignorance, little girl. While I cannot claim to know everything, I am quite well informed, particularly regarding Yunshang Building and your connection to that young master." After contemplating for a moment, Guan Xianyue replied, "If I tell you, will that ensure my safety?" The man raised a hand, nearly swearing an oath, and declared, "A promise once made is not to be broken." Guan Xianyue let out a cold laugh, remarking that had he been masked, she might have believed him. With this statement, The facade was torn, and an awkward silence enveloped both parties. After a lengthy pause, the man spoke. "It would indeed be a pity to kill you. At such a tender age, you possess considerable talent." Guan Xianyu strove to maintain her composure and replied, "Allow me to present a unique recipe. One that is certainly not found in Yinshang Lu. I can pretend that I have never encountered you. How does that sound?" The man pondered for a moment before retreating from the dim room. A quarter of an hour later, he returned, nodding in agreement. Guan Xianyu was escorted to the kitchen, where she claimed, "I haven't brought enough ingredients." The middle-aged man, losing his patience, snapped, "No tricks. What do you need? Speak." Guan Xianyu then proposed a recipe for braised pork rice. Why this particular dish? Because it required numerous ingredients, necessitating a trip to both the market and herbalist. This endeavor would consume a significant amount of time. But why would she provide her would-be assailant with a unique recipe? Certainly, it was for the purpose of vengeance in the future. Once the ingredients were gathered, Guan Xianyu began to slice the pork belly, all the while being scrutinized by onlookers. She hesitated to speak, maintaining a steady pace in her actions, evading any incriminating behavior. After the braised pork rice was prepared, they allowed her to taste a small bowl first before they felt secure enough to indulge themselves. The unanimous verdict was one of approval. Noticing the middle-aged man grinning with a sinister glee, Guan Xianyu felt an urgency rising within her, yet she found herself powerless. She suggested, "You desire this recipe merely for profit. Release me, and I shall return with new dishes to purchase. Why resort to murder and arson?" She believed he would comprehend her reasoning, yet she underestimated his ruthlessness. "Very well, write down everything you know, and I shall offer you 500 taels in exchange for your freedom. How does that sound?" Guan Xianyu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that his motives extended beyond mere profit to a desire for her demise. Why else would he be so aggressive? Seeking to exploit her talents to the fullest? While she contemplated her predicament, the man added, "Do not defy me. I have ways to compel you to comply." Just as his threatening words left his lips, he was suddenly struck in the face by a kick. The assailant turned out to be Ling Jia. Guan Xianyu watched as he effortlessly dispatched a group of men, her heart calming slightly. She had initially hoped for assistance from Lu Wan or Lu Hu, or even to summon Lu Mo Han. Yet, she had not expected Ling Jia to arrive uninvited. Wait, how did he know she was here? Guan Xianyu set aside her confusion as Ling Jia approached her, inquiring, "Are you unharmed? The prince sent me to find you, and I had no idea you had been abducted." After expressing her gratitude, she asked, "What does the prince want with me? And who are these people?" Ling Jia, as stoic as ever, replied, "As for the prince's affairs, I dare not pry. These individuals are likely from the rival establishment, Piao Xiang Lu." Guan Xianyu chose not to press further. Ling Jia mentioned that the prince was still waiting, but she weakly placed a hand on her forehead, stating that she felt dizzy. Ling Jia, mistaking her condition for shock, frowned and insisted on taking her to a nearby clinic. Upon examination, the doctor rambled on about various ailments, diagnosing her with anemia and malnutrition due to the shock she had endured. He prescribed a variety of nourishing herbs and calming concoctions. Guan Xianyu remained silent as Ling Jia settled the bill. She took the medicine, expressing her intention to return home to report her safety. However, Ling Jia was unwilling to let her go, compelling her to first meet with Wang. Originally, Duan Yulong intended to discuss the matter of food donations, but upon seeing Guan Xianyue in a state of overwhelming shock and despondency, he decided it was best to allow her to return home for a few days of rest. Once at home, the three siblings of the Lu family were filled with guilt, with Lu Shuanger's eyes swollen from weeping. I inquired about Ling Jia's expression when he came to find me and his reaction upon learning of my absence. I urged her to provide every detail, no matter how trivial. She turned to Lu Shuanger, who was known for her meticulous thoughts. After a moment as contemplation, Lu Shuanger replied. He arrived in a hurry and left just as quickly, scarcely exchanging a few words. Luan interjected, "Miss, do you suspect that gentleman?" Guan Xianyue shook her head and pressed. Was there nothing particularly striking about him? Lu Wu furrowed his brow, responding, "He is quite cold, showing almost no emotion." Guan Xianyue nodded, exclaiming, It appears I have been too conspicuous. What is the situation outside? How has your effort to gather grain progressed? Luan replied, the situation at the border is dire, with grain prices soaring and a restriction limiting each household to purchasing only 1 stone of grain per month. However, I have enlisted help and managed to collect a significant amount, which is stored in the warehouse. In truth, aside from the wealthy families, few could afford to hoard grain. Those seeking sell would find it relatively easy to find a buyer. Guan Xianyue felt a sense of relief upon seeing several thousand pounds of grain stored in the warehouse, and instructed, find a way to send a message to Lu Mohan, and for the time being, refrain from going out. Just as she finished speaking, someone from Lu Mohan's side arrived, delivering shocking news. Someone had sabotaged the new harvest. Was it potatoes or corn? She wondered, the nonsensical nature of the situation leaving her exasperated. Before she could inquire further, the messenger added, the gentleman has indicated that you may begin your preparations. This place may soon become untenable. With that, he handed her a small box and hurried away. Luan stepped forward, saying, Miss, I was just about to mention that we need to start preparing. Fleeing from famine and the chaos of war. Essentially, we must escape. Lu Wu chimed in. There are whispers that the troops of Qi State will soon invade. This area is a crucial passage. And already there have been reports of looting and violence amidst the turmoil. Guan Xianyue nodded and instructed Lu Wan to convey a message to Aunt Guan while she carried a bag of grain herself. She reflected on her own shortcomings and devised a plan to remain discreet, and once more, to remain discreet. Her strategy included purchasing a donkey cart, acquiring oil paper, and finding ways to procure various poisons. Upon hearing that she intended to leave, Aunt Guan initially hesitated. After visiting the village chief's home, where she witnessed a family engulfed in flames, she set aside her indecision and resolutely decided to join Guan Xianyue. After several days of preparation, Guan Xianyue finally remembered the neglected box. Upon opening it, her eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 32. Fleeing from disaster, it turned out Lu Mohan had prepared funds for her journey, with several valuable items hidden beneath the banknotes. After some contemplation, Guan Xianyue decided to donate more than half of the grain from the warehouse to the soldiers at the border. Even if it passed through the hands of the King of Lang, she felt there was little she could do about it. The grains that could be stored were placed in storage, while the essential items fit perfectly into 3 donkey carts. She resolved not to ride, but to walk, considering it exercise. Aunt Guan's family was similarly engaged, though they could only afford 2 push carts and had not invested in a donkey cart. As they journeyed, the dwindling provisions could easily be exchanged for a ride. Sweet girl, I have a name now. It's Guan Xianyu. You may call me Xiaoyu from now on, if you please. No sooner had Guan Xianyu spoken than old lady Guan caught up, weeping and lamenting that their household was out of food, pleading for Guan Xianyu to spare some life-saving rations. Aunt Guan furrowed her brow, wishing to say that the sweet girl, oh no, Xiaoyu, had already been sold by the Guan family. However, as an outsider, she hesitated to speak, merely exchanging glances with Guan Xianyu. Old lady Guan, my respect for the elderly does not imply that I am easily intimidated. Blocking my path, are you attempting to rob me? Guan Xianyu's words were clear, indicating that further disturbances would compel her to alert the authorities. In a flurry, Tian Shi lunged forward, attempting to seize a bag of grain, but was swiftly pushed to the ground by Lu Shuang, who warned, do not provoke me. The driver, Lu Wen, also frowned, declaring, the whip I wield is for driving livestock. If anyone dares to approach recklessly, I shall not be responsible for the consequences. With a flourish of his whip, he startled old lady Guan, who fell to the ground, wailing dramatically. At that moment, the villagers caught wind of the commotion, wavering between fleeing or lingering to observe. Yet, the allure of spectacle drew them in. Some pointed and murmured, after all, she is her own grandmother. Can she not spare a little from the 3 carts of grain? But had they considered, when she sold the sweet girl, that others might prosper silently? Guan Xianyu feigned deafness to their remarks, retorting, your own granddaughter has become the lady of a wealthy family. Has she not tended to her own kin? Aunt Guan interjected, every household cultivates land. Only those who are lazy and deceitful face starvation. The grain in the sweet girl's family was purchased with true silver, and what is on that donkey cart represents their entire fortune. Lu Shuang'er drew her sword, declaring, "My lady possesses a gentle heart, and I am not to be trifled with. Anyone who obstructs us shall be treated as a robber." Lu Wen deftly cracked his whip again, causing old lady Guan to scramble away, finally retreating to the side. Once the group had moved on, she began to curse and lament, her words filled with malice. Yet the travelers paid her no mind. The villagers learned that the wealthy families in town had long departed, and having witnessed Guan Xianyu fleeing with her entire fortune, they felt a deep sense of urgency to return home and gather their belongings. Upon reaching the main road, Guan Xianyu spotted a carriage, which turned out to be sent by Lu Mo Han to assist her. She graciously declined the carriage, stating that the donkey cart sufficed. The messenger did not press further, simply urging them to proceed swiftly, as there were members of the Wang family ahead. Though a branch of a prominent family, they undoubtedly traveled with numerous guards. Traveling together would alleviate many potential troubles. Guan Xianyu nodded, expressing her gratitude, which she intended for the messenger to relay to Lu Mo Han. Upon catching up with the Wang family's convoy, they maintained a respectful distance, neither driving them away nor allowing them too close. After 2 hours of travel, the Wang family finally halted to rest. Guan Xianyu, though physically fit, felt the weariness of the journey settle in, and as she sat down, hunger and fatigue overwhelmed her. Lu Shuang'er offered her a water skin, while Lu Wen and Lu Wu busied themselves gathering firewood and constructing a makeshift stove. Guan Xianyu resolved to prepare a savory bone porridge, aiming to replenish her strength and restore the salt lost through perspiration. Madame Guan's family hastily nibbled on the coarse grain cakes that had been prepared. Her son and daughter-in-law were both honest and diligent individuals, not given to excessive chatter. The youngest daughter, Qingqing, cast an envious glance at the meal being enjoyed by Guan Xianyu, but felt too shy to stare for long. What was referred to as porridge had not simmered for long. As soon as the rice was cooked, they began to eat, for one could not be overly meticulous while on the road. Each person was served a bowl of salted bone porridge, which was just right, and Guan Xian even provided them with a boiled egg each. After finishing her dry and tasteless grain cake, Qingqing suddenly felt the urge to cry. Stifling her sobs to avoid making a sound, her little frame trembling pitifully, Guan Xianyu was not entirely oblivious to her neighbors. Yet she preferred not to take on the burden of their sustenance from the outset. One ought not to display too much generosity, lest it breed resentment. Just as Qingqing was on the verge of tears, her nose running, Guan Xianyu approached, ruffling her hair and slipping a piece of candy into her mouth. Madame Guan, feeling equally distressed in this foreign land, did not comfort her daughter, but upon seeing Guan Xianyu, she was about to speak, only to observe her sharing a whispered secret with Qingqing, and thus remained silent. Qingqing covered her mouth, nodding vigorously. The candy was delightful. Her spirits lifted significantly. Guan Xianyu and she exchanged a secret handshake, drawing them closer together. Madame Guan playfully inquired, "What did your sister say?" "Mother, were you eavesdropping?" The 7 or 8-year-old girl, caught between childhood and maturity, felt quite embarrassed after her tears. Her mother, both amused and exasperated, decided against pressing further. Qingqing sighed with relief, declaring, "Our secret cannot be told to Mother." It was then that Guan Xianyu inquired, "Aunt, have you prepared a temporary tent?" "Yes, indeed," Madame Guan nodded, offering a grateful smile for Guan Xianyu's kindness toward her daughter. Guan Xianyu earnestly replied, "If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me." Madame Guan felt a warmth in her heart. Her husband patted her hand in comfort, saying, "Sweet girl is a good one. Call her Xiaoyu." "Yes, Xiaoyu is indeed wonderful." Her husband, a straightforward and humble villager, rarely spoke, so when he praised someone, it was evident he recognized Guan Xianyu's capabilities. Remembering to support his own daughter-in-law, even in dire straits, and ensuring they traveled together, the Wang family set off again, seemingly intent on finding a suitable place to rest before nightfall. Guan Xianyu, compelled to keep moving, resumed her journey. Lu Shuang'er, feeling sympathetic towards her mistress, suggested, "Miss, you should ride the donkey while I lead it." Guan Xianyu believed her stamina was sufficient and thought it best to conserve energy until they had consumed more provisions. She had presumed that bandits would only lurk in remote, mountainous areas, yet unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals before nightfall. Fortunately, the Wang family's guards swiftly drove them away. Lu Shuang sheathed her sword, remarking, "It appears they are not a formidable threat." Luan added, "Do not be afraid, miss. They are likely just a gathering of refugees and pose no danger." Madame Guan patted her chest, saying, "Thank goodness we are with Xiaoyu." Although they benefited somewhat from accompanying the Wang family, it was also Guan Xianyu's initiative. She cautioned everyone, "Be wary. If they cannot catch larger prey, they may set their sights on us, smaller fish." Chapter 33. Toll for passage as darkness descended without finding an inn. Guan Xianyu instructed the two families to pitch their tents closely together. That night, the three siblings of the Lu family took turns keeping watch. And if necessary the next night, Uncle Guan and Guan Xingshan would swap in for two of them. Luan was the first on watch. And around 1 or 2 in the morning, Guan Xianyu heard some commotion. Instantly, she grasped the axe beside her, rising with fluid grace. It was her first night sleeping outdoors, and her slumber was already light. With intruders approaching, she felt compelled to deliver a decisive blow. However, she need not take action, for the 3 Lu siblings and the Guan father and son had already subdued the 10 brutish men, injuring some and chasing others away. At dawn, Guan Xianyu distributed a packet of chili powder and a packet of poison powder to each person and convened an early meeting. The road ahead would grow increasingly perilous. These were mere refugees, easily dealt with. Behind them, there could be ruthless bandits or desperate famine victims. Compassion would not be an option. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Guan father and son, who had never before engaged in a bloody confrontation, wore solemn expressions. Guan Xianyu continued, "We must survive. Reach Nan's city with all our limbs intact, and protect our food from being looted, as well as safeguard our families, right?" The crowd nodded again, fists clenched tightly. Summarizing, Guan Xianyu declared, "Overcome difficulties and forge ahead." To her surprise, the Guan father and son and the 3 Lu siblings echoed her sentiment in unison. With the motivational speech delivered, Aunt Guan's millet porridge was nearly ready. Guan Xianyu suggested combining the family's rations for convenience, clearly to their advantage. And thus Aunt Guan took on the role of cook. Breakfast was simple, and during their next rest, they encountered another group. This time, the formation was disciplined, led by a burly man, the second-in-command of a mountain bandit, exuding undeniable strength. This second-in-command was surprisingly refined, proposing that the Wang family pay 500 taels for safe passage. Naturally, the Wang family refused, confident in their guards. The second-in-command then suggested a contest of strength. The outcome: the Wang family guards were defeated. Guan Xianyu whispered, "Look." Lu Shuang frowned and shook her head. Her siblings were no match for the Wang family's guards, let alone the formidable second-in-command. In a fit of frustration, Wang Lulang kicked a nearby guard, venting his anger, and commanded, "Give him 500 taels." The second-in-command, however, laughed, an unsettling sound, not quite malicious, yet distinctly unpleasant. "Now it's 1,000 taels." This was a blatant increase. There was no alternative, for the Wang family had initially refused the offer of 500 taels. Wang Lulang wanted to say something, but Wang Wulang gestured for him to comply, and reluctantly handed over 1,000 taels. The Wang family passed through smoothly, but Guan Xianyu and the refugees trailing behind faced dire consequences. Those with money were ruthlessly robbed, and the beautiful young women were seized and subjected to public humiliation. When it was Guan Xianyu's turn, with nowhere to retreat, she gritted her teeth and clasped her fists, saying, "Gentlemen, you are all heroes, robbing the rich to aid the poor, correct?" The second-in-command laughed heartily, a deafening sound filled with derision and pride. Once he finished laughing, he replied, "Indeed, little sister." Then, with great interest, she observed the donkey carts behind her. Guan Xianyu remarked, "The 2 donkey carts and the provisions at the back shall be my gift to you, esteemed heroes. Consider it a toll for passage, if you will." The second-in-command grinned. "What if I refuse?" Guan Xianyu also smiled, casting a glance that signaled the 3 siblings of the Lu family, who stood beside a donkey cart, feigning to push it off the cliff. The second-in-command frowned, Taken aback by such a desperate tactic, Guan Xianyu continued, "We are but refugees, and food is the essence of life. If you take everything, it would be akin to our demise. Resorting to such extreme measures is a last resort. I hope you will show mercy." Her words were sincere, and the anger of the second-in-command, feeling threatened, began to dissipate. He nodded in agreement. However, he paused and added, "I want the goods from the front 2 carts." Upon hearing this, Guan Xianyu's expression turned pained. Yet after a brief struggle, she nodded in consent. They successfully passed through. The Guan family was so frightened they stumbled as they walked. Seeing that the bandits did not pursue them, Guan Xianyu let out a sigh of relief. In truth, the front cart contained fine grains while the back was filled with coarse ones. A small scheme had succeeded, yet the loss was still considerable. They hurried along until they finally caught up with the Wang family. Guan Xianyu immediately instructed everyone to stop and start a fire for cooking. Discussing their roles along the way, everyone worked swiftly. She personally took charge of the cooking, preparing a pot of braised chicken for everyone to enjoy, while she continued to prepare more. The others were puzzled, yet they complied with her orders. Guan Xianyu then began grilling fish, which Lu Wen had caught from the river, exclaiming, "Truly, the heavens are assisting me." The Wang family, having eaten their fill, suddenly caught a whiff of an indescribably enticing aroma, something they had never encountered before. Wang Lulang, unable to contain his curiosity, sent someone to investigate. They initially thought the refugees were cooking something unworthy, only to discover it was grilled fish, unlike any they had ever smelled. Once Guan Xianyu and her companions finished their fish, the Wang family still did not approach. "Their composure is commendable," she mused. However, there would be other opportunities. During the next rest, the Wang family caught a whiff of an even more peculiar fragrance. From a distance, they saw the group enjoying noodles. What kind of noodles could smell so divine? Guan Xianyu had prepared braised beef noodles topped with poached eggs. The allure of instant noodles wafted through the air. Wang Lulang could no longer hold back, exclaiming, "Damn, this is even better than what I had." Wang Wulang shot him a glare, saying when traveling, "We must make do." At that moment, the Wang family's daughter, who had lost her appetite, peeked out and said, "Why not invite them over? Can the Wang family not afford a few cooks?" Seventh daughter Wang Wanyan was feeling quite vexed, having never experienced such hardships. She had shed more tears than ever before, but crying was futile. They still had to continue their journey. Upon hearing this, Wang Lulang became invigorated, declaring he would personally negotiate. Guan Xianyu shook her head. "We do not wish to be your cooks. Your family is far too numerous." Initially irritated by the first part of her statement, Wang Lulang felt relieved upon hearing the latter, stating, "We need only cater to our 5 masters." Guan Xianyu pondered for a moment before adding, "However, our provisions were seized by the bandits. The Wang family would supply the food, but do you still have any of those provisions left?" Wang Lulang inquired further, "What the grilled fish and the noodles?" Guan Xianyu nodded, replying, "We must ensure our protection. Shall we travel together?" Wang Lulang was elated indeed. "Your share of silver shall not be lacking." With that, he tossed her a pouch of silver coins, declaring it a deposit. Guan Xianyu caught it deftly, offering him 5 packets of instant noodles along with 5 servings of seasoning. The outer packaging of which she had, of course, arranged to be reclaimed by the worry-free shop. Wang Lulang then asked, "For our next meal, can we have grilled fish?" Guan Xianyu responded, "That depends on whether there are rivers nearby, but rest assured, delectable fare will be abundant." Chapter 34. A remarkable 7th sister. Their subsequent stop was a quaint town, where the Wang family lodged at an inn near the magistrate's office. Initially, the inn could not accommodate Guan Xianyu and her companions, but Wang Lulang made special arrangements to secure 2 rooms for them. Naturally, Guan Xianyu shared a room with Lu Shuang. "It seems there are not many shops open outside," the girl noted. "Indeed, most are refugees without much coin, fearful of robbery." Guan Xianyu sighed, reflecting on the challenges of replenishing their visible food supplies. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. The Wang family not only replenished their provisions, but also managed to procure fresh grass carp. Guan Xianyu enlisted the help of Aunt Guan and Lu Shuang, grilling 2 carp and preparing a bowl of boiled fish. The grilled fish was seasoned with ground Sichuan pepper, while the boiled dish featured whole peppercorns. As anticipated, the Wang family expressed interest in purchasing these marvelous little fruits. Guan Xianyue smiled gently. Shall we trade for grain? Wang Lulang hesitated, asking, how much grain? Guan Xianyue replied, I have limited quantities on hand, perhaps around a pound, though the usage is quite minimal. After some contemplation, she proposed, how about a bag of rice? Or perhaps 2 bags of coarse grains. I observed today that a bag weighs approximately 50 pounds. Wang Lulang readily agreed, nodding, that is acceptable. He then rewarded her with an additional 10 taels of silver. After walking a few paces, he turned back to inquire, how much silver would it take to enlist you as a cook for the Wang family? Guan Xianyue shook her head, feeling embarrassed. I cannot serve as a cook. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Lulang left in high spirits, leaving Guan Xianyue bewildered. It was Wang Wulong's concern that she might have ulterior motives, seeking closeness under false pretenses. Even Seventh Sister had cautioned that one must always be wary of common folk, who might resort to any means for ascendance. Wang Lulang remained skeptical, but chose to investigate. Ultimately, it was confirmed that her intentions were merely to travel together for mutual convenience. That evening, there was no need for special night watch, and Guan Xianyue was delighted at the prospect of a refreshing bath. The night passed without incident. The following day, they would set off before dawn, and Lu Shuang'er had inquired about the journey ahead, discovering that there were no towns to rest in for the next 3 or 4 days. Traveling with the Wang family, they could occasionally take the main roads, yet for the sake of speed, they would often need to traverse mountain paths. Moreover, the main roads were not significantly safer. Some soldiers behaved more unreasonably than bandits, collecting tolls per head and conducting various inspections, seeking to profit illicitly. In the eyes of the Wang family, these soldiers were perhaps even less trustworthy than the second-in-command of a highway robbery. They were not direct descendants of the Wang clan, and thus lacked the requisite influence. This migration southward was, after all, an escape from the ravages of war. The officials might be even poorer than the bandits. Before long, the Wang family found themselves in a disagreement over whether to take the main road or detour. The reason lies in the return of the scouts, revealing that the toll at the front gate demanded an exorbitant sum of 10 taels of silver per person. While this might be manageable once or twice, the cost would only escalate, rendering such a strategy unsustainable. Thus, Wang Wulong resolved to take a detour, a decision fiercely opposed by his sister, Wang Wanyan, who resorted to tears and implored her elder brother, Lu Gu, to support her in overturning Wang Wulong's choice. Caught in a dilemma, Wang Lulang unexpectedly suggested consulting the temporary cook for her opinion. Wang Wanyan scoffed, questioning her significance in the matter. Wang Wulong frowned in silence, equally vexed, feeling that the trio lacked experience. A simple journey had devolved into such chaos. Innocent and bewildered, Guan Xianyue was summoned by Wang Lulang, who inquired about the situation. She expressed concern over the heavy toll amidst the throngs of travelers, uncertain whether they would attract unwanted attention. However, before she could finish her thought, Wang Wulong interrupted decisively, insisting on taking the detour. Guan Xianyue was taken aback by Wang Wanyan's indignation. What did it have to do with her? With no one willing to listen, she sought the most amiable Wang Lulang, cautioning, the mountain paths are treacherous and may lack proper routes. Are you prepared for this? She noted that while the guards could clear the way, dealing with snakes, insects, rodents, and ants was far preferable to confronting humans. In truth, it was her words that swayed Wang Lulang to support his elder brother. Guan Xianyue nodded, determined to ensure everyone was adequately prepared. The nearby mountains offered no path suitable for carts, and it was impossible for the Wang family to abandon their vehicles, thus necessitating a detour. When they encountered bandits, the Wang family suddenly found their courage, and a skirmish erupted over a trivial dispute. Guan Xianyue and her companions were also caught in the fray, but fortunately, the bandits focused their aggression on the Wang caravan, although the donkey carts drew some attention. The 3 siblings from the Lu family were more than capable of handling the situation. Subsequently, they discovered that the Wang family had received reinforcements, several formidable men, explaining their reluctance to pay the toll. As the bandits retreated, the Wang family celebrated, finding a nearby spot to rest. They instructed Guan Xianyu to prepare a feast while sending someone to hunt. These bandits, lacking audacity, did not pursue them. Guan Xianyu grilled chickens and rabbits, grateful for the ample seasonings they had brought along, though they were short on Sichuan pepper, chili, and cumin. Surprisingly, Wang Wulong, with his stern demeanor, indulged heartily, showering praises upon the meal. Wang Luling beamed with pride, having invited her. Meanwhile, Wang Wanyan remained displeased, yet she still devoured her chicken leg with fervor. Qingqing, too, relished the roasted chicken, finding it so delectable that tears nearly flowed. Guan Xianyu, amused, teased, "Crying from a spice?" and offered her a piece of candy. They had an agreement. As long as Qingqing behaved and refrained from tears, she would be rewarded with a sweet treat each day. Ecstatic, Qingqing affectionately called her sister Yu, excitedly sharing that she had never tasted such delicious roasted chicken before. That night, the group feasted heartily, and with the addition of skilled guards, they retired with a sense of security. After several days of travel, though wearied, their spirits were steadier than at the outset, and even Aunt Guan no longer wore a frown. As they approached the southern city, just 3 days away, an unforeseen event occurred, a fresh wave of horse bandits. Once again, a minor disagreement ignited into conflict. To Guan Yu's astonishment, she found herself unexpectedly targeted by one of the assailants wielding a blade. This individual is not a bandit. She has encountered her before, yet the memory eludes her. The entire sequence of events unfolded with startling abruptness. As Lu Shuanger let out a piercing scream, Guan Xianyue found a knife lodged in her chest, and she tumbled down the precipice. The Wang family compensated the Guan family with a sum of silver, despite the fact that it was the bandits who instigated the violence. Wang Lulang declared that he had done all he could. The paths ahead would inevitably diverge. In that critical moment, as she was kicked off the cliff, a single thought flashed through Guan Xianyue's mind. Help. Just then, a voice belonging to Xiao Yu echoed in her ears. Activate the safety airbag. Before she could question its efficacy, she was rendered unconscious by the impact. Upon awakening, she patted her chest, relieved to find that she had donned the heart-protecting mirror prepared by Lu Mohan, that scoundrel who had hurled her down. The image of Wang Wanyan as companion flickered through her dreams. What a scheming seventh miss. As she ground her teeth in anger, a creaking sound from a door caught her attention, revealing that she was not at the bottom of the cliff, but rather in a humble abode. A young boy, no older than 6, entered with a bowl of water. Guan Xianyue straightened her posture, smiled faintly, and accepted the water. Little brother, was it your family that rescued me? Thank you. Chapter 35. The little boy began to gesture and babble incoherently, leaving Guan Xianyue utterly perplexed. It was evident he was mute. Poor child, she thought, just as she was about to offer some words of comfort. Outside, the sound of barking dogs erupted. The boy attempted to rush out, but a dog bolted in before him. Something grave must have occurred, as the dog barked frantically, tugging at the boy's clothing. The duo dashed away, and Guan Xianyue felt compelled to investigate, but upon standing, dizziness overwhelmed her, possibly a consequence of her fall. Thus, she reclined once more. When Guan Xianyue finally roused from her slumber, she noticed an influx of villagers. It turned out that the boy's father had perished while hunting in the mountains, falling victim to a starving tiger. His remains were hastily buried, leaving behind a solitary, sorrowful child. Villagers spoke of a boy, named Ada, and how Guan Xianyue had been brought back by his father during a hunt, with the townsfolk jesting that he had acquired himself a bride. Guan Xianyue reflected that now she had become Ada's soulkin. Ada mourned for several days, his tears nearly spent. Guan Xianyue prepared the scant-cured meats in the kitchen, supplementing them with foraged greens and a touch of coarse grains. Visits to Ada gradually dwindled, allowing her to finally present him with some delightful treats. Ada gazed at the small cake before him, bewildered. Guan Xianyue dipped her finger in the cream and tasted it, exclaiming, sweet. Ada, you must try this. Mimicking her actions, Ada sampled a bit of the cream, and the light returned to his tear-swollen eyes. Dear sister has already tasted it. You must eat up. I will prepare your meal. With that, she retreated to the kitchen. The chickens she had raised were now slaughtered and sold at the Jishin little shop. They had been consumed nearly to the last. She decided to exchange for a packet of mushroom soup mix. simmering chicken broth, and stir-frying a dish of sweet and sour cabbage. Disinclined to cook rice, she opted for ready-made, fragrant pancakes and scallion pancakes from the food stall. Having indulged in sweets, Ada's spirits lifted considerably. The fatigue from the past few days overtook him, and he dozed off at the wooden table. In his dreams, he found himself with a chicken leg. As he opened his eyes, he discovered a bowl of chicken soup before him, accompanied by a large chicken leg. Upon noticing that he had just awakened, Guan Xianyu returned with a plate of vinegar-soaked cabbage and 2 types of flatbreads. Ada clapped his hands joyfully. Guan Xianyu affectionately ruffled his hair and said, "Have a piece of bread first. The soup will cool down shortly." After satiating his hunger, Ada embraced Guan Xianyu tightly and began to cry again. "Be good, Ada. Your sister will take good care of you." Unexpectedly, this was precisely what Ada had been worried about, and he immediately ceased his tears, even letting out a satisfied burp. It seemed he had not had a full meal in quite some time, and Guan Xianyu, feeling a pang of sympathy, stroked his head. The texture was rather rough. Indeed, men were often unrefined when it came to caring for children. She decided to boil water for Ada's bath, but it was too late, and the mountain winds were cool at night, so she resolved to wait until the following day. The hunting dog happily wagged its tail after devouring the chicken bones they had gnawed on. In Guanxian, you prepared a bowl of chicken soup, soaked with bread for it. Dogs were indeed easy to care for. They relished every bite. The next morning, Guanxian, you proposed to give Ada a bath, only to find that there was no bathing tub. Ada tugged at her to run outside, revealing that they bathed in the river. Guanxian Yu facepalmed. She had overthought it. This place was even poorer than Daguan village. Where could they possibly find a bathing tub? Nevertheless, she was unwilling to settle, so she let it back, believing that hot water would cleanse the grease, and she could use some good items to give him a refreshing wash. Speaking of which, the merit points of the Xiaoyu shop had dwindled to a mere 10,000. After inquiring with Xiaoyu, she learned that the price for exchanging a life-saving straw was exorbitant. Oh dear, Wang Wanyan, just wait and see. By the age of 4 or 5, boys already understood the differences between genders. Guan Xianyu instructed him to undress, and in his shorts, he sat in a wooden basin. Exchanging for a bottle of children's 2-in-1 shampoo and body wash cost 8,000 merit points, leaving her with just over 120,000. Guan Xianyu decided not to dwell on it too much. For now, she would proceed, believing that even if fortunes were squandered, they could be regained. After washing Ada's hair and upper body, she taught him to wash himself properly and prepared clean water for rinsing. She assisted him in drying his hair once he was dressed. Ada's surname was Li, and Ada was his nickname. He did not know his full name, nor would he say it. With nothing else to do, Guan Xianyu began teaching him to recognize characters. Almost every modern individual starts learning with their own name. So she named him Li Zelu, signifying abundant blessings and joyful growth. Ada was quite fond of his new name, practicing diligently with a charred stick as his pen. Guan Xianyu also taught him to recognize Arabic numerals from 0 to 9, gradually familiarizing him with the simplest addition and subtraction. To her surprise, her merit points increased by 50,000. Evidently, educating others was indeed a virtuous act. To be cautious, she informed Ada, "These numbers were invented by your sister. People outside do not write them this way. Do you understand?" Ada nodded in understanding, and Guan Xianyu proceeded to teach him how others wrote 1, 2, and 3. Traditional characters were truly laborious, and Ada naturally preferred Arabic numerals. Yet, he was not deterred by hardship. He learned whatever his sister taught. Although there were only a handful of households in the vicinity, the enticing aroma of Guanxian Yu's cooking attracted the curious Yang Matsi. Yang Matsi is a notorious figure in the village, universally despised and reviled. Consequently, the hunting dogs refuse him entry, standing taller than him and frightening him into a hasty retreat, cursing as he scurries away. Guan Xianyu casts a distant glance, dismissing him entirely. She turns to Ada and says, "Sister possesses a magical bag filled with treasures and delectable treats, but must remain a secret from outsiders. Otherwise, our lives would be in jeopardy. Do you understand?" Ada nods vigorously, finally grasping why his sister has access to such unfamiliar food. Guan Xianyu continues, The enchanted bag recognizes its owner. Only sister can utilize it. However, others are oblivious to this fact, and should they discover its wonders, villains will undoubtedly attempt to seize them. Ada nods again, gripping his sister's hand in a vow to protect her, gesturing towards their dog, indicating that he too will safeguard her. Guan Xianyu smiles and suggests, let's name him a Meng, a valiant and robust Meng, shall we? Both the boy and the dog agree, with Ada clapping his hands and a Meng wagging his tail. Once Ada writes his name with ease, Guan Xianyu inquires, if sister were to leave the village, would you wish to accompany me? Ada contemplates for a moment, his eyes glistening, and agrees. Pointing to a Meng, Guan Xianyu nods emphatically, insisting that they must bring him along. Moreover, they should not forget your father's bow and arrows. When you grow older, sister will arrange for you to learn archery, all right? Ada struggles to contain his emotions, ultimately succumbing to tears as he buries his face in Guan Xianyu's embrace. During dinner, as Guan Xianyu prepares dumplings, an unexpected visitor arrives. Noticing a Meng's familiar reaction, she invites the woman inside. I have watched this child grow. The woman exclaims, oh dear, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Mrs. Liu. Good day, Mrs. Liu, Guan Xianyu replies, attentively listening to her purpose. Mrs. Liu continues, his father was a capable man, but alas, he departed too soon, leaving this child behind, and well. Guan Xianyu glances at Ada, observing his discomfort and the distance between him and Mrs. Liu. Chapter 36, Adoption. Mrs. Liu, noticing the silence between the two, assumes Guan Xianyu is also at a loss and bluntly states, I shall be straightforward. This child is quite unfortunate, and I am inclined to adopt him. If you have no place for him. Guan Xianyu turns to Ada, do you wish? Before she can finish, Ada clings to her arm, shaking his head vigorously. The child is young and does not comprehend. Do not mind him. Speak for yourself. Will you return home or accompany me? Mrs. Liu's words leave Guan Xianyu feeling quite perturbed. Is she unilaterally declaring Ada as her own? Thank you for your goodwill, Mrs. Liu, but Ada's surname is Li. He has a family. Furthermore, his father is my savior, and I shall be the one to care for Ada in the days to come. Guan Xianyu's tone is calm yet resolute, unafraid to offend. Mrs. Liu, upon hearing this, becomes displeased, so I am merely meddling, am I? Your intentions are appreciated, Mrs. Liu, Guan Xianyu replies, her expression devoid of warmth, appearing somewhat unapproachable. Mrs. Liu, undeterred, attempts to assert her seniority, believing she can exploit the situation now that the Li family patriarch is no longer present. She suspects the Li household possesses a significant amount of meat. Otherwise, what could this young girl be cooking each day that smells so delightful? Secondly, she harbored intentions to seize these rooms, envisioning them as suitable for her son when he wed. If Guan Xianyue were astute enough to agree to marry her son, she would not mind the girl's lack of beauty. Not only would it save on the betrothal gifts, but the girl could also cook delicious meals, providing care for the elderly woman. Unfortunately, her calculations proved futile, as the girl showed no inclination. Madame Liu intended to utter a few more words, but unexpectedly, the Li family's dog charged in, barking at her, causing her to curse and flee in fright. Guan Xianyue laughed heartily, thinking to reward a Meng with an extra chicken leg tonight. A Meng wagged his tail joyfully. Dinner consisted of fragrant braised chicken rice, so delightful that Ada felt he might swallow his own tongue. A Meng was also treated to chicken bottoms, necks, and other meaty parts, along with a bowl of leftover chicken soup to soak his rice. After they had all eaten their fill, Guan Xianyue recalled the blood-nourishing herbs the doctor had prescribed. Indeed, her body exhibited signs of anemia, affecting her menstrual flow. These days of recuperation were perfect for replenishing her health. Thus, she had to drink a bowl of bitter medicine before her meal. Meeting Ada's concerned gaze, she reassured him that it was merely a health supplement and that she was fine. After a brief respite, Madame Liu returned with a group of people, including the village chief. The chief expressed his purpose. Young lady, this child is an orphan from the Li family. Although life is hard for everyone, we cannot entrust him to a woman of unknown origins. Do you understand? Guan Xianyue nodded, saying, I comprehend the village chief's intentions. I could provide my full name. my residence, and even my birth details. Feel free to send someone to verify. Pausing, she added, the Leaf family is my savior, and Ada is the only one I can repay. How could I possibly harm him? As she spoke, she cast a glance at Madame Lu, who wielded her influence. The village chief was well aware of Lu Tsuhua's character, and now faced with this girl, he found himself at a loss for words. Lu Tsuhua exchanged glances with Yang Matzi and began to shout, "He belongs to our village. You cannot take him away without our consent. If you wish to keep him here, it must be agreed upon by everyone, right, village chief?" The chief nodded, acknowledging the logic. Yet the pressing question remained. Who would take responsibility for the child? Even Ada, albeit young, was the last descendant of the Leaf family, and his opinion must be considered. Just as Guan Xianyue finished speaking, Lu Tsuehua raised her voice again. "I haven't finished. If you plan to adopt a child, who besides me possesses the means?" She urged others to present their financial capabilities. This proclamation rendered the crowd silent. The village chief frowned, hesitant to take on such a troublesome situation, feeling somewhat annoyed by Lu Tsuehua's meddling. Lu Tsuehua continued, "My family has an acre of land and—" She hesitated to divulge the extent of her family's wealth, fearing envy and embarrassment. Guan Xianyue gave her ample time before inquiring, "Is she my only competitor? If so, allow me to express my stance, and then, village chief, you may judge." The chief nodded, intrigued by her potential resources. Guan Xianyue produced 5 silver coins for display, stating, "I am the cook for the Wang family. Have you heard of them? They are the foremost among century-old aristocratic clans." The villagers, though initially perplexed, began to grasp the weight of her words, and the village chief nodded in acknowledgement, having indeed heard of the prestigious family. Guan Xianyue handed the silver coins to the chief for inspection, and he appeared markedly more respectful, recognizing the mark of a notable lineage. Retrieving the silver coins, Guan Xianyue produced 10 taels and addressed the village chief. "Sir, I kindly ask you to arrange for the purchase of some meat. I wish to treat everyone to a meal. I would appreciate it if you could witness that from today forth. Ada and I shall officially be sworn as siblings of different surnames." The village chief accepted the coins with eager agreement. Unbeknownst to them, the prospect of gossip accompanied by a feast filled the villagers with delight. Several households gathered, approximately 50 to 60 in total. Lacking tables, they borrowed from one another, filling the courtyard while engaging in light-hearted conversation as they awaited the meal. The village chief sent someone to procure meat, and a bounty of fresh vegetables was also brought forth. Although a few women offered to assist in cooking, Guan Xianyue politely declined, requesting only help with washing and chopping the vegetables. She prepared a large pot of mixed grain rice, frying pork to extract its fat, which was then used to saute the vegetables. Some wild greens were also contributed, allowing for a hearty soup of meat and greens to simmer. With no butcher in the village, the 10 pounds of meat had been brought back by the village chief's son from the town. The silver in the village chief's hand remained unspent, as pork did not cost so much. He also had his son fetch some cured meat and half a basket of eggs. Guan Xianyue crafted a dish of sauteed egg greens with pork cracklings, a meat and wild green soup, and steamed the cured meat, which could be enjoyed sliced or used to braise green beans. She decided to employ both methods. A villager contributed dried black fungus, which was rehydrated and stir-fried with eggs, adding a delightful touch to the meal. Although the variety of dishes was modest, the portions were generous. The villagers had not anticipated such abundance, nor the quantity of meat available, and the soup was a delightful surprise, leaving them savoring every bite and exclaiming in satisfaction. The village chief remarked, "If only we had a jar of wine." Yet with meat on the table, they finished the mixed grain rice and boiled another pot, demonstrating the host's generosity. Someone noted, "This is better than what we had for the new year." Others readily agreed. Madame Lu sought to transform her frustration into appetite, yet who among them was not famished? Unable to secure much for herself, she angrily inquired, "Can a leftover meat be packed up?" After completing her tasks, Guan Xianyue, not wishing to compete for food, filled her own belly in the kitchen alongside Ada. As she stepped out, she overheard the question and cheerfully replied, "The meat is gone, but I forgot to cook the radishes. Please let the village chief take them home." The village chief, however, was adamant, shaking his head in refusal. A woman seated with Madame Lu chimed in with a teasing reprimand. You were the first to snatch food while eating, hardly chewing, and now you wish to take leftovers? You even want a plate? That belongs to my family. So don't even think about it. Laughter erupted among the villagers, and Madame Lu, unable to maintain her composure, threw down her chopsticks and stormed off. Chapter 37. A living bodhisattva, regardless of Madame Lu's behavior, Guan Xianyue expressed her gratitude to the villagers as they departed, offering each woman who stayed behind to help clean up a package of mixed grain buns. Adavas ova jut. He now had an elder sister and could hardly contain his happiness. Observing his beaming smile, Guan Xianyue asked, Aren't you going to sleep tonight? Ahda shook his head, still smiling, likely unable to find rest. Guan Xianyue chuckled softly. Then shall I tell you a bedtime story? After washing his face and hands, Ada obediently climbed into bed. Guan Xianyue's gentle voice filled the room. Once upon a time, there was a great stone for which a little monkey sprang forth. The following morning, Guan Xianyue led Ada to the village chief's home, with Meng following behind. No one dared entertain ill thoughts towards her, and after sharing a meal, the villagers greeted her warmly from afar. The two individuals, Madame Lu and Yang Matzi, ceased their provocations, likely having received a warning from the village head. She carried a bag, the contents of which remained a mystery, before the villagers could indulge their curiosity for long. The village head promptly summoned everyone to a clearing. The crowd buzzed with inquiries about what significant event had transpired, as gatherings in the village were a rarity, typically reserved for conscription or tax collection. Patience, everyone. Allow me a few words, the village head began. Miss Xiaoya is truly a benevolent soul. She has generously provided us with a variety of vegetable seeds. What were they called? After a moment of contemplation, he admitted he could not recall and invited her to clarify. With a smile, Guan Xianyu addressed the eager villagers, raising the cloth bag in her hand. These are tomato and eggplant seeds, quite resilient. Tomatoes can be consumed raw or cooked, and eggplants can be steamed, boiled, or stir-fried. The villagers expressed their delight, collectively inquiring about cultivation methods and the time required for harvest. Guan Xianyu assured them she would relay the planting techniques, requesting the village head to take notes. The village head chuckled, his face creasing with joy, saying that even if they struggled to grasp it at first, they could always seek her guidance again. However, Guan Xianyu shook her head, indicating that she would soon depart. Concerned about their ability to cultivate the seeds, the villagers pressed her, When will you leave? After a moment's thought, she replied, I shall depart once you have sown the seeds and they have sprouted. This reassurance calmed the villagers. Tomato seeds should be sown on the soil surface, covered with a thin layer of fine soil, no more than 1 centimeter deep. Though Guan Xianyu had never farmed herself, she had observed it before, and with the guidance available in the books at her worry relief shop, she felt confident in instructing them. She also discussed the necessity of providing support for the tomato plants in the future. Being farmers, they were adept at cultivation. Once she shared the essentials, they understood intuitively, their excitement palpable. Initially, Guan Xianyu was eager to leave, driven by a thirst for vengeance and concern for Lu Shuang'er and her siblings. However, witnessing the diligent labor of the villagers, her resolve wavered. The Lu siblings were skilled enough to fend for themselves. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold, she reminded herself, easing her impatience. Outside, chaos and famine reigned, possibly rendering this barren land a sanctuary of tranquility. Ada, who was somewhat special and unable to speak, had previously found little companionship among the village children, save for a dog and an elder. Now, thanks to Guan Xianyu's frequent outings with him, he had become more cheerful, attracting the attention of other children who sought his company. The Qin family had brought a cricket, and Ada, along with his neighbor Shui Sheng, excitedly searched for crickets, eager to engage in a playful battle with the one brought by the Qin family. Guan Xianyu found the children endearing, albeit their toys lacked the variety found in modern times. Thus, she exchanged materials at her worry relief shop to have the village carpenter craft several slingshots for the children. Ada personally delivered the gifts, forging new friendships. Naturally, The first to engage with him were Wu Gu and Shui Shang, who became his closest companions. The trio ventured out to hunt birds, affirming the adage that even the smallest sparrow provides sustenance. With a stroke of luck, they might even discover bird eggs. When the tomatoes bore fruit, their vibrant red hue, mingled with green, sparked an irresistible desire to taste them. Yet they sought Guan Xianyu's permission before indulging. The sight of those ripe, crimson tomatoes was truly a celebration. Guan Xianyu observed the joy radiating from everyone around her, and her heart swelled with happiness as the space within her flourished with a significant amount of merit. In this bountiful moment, she decided to prepare a sumptuous feast centered around tomatoes, also known as X, H, and G. The crowd erupted in cheers, eagerly anticipating a lavish meal. The village chief generously contributed several jars of wine, while the women clamored to assist, and the men began transporting tables and stools from their homes. Wu Gu and Shui Shang lent a hand to Ada in tidying the courtyard, though they found themselves outmatched by the enthusiastic ants. "Children, do not cause a ruckus." Yes, go play elsewhere," Ada called out. Wu Gu replied, "Let us be off." Shui Shang lamented, "My mother says I am lazy, always playing around. Yet here is work to be done, and I am not allowed to help." Guan Xianyu noticed that the seeds in her space seemed to grow at an accelerated pace compared to those outside. Astonishingly, within just over a month, she was already witnessing a harvest. She could not share this revelation with anyone, so she busily organized the group to wash and chop vegetables, and collected several baskets of eggs, offering copper coins in exchange. If any household refused, they would forgo the eggs. Today's menu included tomato, scrambled eggs, steamed eggplant, stir-fried eggplant with cured meat, tomato egg drop soup, and a delightful dessert of sweet pickled tomatoes. Steaming the eggplant was the simplest task. Once cooked, it could be easily torn apart and accompanied by dipping sauce. Perfection. Roasted eggplant was also on the agenda, complemented by grilled tomatoes, tossed with a hint of sesame oil for an added layer of flavor. Although the dishes appeared straightforward, they were the fruits of everyone's labor, each bite bursting with distinct flavors, some tangy, others sweet, creating a taste experience that was simply exquisite. A large pot of rice was cooked, and Guan Xianyu shooed the helpers away to enjoy their meal, while she retrieved scallion pancakes from her space, opting to skip the dough rolling. The crowd feasted joyfully, engaging in lively conversation that rivaled the festive atmosphere of a holiday celebration. In the past few days, she had refrained from sending anyone to the town for meat. The lard and vegetable oil had both been depleted, yet Guan Xianyu remained unfazed, recognizing that it was time to depart. Upon hearing her decision after the meal, the village chief and the others expressed their reluctance to see her go. With tears welling in her eyes, Guan Xianyu explained, "Once peace is restored, you may sell these provisions. For now, to avoid potential turmoil, it is best for us to consume them ourselves." The group nodded in agreement, urging her to stay. Mrs. Liu, unable to contain herself, bellowed, "Ah, I say she feels a bit awkward herself. Who knows how much she has already restrained?" The others were tempted to scold her for the outburst, but Mrs. Liu meekly inquired, "Is there anything substantial to eat?" The villagers, misunderstanding her intent, assumed she was asking for more food to take home, and began to scold her in a chorus of voices. However, Guan Xianyu understood her question and urged everyone to calm down. She explained, "These provisions may not suffice for a hearty meal, but they are easy to cultivate and sell. The grains you grow take a long time to mature and can incite trouble." The village chief interjected, "Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Where can we not procure grain seeds? Each of these is a precious food item, and even a single one could be traded for a significant amount of grain." The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Mrs. Liu's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurried to clarify, "I was merely asking a simple question. You all are so quick to criticize. I am not ungrateful. I just wanted to inquire." Chapter 38. The newly acquired weapons. The crowd ignored her, offering comfort to Guan Xianyu instead. Luda and Yang hesitated to speak, initially wishing to ease the tension, as she had previously offended someone. However, her tendency to seize opportunities was hard to suppress. Before leaving, Guan Xianyu visited the village head's home, presenting him with a bag of grain, and requested that he keep an eye on the Li family's courtyard. Should Ada ever feel homesick in the future, he would undoubtedly return for a brief stay. If Ada were to grow up or age and wish to return to his roots, it was essential to have a place to call home. The village head nodded, indicating that it was all right for Ada to visit, and inquired why he should accept anything. Guan Xianyu smiled, saying it was better to leave it with him than let it go to waste. After bidding farewell to everyone, Ada's eyes glistened with unshed tears as his two companions escorted him a considerable distance. Today, Meng was not his usual lively self, but once they exited the village, he resumed his carefree demeanor, occasionally scouting ahead before returning to guide the way, displaying remarkable intelligence. Ada, now 6 years old, would begin to learn various cultural knowledge in his sister's hometown, no longer remaining an ignorant child. Guan Xianyu felt somewhat like a child trafficker and chuckled before asking whether he wished to follow his sister in learning or attend a private school. The 6-year-old was no longer a mere child, and she needed to respect his wishes. Ada firmly grasped his sister's hand, resolutely expressing his desire to accompany her. Therefore, from this day forth, she would teach him sign language, and they would learn together how to communicate through gestures. Guan Xianyu produced a book titled Fundamentals of Sign Language, which Ada joyfully accepted, flipping through its pages with delight before carefully placing it against his chest, tenderly caressing it. Thus, the two wandered, pausing to rest and read, learning to communicate through gestures. Ada knew of his sister's magical bag of treasures, so he was never astonished by what she produced, only filled with joy and admiration. They shared an 8-inch durian pizza, and Ada quickly fell in love with the peculiar-smelling yet delicious pastry. Guan Xianyu then produced 2 bottles of milk, handing one to each of them. After finishing, they returned the bottles to the joyful worry shop, accumulating quite a few coins in the process. Upon reaching the small town, Guan Xianyu took Ada to a clothing store, purchasing a new outfit for each of them. Though made of coarse cloth, the garments were clean and free of patches. The new clothes were exceedingly comfortable. Ada joyfully twirled around Guan Xianyu, while Meng chased after his little master in playful exuberance. The townsfolk were secretly astonished. The siblings appeared to be from a poor family. Yet they had raised such a robust dog. Were they not concerned about it being stolen for dog meat hot pot? Those with discerning eyes pondered, what a beautiful wolf dog. A man with sparse facial hair and prominent cheekbones approached and inquired, "Little girl, is that dog for sale?" Upon noticing the man coming closer and seeing his 2 masters frown, Meng barked a few warning barks. However, the man, undeterred by the dog's growls, attempted to reach out and pet him. Guan Xianyu coldly replied, "Not for sale. Don't touch. You won't be compensated if bitten." The man withdrew his hand, chuckling in a rather lecherous manner. "I'll offer 10 taels. I cannot go higher. Miss this opportunity, and it may be lost." Indeed, one's appearance often reflects their character. He was unsettling to behold. Guan Xianyu responded bluntly with one word, "Scram." As she turned to leave with Ada, the gaunt-faced man snorted derisively and followed at a distance. Guan Xianyu and Ada arrived at the market, only to discover that the price of grain remained exorbitantly high. After wandering around once more, she discovered that the jewelry shop could also serve as a means to swat mosquitoes. By the time she noticed the tail behind her, 5 people had already surrounded her. "You ungrateful wretch! I had given you a chance, but you squandered it." The lean-faced man desired to advance closer, yet he feared the poised and ready dog, Meng, and had no choice but to halt. Guan Xianyu held Ada's hand reassuringly, signaling him to remain calm, and instructed him to lead Meng, for such scum could only bite with filthy teeth. She raised the club in her hand, declaring, "This weapon is freshly acquired and yet to be tested. How fortunate that an opportunity presents itself." Behind the lean-faced man stood 4 aides, who were utterly unafraid. Although the club in her hand appeared rather peculiar, he doubted that any weapon could transform this rustic girl into a martial arts master in an instant. "I shall personally confront this lean-faced man," he mused, then changed his tone. "Just a little girl. Lao Lu, you go first." Guan Xianyu scoffed indeed. "Is truly Lao Lu. Why don't you take the lead?" As Lao Lu stepped forward, Meng stood up and barked fiercely, causing him to retreat a few steps. As the leader of the 5, The lean-faced man felt embarrassed and stepped forward himself. Guan Xianyu affectionately patted the dog's head with her left hand while gripping the club tightly in her right, ready to press the switch against the lean-faced man. Believing there was a hidden weapon, he dodged, but nothing was launched. He sneered, thinking Guan Xianyu was merely trying to intimidate him, and approached once more. The crowd murmured with speculation, yet no one dared to intervene. Guan Xianyu was indifferent. She let Lao Lu test the might of her electric baton. The outcome was quite predictable when a lean-faced man boldly reached for the baton, only to convulse as if struck by a seizure, collapsing to the ground, twitching as if he had risen from the dead. The onlookers immediately retreated, and Lao Lu shrank back, with several others too frightened to assist him, hastily fleeing instead. Guan Xianyu mused, "What kind of alliance is this? It crumbles far too easily." Regardless, it was not prudent to linger, so she hurriedly rented a carriage with Ada and made their escape. By the time Lao Lu returned with reinforcements, the leader had already been discarded by the roadside. There was no other choice. He had obstructed their path. That morning, Guan Xianyu had discovered that the Wei Wu shop had inexplicably expanded to include a weapons store, from which she had selected the most suitable electric baton, proving to be exceedingly practical. Unbeknownst to her, it was Lu Mo Han who had secretly planted corn, which had now matured. He had previously attempted to grow it, but it had not had the chance to ripen. With the corn properly sown, but the person absent, the news that arrived left him distraught. He had gone 3 days without eating. To fulfill the girl's dying wish and benefit the people, he had to muster his spirits and devise a plan to replant the corn. This time, he utilized only his own people and chose a secluded location for cultivation. Guan Xianyu and Ada traveled southward, having heard news over the past few days that the war had subsided. Whether this peace would be brief or lasting was beyond her knowledge, for this place lay quite distant from the imperial city. Life remained relatively tranquil, though food was still scarce due to calamities, and thankfully they could now traverse the official roads without fear. As they ventured further south, the heat intensified, and Guan Xianyu yearned for watermelon, only to find none available. Recognizing this as a lucrative opportunity, she contemplated selling a few watermelons, but soon deemed it an opportune time and continued on her journey. Feeling fatigued, they decided to stay at an inn. Ada, who once appeared emaciated, had gained a few pounds, his small face now adorned with a hint of chubbiness, making him quite endearing. Guan Xianyu playfully pinched his cheeks and asked, "Haven't you grown tired of candy hawthorn?" Ada shook his head, declaring that he could never tire of it. Guan Xianyu treated him to various types of sweet cakes, and even bought him a wooden sword, a toy that no boy could resist, much to Ada's delight. Ameng had an astonishing appetite, and with improved meals, his muscular contours became increasingly prominent. The trio, a pair of boys and a dog, attracted quite a bit of attention. Guan Xianyu wished to remain inconspicuous, yet it proved impossible. Chapter 39. Selling bracelets at last, they arrived in South City and rented a quaint cottage. After much inquiry, they discovered that no one had seen the 3 siblings of the Lu family. Despite having commissioned a portrait of Guan Xianyu, there was still no news. Fortunately, she altered her strategy and found the Guan family. Qingqing was the first to spot Guan Xianyu and initially thought she was seeing a ghost in broad daylight before exclaiming, "Mother!" Guan Xianyu was reunited with Aunt Guan, and the two embraced, tears flowing freely. Come, let us sit inside." Aunt Guan was overwhelmed with emotion, recalling how Guan Xianyu had been grievously injured and had fallen from a cliff. They all believed that heaven had indeed opened its eyes, rewarding good deeds with good fortune. Guan Xianyu wanted to clarify that it was a stab, not a cut, but decided it was inconsequential and inquired, "Do you know where Shuang and the others are residing?" Aunt Guan shook her head, explaining that they thought Guan Xianyu had perished and had since ventured into the world. What she did not say was that Lu Shuang had wept so bitterly that she almost leaped off the cliff to rescue her. Guan Xianyu nodded and pressed on. "What about the Wang family?" Aunt Guan promptly replied, "Wang Jialong gave 50 taels." "No, I meant to ask which street they reside on." Guan Xianyu was unconcerned about the 50 taels. Her life was worth far more. Aunt Guan shook her head, stating that they were no longer in South City and had apparently relocated, though she was unsure of their whereabouts. Guan Xianwei understood, producing 500 taels. Aunt, please take this money for emergencies. Aunt Guan hesitated to accept, then inquired about the child beside her. Guan Xianyue placed the silver on the table, insisting, Aunt, do not be modest. This is my sworn brother, Li Ziel, affectionately known as Ada. Ada stepped forward to respectfully bow, unable to speak. And Guan Xianyue reassured Aunt Guan not to hold it against him. Rising, Guan Xianyue added, we must take our leave now, but we shall visit again when time allows. Aunt Guan quickly stood to see them off, hoping to invite them for a meal, but they were in a hurry and departed swiftly. Upon turning back to see the 500 taels, Aunt Guan hastily tucked it away, her heart filled with gratitude. How fortunate I am to have been kind-hearted. This girl is not without her merits. Yet, it was the sentiment of their reunion that resonated most deeply within her. Upon returning to her lodgings, Guan Xianyue felt a momentary sense of disorientation. Where to go next? The storage compartment held a plethora of frozen locusts, ready to take flight, alongside several hundred pounds of grain. Furthermore, she possessed over 180,000 merit points, which tempted her to spend. Thankfully, she still had the 5,000 taels gifted by Lu Mohan, plus a few hundred of her own. Unless absolutely necessary, she wished to preserve that 5,000 taels, perhaps for future use or to repay Lu Mohan one day. Guan Xianyue resolved to put those thoughts aside, ensuring her nutrition remained adequate, continuing to dilute her milk and devising ways to earn some silver. In East Street, there exists a jewelry shop frequented by affluent patrons. Upon entering, Guan Xianyu directly inquired, is the shopkeeper present? The shopkeeper, expecting a distinguished guest, was taken aback to find only a modestly dressed young girl with yellow hair. However, recognizing that even high-status families sometimes send their maids for purchases, he inquired earnestly, what would you like to buy? Guan Xianyu produced an agate bracelet valued at 5,000 merit points, asking, do you accept this? The shopkeeper immediately shook his head, wary of accepting stolen goods. Guan Xianyu widened her eyes in disbelief. Stolen goods? Do you presume I pilfered it? She glanced at her own attire, pursing her lips. Little girl, the shopkeeper replied, I am merely concerned that someone may covet my possessions. I could effortlessly produce a dozen such items. Have you not heard that wealth should remain discreet? As the shopkeeper contemplated the situation, a familiar figure approached. Just as he was about to greet her, the lady pointed at the bracelet in Guan Xianyu's hand, declaring, I want this. The shopkeeper hesitated, glancing at Guan Xianyu. Guan Xianyu smiled, madam. You have an excellent eye. However, this bracelet is meant for my employer's appraisal, and the price is yet to be determined. The lady chuckled, thinking the girl was merely a spectator and would be reprimanded by the shopkeeper. She was surprised to learn it was, in fact, the girl's possession. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, saying, if Madame Tang desires it, I shall part with it at cost price. He exchanged a knowing glance with Guan Xianyu, though he was uncertain about the price she intended to set. Guan Xianyu replied, please, you decide, Madame Tang, believing the two were attempting to negotiate a higher price. Boldly stated, 300 taels. If you won't sell, I shall look elsewhere, lest I return in a few days only to find it sold for 200 taels. The shopkeeper quickly shook his head. That won't do. Madame Tang, consider the quality and craftsmanship. I cannot part with it for less than 1,000 taels. As a valued customer, I shall offer it for 800. Guan Xianyu felt a surge of joy within her, as the shopkeeper added, should you find another vendor selling it cheaper, I shall compensate you with a more expensive item. We have been in business for a decade, and honesty is our policy. Hearing this, Madame Tang raised her plump hand to try on the bracelet. Guan Xianyu promptly assisted her, exclaiming, Madam, you are truly fortunate. This bracelet seems tailor-made for you. Madame Tang's heart swelled with delight as she paid 1,000 taels, adding, for the remaining 200 taels, select a fine jade pendant for me. It must be exquisite. The shopkeeper eagerly agreed, launching into another round of salesmanship. Once the customer departed, the shopkeeper asked, do you truly possess 10 such items? Guan Xianyu countered, how many do you desire? The shopkeeper's spirits lifted considerably. You witnessed my sale of 800 taels. If you provide me with 10, I will pay 5,000 taels. Guan Xianyu bit her lip, asserting the subsequent pieces are of even finer quality. If you offer 6,000 taels, I shall reluctantly part with them. The shopkeeper requested to see the items, and Guan Xianyu retrieved them from her bundle. My word, such precious items, and you handle them so casually? He remarked, bewildered that she did not take more care in packaging them. Guan Xianyu whispered, wealth should not be flaunted, as ostentation invites theft. The shopkeeper nodded in agreement, recognizing the girl's cleverness. After inspecting the goods, the shopkeeper presented a silver note and requested that Guan Xianyue deliver more merchandise in the future. With that, she joyfully arranged the display, intending to showcase the 9 exquisite bracelets as the treasures of her store. Guan Xianyue was equally elated. These were the least expensive items in her jewelry shop. Yet in ancient times, they were considered priceless. Had the world not been so tumultuous, she could have priced them even higher. Jewelry, after all, is valued by its rarity, but also depends on the purchasing power of the populace. Exchanging 50,000 merit points for 6,000 taels seemed quite reasonable. Thus, she happily purchased a pound of beef and a pound of pork belly. Vegetables were quite affordable, so she exchanged them at the Jisho shop. Suddenly realizing that this era lacked scallions and cilantro, she recalled how she had earned merit points by having everyone plant tomatoes and eggplants, prompting her to scatter some seeds in front of her door to test their growth. In Chapter 40, titled Is It Glazed?, Guan Xianyue sought to ascertain whether cultivating the seeds herself, rather than gifting them to others, would yield merit points. To her surprise, the seeds sprouted within a day, and by the 3rd day, she was able to enjoy a bounty of fresh scallions and cilantro, their growth pleasing to behold. Her merit points increased by 10,000, indicating that cultivating new varieties also brought rewards, albeit not as bountiful as aiding others. Adair relished scallion pork noodles and scallion omelets, giving a thumbs up. Although he found cilantro unpalatable, he merely furrowed his brow without voicing his distaste. Children's palates differ from those of adults, and some individuals simply cannot abide the flavor of cilantro. Guan Xianyue did not insist and indulged herself instead. Guan Xianyue harvested the scallions and cilantro to sell at the market, and to her surprise, a chubby girl expressed interest in trying them. The girl appeared to be quite the foodie. Observing her curiosity, Guan Xianyue introduced her to the ingredients. This is scallion, and this is cilantro, both used as seasonings. They can be chopped for cold dishes, but it can be quite troublesome. If you could prepare a dish for me to taste, I would reward you with 5 taels of silver. As soon as she finished speaking, a plump maid rushed in, carrying various delicacies. Guan Xianyue pondered for a moment and inquired, where is your home? Is it far? The maid attempted to dissuade her, but the chubby girl had already decided to take Guan Xianyue back to her residence. Upon reaching the kitchen, Guan Xianyue prepared a mouth-watering dish of mouth-watering chicken topped with scallions and cilantro, alongside a spicy boiled meat dish generously adorned with cilantro. One dish was numbing spicy, the other fragrant spicy. Coincidentally, the chubby girl's surname was Pang. Miss Pang enjoyed the 2 dishes, guzzling down water in between, prompting Guan Xianyue to offer her a refreshing remedy, chilled milk. After catching her breath, Miss Pang exclaimed, "What a delight!" Guan Xianyue earned 100 taels but insisted on obtaining the recipes for the 2 dishes. Naturally, she agreed, and along with the scallions and cilantro, she sold a bag of dried chili peppers and a bag of Sichuan pepper powder, ultimately netting 300 taels after rounding down. How splendid! Miss Pang inquired, "Is this milk? Why is it so delicious?" Guan Xianyue turned back with a smile, asking if she would like some. Miss Pang contemplated her dwindling pocket money, shook her head, and replied, "No, but if you have more cilantro, please bring a few more pounds tomorrow." Guan Xianyue nodded, suggesting a delivery of 2 pounds every 3 days, to which Miss Pang readily agreed. Upon exiting the Pang residence, Guan Xianyue made her way directly to Aunt Guan's home. She presented a packet of coriander seeds, instructing her to deliver the harvest to the Pang residence every 3 days. On the second occasion, she personally brought 2 pounds of coriander, which fetched 10 taels of silver, and casually mentioned that Aunt Guan could handle the deliveries from then on. With this newfound livelihood, Aunt Guan's family decided to purchase several houses and acres of land, planning to settle in the southern city. Regrettably, Guan Xianyue always seemed to be in a hurry, leaving her little opportunity to prepare a meal in gratitude. Guan Xianyu visited a jewelry shop once more, presenting the proprietor with a box of vibrant beads. "Is this glass?" he wondered, unable to recognize such a jewel. "This is a rare material, comparable to glass. Will you accept it?" In truth, the beads were merely glass, discovered by Guan Xianyu in a corner of the worry relief shop, akin to a bracelet that modern individuals could acquire for just a few coins. She had only removed the string. A single string required 200 merit points, comprising a dozen or so beads. The proprietor examined them closely, astonished by their flawless drilled holes. At a loss for pricing, he tentatively proposed, "Would 50 taels per bead suffice?" Guan Xianyu frowned, appearing conflicted. The proprietor quickly added, 60 taels is the maximum I can offer." In truth, he feared her rejection, clutching the wooden box tightly. Seeing the opportunity, Guan Xianyu decided to negotiate. "I only recognize your venerable establishment, having never engaged with another shop. If you are sincere, how about selling me half of the beads first?" After a moment's contemplation, the proprietor regretted his hesitation and declared, "You name your price. I will take them all." She replied, "If you could also provide me with a piece of jade pendant, that would be splendid." Almost in unison, they voiced their agreement. The proprietor promptly asked, "Will you be wearing it yourself?" Guan Xianyu smiled gently. "It is for my younger brother." In high spirits, the proprietor produced a pair, one for each sibling. Delighted, Guan Xianyu made her payment and even gifted the proprietor some coriander she had prepared earlier, laying the groundwork for Aunt Guan's future sales by expanding her network. Upon exiting the shop, she unexpectedly encountered the little beggar, Xiao Wu, which explained the sense of something missing. She had overlooked her band of beggar friends. With a sense of remorse, Guan Xianyu approached, and Xiao Wu looked up in astonishment. He exclaimed, "Sweet sister," and leaped into her embrace. Ruffling his hair, she said, "Quickly take me to see Lei Xiao Hu." Upon their meeting, she learned that the 30-odd companions of Lei Xiao Hu had dwindled to just over 10, with many of their close-knit brothers having scattered as well. Guan Xianyu could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia, handing him 100 taels and stating shortly, "I shall send some steamed buns. In return, could you help me inquire about the whereabouts of Miss Wang Wanyan of the Wang family?" Lei Xiaohu nodded in agreement. "I know many brothers. I will certainly find out about her, but how shall I relay the information once I have it?" Guan Xianyu mentioned the address and set off with Lei Xiaohu and Xiao Wu. She handed 20 taels to a roadside vendor to pack 30 meat buns, instructing Xiao Wu to come by daily to collect the remaining buns until they were all distributed. A month later, when Lei Xiaohu brought news, Guan Xianyue provided him with another 100 taels, inquiring, "Do you truly have no intention of settling down?" Lei Xiaohu shook his head resolutely, declaring, "I remember everything you said. I will establish the beggar sect." Guan Xianyue patted him on the shoulder like a man, exclaiming, "You have ambition." Ada emerged, and Xiao Wu immediately approached him for conversation. Guan Xianyue introduced the two and invited Lei Xiaohu and Xiao Wu to dinner, but they glanced at their soiled garments and politely declined. Guan Xianyue feigned anger, asking, "Do you find my cooking unpalatable?" Xiao Wu quickly replied, "Sister Tian's cooking is the best." With a smile, Guan Xianyue pulled Xiao Wu into the house, prompting Lei Xiaohu to sheepishly follow. Before nightfall, dinner was prepared, and the table was filled with an array of meat dishes. Ada took Xiao Wu to wash his hands, reminding him, "Sister said to wash hands before and after meals." Lei Xiaohu followed suit. The braised pork was tender, accompanied by mushroom chicken, braised eggplant, cold pig ears, spicy chicken feet, and glistening white rice, along with a pot of radish bone soup. With 5 dishes and 1 soup, the portions were generous, and the 4 hearty eaters finished every morsel, leaving only a few large bones, perfect to feed a man. Xiao Wu burped. Lei Xiaohu followed suit, burping even louder than his younger brother, feeling embarrassed. Xiao Wu and Ada exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Chapter 41. An unsightly appearance. Guan Xianyue produced a pair of moon-white jade pendants adorned with cloud patterns, personally fastening one around the neck of each boy, allowing them to conceal it beneath their clothing when they ventured out. "Do you like the gifts from your sister?" Ada embraced her arm, nuzzling against her, while Xiao Wu stood in astonishment, unsure if he should accept the gift, ultimately looking to his brother for guidance. Understanding Guan Xuanyue's temperament, Lei Xiaohu grasped his brother's hand. Preparing to kneel. What are you doing? Kneeling at every turn? How will you lead the beggar sect? Guan Xianyue pretended to be angry, adding, we are all family. There's no need for formality. Deeply touched, Lei Xiaohu merely responded with a simple, hey. Xiao Wu was overjoyed, exclaiming, thank you, Sister Tian. My full name is Guan Xianyue. Remember it. Both Xiao Wu and Lei Xiao nodded. Guan Xianyue smiled as she sent them on their way. Upon returning indoors, she noticed that it bore no jealousy, lovingly caressing the jade pendant, which lightened her spirits even further. The night passed without incident, and the following day, Guan Xianyue unexpectedly encountered Miss Pang on the street, who was engaged in a heated argument with another elegantly dressed young girl. You fat pig, what right do you have to compare yourself to me? You are the pig, with a brain as dull as a donkey's. Even pigs wouldn't want to associate with you. Both were fierce in their retorts, unable to determine a clear victor. Initially reluctant to intervene, Guan Xianyue was provoked when the other girl shouted, what are you staring at, ugly monster? Miss Pang then stormed over to Guan Xianyue, tugging her and shouting at Wang Yi, she's my friend, what gives you the right to insult her? Guan Xianyue stroked her chin, replying, perhaps it is due to her blindness. Ugly people often create trouble. Wang Yi, reflecting on her delicate waist and skin fairer than snow, was incensed to find herself bullied by an overweight man and an unsightly woman. How could this be tolerated? She retorted sharply, you are the true eyesores. Her anger left her at a loss for words. Guan Xianyue interjected, you lack both bosom and backside, looking as slender as a stick. Where is the beauty in that? Wang Yi, caught off guard, felt the sting of tears welling up. Miss Pang, feeling wronged, regained her confidence and declared, indeed, does the Wang family starve? They resemble refugees, yet dare to claim to be the foremost family in the world. Pa. Wang Yi was not a legitimate member of the Wang family, and she chose to return home in tears, seeking solace from her father and grandmother. Guan Xianyue, surprised by the turn of events, inquired, is she truly of the Wang family? Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? The Wang family does not acknowledge such relatives, Miss Pang replied. It was then she realized that her words had inadvertently insulted the entire Wang family, prompting her to pull Guan Xianyue toward her own home. Guan Xianyue chose not to expose her fear, teasing, why the rush? Huh, I am Pang Fian. What is your name? Guan Xianyue found the name amusing, yet refrained from laughing, responding, Fian, lovely name. I am Guan Xianyue. Oh, yours is not bad either. Not something mundane like Tsuehua or Dayu, Pang Fian remarked bluntly. Guan Xianyue took no offense, thinking to herself that her original choice had been Tainyu. Last time you left a recipe, but when they made it, it lacked your flavor. Perhaps you have grown weary of it? I shall prepare a few delightful dishes for you. Consequently, Guan Xianyue made her new friend a dish of pickled fish and spicy shredded chicken. Consuming more protein won't lead to weight gain, she suggested. If I asked you to reduce your rice intake by 1 bowl each day, would you manage it? Pang Fian, enjoying her meal, replied, are you implying I am overweight? Guan Xianyue shook her head, not at all. I merely wish to spare you from others' mockery. An excessive weight can impact health. Pang Fian paused, sincerely stating, then I shall stop eating. Fear not. Indulge in fish, chicken, beef, and vegetables, while gradually reducing your rice portions. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Pang Fian's eyes glistened with emotion as she said, you're the only one who genuinely cares for me and offers solutions. Others merely mock me. Guan Xianyue gently patted her small chubby hand. To be able to eat is a blessing. Why concern ourselves with others? What matters is our own comfort, but we must also care for our health, right? Pang Fian nodded, taking a few more bites, cheerfully declaring, today, I shall eat 2 bowls of rice. Once you leave, I want to be able to stomach what they cook, so fear not. Before parting, Pang Fian gifted her a box, saying it was a present to be opened at home, then shyly dashed away. Upon returning home, Guan Xianyue discovered a box of pearls and mused, how generous. However, this little money-minded girl immediately thought of a return gift and prepared a pair of agate bracelets the following day. When Pang Fian received the gift, she exclaimed, this is too precious. No, Guan Xianyue countered. Do you deem our friendship less valuable than these bracelets? Pang Fian pondered, shook her head, then nodded, proclaiming, You're my only sister, Guan Xianhua. Guan Xianhua responded, Now that feels right. As a result, Pang Fian insisted on introducing her to Mr. and Mrs. Pang. Lord Pang was delighted that his daughter had made a new friend, while Lady Pang was dazzled by the two agate bracelets. She had seen such bracelets before, and they were worth at least 1,000 taels. Thus, both parents were very warm and welcoming. One believed that as long as his treasured daughter was happy, all was well, while the other found that although Guan Xianyu might not be conventionally attractive, her depth was remarkable. Guan Xianyu enjoyed tea and delicacies at the Pang residence, and when she was about to leave, Pang Fei Yin had someone pack a generous portion of her beloved almond crisps, saying, Let your brother have a taste. She noticed that it was only this particular treat that Guan Xianyu had indulged in a few extra pieces, leading her to conclude that they were indeed fated to be friends. Guan Xianyu appreciated her thoughtfulness and graciously accepted the offering. Even though she mentioned having no parents and only a brother, the Pang family continued to treat her with unwavering warmth, making her eager to cultivate such friendships. When Pang Fei Yin's older brother returned, the three of them began to speak of Guan Xianyu, each taking turns to express their thoughts. Pang Fei Yin remarked, She is kind and generous. She even helped me scold Wang Yi. What a loyal friend. And she is a marvelous cook. Her brother teased her. The last statement is the most truthful. Pang Fei Yin pouted, prompting her mother to add a few words in her favor. Lady Pang responded, That girl, despite her tender age, possesses remarkable composure. Our Fei Yin needs a friend like her. Lord Pang added, Though she comes from a business background, her discourse is refined, and she is quite knowledgeable. Pang Yong, upon hearing this, wondered if they intended to introduce her to him, and thus inquired, Such a fine girl. Is there truly nothing about her that one could find unappealing? Pang Fei Yin nodded vigorously. Lady Pang said, Well, her appearance does leave something to be desired. Pang Fei Yin, not willing to accept this remark, immediately retorted, She is merely a bit darker in complexion. How can that be deemed unattractive? Lord Pang nodded, asserting that one's appearance often reflects the heart, and he believed the young lady was indeed commendable. Pang Yong chuckled, considering that a young girl who generously gifted a valuable agate bracelet could not possibly belong to an ordinary family. He decided it prudent to observe her for a few more days before forming a final judgment regarding his family's frequent involvement in his search for a partner. He was indifferent, thinking that marrying a virtuous woman was what mattered, as long as his parents approved. However, it seemed he was overthinking the matter. In Chapter 42, Marrying a Virtuous Woman, Pang Fei Yin regretted not asking Guan Xianyu where she lived and thus seized the opportunity to inquire with Aunt Guan, who had brought cilantro. Where is Sister Yu? I urgently need to find her, but I forgot to ask where she resides. Aunt Guan, wary of revealing Guan Xianyu's address, promised only to convey a message on her behalf. Upon Guan Xianyu's arrival, she learned that in 2 days it would be Pang Fei Yan's 14th birthday, and she was invited to play at the Pang household. Consequently, she agreed and returned home to ponder what gift to present. To her surprise, Wang Yi, having set aside past grievances, attended Pang Fei Yan's birthday celebration with several young ladies in tow. Was she intending to stir trouble? Guan Xianyu sat quietly in a corner, remaining silent while savoring tea and delicacies. Pang Fei Yan, aware of her aversion to ostentation, refrained from pressuring her and instructed the maid to attend to her needs. When Wang Yi and her companions presented their gifts, their gaze fell upon Guan Xianyu in the corner, prompting one to exclaim, Even a beggar has come to the banquet? Is she here to scavenge for food? On that day, Guan Xianyu was attired decently, albeit simply, her garment of understated colors adorned only with a few embroidered flowers at the cuffs. In stark contrast to the elegantly dressed young ladies around her, she appeared rather humble. As Pang Fian was on the verge of losing her temper, Guan Xianyu called out to her, Fian, is it my turn to present you with a birthday gift? Wang Yi also gathered her entourage, eager to witness the nature of the gift that was supposedly so shameful, chuckling at her apparent poverty. Pang Fian thought to herself, Haven't you already gifted me a fat loss recipe book? Nevertheless, she approached. With a flourish, Guan Xianyu rubbed her hands together and exclaimed, "Ta-da!" as she produced a bottle of perfume. Pang Fian, intrigued yet unfamiliar with the item, cradled it in her hands and inquired, "What is this?" Wang Yi gasped. "A glass bottle. It's simply exquisite." Jealousy twisted her features. Ignoring Wang Yi's contorted expression, Guan Xianyu encouraged, "Open the cap and give it a try." Pang Fian cautiously removed the cap, but seeing her uncertainty, Guan Xianyu took it back, aimed it at the air above, and sprayed. An enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, captivating everyone present. In unison, they exclaimed, "How delightful!" Guan Xianyu then dabbed a bit behind Pang Fian's ear, saying, "It will evolve into other scents over time." Overwhelmed with joy, Pang Fian felt as though she might faint. What had she done to deserve such a remarkable friend? Surely, the heavens had smiled upon her. Wang Yi, consumed by jealousy, blurted out, "Where can I buy this? I want one too." Guan Xianyu shook her head, replying, "It's priceless. You cannot afford it." This remark enraged Wang Yi, who immediately countered, "I'll pay 1,000 taels." Pang Fian raised her chin defiantly, declaring, "We are not selling." With that, she pulled Guan Xianyu away and announced the commencement of the banquet. Later, when Guan Xianyu felt restless and decided to take her leave, she quietly asked, "Did I inadvertently ruin your business?" Guan Xianyu shook her head, asserting that such a treasure was invaluable and she would not part with it for any price. Elated, Pang Fian nearly embraced her in gratitude. Unable to escort Guan Xianyu home personally, she arranged for a carriage, urging her to visit often before reluctantly returning to entertain her friends and relatives. Unbeknownst to Guan Xianyu, the perfume was indeed quite valuable. However, she had no intention of selling it to Wang Yi, as doing so would diminish the worth of Pang Fian's gift. After all, the true essence of a gift lies in the sentiment behind it. At that moment, Wang Yi's resentment towards Guan Xianyu grew, surpassing even her disdain for the hefty pig. Consequently, she dispatched someone to follow Guan Xianyu. Yet before they could act, they were viciously attacked by a Meng, returning with injuries and barely clinging to life, primarily from fright, as none of the vital areas were harmed. A Meng had proven its might, and Guan Xianyu rewarded it with a piece of beef, exclaiming, "A Meng, indeed, is ferociously formidable, as strong as a yak." Ada nodded in agreement, though he had no idea what a yak was, but he felt a sense of pride. Following this incident, she resolved to rent a place for greater security. However, Pang Fian acted swiftly, sending her a deed that included a house. This gift was immensely practical, and Guan Xianyu graciously accepted, deciding to send more treasures to her dear friend in the future. Observing his sister's hesitation to speak, Pang Fian was about to inquire what troubled him when her brother finally voiced his thoughts. "Do you think that girl is really looking out for me?" Pang Fian gasped in astonishment, confused by the question, but quickly shifted her perspective. "If sister you were to become a sister-in-law, wouldn't he that allow them to see each other every day?" Her brother, "What kind of expression is that?" Pang Fian asked again. "Don't you think she's ugly? Mother has selected so many young ladies, yet you seem indifferent." Pang Yong chuckled, saying that one should marry wisely, and besides, it is rare for his sister to take a liking to someone, and their parents have even found her set of property. Pang Fian pulled out a glass bottle, reluctant to spray the precious perfume inside, exclaiming, "This bottle is worth more than that house, not to mention this pair of bracelets." Pang Yong instantly felt awkward and sought an excuse to slip away. Although he did not care much, Pang Fian was quite concerned. Guan Xianyu was busy customizing furniture when Pang Fian sent someone to inform her that the furniture was ready, but she needed to personally select the flowers, plants, and trees for the yard. Naturally, one could not visit the market without the company of Pang Fian. Guan Xianyu was captivated by her wealthy friend, yet she insisted that flowers were unnecessary. A large tree in the yard would suffice, as she intended to plant vegetables in the remaining space. Pang Fian slapped her forehead, realizing, "Of course, we must plant cilantro. Wait, there is plenty of fertile land available for purchase. Why bother planting in the yard?" Guan Xianyu pondered for a moment and replied, "It is merely a personal preference. With too much land, I would be overwhelmed." Pang Fian was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled her purpose, suggesting, "Let us go to the tea house for some tea and a break." The two ventured to Yunshang Tower, and Guan Xianyu was astonished to realize she had forgotten about Lu Mohan. After a brief reflection, she decided to finish her tasks before writing him a letter to assure him of her well-being. "Oh, is that not my brother? What a coincidence!" Pang Fian, who disliked telling lies, felt her round face flush. Guan Xianyu pulled her along, and just as they were about to join Pang Yong and his friends, she quickly interjected, "Fian, I have something to attend to. I shall visit you another day." She hurried away, leaving Pang Fian dumbfounded. Was her brother truly that intimidating? Pang Yong shook his head slightly, understanding that not every girl possesses the boldness of his sister. In truth, they were overthinking. Guan Xianyu simply wished to avoid unnecessary socializing, preferring not to dine with several unfamiliar young men, as she was preoccupied with something significant. As the saying goes, enemies meet on narrow roads. When Wang Yi saw Guan Xianyu, she thought, "Let's see how I handle her." Guan Xianyu also spotted Wang Yi and waved, prompting the latter to rush over and ask irritably, "Are we that familiar?" "Ugly creature." Guan Xianyu pouted in grievance and retorted, "She simply hasn't tea dressed up. If I adorn myself like you, I too could be as beautiful as a fairy." "Ha ha, that is hilarious. You wouldn't even dare to look at yourself. Dare to make a bet?" Chapter 43, Painless Head Swap. "Just based on you?" Pang Fian declared fiercely. "If I lose, you must kneel and bow to me." Guan Xianyu clapped her hands, having baited the fish. "Let me show you what painless head swapping truly means." This bold statement startled Wang Yi, but she was undeterred. Unless Guan Xianyu was a monster, who could possibly swap heads in public? In this day and age, it was easy to attract onlookers, and soon a crowd gathered. Guan Xianyu borrowed a spot from a street vendor, offering 1 tael of silver as payment. She first retrieved a small cushion from her sleeve, opened it, and began to apply foundation while looking in the mirror. Next came concealer, and once her eye makeup was complete, she radiated vitality, finishing with eyebrows, blush, and lipstick. The object that remained unproduced left both the audience and Wang Yi in a state of astonishment, revealing their naivety. Afterward, a contouring session commenced. Her face, albeit still too slender, required a touch of fullness to align with the aesthetic preferences of ancient times. As anticipated, the final application of highlights and shadows not only enhanced her beauty, but also bestowed an air of nobility upon her. If she were to don a different attire, would she not resemble a celestial being? In contrast, the delicate Wang Yi appeared rather ordinary beside her. Guan Xianyu possessed naturally expressive eyes, with pupils as dark and luminous as night, and with her skin now lightened, the potential for her beauty was effortlessly unveiled. She was now effortlessly victorious. A voice cried out, "She is even more beautiful than that fairy-like maiden." Truly, it was a painless transformation. "Indeed, indeed. My dear, where can these be purchased?" The tone shifted dramatically, and Wang Yi, initially distressed, found herself consumed by curiosity. Guan Xianyu gestured towards the array of cosmetics, stating, "These? They are quite affordable. Merely 5,000 taels." The crowd gasped in shock, many retreating in dismay. Wang Yi gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "It's unfair. I haven't even had the chance to use any of these." Guan Xianyu smiled, accepting her loss with grace, retorting, "Why should I share my possessions with you? Can you even afford them?" Wang Yi had anticipated this moment. She promptly produced 5,000 taels and tossed them at her face, only for Guan Xianyu to catch them deftly. Unperturbed, Wang Yi snatched several coveted items and stormed off, eager to test the results. If someone as plain as Guan Xianyu could achieve such a dramatic transformation, how much more could she, a true beauty? Little did she know, this was precisely the outcome Guan Xianyu desired. In the days that followed, Wang Yi basked in countless compliments and requests to borrow even a single cosmetic, bringing her immense joy akin to that of a celestial being. Soon came the coming-of-age ceremony for her cousin, Wang Wanyan, and she was determined to outshine all, especially the guest of honor. As members of the Wang family, it was her prerogative to maintain her elevated status. Thus, despite her reluctance to part with those cosmetics, She practiced the art of transformation repeatedly, refining her technique. When Wang Wanyan beheld the reborn Wang Yi, she was indeed taken aback. Her skin was as flawless as snow, devoid of any excess powder, her lips a vibrant cherry red, imbued with a lustrous fullness. Was this truly the once unremarkable cousin? She wore a pink gauzy dress, looking as enchanting as a budding flower in spring, poised to bloom. In essence, she sought to captivate the eligible young men present. This was her domain, and yet this wretched girl had the audacity to eclipse her. Wang Wanyan, consumed by resentment, wished to expel her, but could not. A face marred by excessive makeup appeared ghastly pale, with lifeless crimson lips, rendering her features unrecognizable. The more she compared, the angrier she became, leading her to confront Wang Yi after the ceremony, demanding to know the secret behind her transformation. Wang Yi revealed her cosmetics, which bore the unmistakable hallmark of luxury. The cushioned foundation even included a small mirror, reflecting her image with crystal clarity. Wang Wanyan, eager to inspect it closely, reached for it, but Wang Yi withdrew it, gently stating, "Sister, you are precious and delicate. How could you use what remains from your younger sister?" Wang Wanyan's innate pride forbade her from resorting to thievery, let alone using items sullied by those of lesser virtue. Suppressing her ire, she inquired, "Where did you procure this? I have never encountered such merchandise." Wang Yi, eager to flaunt her acquisition, hesitated to divulge, for she harbored a selfish desire to possess something unique. "You need not disclose, as long as you can procure a set. I assure you, I shall introduce you to the scion of the Liu family." "Really?" Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with interest. "But you must clarify. Which Liu gentleman do you mean?" Grinding her teeth, Wang Wanyan replied, "Forget Liu Moqing. How about Liu Mohan?" Wang Yi readily agreed, her heart set on Liu Mohan, whom she had deemed the most handsome after viewing the illustrious portraits of the 10 young masters of the capital in Tea and Tidbits. With a cold huff, Wang Wanyan turned to leave, prompting Wang Yi to chase after her. "Such fine items do not come cheaply. Am I to be burdened with your debts?" Wang Wanyan, in a fit of frustration, produced 500 taels, adjusting the sum accordingly. Wang Yi retorted, "Sister, I spent 8,000 taels." Wang Wanyan's eyes widened, but she reluctantly extracted the full amount, slamming 8,000 taels into Wang Yi's palm. The force of the blow caused Wang Yi's hand to sting, and she muttered a few curses before cheerfully seeking out Guan Xianyu. "Hey, you ugly creature, make it easy for me to find you." Being in need, she dared not address her as the ugly one. Guan Xianyu looked up, setting aside her paper kite, and asked, "What do you seek from me?" Wang Yi, irked, waved a banknote and declared, "I shall not hold it against you. I even introduced you to the buyer." "No thank for this?" Guan Xianyu replied softly. "Wealth should not be flaunted, and besides, I have no goods left." At her words, Wang Yi immediately tucked the banknote away, exclaiming, "How can that be true? No, you must devise a plan." Guan Xianyu continued, "Even if you manage to buy it, the price may not remain the same." Wang Yi's temper flared. "Are you attempting to inflate the price? I am seeking assistance. Must I not offer something in return? If you choose to decline, so be it. I cannot conjure such items from thin air." Wang Yi's anxiety mounted. Given her cousin's temperament, should she fail to procure the goods, retribution would be inevitable. "Think of something. I will offer you 6,000 taels." Feigning difficulty, Guan Xianyu heard Wang Yi raise her offer to 8,000, stating that was all she had left. Thus, Guan Xianyu agreed to wait 3 days, with delivery to take place at Yinshang Tower. Wang Yi nodded, her mood far from cheerful, having earned nothing while toiling for another. Upon receiving her cosmetics, Wang Wanyan was overjoyed, finding her set appeared even more exquisite than Wang Yi's. Wang Yi, too, was pleased. Having tested every item, Wang Wanyan would have to share her lip balm, thus enjoying a laugh over it. Despite the expenditure of 8,000 taels, Wang Wanyan felt it worthwhile, as Mr. Qin, who had previously treated her with disdain, now approached her for conversation. Recently, she was the center of attention, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. However, this joy was short-lived, as her face erupted in red spots and her brows began to fall out. Chapter 44. Not dead after all. For a woman, being shunned is a fate worse than death. Enraged, Wang Wanyan smashed every vase and porcelain piece in the room. While Wang Yi suffered the consequences, her face resembling that of a pig, leading to a fierce dispute between the two families. Ultimately, the decision was made to apprehend the instigator, Guan Xianyu. Regrettably, the place had long been deserted. When Wang Yi presented the portrait, Wang Wanyan suddenly lost her temper. The wretched woman had not perished. The redness on her face was merely an allergic reaction, easily treatable. Yet the loss of her eyebrows was irreversible. She could only wait and see if they would ever grow back. Little did she know that Guan Xianyu had applied a permanent hair removal cream on her. The most infuriating aspect was that she could no longer use that set of cosmetics. Wang Wanyan wept inconsolably. Once her tears subsided, she discovered that her eyelashes had also vanished. Thus, old grievances and new grudges merged, prompting Wang Wanyan to enlist her family's help. This matter could not be reported to the authorities to avoid disgrace. Instead, she hired individuals from the underworld to pursue Guan Xianyu. However, Guan Xianyu had already departed from the southern city. To spare Ada from the turmoil that followed her, she entrusted him to the Xingqing escort agency, where he would receive protection and an opportunity to learn skills. As for how to motivate the escorts to willingly guide Li Ziel, it was simply because the agency was on the brink of collapse, and Guan Xianyu generously donated 1,000 taels, providing timely assistance. Xingqing served as a crucial passage between the southern city and the northern lands, thriving economically and teeming with diverse characters. A perfect place for honing one's skills. Disguised, Guan Xianyu retreated to a picturesque town to evade the Wang family, deeming it essential to remain low profile until she had developed her abilities. On the day she turned 15, Xiaoyu unexpectedly gifted her a remarkable treasure, a spiritual spring. The first floor of the Jixin shop resembled a supermarket, complete with a jewelry store and a weapons shop. Unfortunately, her merit points were insufficient to exchange for more advanced weaponry, limiting her to knives and electric batons. If it were possible, she yearned for concealed darts and a firearm for self-defense. Concealed darts cost 100,000 merit points, and she did not rush to redeem them, considering the possibility of having someone procure them. Firearms, however, were exorbitantly priced at 1 million merit points. Now, the Jixin shop boasted a second floor, which housed the spiritual spring well and an expanse of open land. Guan Xianyu attempted to use her thoughts to till the soil, planting leeks and cilantro, each occupying about 1 square meter. After an hour, the seeds sprouted, eliciting great joy from her. She then planted various delectable vegetables, including shepherd's purse, chili peppers, cucumbers, and corn, before happily concluding her work. Utilizing her thoughts to cultivate was quite taxing. She drank a handful of the spiritual spring water, instantly revitalizing her spirit. The following day, she continued to irrigate her vegetables with the spring water, and indeed, the growth was promising. Many leafy greens were ready for harvest, and the cucumbers had begun to bear fruit. Suddenly struck by an idea, she uprooted all the bok choy and sowed a few watermelon seeds. The tender, vibrant greens were simply irresistible, sweet and flavorful, distinctly different from the taste of those hastily ripened with chemical fertilizers, and far superior to anything found in ancient market stalls. With this in mind, she resolved to deliver some vegetables to the escort agency. Having not seen Ada for quite some time, she missed the child. Ada was genuinely delighted to see his sister, and Guan Xianyu prepared a meal for him. Though simple, it offered him a taste akin to gourmet delicacies. Little did he know that these vegetables had been nurtured by the spiritual spring, not only exquisite in flavor, but also beneficial for strengthening the body. He pointed at Guan Xianyu's face and mimed a few gestures, indicating that her complexion seemed to have brightened. With a smile, Guan Xianyu replied, "I have not seen the sun for many days. Haha. In truth, it is the efficacy of the spring water. After each laborious day in the fields, she indulges in the refreshing spring water, using it to wash her face as well, and she notices her hands and face becoming fairer, though some spots remain. The space she cultivates yields not only harvests but also merits that can be exchanged, leading her to redeem a bottle of freckle cream, which is labeled safe for pregnant women and children, allowing her to use it with peace of mind, to avoid being discovered by ill-intentioned individuals. She veils her face when venturing outside. Inquiring if the masters treat him well, she receives an affirmative response, prompting Guan Xianyu to open her bundle, revealing new clothes, new shoes, and a dagger. Ada's eyes light up as he jubilantly brandishes the dagger. However, caution is advised. If faced with difficulties, he should have the street urchin deliver messages to his sister. She has already made arrangements with the young beggar, and Ada nods, assuring his sister not to worry. Guan Xianyu then seeks out head escort Kong, who personally teaches Ada martial arts, presenting him with a set of riding implements. Ada humbly states that his master child is already attending a private school, deeming the gift a trifling token of respect. Head escort Kong finds the gift too extravagant and initially declines, but Guan Xianyu insists it is a belated token of apprenticeship, leading him to finally accept it. Although he does not regard Ada as a formal disciple, Guan Xianyu has previously mentioned that any guidance to strengthen his body would suffice. However, as they spend time together, she discovers that the lad is diligent and perceptive, demonstrating great potential. Gradually, she takes a liking to him. Li Lu is a fine young man. If you are comfortable, I would be more than happy to mentor him for a few more years. You are so dedicated in your teaching, and he is eager to learn. I shall certainly support this. After exchanging a few more words, Guan Xianyu takes her leave. Not long after exiting the escort office, she is bumped into, and in her hand appears a note. You heartless one, after such a long time, you have yet to write a single letter to inquire about my well-being. I will deal with your enemies. Await my news. A corn cob is sketched at the bottom. Guan Xianyu understands it is from Lu Mo Han, and warmth spreads through her heart. She then ponders, has the corn been planted? Why has there been no word? Half a month later, she receives another letter, accompanied by 2 guards, a coachman, and a cart. They embark on the return journey, changing horses several times along the way, until they finally arrive at a village on the outskirts of the western region. As the cart comes to a halt, the curtain is lifted, revealing a large, bony hand before her. Guan Xianyu is momentarily taken aback, placing her hand within Lu Mo Han's, her first words being, "You have tanned." Lu Mo Han, filled with excitement, nearly embraces her, but this girl has a knack for bringing up awkward subjects. Guan Xianyu stifles a laugh, patting his shoulder, noting that he has grown sturdier. It is as if comrades are inspecting work in the countryside. You have all worked hard. Yet, this comrade does not grasp the significance of his growth. Lu Mo Han reaches for her veil, but Guan Xianyu swats his hand away, unable to suppress a murmur. Wang Wanyin has passed away. You no longer need to hide. Oh, Guan Xianyu is at a loss for how to convey her shock and gratitude, opening her mouth only to ask, "How is the corn harvest?" Lu Mo Han replies, "We have planted several batches, but I do not know how to eat it." Guan Xianyu performs a graceful bow, saying, "Do not fret, young sir. I shall prepare a grand feast of corn for you." Initially, Lu Mohan possessed little knowledge of preparing corn, aside from simply boiling it and devouring it. Thus, he resorted to saving seeds while tirelessly cultivating the land, planting crop after crop. Strangely, each subsequent batch ripened more slowly than the last. Assuming the soil lacked nutrients, he attempted to replace it, yet to no avail. Upon hearing this, Guan Xianyu pondered silently. The corn had thrived rapidly upon emerging from the space, maturing in just over a month, but each generation thereafter was less fruitful. Perhaps it was merely a return to the normal growth rate of corn. Hence, she replied, "No worries, I shall provide you with some superior seeds." Chapter 45. 5 years of tranquility. While Guan Xianyu indulged in a bath and took a moment to rest, Lu Mohan sent someone to the fields to gather fresh, succulent corn. Taking on the role of chef, she prepared a large pot of carrot, corn, and rib soup, followed by dishes of minced meat stir-fried with corn kernels, and celery with diced ham and corn. She directed the kitchen staff to make corn cakes, both pan-fried and steamed. Finally, for dessert, there was popcorn, made of dried corn. Of course, originally, Lu Mohan intended for her not to lift a finger, but she was so spirited that she insisted on cooking, leaving him to patiently await the culinary delights. When the dishes were served, Lu Mohan finally beheld the true visage of Guan Xianyu, and he was astounded. She was adorned in a delicate yellow dress, cradling a bowl of golden, crispy popcorn. Lu Mohan, too captivated to inquire about it, found his gaze linger on her face, reminiscent of a blooming lotus. Guan Xinhua chuckled. You must be hungry. Start with some soup. Lu Mohan's complexion darkened slightly. His previously enchanting features now tinged with a hint of masculinity, rendering any attempts to categorize him as androgynous futile. Suddenly, Guan Xinhua was reminded of a historical figure. The handsome actor Louis Koo. While they belonged to different archetypes, they shared a common trait, a darker complexion that did nothing to diminish their attractiveness, but rather enhanced their virility. Delicious, Lu Mohan exclaimed. The flavor is entirely transformed when it passes through your hands. He savored the golden corn cakes, relishing their taste. After sipping the soup, which was refreshingly sweet, he scooped some corn and ham mixture, inquiring, What is this? With a smile, Guan Xinhua replied, It's a sturdier variety of celery. Lu Mohan took another bite of the popcorn, utterly amazed. This could serve as a delightful snack, perfect for tea time or reading. Too bad we cannot watch movies. He mused that there was a home appliance store nearby, yet once one removed an item, it was bereft of power, leaving only the option to observe, perhaps while lounging on a large sofa. If only they charged admission, they would surely prosper. Guan Xinhua chuckled, but suddenly realized she and T caught all of Lu Mohan's words. Clearing her throat, she said, I shall give you some additional vegetable seeds. From where do you procure such treasures? Lu Mohan could not contain his curiosity. This was a question he had long wished to ask, yet he added, If you prefer not to disclose, that is perfectly fine. In truth, I'm not the genuine sweet girl you perceive. Remarkably, Lu Mohan was not taken aback by this revelation. He nodded, recalling the human mask she had worn before. No wonder, after 2 years of absence, she seemed entirely transformed. Her figure has also, he thought, but refrained from voicing it. Guan Xinhua paused, offering no explanation, only stating, I hail from the mountains. Which mountains? Lu Mohan set down his chopsticks, listening intently. Guan Xinhua blinked playfully. Mount Fanjing, have you heard of it? Lu Mohan shook her head, insisting it was indeed quite distant. A considerable distance. I have come to rescue the common folk. Do you believe me? Guan Xinhua interjected with a jest, tossing popcorn into her mouth. Lu Mohan nodded affirmatively. I do. Your initiatives to repair riverbanks, establish private schools, and that women's association, along with the magazine, all aim to aid the impoverished populace. Upon hearing this, Guan Xinhua smiled awkwardly, for she felt a pang of guilt. She was no living saint, merely seeking good food in return. It was then that Lu Mohan recalled 2 significant matters. The women's association had disbanded, and the potatoes were gone. Why are the potatoes gone? The women's association, by its very nature, was prone to becoming a vanity fair. Its dissolution mattered little. Guan Xinhua was more concerned about the people's livelihood. That individual, unable to fight back, traded potatoes for 5 years of peace. At this point, Lu Mohan furrowed her brow. Isn't that akin to nurturing the enemy's soldiers? After 5 years, won't they be more rampant? Guan Xinhua immediately lost her appetite. Lu Mohan continued, perhaps it is a delaying tactic. Otherwise, we may have to cede land for safety. Guan Xinhua shook her head in resignation. Lu Mohan offered her solace. The cavalry of Qi State is formidable. Their strength has been growing in recent years. They're indeed difficult to contend with, and that individual might have acted out of necessity. Our land is vast and rich in resources, and Qi State, aside from their strong soldiers and horses, lacks other essentials. Guan Xinhua pondered, what is Qi State like? They lack water, grain, and textiles, among other things. In summary, their needs can only be met through exchange with other regions or through outright plunder, as they do now. If they require amicable exchanges, why not barter textiles and grain for horses? Guan Xinhua expressed her confusion. Qi State will trade with smaller nations for what they need. While we boast a large territory, we also suffer from frequent natural disasters. And though our population is substantial, our military strength is not commensurate. Winning through sheer numbers remains challenging. Lu Mohan shrugged, having heard similar sentiments from his father. Thus, his clandestine cultivation of corn was met with his father's tacit approval. The initial batch he had grown was voluntarily destroyed when the potatoes were surrendered. Now, having found such a discreet location, He continued to stockpile supplies. Persisting in this manner is not sustainable. Instead, we should introduce some corn products, such as popcorn or cornmeal, disguising their original form. How about that? We can gradually seek opportunities to disseminate them. Actually, I had the same thought but lacked suitable recipes. Your arrival is fortuitous. We shall sell them at Yunshang, Lu, and I will share 60% of the profits. Lu Mohan declared with a grand gesture. Guan Xianyu shyly smiled. 50% is sufficient. Lu Mohan was taken aback and inquired further. What about the new vegetables? Guan Xianyu readily responded. We will launch them together. Do you have sufficient stock? Lu Mohan owned more than a dozen Yunshang Lu establishments. Guan Xianyu covered her mouth and leaned in closer, whispering, what if we introduce a new dish each month in limited quantities? Wouldn't that be more sustainable? The unique fragrance of the woman wafted into Lu Mohan's nostrils, causing her to momentarily lose her focus, her ears turning crimson. I will heed your counsel. Her words sounded as if spoken by a young bride, prompting Guan Xianyu to sit upright and inquire, are we still eating these? Regrettably, she had not brought a Meng along, nor a Da who was committed to training. Of course, I'm still hungry. Lu Mohan resumed feasting, then asked, is there any of that stinky lychee mango left? Guan Xianyu stifled a chuckle, contemplating the prospect of indulging in durian pizza for a midnight snack. How could Lu Mohan possibly object? The combination of pizza paired with cola, alongside Orleans-style roasted wings, was nothing short of perfection. Guan Xianyu mused to herself, pondering the only missing element, a television or perhaps a computer. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wouldn't it be splendid to utilize the projector available at the worry-free shop, along with her phone, to cast the screen after charging it? Alas, such items would be too conspicuous when brought out, and she lacked the merit points necessary for redemption. Once she accumulated sufficient merit points, she envisioned retreating to a secluded island, perhaps even purchasing her own little paradise. Her upcoming objectives were clear: amass wealth and accumulate merit points. With that resolve, she produced 5 varieties of vegetable seeds, offering them freely to Lu Mohan for cultivation, while also relinquishing a portion of the tavern's profits to support the care of war veterans. Cornmeal, after all, was merely a coarse grain and held little value. Ultimately, the tavern introduced 2 new dishes, popcorn and corn cakes. Both were sweet treats, yet their flavors were entirely distinct. Chapter 46. Could it be an affair of the heart? Once prepared, corn cakes could be either fried or consumed directly. The process began with cutting the corn cob from the tail, leaving the husks intact and clean. The kernels could be hand-shucked or sliced off with a knife, then crushed using a manual meat grinder. Though not as efficient as an electric blender, it sufficed. Sugar and glutinous rice flour were added in proportion and mixed thoroughly before being wrapped in clean, dried corn leaves for steaming. Fried corn cakes presented an entirely different flavor and were, indeed, immensely popular among all ages. Popcorn also gained tremendous popularity, with many individuals purchasing raw materials and recipes at a premium. The proprietors of Cloud Tower consistently remarked, the timing is not yet right, as dictated by the owner. This edition of Tea After Meals featured a cover not adorned with a beauty or a hero, but rather popcorn. News of this spread to the palace, where even a eunuch made special advance reservations for 5 days' worth of corn cakes and popcorn. When inquired about how the proprietor deduced the identity of the customer, the delicate, pointed fingers, the fair, unblemished visage, and the high-pitched voice made it quite difficult to overlook. Guan Xianyu found herself entertained by Lu Mohan's vivid portrayal, realizing that the tavern owners in the imperial city possessed a delightful sense of humor. Soon enough, the formidable Wang Lang sought an audience. Naturally, Lu Mohan, as the proprietor, welcomed him personally. Duan Yulang, as ever, exuded an air of dominance, stating outright, "This prince desires corn." Lu Mohan feigned ignorance. "Would you like to reserve popcorn or corn cakes? If you require a large quantity, the raw materials may not suffice." Wang Lang did not interrupt him, but merely frowned, saying, "I seek seeds. Name your price." "Oh." Lu Mohan dropped the pretense and simply raised a finger. After all, Duan Yulang, being a prince, had no shortage of silver. 1,000 taels, if you please. Lu Mo Han's expression gleamed with avarice as he added, per pound. After Wang Lang departed, Guan Xianyu inquired, "Are you not concerned about offending him?" Lu Mo Han replied nonchalantly, "What is there to fear?" He proposed the price himself. Originally, he intended to suggest 100 taels. Guan Xianyu was amused by his cunning smile and asked, "Can he safeguard this new grain?" Lu Mo Han retorted, "It matters not. After all, I have gifted each major client at Cloud Tower with a pound of corn seeds." "How many?" Guan Xianyu inquired, curious about how many individuals had planted them. Initially, she aimed to promote corn but hesitated, fearing that the common folk might lack the means to protect the first batch of new grain, making widespread promotion unwise. However, Lu Mo Han's strategy seemed quite ingenious and demonstrated remarkable business acumen. There were perhaps around 100 individuals present. Lu Mo Han raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer, assuring, "You can rest assured of my capabilities." Guan Xianyue was taken aback by his sudden proximity, tilting her head and responding, "You may handle everything. No need to leave any traces." Noticing Lu Mo Han still eagerly awaiting her reward, Guan Xianyue clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Tonight, we shall indulge in spicy hot pot. It is the perfect opportunity to sample the new dishes." Just as dinner was prepared, a young girl unexpectedly arrived at the estate, insisting on meeting Lu Mo Han. Guan Xianyue gasped in astonishment. "Could this be your romantic entanglement?" Lu Mo Han lightly tapped her on the head, retorting, "What nonsensical things are you saying?" It was rare for anyone to visit this secluded place, so he ventured out to greet her, returning with a girl clad in yellow. Guan Xianyue had already prepared the spicy broth, arranging an assortment of vegetables, mushrooms, meatballs, and slices of meat. Upon seeing the wriggling octopus, the girl in yellow gasped and instinctively lunged towards Lu Mo Han, who quickly reacted by grasping her collar at the nape of her neck. He introduced her casually. "This is my cousin, Xiang Xue." Lu Mo Han inwardly mused. It must have been her father who disclosed this information. Now, he no longer felt the need to conceal anything from the family head. Yet to him, a cousin was still an outsider. "Has Miss Xiang Xue dined yet?" Guan Xianyue asked, noticing the girl scrutinizing her, but she refrained from introducing herself, merely inquiring. Lu Mo Han replied for her, "She likely cannot tolerate spicy food." Turning to Mei Xiang Xue, he added, "This is not a place for frivolity. I shall have someone escort you home. Is my cousin so kind to others yet so frigid with his own cousin, not even willing to share a meal?" She mused, casting aside her jealousy towards the unfamiliar beauty, eager to see what delectable offerings awaited them. Before nightfall, with the mountain breeze cool and refreshing, the two decided to enjoy their hot pot at the stone table in the pavilion, laying out a plethora of ingredients. Mei Xiangxue, now less frightened by the wriggling octopus, pointed at the crab-flavored mushrooms and inquired, "Are these safe to eat? And what is this?" She picked up a sprig of chrysanthemum greens, sniffed it disdainfully, and tossed it aside. "Isn't it rather impolite to be so critical of the food? If you do not wish to eat, do not disrupt." Lu Mo Han had little patience for women and children. Aside from Guan Xianyue, he would find an excuse to escape, even if his mother chided him. Thus, Mei Xiangxue was not surprised, though she felt discontent. "If my cousin eats, I shall eat as well." She elongated her tone, attempting to act coy, but when Lu Mo Han shot her a sharp glance, she quickly reverted to a normal tone. Guan Xianyue, undeterred by the two, brought over several dipping sauces, offering Lu Mo Han a sesame and oil mix along with a spicy dry condiment. After a moment's thought, she suggested a non-spicy sauce for the newcomer. Mei Xiangxue, mistaking her gesture for an attempt to appear gracious before her cousin, replied, "Of course. I will have what my cousin has." The bright red broth of the spicy hot pot bubbled enticingly, and Lu Mo Han, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly added several types of vegetables. Guan Xianyue dismissed the young girl's scrutinizing gaze, stating one should eat the meat first to gradually acclimatize to the spice. Consequently, Lu Mo Han added a sprig of chrysanthemum greens to the pot, and, imitating him, Mei Xiangxue also reached for the vegetables. Cough, cough. Lu Mo Han, in his haste, forgot to dip his food in sauce and was instantly overwhelmed by the spice, leading him to cough. Just as Guan Xianyue was about to offer him a glass of milk to alleviate the heat, Mike Xiang's unexpectedly dropped her chopsticks, exclaiming in pain, "What is this? Is this fit for human consumption?" Soon, tears and snot flowed abundantly. Guan Xianyue held up the milk, and Lu Mohan drank it in one gulp, then snapped his fingers, summoning a figure who knelt before him, ready to heed his commands. "It's too noisy. Get rid of it," Lu Mohan commanded. Just as his words fell, Mike Xiang's could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, yet before she could fully express her distress, she was whisked away. Guan Xianyue suggested, "How about some fatty beef?" With no one to disturb them, it seemed they could relax a bit more. Lu Mohan agreed. "It is indeed too noisy." The initial fiery sensation was subdued by the milk. Lu Mohan nodded and picked up a piece of fatty beef, diligently wrapping it in sesame sauce before tasting it, his eyes lighting up instantly. "I forgot to warn you. The vegetables have absorbed the broth and are the spiciest. Eat the meat first and take it step by step," Guan Xianyue advised, then proceeded to prepare lamb for the two of them, gesturing towards the tripe on the plate. "That the beef entrails. Do you dare to eat it?" Lu Mohan squinted his eyes in delight. "I will eat whatever you cook." Chapter 47. Never once will there be, since this was a treat, and it was Lu Mohan's first experience with spicy hot pot. Guan Xianyue took on the responsibility of cooking the meat. However, during the second round, Lu Mohan suddenly declared, "I've learned. Now is my turn to serve you." Guan Xianyue chuckled and handed him the ladle. Lu Mohan raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, "Where can I buy this? Perhaps I could use it at Yinshang Building." Guan Xianyue replied, "I'm afraid I cannot assist you. It's too large to send. Use this as a sample to have one customized at the blacksmith's." Lu Mohan nodded, looking at her with admiration. "Goddess, where do you find so many intriguing things?" Guan Xianyue smiled slightly. "I hail from the distant eastern Pure Land of Mount Fanjing, a place brimming with wonders unlike this one. What you have witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg." Lu Mohan nodded enthusiastically, but suddenly grew concerned, timidly asking, "You aren't a fairy, are you?" "I have no intention of becoming an immortal. As long as you do not perceive me as a demoness, we can still enjoy our time together." Guan Xianyue gazed intently at the young man before her. His affectionate eyes suddenly darkened, and he solemnly promised, "Regarding your origins and secrets, I, Lu Mohan, shall never utter a word. No need for oaths. If you betray me, it would only happen once at most." Guan Xianyue replied. She wondered why she placed such trust in a rogue. He appeared somewhat indifferent and carefree, yet inexplicably evoked trust. Despite his seemingly unreliable exterior, he had always been there to assist her without reservation, even in the mundane task of planting corn, which he deemed troublesome and dull. Lu Mohan stated seriously, "There will never be a second time." He certainly did not wish to hear her speak of severing ties. Guan Xianyue chuckled softly. "If you don't believe me, I wouldn't offer you such precious food. Do you know how much merit it cost me?" Lu Mohan, upon hearing this, intended to compensate her with a stack of silver notes, but alas, he had none on him and could only promise to make amends later. Guan Xianyue once again prepared a spoonful of octopus, pouring it into the bowl, and remarked, "You saved my life." Lu Mohan recalled the anguish he felt when he lost her and could not help but inquire further. "What do you mean?" She had originally been stabbed by someone sent by Wang Wanyan and had fallen off a cliff, facing certain death. Fortunately, she had used the heart shield mirror he gifted her. It was only because her clothes got caught on a branch that she managed to escape with her life. Lu Mohan, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently patted her shoulder, but ultimately could not resist pulling her into his embrace, murmuring, "I am just relieved that you are safe and have returned." Guan Xianyue put down the slotted spoon, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and pushed him away, saying, "If I hadn't come back, you would have had to consume my share alone." As she gestured toward the cornfield behind her, Lu Mohan helplessly tapped her nose. "Little money grubber." His natural and intimate gesture left Guan Xianyue momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Though she felt no aversion, she had always been single in both this life and the last, lacking any experience in romance. Moreover, was this fellow harboring ulterior motives? She scrunched her nose and said, "Actually, this is just a human mask. The face beneath is the real one. I don't care what you look like as long as it is you." At this point, Lu Mohan's face flushed. Upon seeing his expression, Guan Xianyu suddenly exclaimed. So this is what they call a person more delicate than a peach blossom. Indeed, a human-faced peach blossom. Lu Mo Han turned away, resembling a shy bride being teased, miffed and ignoring her. Guan Xianyu was the kind of person who would advance when he retreated and retreat when he advanced. His shyness only made her feel more at ease, prompting her to tease him further. Are you angry out of embarrassment? Lu Mo Han, with a resigned sigh, turned to her with a steady gaze and asked, Do you have someone special back home? Are you engaged? Guan Xianyu was taken aback by his directness, her mind momentarily blank, and she retorted, Where I come from, cousin relationships are not condoned. It's against the law. The law? Lu Mo Han pondered, suddenly enlightened, and asked, Are you jealous? Ridiculous. I Haven T felt a tinge of jealousy today. Do you still want to eat? At this point, she truly was flustered. Lu Mo Han, sensing the moment was right, prepared some lamb slices and boiled a few greens, provoking a playful response from Guan Xianyu, who said, If the immortal is angry, then I shall suffer the consequences. Guan Xianyu rolled her eyes, commenting, Your words are more greasy than a butter-hot pot. Lu Mo Han chuckled and continued to feed her. After they had eaten their fill, Guan Xianyu rubbed her round belly and said, I fear I cannot manage dessert after this meal. Lu Mo Han patted his own belly, saying, I will eat it for you. Guan Xianyu then produced 2 ice creams, this time without any pretense. After savoring a lick, she squinted and asked, Would you like to see my treasure bag? Lu Mo Han straightened up, solemnly stating, Neither I nor anyone else should see it. Do you understand? Guan Xianyu felt a jolt within, nodding foolishly, deeply touched. Lu Mo Han pinched her cheek, urging, Promise me. Guan Xianyu smiled sweetly. I promise not to reveal it. If you don't eat it soon, it will melt. Only then did Lu Mo Han accept the ice cream, relishing its delightful sweetness. At present, only the 2 of them knew about the treasure bag, one being Ada, and the other, Lu Mo Han. Though it is well understood that human nature is susceptible to trials, one who harbors secrets alone, unseen by others, inevitably experiences profound loneliness. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that she could not possibly conceal every flaw. It would be wiser to reveal the truth and gauge the other's reaction. Fortunately, Lu Mo Han did not disappoint her, at least not thus far. Furthermore, she required Lu Mo Han's assistance to accumulate merit points, which could be exchanged for life-saving weapons, enabling her to forge her own sanctuary. By the way, my savior has left behind a child named Li Ziel, affectionately nicknamed Ada. Could you arrange for someone to fetch him from Xingqing? Upon hearing this, Guan Xianyu found Lu Mo Han more than willing to oblige, promptly dispatching someone for the task. By the way, Wang Wanyin, how did you handle the situation? Will the Wang family harbor resentment towards you? A hint of guilt crossed Guan Xianyu's face, realizing she had taken so long to inquire. Lu Mo Han gently patted her head and reassured her that matters of adults should not concern child. Guan Xianyu retorted silently, You are the child here. Lu Mo Han raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? The speed of their conversation was overwhelming, and Guan Xianyu shook her head, insisting she would not listen. In any case, the troubles I have stirred up, you foolish girl. The Wang family's direct line would hardly concern themselves with the fate of a collateral branch. Moreover, no one is aware of my involvement. Pausing briefly, he murmured, I merely return the favor in kind. Hiring an assassin? Guan Xianyu gave a thumbs up. Well done. The ancients had a saying, If you act unjustly, I shall respond with equal measure. There comes a time when one must no longer endure. As long as it does not bring him trouble, Guan Xianyu resolved to cast this matter aside. In truth, the challenges Lu Mo Han faced were far beyond her imagination. Chapter 48. The love expert in the midst of a drought in Xuanqing. Prince Lang sought out Lu Mo Han not for her prowess, but because Yunshang Tower had usurped many of his businesses, coinciding with the emperor's desire for wealthy families to donate money and provisions. To his surprise, Lu Mo Han did not hesitate and directly donated 2,000 jin of corn flour. Guan Xianyu also provided him with a recipe for steamed corn buns to present to Prince Lang. Lu Mo Han was astute. There was no reason for Prince Lang to become incensed. Instead, he seized the opportunity to promote him and invited him to Xuanqing to continue his exploitative endeavors. As Guan Xianyue sought merit points, she decided to accompany him, posing as Lu Mohan's maid in the entourage. Beneath her veil lay a pale face. After all, Prince Lang had mentioned wanting to introduce her to the royal courtyard and recognized her former disheveled appearance, compelling Guan Xianyue to alter her disguise. Lu Mohan's presence alongside his maid would not raise suspicion. It was customary for young masters of noble families to be accompanied by several women during outings. Guan Xianyue had not considered this deeply. It was a perfect opportunity for Lu Mohan to sample her spatial crops. Exchanging seeds was far more economical than trading vegetables or fruits directly. Here, try this. She produced a red-fleshed guava, known by some as a green variety of pear. The taste was rather peculiar. Lu Mohan took a bite from her hand, instantly donning a mask of agony, and pushed it back towards Guan Xianyue, urging her to eat. Guan Xianyue held the guava and remarked, "Consuming dry rations for an extended journey is not ideal. It is essential to replenish some vitamins." In reality, she regretted her choice, recognizing that this item could not be discarded outside the carriage. Yet after he had bitten into it, how could she consume it? What are vitamins? Are you certain this is edible? I do not believe it. Lu Mohan casually chewed a few times, forcing herself to swallow. Guan Xie was left speechless, wondering if she understood the shame of waste. "If I take a bite, would you dare to eat?" Lu Mohan nodded. "You eat too, then I will trust you." Guan Xie had no choice but to take a bite, only for Lu Mohan to snatch it away and indulge herself. Guan Xie exclaimed in astonishment. "What a revelation! A self-taught expert in romance? If it weren't for the fact that we are in ancient times, I would suspect someone had been studying love strategies." Pretending to be angry, she pulled out a bunch of grapes to eat. "What is that? I want some too." Lu Mohan quickly devoured a red heart guava and reached for Guan Xie's grapes, exclaiming, "So sweet. Are these grapes? Why are they black?" Guan Xie pondered. In this era, only the sour green grapes existed, not these seedless purple ones that were deep in color and at their sweetest. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Mohan's hand covered her mouth, signaling her to silence. She removed his hand with a sigh, perplexed by the contradiction of his questions and his refusal to answer them. Lu Mohan grinned and winked. "This young master enjoys your service, with heavy rewards." At first, Guan Xie was inclined to retort, but upon hearing the latter part, her expression transformed into one of starry-eyed admiration. Lu Mohan produced a stack of silver notes, causing Guan Xie to swallow her grapes in excitement, only for him to withdraw a single note, putting the rest back into his pocket. Guan Xie exclaimed. Lu Mohan waved the note. "Don't want it?" She reluctantly admitted that her pride had little value, and she would take the 100 taels. Lu Mohan was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Ah, it seems there is more to this." He casually tossed a brocade box to Guan Xie, who caught it and opened it to reveal a jade hairpin adorned with a blooming peony, elegant and regal. Yet, it seemed somewhat mismatched with her age. Guan Xie timidly inquired, "Is this your first time giving a gift to a girl?" Lu Mohan, who had been feigning laziness, suddenly sat upright and asked, "Do you not like it?" "It's not that I dislike it. It's just too extravagant for me. It feels overwhelming." In her awkwardness, Guan Xie realized she might be a touch too straightforward. "What kind of gift do you prefer?" At this, Lu Mohan cleared his throat and replied, "You keep this for now. I will give you something else next time." Guan Xie contemplated for a moment and said, "I don't dislike it. It's just, well, silly girl, say what you want to say. I truly have no experience in gifting to ladies. I'm a novice at this." Lu Mohan regarded her earnestly. Guan Xie's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her luminous eyes sparkling. In that moment, as she pursed her full, rosy lips, Lu Mohan suddenly felt an urge to take a bite. "I genuinely like the gift you gave me. I will also give you a gift, but you will have to wait until we return." Guan Xie stuck out her tongue, causing Lu Mohan to suddenly feel parched. He nodded foolishly, his anticipation mounting. The next day, Guan Xie presented him with a grand gift, stating, "What I mentioned yesterday is different. I'll give you this first." Lu Mohan examined the lighter for a long while, utterly baffled by its purpose. Guan Xie took it, flicked the lid open with her thumb, and a flame sprang forth. "Isn't this more convenient than a fire starter? Though it seems you might not have a use for it." Lu Mohan hastily took it and exclaimed, "This is a gift. No turning back. What I meant to say was, given the arid conditions, it would be prudent to exchange it for something with greater safety. She intended to retrieve a flashlight, yet Lu Mohan refused the swap. This is the first gift you've ever bestowed upon me. Even if it were a mere stone, I would cherish it. Lu Mohan's words caused Guan Xianyue to blush, and then she became entangled in her thoughts. She had yet to confess her feelings. Why did it seem as if this fellow had already embarked upon a romantic relationship? Oh, never mind. Both of them found their hearts racing in unison. Upon reaching the inn for a respite, Wang Lang inquired of Lu Mohan, "Do you have any strategies to combat the drought?" His caravan had initially carried a considerable supply of water, yet they had been besieged by reckless bandits multiple times along the journey, resulting in significant losses. Continuing on, they would soon find themselves devoid of provisions, with the heat intensifying and the dryness worsening, likely rendering the ground ahead parched and cracked. Lu Mohan shook his head and replied, "I have brought along a good amount of moisture-rich food, tomatoes and radishes. However, this is merely a temporary solution." Wang Lang, too preoccupied to inquire about tomatoes, frowned and departed. Guan Xianyue seized Lu Mohan's sleeve, and upon noticing her grip, Lu Mohan felt a surge of joy. "Have you ever heard of artificial rain? I haven tea. Can you summon rain?" Lu Mohan was taken aback, though not overly surprised, as Guan Xianyue had bestowed upon him numerous surprises. "No, let me ponder how to ascend to greater heights." What she referred to as artificial rain was not the deployment of high-tech methods, such as dry ice from aircraft, but rather the plentiful ice blocks stored at the uprooted worry's shop, though she was uncertain how to elevate them to the heavens. Upon learning she had brought numerous ice blocks, Lu Mohan beamed with excitement, declaring, "I will devise a method." Thus, Guan Xianyue, clutching her treasure pouch, a petite burlap sack, continued onward with the group. Upon arriving in Xuanqing, the oppressive heat left everyone drenched in sticky sweat, with some succumbing to heat exhaustion. Fortunately, Wang Lang had brought a medical team, and the doctors, aware of the water shortage, had prepared ample medicinal pills. Guan Xianyue's eyes sparkled. This climate seems quite suitable for cultivating watermelons. Chapter 49. Artificial rain. Having fully embraced her excitement, Guan Xianyue refrained from expressing her idea immediately, instead opting to first experiment with artificial rain. That night, dozens of shadow guards ascended the treetops, laying an intricate trap. The following day, Wang Lang, accompanied by local officials, ventured into the fields to gauge the sentiments of the populace. At that moment, Lu Mohan suddenly approached, whispering a few words in Wang Lang's ear. His voice was not particularly hushed, allowing nearby dignitaries to overhear. Wang Lang's expression darkened, a mix of joy and anger. That scoundrel Lu Mohan! How dare he eclipse my presence? Yet he was eager to see where this young man claimed the rain would come from. The weather was clear and bright. Yet this very climate had persisted for half a year, causing great discomfort. After a quarter of an hour, parched and impatient, Wang Lang demanded, "Where is the rain?" Lu Mohan answered succinctly, "It's coming soon." As Wang Lang endured the sweltering heat of the fields for a moment longer, just as he was about to speak, the county magistrate touched his nose and remarked, "Is it raining?" Without meticulous discernment, the rain, resembling large beads, cascaded down. Fortunately, it was still early in the day, and the earth was not overly scorched, preventing the droplets from evaporating upon impact. Moreover, the downpour intensified, and to add to the peculiarity, sunlight still bathed the land. The villagers erupted in cheers, while the county magistrate knelt, exclaiming loudly, "Heaven bless our great Dayu Dynasty. It is finally raining." Yet, it seemed the rain did not grace our side. Some individuals hastily returned home to fetch basins to collect the rainwater, and in their astonishment, others followed suit. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Lord Lang's expression shifted from cloudy to clear and back again, as he abruptly pulled Lu Mohan close. "What sorcery is this? Why does the rain only fall here?" Lu Mohan shrugged innocently. "There aren't enough hands or funds." Releasing him, Lord Lang growled, "Find a way to bring an even greater downpour. Your reward is assured." He muttered under his breath, "There's no business without deceit." Lu Mohan readily acquiesced. Guan Xianyue remarked, These ice blocks have only utilized a tenth of their potential. However, the following day, Lu Muhan declared that it would not rain again, leading Lord Lang to suspect he was attempting to raise the stakes. Little did he know, Lu Muhan suggested it would be more beneficial to provide drinking water for the villagers, as the fields had long been barren. Noticing Lord Lang's silence, he added, "The rain from yesterday was merely a good omen for the prince." Lord Lang's expression brightened slightly, indicating approval. "Well done. Lord Lang, political achievement, 1 Lu Muhan. Treasury, 10,000 Guanxianyu. Merit points, 100,000. The next day, a parched well was discovered to have a water source, further delighting the villagers. The officials distributed carrots and tomatoes, which were not only hydrating but also delicious when eaten raw, with water available. The soldiers providing disaster relief no longer had to gnaw on dry biscuits and could enjoy thick rice porridge. However, the ice supply was limited, and Guanxianyu proposed that everyone cultivate watermelons. Lu Muhan took charge of instructing the villagers on the cultivation techniques, arranging for 10 watermelons to be sliced for the county magistrate and the villagers' representatives to sample the sweet and juicy flavor. Lord Lang was the last to taste, initially believing that the vibrant green fruits could not surpass the taste of tomatoes, only to be astonished by their delightful flavor. These watermelons had emerged from spatial realm, ripening quickly. At night, Guanxianyu watered the watermelon field while Lu Muhan's people stood guard, watching over the crops. Thanks to the spiritual spring's nourishment, the seedlings thrived, turning the field into a lush green expanse within 3 days, showcasing promising growth. Observing the blooming and fruiting process, Guanxianyu genuinely felt the joy of a bountiful harvest. "I shall return to check their ripeness when they grow to the size of a person's head." Seeing Lu Muhan tan once more, she handed him a handkerchief. "You need not follow me every time. What is there to fear?" "I tan quickly and lighten just as fast," he replied, his peach blossom eyes shining brighter than the scorching sun, momentarily electrifying Guanxianyu with his mischief, leaving her speechless. Upon returning to their quarters, they encountered the long-awaited Lord Lang. "Are there any seeds of that watermelon left? For those in high positions?" Little preamble was necessary. Guanxianyu replied, "This batch of seeds constitutes my entire inventory. If you wish to seek new ones, it appears that regardless of your methods, you must produce results. In short, name your price." Upon hearing this, Guanxianyu said, "Let us hasten. Half a month will suffice." Wang Lang frowned, expressing his desire to prevent this item from appearing elsewhere. What he meant was that they could not afford to be a step slower than others. Lu Muhan touched her nose, realizing his concern was about the opportunity of obtaining the new product first. Guanxianyu noticed a stack of silver notes before her and nodded with delight, assuring Wang Lang that the next batch of seeds would be delivered in full. Though Wang Lang wished to see her unveil her veil, he hesitated. Yet, he was certain she was the same clever little girl from before. Once dark and thin, she now appeared somewhat sallow, yet her once emaciated form had gained a pleasing roundness. Guanxianyu disliked being scrutinized and excused herself, claiming the heat outside was unbearable. Retreating into the room, once inside and having secured the door, she promptly drank a cup of spiritual spring water, its sweet essence revitalizing her throat and internal organs, leaving her feeling entirely refreshed. Her senses sharpened, and her vision, now far superior to her nearsightedness in her past life, was notably clearer. Under the nourishment of the spring water, watermelons matured in just over 20 days. Guanxianyu taught the villagers how to discern when the watermelons were ready for harvest. First, if the tendril turned yellow or withered, it indicated ripeness. Second, if the fuzz on the stem fell away. Third, if the watermelon's stripes became pronounced and its skin gleamed. After some discussion, seeing the villagers eager to try, she selected a few people to pick the watermelons, initiating a celebratory ritual. The atmosphere was jubilant as the villagers tasted the first batch of local watermelons, erupting in cheers. Consequently, her merit points increased by 200,000. As Guanxianyu departed, Wang Lang had already left, carrying a bag containing approximately 2 pounds of watermelon seeds, having completed his disaster relief task. and he was eager to return to the imperial city to share the good news with his father. Many villagers repeatedly urged her to stay, bidding her a heartfelt farewell. Guan Xianyu left them with several drought-resistant vegetable seeds, including radishes, bitter gourds, and dry cucumbers. Once the seeds took root and thrived, her merit points would rise again. Most importantly, she genuinely wished to assist these hard-working, simple, yet oft-beset villagers. On the way back, Lu Mohan reclined in the carriage, fatigue evident in his eyes as he informed Guan Xianyu, "Your brother is already at the estate." Hearing this, Guan Xianyu was elated. She pulled out a vanilla-flavored ice cream cone and offered it to him to cool off. Lu Mohan immediately sat up straight, savoring it with delight. Guan Xianyu took a bite of her chocolate millefeuille ice cream and teased him. "You look like a little puppy." Lu Mohan squinted. "Let me have a taste of yours." Startled, Guan Xianyu hastily stuffed the remaining ice cream in her mouth. Her cheeks puffed adorably, prompting Lu Mohan to burst into laughter. Chapter 50. The future brother-in-law, Ada, and Meng had been at Lu's estate for several days. Yet they had not seen their sister, Guan Xianyu, leaving them feeling somewhat restless. One day, while walking the dog, a figure clad in flowing white robes approached from distance. Ada, unaware of the newcomer's identity, patted Meng to calm the dog and stepped aside. "You must be Ada," Lu Mohan remarked, casting an appreciative glance at the obedient dog sitting nearby. He half squatted down, radiating warmth and friendliness. Ada nodded, gesturing with his hands. Lu Mohan answered, half guessing and half in jest, "I am your future brother-in-law." Ada's eyes widened in surprise. First, he was delighted that Lu Mohan understood his question, and then astonished that his sister had found her fiancé so swiftly. As he scrutinized Lu Mohan, Guan Xianyu rushed over, carrying a wooden box and calling out from a distance, "Ada." Both Ada and Meng dashed towards her. "Do you miss your sister?" she teased. "Let's see what gift she has prepared for you." Guan Xianyu ruffled Ada's hair and patted the enthusiastic dog, her smile radiant. When Ada opened the box, he was greeted with a treasure trove of delights: a slingshot, a finely crafted abacus, a copy of 100,000 Ys, and a curious little trinket he had never seen before. "What is this?" Ada inquired, lifting it up, eager for his sister's explanation. "This is a bicycle," she replied. "It runs faster than a donkey cart. I shall give you a real one soon." Upon hearing this, Lu Mohan felt a twinge of jealousy. Although he knew it was improper to compete for the affection of a child, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. When Guan Xianyu noticed his reaction, she whispered to him, "Once I save enough money, I will get you a motorcycle." She was equally thrilled that her little shop had acquired bicycles and other vehicles, though regrettably, they required significant merit points, and for now, she could only show the model vehicles. Thus, Lu Mohan received a miniature motorcycle as well. He quietly asked, "Can a horse run faster?" "In a short run, perhaps not. But over long distances, a motorcycle has no limitations of stamina or endurance," Guan Xianyu replied. She thought to herself, "As long as there is fuel." Hearing this, Lu Mohan became even more excited than Ada, and the two of them immediately sat together to examine their newfound treasures, occasionally voicing their questions. Most importantly, longing to know when they could acquire the actual items. A bicycle required 50,000 merit points, which could be exchanged for immediately, while a motorcycle would demand 150,000 merit points and would consume fuel, necessitating additional merit points. She clenched her teeth and declared, "The craftsman said the bicycle can be ready by tomorrow. As for the motorcycle, I will bear the cost." Lu Mohan thumped his chest, proclaiming, "The bicycle counts as mine." Ada was equally delighted. Guan Xianyu pondered for a moment and said, "As long as it is not a matter of silver, then it is acceptable. Just give me a little time." She was reluctant to part with her merit points and also worried that the motorcycle would attract too much attention. Lu Mohan seemed to grasp her unspoken concerns and said, "We shall play here in this remote area, and it will not be taken outside." Ada nodded in agreement, signaling his willingness to heed his sister's instructions. Guan Xianyu resolved, "Tomorrow it shall be, for there is no time like the present." Since they were so joyful today, she decided to prepare a pot of durian chicken soup with spirit spring water, along with shrimp balls that both children and adults adored, stir-fried chicken with green pepper, garlic sauté water spinach, candied sweet potatoes, and cucumber salad. The staple was cornmeal steamed buns. With durians, mangosteens were, of course, indispensable. The three of them feasted until their bellies were full, while Meng devoured a bowl of meat bones prepared by the kitchen. Ada suggested, "Let's take a Meng for a walk to help digest." Lu Mohan readily agreed, and Guanxian Yu had no objections either. That night, the starry sky was resplendent, and the moonlight enchanting. Guanxian Yu took a deep breath, about to marvel at the beauty of the world, when she suddenly noticed a creature, ancient and modern alike, that served no beneficial purpose: a mosquito. She took out a bottle of mosquito repellent and sprayed it on the exposed skin of Ada, then did the same for Lu and Mohan, concluding with, "If we keep walking, we'll enter the forest." Upon returning to their dwelling, the room was already filled with fragrant incense. Lu and Mohan gently patted Ada's head and assured Guanxian Yu, "Sleep soundly. The mosquitoes won't come in." Ada obediently ran off to wash his face and feet, eager to sleep early so he could see the bicycle upon waking the next day. Guanxian Yu called out to Lu and Mohan, "What is it?" "I wish to perform good deeds and accumulate virtue." "Are you seeking cultivation?" Lu and Mohan's heart tightened, fearing that she might ascend to immortality at any moment. "Well, one might say that I must continually do good deeds to receive gifts from the heavens. I no longer desire a motorcycle, nor a bicycle. Oh, a bicycle I could have a craftsman make." He seemed to grasp the underlying reason. No wonder she had engaged in so many noble deeds. It was to earn the rewards from the divine. Lu and Mohan's admiration for her remained unwavering, yet he harbored fears about the day she would achieve perfect virtue. Guanxian Yu, feeling somewhat shy, admitted, "Actually, I too have desires, not solely for your sake." Lu and Mohan took her small hand and urged, "What do you wish for? Allow me to find a way. I would go to great lengths for you, if I may." Guanxian Yu pulled her hand away, blushing, and replied, "What I desire is beyond your means to procure." "Oh, I mustn't speak further." She quickly darted into the house, closing the door behind her, her heart racing, and the palm that he had held still felt warm. Lu and Mohan raised his hand and gently knocked on the door, calling through it, "You, please hear me out. Perhaps what you seek does not exist in this world, but could you grant me some time? I wish to show you that I would give everything for you." The only response he received was the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects. Biting his lip, he turned and walked away. This was the first time Guanxian Yu had heard such an ardent confession up close, his slightly trembling voice filled with urgency, yet unwavering. It would be impossible not to feel moved. However, she felt a twinge of fear. Beginning to imagine their life together and their future, he was a scion of a noble family, utterly unlikely to marry a peasant girl, let alone to remain devoted to one person for a lifetime. In this era of stringent etiquette and rigid class structure, the greatest fear was that of mismatched social standings, and the notion of becoming his one and only was but a fanciful dream. Unconsciously, her thoughts wandered far into the future. The next day, Guanxian Yu indeed awoke late and felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing the patiently waiting Ada. Lu and Mohan was absent, and she began to worry. Was he angry? What should she do? Could they still remain friends after rejecting someone else's affections? Ada pointed to his sister's eyes, and Guanxian Yu rubbed her panda-like eyes from sleeplessness, asking Ada to wait a moment. By the time Lu and Mohan returned, Ada had already circled around on the bicycle several times with Guanxian Yu's assistance. Guanxian Yu quietly released her hold, and when Ada rode off a distance, she cheered, "Lise Lu, you are the best." Ada, realizing he could ride independently, felt ecstatic, almost tumbling into a pit in his joy. Lu Mohan approached her from behind, causing Guanxian Yu's back to stiffen for a moment. She turned to him with a smile, stammering, "You." Chapter 51. The Human Fireworks. Lu Mohan paused for a moment, her gaze deepening as she said, "I will strive for what you desire." Guanxian Yu, upon hearing those familiar words, felt a different meaning from yesterday, rendering her momentarily speechless. Lu Mohan rarely wore such a serious expression. It was an unfamiliarity she struggled with. He continued, "There are individuals in the royal city offering a fortune for medicine. Will you assist?" Guanxian Yu felt a flicker of emotion, but her feelings were complex and uncomfortable. He was expressing a willingness to help her accumulate merit. So she set aside her distractions and asked, "What medicine?" "A type of herb that thrives in damp environments, known as the 10,000 Cures herb." Lu Mohan elaborated on the herb's appearance and properties. Guan Xinyu nodded and inquired, "Where can we find this 10,000 Cures herb?" Lu Mohan indicated that she had shared all she knew. Perhaps they could venture to Mu County, which was rumored to harbor such herbs. Thus, the two embarked on a treasure-seeking journey. As for Ada, Guan Xinyu asked Lu Mohan to summon a mentor to teach him the fundamentals of ancient culture. "There's a cool mountain in Mu County. I have inquired, and it should have this 10,000 Cures herb." Lu Mohan added, "Even if Lord Liang, who seeks the medicine at a high price, no longer requires it, it remains a rare remedy capable of healing and saving lives, thus constituting a merit in itself." Guan Xinyu nodded earnestly. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. He seemed to have forgotten yesterday's events, yet she remained uncertain of how to face him. Lu Mohan, unaccustomed to the silence of a young girl, playfully pinched her nose, asking, "Are you planning to ignore me forever?" Guan Xinyu bit her lip, replying, "How could that be? I just... Silly girl, I would never force you to do anything, including having feelings for me." At this juncture, his heart twisted painfully. Guan Xinyu felt a lump in her throat, her eyes suddenly welling with tears. Lu Mohan, alarmed, reached out but then withdrew, asking with concern, "Did I frighten you?" Guan Xinyu, unwilling to appear overly sentimental, fought back her tears and tilted her head, saying, "Of course not." For the rest of their journey, the two tacitly agreed to avoid discussing the matter further, attending to their needs and maintaining their pace. Mu County was surrounded by towering mountains, strange rocks, and various wetlands. The dim and slippery terrain was precisely their destination. Though their carriage was not luxurious, it drew significant attention. For even having an ox cart in this area was a remarkable asset. The village chief, upon hearing of their high-priced purchase of the 10,000 Cures herb, promptly dispatched individuals to gather it. Guan Xian, you had spontaneously changed your mind. It was more prudent to allow the impoverished villagers to undertake the task, enabling them to rest. Lu Mohan remained non-committal, seeking a clean farmhouse to rent, paying the fee, and humbling herself to begin tidying up the space. Guan Xian, you couldn't bear to watch, asserting, "Let me do it," while coughing. It was unclear whether they were cleaning or merely stirring up the dust, which only seemed to exacerbate the mess. Lu Mohan, also affected by the dust, decided to pull Guan Xinyu out of the house, suggesting, "Shall we hire someone to clean?" "Sounds good." Guan Xinyu agreed. Just then, a group of curious women nearby cheerfully inquired if they needed assistance. Consequently, for 10 copper coins, the task was settled. The inhabitants of this village are quite simple and unpretentious. They toil diligently without engaging in gossip, and a few coins can bring them joy for an entire afternoon. The leaves are just beginning to turn yellow, some still half green. And recalling the frigid winters of the northern lands, one can only anticipate that this place will not fare much better. Fortunately, firewood seems to be plentiful in the mountains. Guan Xianhua pondered for a moment and inquired how much of this medicinal herb would be considered sufficient. Lu Mohan appeared to have a plan in mind. "Let us gather for 3 days, and whatever we find, we shall take back. What do you think?" Guan Xianwen nodded in agreement. Just then, several women finished their work and approached to express their gratitude. She added, "Thank you, ladies. Might I impose upon you for another favor?" A robust woman stepped forward with a broad smile, saying, "Please, noble one. We are full of strength and can handle any task, be it for men or women." She continued, "Aside from the universal remedy herb, are there any other unique medicinal plants here? Could you assist me in unearthing some?" The women exchanged glances, revealing their uncertainty. They were unfamiliar with such herbs. "If it's too troublesome, I shall not press," Guan Xianhua said, shaking her head. Yet, a young girl with a dusky complexion suggested, "Why not take the village doctor with us to the mountains?" Everyone nodded in agreement, praising the girl's cleverness. "Let's go to the doctor's house." The girl, who had just joined them, felt a surge of excitement as she hurried to catch up with the women. Guan Xianhua watched the lively scene unfold and could not help but smile. Even without a paradise, this bustling human life seemed rather delightful. Before nightfall, they had gathered a dozen varieties of peculiar herbs, roots, and even clods of earth still clinging to them. The women, along with the young girl and the village doctor, chattered animatedly, sharing their findings. Guan Xianyue suddenly found the noise a bit overwhelming, not distressing, but difficult to follow. She interjected, "I shall take all these herbs. Could you please assess their worth? Additionally, please consider compensation for your hard work." The village doctor, taken aback by her gaze, her exquisite attire and striking beauty, stammered, unable to articulate a response. Lu Mohan produced a silver ingot and asked, "Is this sufficient?" The doctor nodded vigorously, and the women beamed with joy. However, Guan Xianyue interrupted, causing a wave of tension among them. "If you do it this way, it will be difficult for them to divide the payment." She then retrieved some smaller silver coins, distributing one tael to each woman, and gifted the young girl a bottle of snow flower ointment. The other women looked on enviously. Guan Xianyue smiled and explained, "This will make your skin a touch fairer." The girl accepted it, her face flushed with excitement, her skin now a radiant mix of red and black. Overflowing with gratitude and hopping with joy, Guan Xianyue asked the women to wait a moment and went inside to fetch some soap. "Here, this can be used for bathing or washing clothes." One woman exclaimed, "Isn't this the soap used by the wealthy? My heavens, how precious!" The robust woman had evidently encountered finer things in life, while the others held the soap with delight in their eyes. Guan Xianyue quickly cautioned, "This must not be used on the face, as it may cause dryness." The women nodded eagerly, reluctant to use it for anything other than to treasure at home. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and shortly after, the men returned. Some had found the universal remedy herb, others returned empty-handed, and a few brought back several fish. Guan Xianyue not only gathered herbs, but also procured fish. The others, slapping their foreheads in admiration, praised the cleverness of the young man from the Kong family, who had thought to sell fish. A robust woman, surnamed Zhang, brought a piece of cured meat as a token of gratitude. Guan Xianyue, unwilling to let her leave empty-handed, offered her some silver. Aunt Zhang, however, hesitated and shyly inquired, "Does the esteemed one still have that facial cream?" Guan Xianyue's smile widened. The desire for beauty is universal. She retrieved a box of snowflower cream, which Aunt Zhang accepted, her face lined with joy that spoke volumes. "My daughter has just become engaged, and this cream is a request from me to the esteemed one on her behalf." Speaking of the joyful occasion at home, Aunt Zhang beamed even more brightly. Chapter 52, A Disfigurement Upon Hearing This. Guan Xianyue returned inside and fetched a pair of bright red pillowcases adorned with peony patterns. "Aunt, what do you think of these? Can they be of use?" "Heavens! What is this?" Aunt Zhang exclaimed, her eyes transfixed on the lifelike peonies, splendid and silky, far too luxurious and beautiful. These flowers were neither embroidered nor painted. She had never encountered such exquisite designs. Overcome with joy, she knelt down in gratitude. Startled, Guan Xianyue quickly stepped back. "Aunt, what are you doing? Please get up." Her voice, tinged with an authoritative tone, caused Aunt Zhang to tremble as she stood, stammering, "My legs are weak, weak indeed." Guan Xianyue resumed her smile, assisting her gently. "Hurry back home to show your daughter. See if she likes this gift." Aunt Zhang eagerly agreed and joyfully departed, frequently glancing back to call, "If the esteemed one ever needs anything, please let me know." "Absolutely. No payment required." Guan Xianyue chuckled, turning to meet the deep gaze of a certain someone, her eyes inadvertently drifting down to his charmingly curved lips, both alluring and affectionate. Her cheeks flushed. "Are we having fish for dinner?" Lu Mohan intended to cook himself, but Guan Xianyue interjected, "Why don't you just help with the fire? Can you manage that?" Lu Mohan touched his nose and confidently replied, "Of course. Dinner is served, my flower-faced cat." Admittedly, he wasn't particularly skilled at managing the fire, but he learned quickly enough. Seeing him struggle to clean for quite some time, without success, Guan Xianyue took out a wet wipe and helped him, not missing the triumphant smile that crept onto his face, which made her turn away to smile as well. The two savored a delicious fish head tofu soup and braised fish. Concerned that he might not sleep well in an unfamiliar bed, Guan Xianyue thoughtfully opened a bottle of green wine for him. Lu Mohan gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Good wine." Guan Xianyue smiled. "There's even better. I just can't bear to exchange it, she laughed. As mountain dwellers typically retire early, they followed suit. After a hearty meal and some light conversation, they went to bed early. Lu Mo Han slept soundly, while Guan Xianyu, who had not partaken of the wine, found herself restless. Her eyelids twitched, a complex mix of exhaustion and alertness that felt unpleasant. Left eye twitches for fortune, right eye for misfortune? An ominous premonition lingered. Just as she drifted into a hazy slumber, she was abruptly awakened by someone pulling her up. "We have a water leak." Without waiting for her consent, Lu Mo Han scooped her up, blankets and all, and rushed outside. The flames were quickly extinguished, leaving only thick clouds of smoke, amidst shouts and cries. How could this happen? As Guan Xianyu's heart raced with trepidation, she furrowed her brow in confusion. In this area, where the number of households was neither sparse nor abundant, how could a fire break out simultaneously? The climate was far from arid. This was clearly an act of arson. Fortunately, the shadow guards had discovered the situation in time, capturing one culprit while the others chose to poison themselves to escape capture. Such audacity! Could this be the work of Lord Liang? From his cryptic remarks, Guan Xianyu gleaned a hint of suspicion. Lu Mo Han shook her head, uncertain. Lord Liang had intentions of marrying into the Liu family, which seemed unnecessary. The daughter of the Liang family was to wed his cousin. Soon, Lu Mo Han received news that Lord Liang's mother-in-law had fallen ill with a perplexing ailment and required a certain herb, Wan Binko, which was currently in short supply. The perpetrators, however, were from the Wang family. Perhaps this was an attempt to sabotage the union between Lord Liang and the Liu family, while simultaneously avenging the wrongs done to the Wang family's daughter. Wang Wanyan was merely the seventh daughter of the collateral line of the Wang family. They were seeking a pretext to confront the Liu family, and this provided them with an opportunity. Lu Mo Han dismissed the matter lightly, yet Guan Xianyu remained troubled. The sky was overcast, signaling impending rain. The casualties were minimal, but Aunt Zhang, who had announced her daughter's engagement the day before, was wailing inconsolably. It turned out that her daughter had sustained an injury to her face, a gash incurred in the chaos, marring her beauty just before her wedding. Guan Xian, you had just spoken with the village head about summoning a doctor for everyone when she heard Aunt Zhang's cries. Rushing over, she found Zhang Chuizhu with a streak of blood marring her left cheekbone. Though not deep, it caused her great distress, fearing her fiancé's family would shun her. Without delay, Guan Xianyu helped her into a carriage, intent on taking her to town for medical attention to ensure the best and swiftest treatment to prevent any scarring. The doctor advised cleaning the wound, applying medicine, and resting for 3 to 5 days without serious concern. Guan Xianyu breathed a sigh of relief and decided to take Zhang Chuizhu shopping for a new dress, as well as some cosmetics to soothe her nerves and offer comfort. Zhang Chuizhu was quite embarrassed, her slightly pale face caught between tears and laughter. After perusing several shops and purchasing a number of items, she began to feel more at ease with Guan Xianyu. "Sister Yu, it's not the scar that worries me," Zhang Chuizhu confessed, feeling guilty. Although the villagers blamed the outsiders for the trouble, she believed that despite her wealth, Guan Xianyu was a kind and beautiful girl. She bore no resentment towards others. She was merely frightened. "What troubles you then?" Guan Xianyu gently patted her hand, encouraging her to share her concerns as if they were close friends confiding in one another. Zhang Chuizhu bit her lip, lowering her gaze before slowly raising it again. She felt inferior. "My mother says the Li family that is to be my in-laws has scholars among them. My uncle is destined to pursue a degree, and our family's farmland will be entrusted to us. Thus, the old matriarch seeks a diligent and virtuous eldest daughter-in-law. Yet, you're already being referred to as the old matriarch?" Guan Xianyu refrained from commenting further, urging her to continue. "My mother is a hard-working woman. We are all genuine farmers. However, they seem to disdain my appearance. It's not outright contempt, but I cannot fathom it." Zhang Chuizhu struggled to articulate her feelings, but Guan Xianyu understood. It seemed they were looking to minimize the bride price, deliberately belittling her. "Do you have feelings for him?" A single question rendered Zhang Chuizhu's face crimson. "Never have I encountered such a situation. I have heard that Brother Li is quite handsome and can read." When mentioning her fiancé, Zhang Tiju seems to harbor a sense of admiration. If he chooses to end it, let us return for now. Guan Xianyu finds herself at a loss for words. She wishes to do good deeds, yet refrains from meddling in others' affairs, as she cannot dictate the course of another's marriage. Upon seeing her daughter return with numerous packages, Aunt Zhang's earlier discontent dissipates entirely. It is not that she is greedy, but rather that her daughter remains composed and reassures her that the injury will heal in a few days, soon praising Sister Yu for her merits. However, fear manifests as the Li family sends someone over, claiming that the Zhang family girl has been disfigured and wishes to break off the engagement, even demanding the return of the betrothal gifts previously given. Who is the shameless gossip stirring trouble? My daughter is not disfigured. Aunt Zhang unleashes a tirade upon the visitor, an elderly hag with a sharp tongue who arrived on an ox cart, resembling a witch, casting sidelong glances at everyone. The old woman proves difficult to deceive. Unable to enter, she shouts, if she is not disfigured, let her come out and show herself. Aunt Zhang refuses, blocking the door, stating, before the marriage is formalized, my daughter shall not meet the Li family. Before the old woman can escalate her tantrum, Aunt Zhang continues, you wish to break the engagement? Then a five-fold compensation is in order. The Li family had presented a silver hairpin as a token of betrothal. To reclaim it, they must provide 5 times its worth. The crone objects vehemently, berating her, why don't you just rob us? Your daughter is ugly, and you are a shrew. Who would dare marry such a girl? Chapter 53, Bloodshed at the Temple. You old hag, speak again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Aunt Zhang threatens. The old woman retreats a few steps, hurling insults. Had you ever heard of a fiancé who was injured and did not come to visit, instead taking the opportunity to break the engagement? Is it not the Li family that seeks to deceive? Or perhaps they have found a better match and wish to back out. Very well then. Compensation, 20 taels. You are shameless. 5 times is hardly even 5 taels, and yet you demand 20. In her agitation, the old woman inadvertently reveals the truth, yet she stands tall, unashamed. Who are you to shout so loudly? State your name. Aunt Zhang, wishing to insult her, finds herself at a loss without a name. The old woman scoffs. I am the aunt of the Li family. I am neither a matchmaker nor a future mother-in-law, so it is none of your concern. Get lost. With that, Aunt Zhang feels liberated and grabs a broom to chase her away. The Li family aunt scurries about, enduring the insults, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Amid the chaos, the village head arrives to restore order. Guan Xianyu also hears the commotion and comes to investigate. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reason becomes obscured. Suddenly, the Li family aunt ceases her ruckus, venting her frustrations to the crowd before seeking the village head's counsel. My daughter merely has a cut on her face. Yet the Li family wishes to break the engagement. It is laughable. The scholar has yet to pass the examination, and the aunt is already acting like a house manager. A few sharp words from Aunt Zhang caused the Li family aunt's face to flush with embarrassment. Indeed, she had intended to play the role of house manager, which is why she volunteered to intervene and assist in breaking the engagement. The rationale? The Li family's second son had consulted renowned scholars at the academy, who assured him of success in the upcoming examination. Furthermore, it was rumored that several wealthy families in town were inquiring about the Li family's second son, who had already secured an engagement. When one achieves success, all associated benefit, including the village head's daughter, who also harbors intentions to marry the Li family's eldest son. Thus, it is imperative to sever this engagement. As the commotion escalated, Zhang Zuizhu emerged, her face smeared with a crimson ointment, rendering her seemingly grave injury all the more alarming. Aunt Li's voice grew louder, her indignation palpable. Zhang Aunt had a powerful voice too. Her daughter, even in her injured state, was still deemed worthy of a suitor. Enough of this ruckus. I shall withdraw. Zhang Zuizhu's commanding shout silenced the surroundings considerably. Very well. You have spoken, and all have heard. Aunt Li was beside herself with excitement, and Zhang Aunt's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhang Tiju cast aside a silver hairpin and retreated into the house, resolute in her choice. Aunt Li reached out to retrieve it, but amidst the crowd, someone inadvertently pushed her, causing her to step on the hairpin. No, it was her hand that was trampled. Aunt Lee screamed, and the crowd recoiled a few steps back. As she prepared to create more chaos, Zhang Ant struck at her with a broom, forcing her to hurriedly snatch up the hairpin and flee. At that moment, someone reminded, the Zhang family's gifts have yet to be returned. Indeed, during the betrothal, both parties exchanged tokens, and thus Aunt Lee was compelled to discard the items she held. Fleeing in haste, it was a pouch hand-stitched by Zhang Cuizhu, adorned with embroidered bamboo. What was once a token of affection now held no value. With the excitement dissipated, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Guan Xianyue glanced at the troublemaker, Lu Mohan, hesitating to speak. He had intentionally caused that old woman with the surname Li to be trampled. Let us depart, he said, playfully tugging at her sleeve with 2 fingers. Guan Xianyue, feeling exasperated, could only comply. Since this place felt unsafe, the two intended to leave, only to find Zhang Cuizhu kneeling outside the house. Cuizhu? Guan Xianyue helped her to her feet. Might you take me with you? I yearn to venture out and explore. Zhang Cuizhu mustered her courage, the words spilling forth in disbelief, stammering, being a maid is fine. I can wash clothes, chop wood. Cool me. Let's go see the world, Guan Xianyue replied. The world is vast, and she thought that venturing forth would be splendid. Who says women are inferior to men? Really? Zhang Cuizhu could scarcely believe her ears. Guan Xianyue nodded, then inquired, have you considered this thoroughly? Does your mother consent? No sooner had the words left her lips than a figure emerged nearby. It was none other than Zhang Ant. With tears streaming down her face, she explained, my daughter does not wish to marry. She desires to earn money to help her brother find a wife. Mother, that's not true. I wish to see the world. Zhang Cuizhu was at a loss for words, simply unwilling to wait idly for marriage. Guan Xianyue nodded. Let us go. Should you regret it, I will return you home. It's not such a great matter. No need to make it feel like a parting of life and death. Thus, Guan Xianyue acquired a signed contract for a maid, while she herself was in need of a capable helper for her daily needs. The garments and adornments of ancient times were quite cumbersome. She instructed Cuizhu to remain observant of her surroundings, so that she might learn to assist with grooming and dressing. Cuizhu eagerly undertook the heavier chores of washing and firewood gathering, for Guan Xianyue understood her desire not to be a burden, and she did not hinder her. She promised to increase her monthly allowance, allowing her to save for her dowry. Lu Mohan remained non-committal about the matter, observing leisurely, though he often engaged in correspondence with others, appearing to strategize behind the scenes. As they passed through a quaint little town to rest, Guan Xianyue overheard the locals engaging in fervent discussions about a gruesome incident. The butcher had unleashed bloodshed upon the temple, and by noon the following day, he was to be publicly beheaded at the vegetable market. His wife, deemed simple-minded, was desperately seeking help, proclaiming her husband's innocence and claiming that the temple was rife with lascivious monks. The temple was indeed revered, housing the benevolent Guanyin who grants children. Yet, despite her prayers, she remained childless, and whispers circulated that her butcher husband was incapable of compassion. It was said that Zheng, the butcher, was notorious for his merciless killings. Could it be that he turned his blade upon the temple? A mere swineherd resorting to such barbarity? It seemed far too straightforward. Who could say? That woman was rather brazen. Who knows what she had been up to? Hearing this, Lu Mo Han could no longer bear it. Fearing that such foul talk would tarnish Guan Xianyue's ears, she urged her to rise and leave. Cuizhu also stood, swiftly gathering their belongings and calling for the waiter to settle the bill while requesting to pack the leftover buns. Guan Xianyue, with an innocent expression, protested, but I'm not yet full. I haven't finished my melon. Cuizhu, ever resourceful, suggested, Miss, shall I inquire further? Lu Mo Han inquired. In a private room? Guan Xianyue shook her head, stepping out of the tea house to witness more commotion. The crowd was abuzz with chatter, for the woman who had been assaulted was none other than Zheng the butcher's wife, muttering incessantly, her mental state evidently disturbed. A group of matrons had driven her out, yet they were relentless in their aggression. Stop! Someone interjected, unable to endure the sight. Lu, my mistress possesses a kind heart. I advise you to refrain from further trouble, or we shall meet again with force. It turned out that this was not a concerned citizen, but rather the chief maidservant of a noble lady. Guan Xianyu observed as Lu, battered and bruised, continued to insist that her husband was wrongfully accused, prompting her to steal a few more glances. Lu managed to rise, taking a few steps forward before suddenly grasping Guan Xianyu's hand, exclaiming, "My husband is innocent. Save him, please." Just as Lu Mohan was about to intervene, the woman released her grip, falling to her knees, fervently bowing. Guan Xianyu, seeing her head bloodied from the repeated blows, assisted her up, saying, "Take your time. I cannot hear you clearly." Lu, wiping away her tears and snot, reached for Guan Xianyu's hand once more. Kui Tzu intervened, directing her to speak in a less obstructive location. Guan Xianyu led her aside and offered her a bun, which Lu devoured ravenously, nearly choking, before drinking water and resuming her sobs. Her words were jumbled, yet the three ladies listened in shock. The essence of her lamentation was as follows. Within the Linghua temple resided a miraculous Guanyin, granting many prayers for offspring. Despite being married for 3 years without conceiving, she, too, had donated oil money to beseech the deity. However, she was unexpectedly ensnared by a group of lascivious monks who drugged her and confined her in a dark chamber for an entire night. Her voice hoarse from crying, she recounted how those wretches had threatened her to remain silent. Upon seeing Lu, Zheng the butcher immediately sensed something was amiss and swiftly uncovered the truth. Lu contemplated sacrificing her life in penance, but Zheng insisted that the true culprits were the depraved monks, prompting him to storm the temple with his knife. The ensuing events led to Zheng slaying 5 monks and injuring several others before he himself was apprehended. Lu found herself seeking assistance in every possible avenue, only to encounter insurmountable obstacles at each turn. Desperate for guidance from the renowned noble women, her pleas fell on deaf ears, leaving her feeling utterly forsaken by both heaven and earth, teetering on the brink of despair each day. Gritting her teeth, Guan Xianyue urged herself to remain composed, saying, "Sister-in-law, listen to me. Brother Zheng is a man of honor. You must take care of yourself. Otherwise, should this matter end up in court, how will you testify against the wrongdoers if you cannot articulate your thoughts?" Lu seemed to absorb her words, wiping away her tears as she promised to heed the advice and strive to live well. Guan Xianyue sought out a doctor for her, providing Lu with a soothing herbal concoction to help her sleep before conferring with Lu Mohan on how to rescue the situation. Lu Mohan assessed the challenge as manageable and dispatched someone to deliver a message to the county magistrate. However, to their dismay, the magistrate dismissed their entreaties, reporting that several families in the town had declared that the butcher Zheng must die. It was evident that they feared the exposure of their misdeeds and would rather witness Lu's family descend into ruin than face the consequences of their actions. With a cold smirk, Guan Xianyue declared, "This matter is under your control." As she finished her statement, she tugged at Lu Mohan's sleeve, asking if it would cause her any trouble. Lu Mohan confidently replied, "It will indeed be quite troublesome." "Oh," Guan Xianyue sighed, suggesting that if the overt approach failed, they could resort to covert means. With a raised eyebrow, Lu Mohan inquired further. Guan Xianyue chuckled ominously, causing the nearby Cueju to shiver. She proposed, "We could hire someone to break him out of prison." Lu Mohan tilted her head, impressed by the girl's audacity. "And then? We will then raid those families and gather funds for Brother Zheng and Sister Zheng." Guan Xianyue clapped her hands in self-congratulation. Lu Mohan blinked. "I think I should handle that." Guan Xianyue was at a loss, wondering if she was merely jesting. "What do you plan to do?" "I want them to leave openly. For that, someone must provide the funds." The two struck a pact, sealing their agreement with a clap, and even Suju joined in. Subsequently, the county magistrate received an edict from above, prohibiting the death penalty and mandating only temporary detention, with officials sent to oversee the prison to prevent any abuse of power. As a local magistrate, his discontent was palpable. The Linghua Temple, indeed, harbored secrets. After several days of investigation, Lu Mohan uncovered that several signs of wealthy families had conspired to exploit the situation, not as lecherous monks, but certainly not exonerating those monks who took money for their services. "Are you suggesting these heirs conspired to humiliate women?" Guan Xianyue slammed her palm on the table in outrage. What can be tolerated by a gentleman cannot be borne by a lady. Exactly, Lu Mohan affirmed, which is why the magistrate dares not act against them. He has undoubtedly received benefits from those families. Lu Mohan gently patted her head in reassurance, stating, "Rest assured, I will ensure they pay in kind for their transgressions. No, just focus on rescuing the people. As for the rest, let me handle it." Guan Xianyue gazed into his captivating eyes and shook her head, asserting, "We are the good ones. We cannot treat lives as mere trifles." "Is that so?" Lu Mohan blinked innocently. "We shall return their deeds in kind." Guan Xianyue teased, though Lu Mohan seemed to misunderstand. The following day, those signs were carried out of the drunken red building, howling like banshees, and soon thereafter, Butcher Zheng was released as well. "What have you done to them?" Guan Xianyue initially intended to render them powerless, destined to serve as eunuchs. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Mohan was even more ruthless, forcing them to spend an entire night in the brothel, entwined in affection. Some fell into a stupor, foam spilling from their lips, while others, despite their commendable combat prowess, found their martial skills utterly shattered. Those women who had spread rumors about the Linghua Temple's miraculous fertility overnight became victims of their own folly. They included wives and concubines of wealthy heirs and those who, for a price, promoted the temple's virtues. As for the powerless victims, they were reluctant to voice their grievances, opting instead to endure in silence and seek peace. Butcher Zheng departed this cursed place with Lu, having received 500 taels for their journey. Zheng swore an oath to the heavens. In his next life, he would toil like a beast to repay them. Lu, still somewhat dazed, brightened noticeably upon seeing her husband, resembling a youthful girl of 13 or 14, obedient and cheerful. Guan Xianyue felt a sense of relief as she observed Butcher Zheng tenderly guiding Lu. Turning to Lu Mohan, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Lu Mohan shook his head, suggesting that such great kindness need not be verbally acknowledged, but rather repaid through devotion. Guan Xianyue felt a desire to scold him for his insolence. Kui zu stifled alaf, humming a little tune as she began to pack, sensing another journey was imminent. "Wait," Guan Xianyue called out. "There's still work to be done tonight." She leaned closer and whispered in Lu Mohan's ear, "Take me to investigate the Wang residence. This Wang family is not to be underestimated." Lu Mohan's ears flushed slightly, and he responded with a muted affirmation. Was his enthusiasm lacking? Not all. Thus, under the cover of night, 7 households were robbed, not only of gold and silver, but also of a coral ornament of considerable size from the Wang family and a sandalwood cabinet from the Li family. How could such bulky items be stealthily removed without a sound? The county magistrate believed they were chasing phantoms, lacking the zeal to pursue the case. Each family inundated him with complaints, leaving him with a splitting headache while he feigned smiles and kind words, eventually falling ill, only to be accused of pretense. "I shall resign from this position," he lamented. Lu Mohan remained humble, while Guan Xianyue, unburdened, breezed through the customs with ease. A single carriage, a driver, a maid, and a pair of siblings. What could they conceal? Lu Mohan mused. Why not a brother and sister, or a young couple? Guan Xianyue waved her hand dismissively, advising him not to concern himself with trivialities. Chapter 55. Endure your grandeur. Cui Zhu was unaware of the specifics of their exploits, only knowing that Lu Gongzi was an extraordinary figure who effortlessly dealt with a gang of bullies and cleared Butcher Zheng's name, inspiring great admiration. And her young mistress, kind and beautiful, seemed a perfect match for Lu Gongzi, truly a case of beauty and talent united. Upon leaving the small county, they arrived at the Lu family's estate, where Lu Mohan arranged accommodations for them, stating he would step out for a while but would return to dine with Guan Xianyue in the evening. Guan Xianyue inquired, "Is there anything of great importance?" Lu Mohan shook his head, assuring her to remain at ease. Cui Zhu interjected, "Miss, when will you and Lu Gongzi wed?" Guan Xianyue's eyes widened in surprise. "Wed? What are you talking about?" Cui Zhu, even more perplexed, insisted. "But you and he are not an engaged couple?" Guan Xianyue opened her mouth, realizing the misunderstanding had escalated. Yet their behavior made it exceedingly difficult to avoid such misinterpretations. She gestured for Cui Zhu to cease her needlework and approach for a conversation. Let me tell you, men and women are equal. What a man can do, a woman can too, and what a man cannot do, we still can. What do you mean? Giving birth? Cui Zhu exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. Yes, indeed, Guan Xianyu affirmed. Therefore, just as men rely on friends when they venture outside, so do we. Lu Gongzi and I are merely friends, purely platonic. Truly just friends? Cui Zhu questioned, skepticism evident in her voice. Indeed, Guan Xianyu nearly stumbled over her words as she stood up, declaring, Tonight, I shall prepare dinner for us to feast. Cui Zhu chuckled. Allow me to do it. Together then. Thus, Guan Xianyu utilized the Lu family's kitchen to prepare an extravagant spread. There was spicy chicken, lemon fish, stir-fried blood duck, braised eel, scrambled eggs with shrimp, pine nut corn, fish-flavored eggplant, and finally, a sumptuous tomato-braised beef brisket, just as Lu and Mohan returned. 8 dishes accompanied by hot milk tea were laid out. With winter's chill settling in, Cui Zhu refused to sit, appearing reluctant to be a third wheel. Guan Xianyu, sensing her discomfort, divided the dishes for her. Lu and Mohan sampled the blood duck and exclaimed, deliciously spicy and aromatic. He then served Guan Xianyu some of the dishes, stating, we should linger here for a while. It would be perfect for Qing he to teach Cui Zhu how to adorn herself properly. Guan Xianyu was pleasantly surprised that he considered such a trivial matter. And it was a good opportunity for Cui Zhu to take a break from her embroidery, which was taxing on her eyes. She nodded in agreement. As they dined side by side, the silence became palpable, prompting Guan Xianyu to break it. Qing he is. A maid, Lu and Mohan responded, his voice tinged with surprise as he looked up at her. I do not have a maid attending to me. What nonsense! Guan Xianyu thought of playfully smacking him, but refrained, biting her lip instead and consuming the spicy chicken to mask her embarrassment and inexplicable delight. Lu and Mohan admired her red lips and inquired, is the chicken tasty? He swallowed hard, unsure if he truly desired the chicken. Do try it, Guan Xianyu urged, placing a piece on his plate and nudging the spicy chicken closer to him. Lu and Mohan relished the piece she chose for him, proclaiming it a delightful dish. On par with the blood duck, both were simply irresistible. Be it a captivating beauty or delectable cuisine, both stirred one's appetite. Guan Xianyu, with utmost confidence, declared, my culinary skills are undoubtedly superb. Lu and Mohan, puzzled, asked, superb? Is it still watermelon season? Guan Xianyu burst into laughter and took a sip of hot milk tea. One ought not to drink something hot after consuming spicy food. It only intensifies the heat. Lu and Mohan nodded, expressing, I crave it throughout the year. I could savor it for a lifetime without growing weary. Upon hearing a lifetime, Guan Xianyu cast him a curious glance, but saw nothing to discern, so she let it go. Allow me to introduce you to something refreshing. Guan Xianyu handed him a bottle of iced beverage. Tangy and sweet, quite delightful. Lu and Mohan accepted it eagerly, for every moment spent with her brimmed with surprises. Next time, I shall let you try my homemade lemon tea. This kumquat lemon isn't too shabby, but it pales in comparison to freshly squeezed. Guan Xianyu joyfully recommended various delicacies, reminiscent of sharing snacks with her roommates in a past life, her spirits soaring with delight. Lu Mohan nodded, but suddenly his expression turned difficult. He couldn't finish the meal. It was simply too much. Although he was not a child from a destitute family, he despised wastefulness. Guan Xianyu chuckled lightly, asking if there were any dogs around. She suggested making less next time. Indeed, there were dogs, but they probably couldn't handle spicy food. Haha. In the following days, Lu Mohan was quite busy during the day, while Guan Xianyu took Zhang Suzhu for aimless strolls. Most of the crops in the village had already been harvested, leaving only a few winter cabbages, creating a somewhat desolate atmosphere. By the time Lu Mohan finished, Guan Xianyu had arranged for several apple trees, kiwi saplings, and pear trees to be planted. You wouldn't blame me for being meddlesome, would you? She asked. Of course not, Lu Mohan replied, and Guan Xianyu sighed in relief, adding, these varieties are rare. If cultivated well, they can fetch a good price. Lu Mohan pretended to bow deeply, expressing his gratitude for her kindness. Guan Xianyu did not assist him. She received his courtesy gracefully. Yet Lu Mohan's enchanting peach blossom eyes flickered with a hint of hurt. Suddenly, Guan Xianyue felt her heart soften, only to have him playfully flick her forehead, prompting her to chase him in retaliation. To her surprise, Lu Mohan stopped abruptly, causing her to nearly collide with him, but he caught her just in time. He lowered his gaze, his melodious voice slightly seductive. "Let me do it." Guan Xianyue raised her hand, pretending to exert all her strength, yet only gently brushed against his well-defined nose. Lu Mohan unexpectedly leaned down and placed a kiss on her forehead. In that instant, the entire world fell silent. Soon after, her heart raced like a drum, feeling as if it might leap from her chest, silently scolding herself for being so foolish. Lu Mohan himself was bewildered by his own actions, stammering, "Ahem, I have some matters to attend to. I want to be back for dinner." He fled, appearing as if he had escaped in a panic. Guan Xianyue was speechless, yet found it somewhat amusing. Indeed, he was absent for dinner, but the servant returned with a box of winter garments, thick, luxurious furs that were wonderfully comfortable. When Guan Xianyue donned the snow-white fox fur, it accentuated her delicate beauty. Her long, black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a flowing waterfall, elegantly outlining her slender waist. Oh, unbeknownst to her, the once little yellow-haired girl had transformed into a young lady. As she tilted her head, a knock echoed at the door. Lu Mohan quietly asked, "Are you asleep?" "Not yet," Guan Xianyue replied. He pushed the door open, witnessing her standing barefoot on the carpet. Without uttering a word, he closed the door, strode over, and lifted her effortlessly, making his way toward the bed. "What are you doing?" Guan Xianyue exclaimed in shock. "You rogue! You lecherous scoundrel! You'll catch a cold." Lu Mohan gently placed her onto the bed, wrapping her small feet in a quilt. His face flushed, his voice low and husky, he said, "You." Guan Xianyue lowered her hand, which had been covering her chest, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lu Mohan widened his eyes. "What do you think I'm going to do?" He might have had intentions, but it was not yet the right time. "How am I to know what you intend?" Guan Xianyue muttered softly, lowering her head. Lu Mohan caressed her face, whispering, "I can wait. I'll endure until you agree." "Endure your big-headed nonsense. Get out." Guan Xianyue pointed at the door, her face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Chapter 56. I am not soft. Originally planning to leave after a few days, a sudden heavy snowfall blocked the mountain pass, making it impossible to depart. Lu Mohan expressed with a tinge of guilt, "I must delay my departure for a few more days. Rest assured, my people will take good care of your brother." Guan Shui, feeling somewhat uneasy, reassured herself that there was no need for excessive pampering of boys. She was indeed a little heartless, yet she found herself missing Ada. And that foolish dog, Meng, was rather endearing as well. There was another matter Lu Mohan felt compelled to mention. "I must be away for several days. Where could you possibly go in this heavy snowfall? Can you even see the road?" Guan Shui queried in confusion, believing that retreating indoors was the prudent choice in such weather. "My elder brother is in trouble, and I need to go see him personally." Father said, "You've caused the trouble. It is your responsibility to rescue him." "You're going to rescue your brother? What has happened to him?" Guan Shui did not comprehend. After all, her brother was supposed to be more capable than she was, the legitimate heir of the Lu family. Was he without allies? After all, he is my elder brother, though we shared different mothers. Lu Mohan chuckled lightly, intending to evade the subject. After a moment's contemplation, Guan Shui declared, "I will accompany you." "You wish to accompany me?" "Absolutely not. It is too dangerous." The carefree Lu Mohan immediately adopted a serious demeanor, shaking his head resolutely. Guan Shui, appearing to understand, remarked, "If you choose to risk your life without me, then I shall no longer associate with you. Let us part ways in our own directions." Lu Mohan was unwilling to accept this, insisting that it was far too perilous and he feared it would implicate her. "Do not worry, I will not be a burden. When the time comes for you to act, I will simply hide away." Guan Shui was not blindly overconfident, but given the fierce storm outside, she could at least ensure that he would not suffer from hunger or cold. Very well. Lu Mohan feigned agreement, his heart heavy with concern. He did not wish to deceive her, nor could he bear to part from her. "If you dare to leave secretly, I shall ensure you never see me again." Do you dare to bet on that? Guan Shuyue blinked, adding, I can hide so well that no one would ever find me. With space at my disposal, what can you do? Although she had never stayed in the Xiaoyu pavilion for more than half an hour, she was confident it was sufficient for her to conceal herself. This realization dawned upon her when she discovered that a person could entirely enter the Xiaoyu pavilion, and she found it much easier to engage in activities there than to cultivate plants with mere thought. Upon witnessing her earnest gaze, Lu Muhan suddenly felt a surge of fear. He grasped her hand tightly, pleading, Please, do not hide from me. Guan Shuyue nodded. As long as you behave and listen, I will not hide. With no other recourse, Lu Muhan informed her that they would set off the next day. The snowstorm was relentless, and the carriage could not travel far before being forced to stop. The group could only proceed on foot through the deep snow, fortunately not far from where his brother had encountered trouble. During a moment of respite, Guan Shuyue inquired, Are you cold? Lu Muhan patted his puffed-up chest, responding, The coat you provided is very warm. He chuckled. In truth, it was a lightweight down jacket, and he had also donned snow boots. Guan Shuyue expressed that she felt relatively warm too, though conversing in such conditions made her susceptible to the chill. Perhaps you should wear a mask. She helped Lu Muhan don a thick protective mask, putting one on herself as well, and then produced 10 more masks to distribute. Cui Zhu had not accompanied them. Lacking martial skills, Guan Shuyue had instructed her to study diligently at the estate so that she could serve her master well in the future. Cui Zhu, with countless admonitions, implored her to take good care of herself before reluctantly agreeing. A group of travelers continued their journey, seeking refuge in a cave for the night, where some tended to the fire while others prepared porridge. Lu Muhan personally set up a small space with a curtain for Guan Xianyue. Guan Xianyue discreetly beckoned Lu Muhan over, while the others, accustomed to such interactions, turned a blind eye. She offered him a cup of hot cocoa with a straw and handed him ginger, instructing him to add it to the porridge to ward off the chill. It was inconvenient to bring out meat. Otherwise, they would have enjoyed chicken porridge. Fortunately, the group had come prepared, adding cured meat to the porridge, which imparted a unique flavor. Guan Xianyue carried a backpack herself, allowing her to easily retrieve various items. After the meal, she produced a pack of chewing gum, suggesting that they forego brushing their teeth for the night and simply chew to freshen their breath. Heeding her advice, Lu Muhan complied without hesitation. The refreshing scent of lemon and mint wafted through the air as they sat by the fire, chewing and enjoying each other's company, creating a delightful atmosphere. Lu Muhan suddenly felt that with her presence, life was always leisurely, and he was beginning to grow accustomed to this tranquil existence. Nevertheless, he never lost sight of his ambition to strive harder to secure her as a legitimate partner. As night deepened, walking through the snowstorm proved exhausting, and Guan Xianyue, not one to be pretentious, lay down on the bedding fully clothed and fell asleep. Apart from Lu Muhan, the others paired up to take turns keeping watch. The night passed relatively peacefully, save for Lu Muhan occasionally glancing towards the curtain. The following day, as they continued their journey, the snowstorm began to subside, and surprisingly, the winter sun emerged. The weather was indeed peculiar. Although it did not melt all the snow, the cold remained biting. Cold? Here, have a warm egg. Guan Xianyue said as she rummaged through her bag, retrieving 2 round plastic eggs. What are these? Lu Muhan inquired. They are warmers, and you must return them once you're finished. She was keen on recycling and preserving the environment. Tossing them in the trash would yield only a few coins. However, these could be recharged and reused, eliminating the need for disposal. Lu Muhan found her conscientiousness endearing. Being cared for by someone was truly delightful. Suddenly, someone voiced a concern, prompting the others to remain vigilant. I can't see. Upon hearing this, Guan Xianyue understood that it was snow blindness, not an enemy approaching. She produced an eye mask and offered it to him. Shall we rest for a moment? However, the group decided not to linger for such a trivial issue, prompting him to wear the eye mask and continue walking, guiding himself by resting his hand on the shoulder of the person in front. Guan Xianyue then produced 11 pairs of goggles, reiterating her request for their return. Lu Muhan nodded, affectionately ruffling her hair, expressing his gratitude. Guan Xianyue rubbed her thumb and index finger together, playfully suggesting, "Count my share of the reward." Lu Mohan chuckled, affirming, "It must be done." The journey ahead became progressively easier. The storm had abated, and their pace quickened significantly. Upon crossing the mountain, they arrived at an open area that could easily expose them. The group began to change their appearances. Guan Xianyue tucked away her down jacket and exchanged her snow boots for the woolen felt boots that Lu Mohan had prepared for her. The others merely disguised their facial features, transforming themselves into indistinct visages. However, Guan Xianyue couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Impressive." Lu Mohan took it a step further, morphing from a handsome youth to one with a scarred face. "Are you concealing your inner self with an outward disguise?" "Why?" A question arose, leaving Lu Mohan puzzled. In order to enhance her fierce demeanor, thus preventing adversaries from perceiving her as an easy target, Guan Xianyu absent-mindedly stroked her non-existent beard, indicating that she possessed a rudimentary understanding of human frailties. "I am not soft," she declared before striding ahead. "The speed of the vehicle is excessive. This person is quite malicious." Chapter 57. The performance concludes. Their destination turned out to be a mountain villa, the Aoshue Villa. "Is this?" Guan Xianyu pondered whether it was akin to the renowned Sword Mountain Villa, a realm of wandering heroes. "It is the domain of the solitary Dugu Aoshue," someone whispered within the group. Promptly, Lu Mohan presented an invitation card, facilitating their passage. Guan Xianyu felt a bit disoriented, having anticipated a confrontation, only to realize they were here for a legitimate visit. Upon entering the villa, she discovered the presence of a hot spring for bathing. However, as a woman, it was inappropriate for her to bathe alongside the others. Fortunately, the host did not insist upon her participation, seemingly recognizing her gender but choosing not to expose it. Guan Xianyu was escorted to a guest room, where she promptly closed the door and hurried into her spatial realm for a quick hot shower. She had no desire to soak in a wooden tub without shower gel or shampoo, which would yield little more than an unclean state. Moreover, bathing in the spiritual spring water alleviated her fatigue and discomfort, leaving her invigorated. Lu Mohan and the others also emerged cleansed, yet their faces remained untouched. "The waterproofing is impressive," Guan Xianyu mused, unaware that they had avoided washing their heads and faces to preserve their makeup. As the group took their seats, Guan Xianyu found herself positioned beside Lu Mohan, likely treated as a servant or concubine. It turned out that they were celebrating the 70th birthday of the solitary old matriarch, with a constant stream of congratulations echoing around them. The guests engaged in toasting and exchanging pleasantries. Lu Mohan raised his cup, inhaled its aroma, and frowned slightly. Suddenly, Guan Xianyu snatched it from him, exclaiming, "Young master, the cup is yet to be cleaned." Noticing the host's displeasure on the stage, Lu Mohan grinned broadly, saying, more nagging than an old maid, "Hand it over." Guan Xianyu wiped the rim of the cup with her sleeve and returned it to him. Liu Mohan drank deeply, initially intending to expel the liquid with his inner strength, only to discover that the wine had transformed into a sweet spring. Its refreshing taste invigorated him, imparting a remarkable sensation throughout his being. Guan Xianyu cleaned the wine vessel, and as the liquid flowed through him, he felt revitalized, as though both his meridians had been unblocked, a warm current gathering in his dantian. Lu Mohan maintained a composed expression, yet internally he was profoundly astonished. After several rounds of drinks, many proclaimed they would not return until they were intoxicated. Lu Mohan, however, leaned against Guan Xianyu, teasingly rubbing her arm and waist. Her face flushed. She assisted him toward her room, still unaware of his designated quarters. The old matriarch on the platform showed little reaction, and with a mere glance from Dugu Aoshue, someone immediately followed them. Lu Mohan babbled incoherently, his hands wandering restlessly. Guan Xianyu felt overwhelmed. Once inside the room, she closed the door and inquired, "How are you?" She initially intended to say the performance was over, but feared eavesdroppers. There was no response. Lu Mohan, impatient, began to shed his outer garments and pushed her onto the bed, declaring, "Come, let me indulge in some pleasure." Guan Xianyue was rendered speechless, simultaneously striking him while softly inquiring, "Have you truly been poisoned?" Lu Mohan, however, continued to be rather unrestrained in his actions. Although Guan Xianyue was clad in thick garments, he did not venture to touch any critical areas, yet his skin was not as thick as one might wish. Thus, he began to resist. "You little rascal! This is not our first encounter. Behave yourself." The neighbors, eavesdropping on the various sounds emanating from the room, revealed malicious smiles. "Rest assured, I am fine." Guan Xianyue nearly wept, suddenly taken aback by a phrase that echoed in her ears. Lu Mohan did not cease his movements. The bed creaked in response, intermingled with his occasional curses and low growls. Guan Xianyue observed Lu Mohan's earnest attempts to create a variety of sounds, caught between laughter and tears, relieved that he had ceased his advances. Unexpectedly, Lu Mohan slapped the back of her hand, prompting her to exclaim in surprise. "Ah!" He lowered his head, a smile dancing on his lips, let out a few more cries. "No!" She intended to assert her resolve, but found that the words escaping her lips only deepened her embarrassment. Exhausted, she thought, let it all be destroyed. As the first round concluded, Lu Mohan lay beside her. Eavesdroppers murmured, "So soon?" Another raised his chin. "You understand. It appears vigorous but is merely a fade." After a brief interlude, Lu Mohan rose once more. "More?" Guan Xianyue gasped. A knock resounded at the door. "My lord, shall I attend to your needs?" "Come, join us." Lu Mohan welcomed the newcomer, inciting Guan Xianyue to kick him in frustration. Lu Mohan, taken aback, promptly leapt up and seized the veiled woman clad in red as she entered. "It's cold. You shouldn't be dressed so lightly." He pulled the quilt over, leaving Guan Xianyue, wide-eyed with shock, sitting at the edge of the bed. "Since we must undress anyway." Just as the woman in red finished her sentence, a bearded man enveloped her in the quilt and tossed her onto the bed. By this point, Guan Xianyue had stood aside, uncertain of what expression to adopt. The woman in red gasped, "You!" Lu Mohan grasped her chin and tossed a pill in her mouth, then brushed his hands off as if repulsed. Guan Xianyue was left astounded. The woman in red had yet to escape her restraints, soon beginning to make incoherent sounds. "Enjoying yourself alone?" Lu Mohan covered her eyes, admonishing her not to look. "Shouldn't you cover her ears instead?" Guan Xianyue retorted. Suddenly, a group burst in, led by the indignant Dayu Dynasty. "What have you done to my dear daughter?" Lu Mohan, dressed in his undergarments, shrugged his shoulders. "You interrupted my good fortune. I haven't even expressed my ire yet." Dayu Dynasty glanced at his daughter, drenched in sweat and making strange noises beneath the quilt, and angrily gestured, "Someone, assist the young lady down." Several maids hurriedly lifted both the girl and the quilt away. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present. Those behind were all familiar faces from the estate. Dayu Dynasty was not genuinely furious, merely a tad reluctant. His daughter had come to him, yet Lu Mohan had opted to entertain a maid instead of his precious daughter. Without veiling his intentions, he declared, "Either your elder brother marries the young miss of Aoshu Mountain, or you shall exchange her." Dayu Dynasty was unwilling to continue testing the waters. His daughter had already expressed her desire to wed Lu's son. In truth, she had referred to the second son, but her father had misunderstood, leading to a mix-up. Initially, he contemplated taking advantage of the error, but his daughter insisted that Lu Mohan was to be her chosen partner. Lu Mohan ceased to feign and candidly stated, "My elder brother has a legitimate wife. My daughter may serve as a concubine, but as for you, you must be lawfully wedded. Lu Mochen is destined to become the future head of the Lu family. Having a daughter as a concubine is not a loss. As for Lu Mohan, he remains unmarried, just perfect. I have someone in mind and will not take another for my wife." Lu Mohan spoke with unwavering resolve, while Guan Xianyue, who had been silently observing, discreetly glanced at his upright posture. His broad shoulders and narrow waist inadvertently reminded her of the earlier moment when he had loomed above her. Oh, the imagery was quite provocative. "Everyone witnessed you bullying my daughter. Do you still wish to evade responsibility?" Dayu Dynasty directed her gaze towards the young woman behind him. Although clad in male attire, her fair complexion, disheveled hair, and bright, inquisitive eyes were striking. One could easily envision how breathtaking she would appear in feminine garb. Could she possibly be his beloved? Chapter 58. How is your health? Lu Mohan her? A smile without explanation. Dayu Dynasty understood. which scion of a noble family lacked a few concubines. Consequently, she chose to disregard that girl and continued to press Lu Mohan to comply. In summary, you saved my daughter and have pledged your heart. Today, should you break your word, let your elder brother take responsibility. The eldest son of the Lu family is not a poor match. The concern lies with whether the Lu family will consent. Ultimately, this matter falls upon Lu Mohan to bear. As Lu Mohan donned his outer garments, he mocked, in such a prestigious establishment as Aoshua Mountain Villa. Do you truly fear not finding a son-in-law? Nonsense. Do not presume that the owner of this villa fears your Lu family. If it were not for my precious daughter's interest in you, I would have dealt with you myself. Dugu Aoshue and Duganing found Lu Mohan's stance more favorable. After all, a concubine would be a disservice to his daughter, who had her heart set on Lu Mohan, rendering Lu Mochen merely bait. What have you done to my elder brother? Lu Mohan feigned trepidation, meekly inquiring. Dugu Aoshue snorted, declaring, once you and Ninger are wed, your elder brother will naturally come forth to celebrate. There is no time like the present. Let it be today. So soon? We have no time to prepare the betrothal gifts. Guan Xianyue interjected, to which Lu Mohan's lips curled ever so slightly. Dugu Aoshue waved his hand dismissively. No need for betrothal gifts. Your dowry shall remain intact. Lu Mohan retorted, are you intent on forcing me into marriage without respite? Dugu Aoshue, should you persist in your objections, believe me, I shall first eliminate your beloved. With a command from Dugu Aoshue, the villa, having recently celebrated the matriarch's birthday, hastily began preparations for a wedding feast. Time was of the essence. The nuptials were set for the following day. Fortunately, all necessary purchases had been made, requiring only decoration. Lu Mohan cast a glance at the 4 skilled individuals guarding the outer chamber. Defeating them would be futile. 11 against the entire villa, coupled with Guan Xianyue, who was too delicate to defend herself, made forceful action unwise. And there was his elder brother. Originally, he had made various arrangements, but had not anticipated the old man would hasten their marriage to the morrow. Guan Xianyue found herself confined to a guest room, unable to consult Lu Mohan. As she pondered her predicament, a maid knocked and entered, presenting a pink dress for her to wear the next day for the wedding ceremony. The following day, Guan Xianyue attended in splendid attire. Although her face was devoid of makeup, she captivated everyone present. The bride, still preoccupied with her own preparations, remained oblivious to the many who felt a pang of anxiety on her behalf. This young lady possessed an ethereal beauty, her skin seemingly capable of yielding droplets of water. And despite whispers of her past, her eyes sparkled with a lively innocence, revealing the naivety of a sheltered girl. Were all the maids from affluent households so enchanting? It was no wonder the young masters disregarded their young ladies. Though the young lady was beautiful, her temperament was more tempestuous than that of any man. She often mingled with men, wielding swords and engaging in boisterous revelry, a demeanor not favored by scions of noble families. Before the murmurs could fully unfold, Guan Xianyue retrieved a bottle of perfume from her bag and sprayed it into the surrounding air and onto her gown. The fragrance wafted through the space, prompting an immediate inquiry from someone nearby. Where did you purchase this? Others scoffed. Is it that you find our estate unpleasant? Typically, both the young gentlemen and their servants donned fragrant attire, but today was exceptional. They settled for some perfume. After this display of pretentiousness, it indeed drew a flurry of envious glances. This was not an ordinary shop's merchandise. It was a special concoction from the Lu family. Guan Xian, you lifted her chin, brimming with pride. Several concubines, upon hearing this, signaled for the matron to bring her closer. Do you have more of this? Inquired the second concubine first. I do. However, the craftsmanship is exquisite, and the materials are rare. The exquisite glass bottle is not that I am reluctant to gift it to you, she replied, casting a sidelong glance at the jeweled hairpin adorning the second concubine's head. But how much silver for a bottle? The second concubine interjected. Hearing this, Guan Xianyue smiled amiably. Madam has misunderstood. Our young master is quite generous. Anything that catches his eye after a night of service, he would readily bestow perfume or fragrant balm without hesitation. Pouting slightly, she added, "This is not even the finest. My 4 elder sisters' rooms are nearly overflowing with such treasures. To receive a bottle of exquisite perfume after a single night? How extravagant!" Several concubines exchanged glances in disbelief. Guan Xianyu presented the earlier bottle of perfume with both hands, saying, "If it pleases you, madam, it is yours. Your grace and beauty deserve nothing less than the finest fragrances." The second concubine nearly lost her composed demeanor, elated. She was indeed more beautiful than the legitimate wife, and everyone remarked upon her beauty. Noticing the discontent of the other concubines, Guan Xianyu also gifted them several packets of nourishing cream, sweetly fragrant and capable of enriching the skin. Soon, camaraderie blossomed among them. "Your young master, surrounded by so many women, is he well?" inquired the 6th concubine astutely, as Guan Xianyu was just about to broach the subject herself. "Ah, my young master." She glanced around to ensure no Lu family members were eavesdropping, and decided to divulge softly, "Oh my." The others gasped in intrigue. Men, the more incapable they are, the more they feel compelled to prove themselves, and afterwards, they must boast a little. Exactly. They would almost wish to inflate their own reputation to the skies, claiming accolades among their peers, chimed in the 4th concubine. Unafraid of any risque conversation given her background, Guan Xianyu raised an eyebrow, exchanging knowing glances with the others, which sparked another round of suppressed laughter. Nearby, the matron frowned. The 2nd concubine, being astute, excused herself under the pretext of needing a moment, hastily departing to report the situation. Some murmured, "TSK, a sycophant." The 3rd concubine, munching on sunflower seeds and savoring delicacies, continued to chatter away with Guan Xianyu. "Amen. The less capable they are, the more they must be praised. Otherwise, they will torment Guan Xianyu mercilessly." A tremor ran through Guan Xianyu's heart, yet her face remained as composed as ever, occasionally echoing a remark or expressing her astonishment, raising her cup in a toast, or substituting tea for wine in her salute to her. It was rare to find someone of like mind, and the 3rd concubine was so elated that she nearly swore a sisterhood with her. As the auspicious hour approached, the bride and groom were still nowhere to be seen. The solitary lady of the house, with a darkened expression, was about to declare the wedding feast cancelled when she noticed the solitary Ao Shui leading Lu Mohan, calling him dear nephew and exclaiming about the flood that washed away the Dragon King's temple as they approached. Was he not the esteemed son-in-law? He was not even clad in wedding robes. The solitary lady breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need for her to oppose it herself. Lu Mohan took his seat, and soon Lu Machin arrived as well. The marriage of the solitary Ning was still in motion, but who was the groom? The crowd was puzzled until they heard the solitary Ao Shui clap her hands, announcing, "Everyone, my daughter, Gu Ning, was originally betrothed to the eldest son of the Pingyue sect. Unexpectedly, he was abducted in his youth, but now he returns with tokens of their engagement." What? The crowd was left in bewilderment. It turned out that the Pingyue sect believed their eldest son to be lost, not knowing he had experienced remarkable adventures, becoming a disciple of a reclusive master. He had just arrived at Aoshu Mountain Villa, stating that the Lu family had rescued him in his childhood, granting him the opportunity to learn from the esteemed master. Now, armed with the betrothal tokens, Gu Ning naturally had to marry him. As the saying goes, heroes emerge from youth. Gu Ning was unwilling, and after a duel, she surprisingly conceded defeat, thus willingly accepting the new groom. Chapter 59. Ruin my reputation? The atmosphere was one of universal joy, yet Guan Xianyu felt a sense of unease. Upon seeing Lu Mohan, several concubines wore subtle, barely noticeable smiles. Lu Machin, though his countenance was less than favorable, seemed otherwise unaffected. He cast a glance towards Lu Mohan, leaving his intentions ambiguous. After the banquet, the solitary Ao Shui turned to Guan Xianyu and inquired, "Dear nephew, what of that girl of yours?" Lu Mohan similarly regarded her, his expression grim. Shifting the topic, Ao Shui asked, "Do you have any sisters?" Lu Mohan shook his head, indicating he had not heard of any. A gentleman does not covet what others cherish. Thus, Ao Shui refrained from pursuing the matter of acquiring maid, considering the Liu family's generous support. Liu Mohan personally vowed to secure the influence over the Nanyang docks for her. Even if the eldest son of Pinua sect could not arrive today, he would no longer trouble the Liu family. Guan Xianyue was perplexed as to why they directed their conversation towards her, so she lowered her head to eat, pretending not to notice. Their group arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly. Liu Machin returned home while Liu Mohan continued on his journey. "Are you headed to Nanyang?" Guan Xianyue asked, perplexed. With the appearance of his solitary family's son-in-law, why maintain the promise? It is merely a matter of exchanging conditions. Nanyang is my domain. Securing that influence and forming a strong alliance with Aoshua Mountain Villa is a mutually beneficial endeavor. Very well, Guan Xianyue replied, not doubting his intentions. But I shall accompany you. It seems unnecessary to hibernate in the south. Liu Mohan chuckled. Are you not afraid the cold wind will slice your face? You are as delicate as a bud in a greenhouse. Guan Xianyue shook her head. As long as you do not mind the trouble. This journey, though fraught with tension, ultimately proved uneventful. Yet, she felt a pang of remorse for not being of assistance, and for tarnishing his reputation. Perhaps a venture to the South Seas for trade could be of help? Why? I wonder, do they all gaze upon me? Liu Mohan's words startled Guan Xianyue to the brink of biting her tongue. And no, it's nothing, is it? The young master, while confident in his own attractiveness, acknowledged that he was eclipsed by her beauty. The horse-drawn carriage had scarcely departed when suddenly someone galloped forth in pursuit. It was none other than Dugu Ning and her husband, Yun Xiangcheng. As newlyweds, do you intend to accompany me to the dock in the South Seas? Liu Mohan and Guan Xianyue were both taken aback. Dugu Ning promptly nodded, saying, my father instructed me to keep an eye on you. Her tone was light-hearted and cheerful. Yun Xiangcheng clasped his fists together and reassured. Do not worry, young Master Liu. Ninger and I shall not interfere with your decisions. Let us proceed. Liu Mohan shrugged indifferently. If you wish to follow, then follow. Guan Xianyue, as his devoted maid, felt at ease in the carriage, while Dugu Ning intermittently approached to converse, her chatter unceasing. Sister Yu, how many maidens in your household possess beauty akin to yours? Sister Yu, I am aware of your conversations with my aunt. Guan Xianyue smirked and handed her a packet of snowflower cream, asserting, this domestic treasure is quite inexpensive. Consider it a token of gratitude. You regard me as a good sister. I truly cherish you. Allow me to present you with a small gift. Very well, or perhaps I might advocate on your behalf, persuading your fiancé to release you so that you may join us at the mountain villa, free from servitude, to be my sister instead. What do you think? It was unexpected to discover Dugu Ning's warm-hearted nature. I appreciate the sentiment, sister. Guan Xianyue replied. Though belated, Liu Mohan interjected, she shall not accompany you. On what grounds? With your physique, what use would you have for so many women? Dugu Ning anticipated that he would not easily relinquish her, and had prepared numerous arguments. Yet, when she spoke, the truth slipped out. Liu Mohan, she mused, glancing down at herself. Is there something amiss? Am I too frail? Although her waist was slender, it was strong. What was she implying? Guan Xianyue beckoned. Young master, please come aboard. The wind outside is fierce. Once he entered the carriage, Guan Xianyue discreetly signaled Dugu Ning to depart, urging her not to provoke her fiancé's displeasure. Fearing for her predicament, Dugu Ning departed first, returning to her husband to vent her frustrations, only to receive a stern reprimand from Yun Xiangcheng, who admonished her not to meddle in others' domestic affairs. The two exchanged their carriage for another, embodying the carefree spirit of wanderers. Liu Mohan inquired for quite some time, but Guan Xianyue deftly evaded the subject. Intending to lift the curtain for fresh air, she noticed that Dugu Ning's carriage had fallen behind. Why were they slowing down? Should we wait? Turning her head, she caught sight of a certain enigmatic individual, yet remained oblivious to the implications. As a practitioner of martial arts, Liu Mohan possessed keen hearing and had already detected some commotion. Although the sounds are now indistinct, he was no naive fool unacquainted with the world. He simply had not experienced such matters personally. Newlywed bliss was to be expected, yet the ruckus was startling. The noise from the carriage was deafening. Guan Xianyu instinctively lifted the curtain to glance back at the trailing carriage, only to have her small hand grasped, causing the curtain to fall once more. You. She felt a touch of embarrassment, realizing this merriment was not intended for her eyes. Lu Mohan held her chin, asking, "Did you suggest that I am too slight?" Did I say that?" She stammered, bewildered. Perhaps it is merely a figment of others' imaginations? Regardless of how Lu Mohan feigned ignorance, he scooped her up and placed her upon his lap, entwining his arms around her. "No, you mustn't." Guan Xianyu believed that he was stirred by some notion instigated by those two, and she could no longer suppress her unease, wriggling about restlessly. Lu Mohan restrained her, admonishing, "Do not squirm. Allow me to demonstrate that I possess the strength to envelop your entire being within my embrace." Guan Xianyu fell silent, a flush creeping to her ears. "I understand. Please set me down, and I shall refrain from speaking out of turn henceforth." "What did you say?" he inquired, his voice low and enticing. "Spare me the repetition." Guan Xianyu dared not utter another word. "In truth, it is nothing of consequence. You hold me, and I find it difficult to articulate. A stalling tactic, albeit an ineffective one." Lu Mohan lowered his gaze and, with deliberate enunciation, stated, "My esteemed gentleman, a man of considerable appetite, bestowing gifts post-encounter to curry favor. His culinary preferences include pig kidneys and chives with eggs." His escalating irritation prompted Guan Xianyu to cover his mouth with her hand, exclaiming, "Cease. Enough. I fabricated that to rescue you." Lu Mohan gently removed her hand, grasping it in his, and queried, "Who taught you such nonsense?" "Merely a jumble of words. I gleaned it from books. There is more to literature than mere beauty." She chuckled awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the tension. "Do not be angry. I shall refrain from causing you further trouble. To save me, you tarnish my reputation?" He persisted. "The people of Aoshua Mountain Manor should not be known for their loose tongues, should they?" Her heart raced with guilt. "You must compensate for the damage to my reputation." "And how would you have me do that?" "No one dares to marry me. You must take responsibility." "What?" Guan Xianyu met his teasing gaze, ready to extricate herself from his grasp, but was suddenly met with a gentle bite to her lip. "What are you doing?" She raised her hand to strike, but lowered it again, sensing his warmth as the carriage's temperature gradually rose. Lu Mohan released her, aware that if he continued, he might lose control. Guan Xianyu settled back, muttering softly, "You can't even manage a kiss." And no, I said nothing. Chapter 60. The lemon essence ahead lay an inn, where Yun Xiangcheng, wrapped in a thick blanket, cradled the proud Dugu Aoshu, declaring he wished to rest for the night. Guan Xianyu followed Lu Mohan closely, her gaze fixed ahead. Upon entering, they discovered that the entire upper floor had been reserved. The meddlesome Yun Xiangcheng, placing Guan Xianyu in Lu Mohan's room, left her exasperated, prompting her to seek an additional room. "Now that we are here, there is no need for further pretense." Lu Mohan suppressed a chuckle. "I fear there may not be any spare rooms. Servants do not require accommodations." Guan Xianyu scoffed, descending to request a vacant room for the innkeeper. However, in the dead of night, someone unexpectedly climbed into her bed. Before she could scream, her mouth was covered. "Do not cry out. This may well be a den of thieves." With so many people, would he dare act? Guan Xianyu had not anticipated stepping into a den of robbers. "Someone entered my room earlier, attempting to use sleeping gas. I was concerned for your safety and came to check," Lu Mohan explained, prompting a sigh of relief from Guan Xianyu, along with a tinge of gratitude. "What shall we do next?" "They will handle it," Lu Mohan replied, turning over to sleep. Guan Xianyu, still alert, felt that something was amiss. It was not until his breathing deepened that she finally succumbed to sleep against the wall. Lu Mohan opened her eyes, sat up, and gently embraced her before laying her back down and tucking her in. Outside, tranquility had returned, not a den of iniquity, but rather the presence of assassins. The following morning, Guan Xianyu discovered everything was perfectly normal, which only fueled her irritation, causing her to ignore Lu Mohan. Lu Mohan, both amused and exasperated, refrained from explaining, occasionally inquiring after her well-being. Guan Xianyu continued to disregard her, munching on roast chicken and sipping cola, refusing to share. Lu Mohan, feeling pitifully hungry after 2 missed meals, finally received a slice of pizza. Dayu Ning, with her keen sense of smell, approached and asked, "Do you detect a delightful aroma?" Guan Xianyue tilted her head. "Perfume? Not perfume, but food," Dayu Ning replied, sniffing again. It was slightly chilly, but she realized the source was emanating from their carriage. "Oh, I packed some food. I'll share it with you." Guan Xianyue handed over the remaining half of her pizza to Dayu Ning, who happily accepted it and presented it to Yun Xianqing, boasting about her superior sense of smell. "Goodness, you call yourself a dog?" Guan Xianyue was charmed by her exuberance, but turned to see a sour-faced Lu Mohan. "Oh dear, jealous are we?" She then produced another pizza, but Lu Mohan turned away, refusing to eat. Guan Xianyue laughed heartily and proposed, "How about a cocktail?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mohan's eyes brightened, and she haughtily replied, "Let me see first." Guan Xianyue retrieved several colorful glass cups, mixing rum, cola, a splash of orange juice, and ice to perfection. Lu Mohan took a delicate sip, then downed the drink in one go, declaring, "It's all mine. Dare to let anyone else try?" All right, it's all yours." "I'm not drinking," Guan Xianyue said with a resigned shake of her head, amused by Lu Mohan's childlike spirit. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Lu Mohan cheerfully produced a piece of paper and placed it in Guan Xianyue's palm, instructing her to keep it safe. "Is this a contract? A jewelry store?" Guan Xianyue hesitated to accept. "You manage it. How about we share it equally?" Lu Mohan actually intended to suggest it as a token of betrothal, but she reconsidered, believing that a gift chosen personally would carry more sincerity. "I will assist you, but I cannot accept this." She returned the shop contract to Lu Mohan, who insisted, "Choose a token. We'll split it equally." "How's that sound?" Guan Xianyue was momentarily taken aback, replying, "Isn't that rather unconventional? Didn't the ancients emphasize parental consent and the matchmaker's words? How can we privately engage? Are you unwilling?" Lu Mohan felt a pang in her heart. "Release me." Noticing Lu Mohan nearly crumpling the paper in anger, Guan Xianyue quickly pried her fingers loose. Lu Mohan allowed her to fuss over her, looking hurt. "You cannot be so casual. If you wish to marry me, you must consult your parents first." "Fine," he readily agreed, leaving Guan Xianyue bewildered by the rapid response. This was all too hasty. Lu Mohan tightened her grip on her hand, pledging, "I will persuade my family to support our union. Just grant me a little time." Locked in her earnest gaze, Guan Xianyue found herself unable to refuse, simply nodding in agreement. Lu Mohan then placed the contract back in her hand, saying, "We will have more shops in the future, all entrusted to you. Our very own establishments. What happens if you mess it up? Will you come to me for compensation?" Guan Xianyue teased. Lu Mohan nodded firmly, desiring to impose a lifelong servitude upon her husband. How shameless! Guan Xianyue carefully stored the contract, suppressing her laughter. Lu Mohan could not help but chuckle like a fool, though only Guan Xianyue deemed him foolish. "I'm not foolish. All men in love are foolish." "All right, I am foolish. Foolish Mohan. Call me Kinzu." Guan Xianyue refused to comply, instead inquiring, "Where's your brother? What is his name?" "Zhong Yuan." Lu Mohan, puzzled, asked what her brother did. "Ah, indeed, the implications differ. Her brother is the heir, while Lu Mohan's name, though meaningful, bears no consequence." Suddenly, Lu Mohan felt a pang of worry. Did she mind his status? I am who I am, a unique firework." Guan Xianyue mischievously winked. "A name is merely a code, as long as it is memorable." Lu Mohan smiled knowingly. "It seems I've been overly concerned." Dayu Ning was now able to walk normally and decided against taking the carriage, opting instead for the freedom of horseback riding. She rode ahead and asked Guan Xianyue, "Can you ride?" "Sister, shall I take you along?" Guan Xianyue shook her head. "It is too cold. I will learn when the weather warms." "Oh dear, you are more delicate than a lady from a wealthy family." Dayu Ning feigned disdain, yet secretly harbored an inexplicable fondness for Guan Xianyue, adding, "Your young master is neither disabled nor lacking. Why do you always tend to him? Is that a veiled jab?" "No, that is a personal attack." Lu Mohan wished for the girl to cease her playful banter. "Dear sister, we shall soon reach the little town ahead where we can disembark and explore. Just a bit longer." Though Guan Xianyue called her sister, her tone was that of a caregiver soothing a child. Du Guaning shot her a sidelong glance, laughing as she urged her horse forward. I shall wait for you ahead, so hurry. Sister Ning is truly amusing. Once upon a time, Guan Xianyue harbored dreams of roaming the world. Thus she held a special admiration for valiant heroines. Do not follow her, you might learn bad habits. Lu Mohan disagreed. No one is as entertaining as her. I wish to say to Guan Xianyue, come play with me. Don't need to learn from her? Not leading her astray is achievement enough. Guan Xianyue propped her legs up, nearly mimicking a smoking rogue, exuding a certain swagger. What are you doing? Do I resemble a female bandit? You resemble the bandit queen. Then you must be the bandit leader? The lady speaks the truth. Guan Xianyue did not engage in a battle of wits. She arranged to go shopping with her girlfriends and made her exit. Lu Mohan wished to be a bag carrier, but Yin Xiangqing intercepted her. Shall we chat for a moment? Du Guaning, accompanied by her own capable entourage, felt secure, while Yin Xiangqing aimed to shield his wife from any nuisances. Sister Yu, do you genuinely wish to follow him without any title or claim? Chapter 61. Sending him to the palace to serve. Guan Xianyue was not one to share her innermost feelings with just anyone. She deflected Du Guaning's inquiry with a few chuckles, though inwardly she felt somewhat unsettled. Soon, she cast the matter aside, as Nanyang town was prosperous and not as frigid as the north, offering a chance to observe different customs and feel the sea breeze, even if it was still chilly. The group rented a small courtyard, gathered around a charcoal fire awaiting a whole roasted lamb. Suddenly, Guan Xianyue had a whimsical idea. Shall we roast eggplant? What? Du Guaning had never encountered an eggplant. She never cooked and recognized few dishes on the dining table. Moreover, eggplant had yet to gain popularity, remaining a luxury of this era. I'll be right back. Guan Xianyue headed to the kitchen, deftly slicing several eggplants while preparing garlic paste. No one cared about the origins of the eggplant. They only knew it was extraordinarily delicious. Each person had half an eggplant, yet they still craved more. There was also a whole roasted lamb. Everyone refrained from staring at me. Guan Xianyue waved her hand, not wishing to return to the kitchen. Du Guaning remarked, Sister Yu, remember my suggestion? What? She had proposed numerous ideas, and Guan Xianyue was unsure which one it was. Lu Mohan's guard was immediately raised. If one day I can't stay at Lu Manor, I shall come to my Aoshua mountain villa. Du Guaning raised her chin, and Yin Xiangqing's eyes sparkled slightly. A man's intuition was not to be underestimated. Lu Mohan glanced at Yin Xiangqing, her aura chilling, causing him to involuntarily avert his gaze. Guan Xianyue smiled awkwardly, while Lu Mohan retorted to Du Guaning, don't even think about it. You're not marrying her. Why does it concern you? Du Guaning's provocation was too much for Guan Xianyue to bear, making her want to cover her face. Lu Mohan held her head high, prepared with congratulatory gifts. The banquet would not lack for her. Du Guaning was taken aback. Really? Lu Mohan asserted, only her. Isn't anyone going to ask my opinion as the party involved? Both turned to her. Guan Xianyue cleared her throat. I want to eat lamb leg. Lu Mohan promptly attended to her. Du Guaning looked at Yin Xiangqing, meeting his entranced gaze, which was directed at Guan Xianyue, who was enchanting in the moonlight, a beauty not unlike a fiery sprite. Her fair face flushed slightly from the fire, radiating an extraordinary glow, captivatingly beautiful, unlike any mortal. Even Du Guaning, as a woman, was drawn to her, let alone the men. Losing her appetite, Du Guaning excused herself to take a walk, pulling Yin Xiangqing along. Lu Mohan restrained the reluctant Guan Xianyue. Don't interrupt the couple's conversation. It's all your fault. Guan Xianyue was quick-witted, but couldn't articulate what she was blaming him for. The two laughed and joked, sharing a small portion of the roasted lamb. I ask you, do you have designs on my sister? Du Guaning confronted Yin Xiangqing, arms crossed in anger. The man was taken aback. You and she are like sisters. I merely intended. Then does that mean all my good sisters will be brought into your household? Du Guaning retorted with a mix of anger and amusement. Men truly are all the same, just like my father, loving one and neglecting another. How could that be? Yin Xiangqing found her unreasonable, pondering why it was common for men to have multiple wives. If not for her constant reminders about Lu Mohan and her aversion to seeing her serve others, would he have thought more deeply? Regardless of your intentions, I declare today that my man can have only me. If you can't manage that, I shall divorce you. How unreasonable! You are too willful. I am willful. I am headstrong. Love me or leave me. Du Guning ran off, and Yun Xiangqing, equally incensed, departed with a flourish. Their first Cold War ensued, and that evening, they did not share the same chamber. Guan Xianyue, unable to bear it, inquired of Du Guning, who said nothing, tears streaming down her cheeks first. On Ning, while love may be easily found, cohabitation proves to be a challenge. As a married couple, it is vital to communicate openly. Should words fail, a quarrel may ensue. Yet maintaining silence towards one another is unacceptable. Guan Xianyu, in her confusion, can only offer her suggestions. Tell me, can you accept your man having several women? Du Guning wiped away her tears, her face still displaying traces of stubbornness and resentment. She was indeed unreasonable, yet incapable of change. Of course, I am the only one. Guan Xianyu continued. If he does not agree, we can simply part ways. We are not lacking limbs or unable to sustain ourselves. So why endure in silence? Du Guning burst into tears, the irritation in her heart dissipating like smoke. She simply knew there was someone who thought as she did. Guan Xianyu, sensing that she may have misspoken, felt an ominous premonition as she saw Du Guning leap into her embrace. Is there already a wife at Yinxiang City? No, no, Du Guning laughed, both crying and laughing in an awkward manner. Not yet. Why fret over something that has not yet occurred? Guan Xianyu produced a handkerchief to wipe away her tear stains, bemused by the situation. He wishes to indulge in such nonsense. Why dwell on these trivialities? Let him serve in the palace. Become a eunuch? Lower your voice. I am merely jesting. Indulging in mere talk. I find it rather delightful. Guan Xianyu felt she might be courting trouble. Do not worry. I will not act recklessly. At worst, I will divorce him. If I were to castrate him, the Dugu family and the Pianyu Gate would become enemies, causing half the Jianghu to be in turmoil. Du Guning's spirits lifted considerably as she snuggled closer to Guan Xianyu. You've smeared your tears and snot all over me. I shall compensate. I will buy you 2 new outfits. Bye, let us go. Du Guning presented Guan Xianyu with 2 new dresses, and in return, Guan Xianyu gifted her a pearl crossbody bag, which brought her immense joy. Indeed, a bag can cure all ailments. Your craftsmanship is wasted if you do not open a shop. If you gifted me a jewelry store, I might consider selling such pearl bags there. Guan Xianyu's eyes brightened. Bags had yet to become fashionable in this era, making them rare adornments and symbols of trendiness. The bags from the Little Worry shop are exquisite, yet there is no need to squander merit points on them. I shall design the bags myself and hire several artisans for handcrafted creations. Upon hearing this, Lu Mohan patted her head, marveling at the myriad of clever ideas contained within her small mind. Is this idea not splendid? Guan Xianyu brushed aside his large hand. The slender fingers of this individual were truly captivating. I fear for your overexertion. Return to your accounts. The dividends remain unclaimed. Liu Muambling Shid. Having saved for so long, let me calculate the interest for you as well. No rush. May I inquire how much silver there might be? Guan Xianyu smiled shyly. The dividends must be substantial, with Yun Shanglu and after tea and meals also contributing. Now, he has recorded the jewelry store in her name. Perhaps around 100,000 taels? As Lu Mohan finished speaking, Guan Xianyu leaped up to embrace him, and he instinctively caught her, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with delight. So much. Wei struck it rich. Guan Xianyu, feeling bashful, released him, unable to suppress her joy. Since you adore silver so much, I shall give it all to you. Lu Mohan changed the subject. I shall give you some as well. Not at all. Chapter 62. You are my only sister. I wish to introduce 2 new sections in after tea and dinner. One will be a today's recommendation segment, wherein we will endorse delightful culinary treats, entertaining activities, and helpful products, essentially an advertising section. The details regarding charges can be discussed further. After a brief pause, Guan Xianyu received a thumbs up of approval from Lu Mohan. The second section will focus on gossip and revelations. We shall recruit several formidable journalists, preferably those with credentials or clout, who are unafraid of ruffling feathers, as their names will need to be credited. Of course, they may use pseudonyms. Yet a contractual agreement necessitates authentic identity verification. She elaborated on the primary responsibilities of the journalists, and Liu Mo Han became increasingly enthusiastic. This was indeed a significant undertaking. Additionally, we could include a missing persons notice or a lost and found section. Finally, Guan Xinyu added, we can attempt to operate this and gradually refine or expand upon the details. Liu Mo Han suddenly inquired, what if we offend a powerful individual? Wouldn't that frighten you? Thus, the sources must be credible. We cannot fabricate information. As for offending someone, there is little we can do. Guan Xinyu shrugged, asserting that if they made a mistake, they could simply issue a public apology. If they were in the right, the pressure of public opinion would likely make the other party more apprehensive, especially considering the considerable fan base of After Tea and Dinner, which even includes the emperor. Do not question her knowledge. Many within the royal family subscribe to the monthly publication. Matters concerning the populace and public sentiment certainly must concern the emperor. Liu Muhan, while not averse to trouble, was no fool. Let me ponder this for a few days, and I shall get back to you, if that is acceptable. Of course, we are deliberating, not issuing commands. We each hold a 50% stake. You shall manage the operations, and I will find the personnel. I have already gained a substantial advantage. Guan Xinyu playfully stuck out her tongue, causing Liu Mo Han to swallow hard. He pointed to his own face, asking, is there a reward? Guan Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, then cupped his face and planted a kiss on his lips, laughing gaily. Liu Mon fifted slightly, holding her face in return, acknowledging the gesture. Guan Xinyu teased, have you never kissed a girl before? You are surprisingly strong. Of course I have. What? Please. Repeat that. I mean you. The youth's face flushed, appearing undeniably appetizing. Guan Xinyu gently coaxed, close your eyes, like a big bad wolf tempting a little lamb. Be good. Liu Mo Han complied, his heart racing uncontrollably. Guan Xinyu lifted his chin and pressed a soft kiss on his lips. Liu Mo Han opened his eyes, dazed and intoxicated, as if inviting and yielding, ready for the taking. Guan Xinyu could not resist and kissed him once more. Liu Mo Han struggled to maintain composure until she released him, unable to resist gripping the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Ah, no tongues! Guan Xinyu silently screamed, losing track of time. The two pulled apart slightly, both breathless and somewhat disheveled. Fearing further complications, Guan Xinyu mumbled incoherently, I have matters to attend to. I must leave. Liu Mo Han gently wiped the glistening corner of her mouth, causing Guan Xinyu to feel instant mortification, stomping her foot before darting away. He laughed heartily, his laughter echoing. She too chuckled, feigning a dramatic escape to find Du Guning. He touched you. Ugh. No. It was a kiss. Guan Xinyu wished to swiftly conclude this topic. Although her demeanor was cheerful, it was still a matter of genuine feeling, restrained by propriety. Du Guning let out a sound of acknowledgement, about to inquire about various details, which infuriated Guan Xinyu to the point of turning to leave. Du Guning hurriedly coaxed her, pleading, please don't be like this. At worst, I shall share a secret with you. Guan Xinyu still ignored her. Last night, I pinned him down and gave him a good scolding. He finally admitted his mistakes. Huh? Are you sure you want to tell me this? Guan Xinyu expressed her discomfort with a level of intimacy. I must let him know that women are no less than men. If he continues to disobey, I shall have to assert myself once more. He, you're my only sister. Guan Xinyu gave a thumbs up, impressed. However, she dared not emulate Du Guning. In high spirits, Du Guning pulled Guan Xinyu towards the dock for a stroll. Coincidentally, Liu Mo Han's people were also inquiring about the backgrounds, preferences, and weaknesses of several influential figures. They might be of assistance. The most powerful faction at the docks was the Ma family gang. Does the leader of the gang have a Mrs. Ma? Guan Xinyu suddenly acted playfully. How do you know? Du Guning replied. Well, the leader's woman would naturally be Mrs. Ma. Could she possibly be Mrs. Niu? An awkward silence ensued, causing both to burst into laughter. I've heard that the leader dotes on Mrs. Ma. He is quite henpecked. Then let us start with Mrs. Ma. Guan Xianyu snapped her fingers. But how do we get to know her? Before long, two female journalists appeared in Nanyang town. What did you say? Tea after meals wishes to interview me? Mrs. Ma had heard of this magazine, which was highly coveted by the elite women in the capital seeking to grace its cover. She had never imagined that such extravagant fortune could ever come her way. As the wealthiest in Nanyang and the wife of the leader of the foremost gang. Why shouldn't she? Guan Xianyu paused momentarily, prompting Mrs. Ma to ask, what else is needed? We require a significant event, she replied. What kind of event? Mrs. Ma appeared bewildered. Dugu Ning interjected, without some explosive news, we cannot make the front page. Explosive news? Mrs. Ma began to ponder, recalling that there hadn't been any noteworthy events at home lately, nor anything significant happening within the gang. Think it over, and we shall return in a few days. Guan Xianyu closed her notebook and stood to take her leave. Mrs. Ma, feeling anxious, insisted on treating them to a meal, but Guan Xianyu mentioned other commitments. Despite her repeated invitations, Dugu Ning inadvertently let slip that they still had to interview gang leader Jean. At the mere mention of Jean's name, Mrs. Ma's expression darkened. The two families were fierce rivals, evenly matched. Although the Ma family gang was stronger, the Jean family was shameless, often resorting to underhanded tactics. Recently, they may have even allied with pirates, causing her husband considerable losses. Coincidentally, Lu Imohan had also finalized a partnership with the leader of the Ma gang, seeking assistance from the Aoshue villa to deal with the Jean family, thus officially cementing their alliance. Subsequently, Mrs. Ma proposed an addition. She wished to grace the magazine cover. Guan Xianyu was taken aback. Was she being overly intrusive? Lu Imohan reassured her, not at all. Let us proceed as planned. The alliance is indeed significant, and if Mrs. Ma desires to be on the cover, we shall let her take the lead in this noble endeavor. Upon hearing this, Guan Xianyu's eyes lit up, and so they each busied themselves with their tasks. Lu Imohan assisted the Dugu family in dealing with the Jean family, while Guan Xianyu worked on crafting a favorable image for Mrs. Ma. Under the guidance of Guan Xianyu, Madame Ma waved her hand, ensuring that the hard-working dock workers enjoyed considerably better meals. After all, it was essential to present a credible image. They could not be seen suffering. Speaking of which, the drawing master hire by the Lu family was truly remarkable. Guan Xianyu's perception of Lu Imohan's capabilities had been continually refreshed. Not only had their rations improved, but wages had also risen, prompting workers from the Jean family area to consider migrating over. However, there was no need for them to relocate. Soon enough, they would all become one family. Chapter 63. Unfazed by retribution? Things were proceeding smoothly. Guan Xianyu's preparations were nearly complete, awaiting only Lu Imohan's input. As she found herself with some leisure, she recalled the day she unexpectedly encountered Guan Xiaozhu. It had come to her attention that after becoming her cousin's favored concubine, Guan Xiaozhu swiftly ascended to the status of a legitimate wife. As for the original wife, it was evident that she had fallen victim to the machinations of the two, losing her family's fortune to them. The Yin family, known for their gentleness and grace, had suffered a similar fate, as the child she bore was lost to her as well. The family had refrained from confronting the couple due to the threats posed by Guan Xiaozhu and her husband, who warned that any further disturbances would lead to the entire Yin family accompanying her in demise. Did they possess such power? Guan Xianyu scoffed. Guan Xiaozhu's mother had also been a minor concubine who usurped the rightful wife's position. Truly, like mother like daughter. It seemed Guan Xiaozhu had nearly forgotten that her own mother was of the Tian family, a mere aunt to the sweet girl. Regardless of their supposed prowess, this matter was ours to address. Dugu Ning, who relished acts of chivalry, may have deemed this a trivial household issue, but Guan Xianyu could not turn a blind eye. On one such day, as Guan Xiaozhu and her friends strolled out to explore the latest fashions in dresses and jewelry, they were taken aback to notice that many women had developed a mole on their faces. Did you see that? She inquired of her companion. See what? Her friend replied, distractedly searching for a jewelry shop. Following Guan Xiaozhu's gaze into the bustling crowd, she noted nothing unusual. Guan Xiaozhu felt a chill. Look at those women. What is wrong with their faces? What do you mean? Her friend asked, bewildered. You truly didn't notice? That wretchedine, she has a mole too. Not just a mole, but a tear mole at the corner of her eye. Why are there so many women on the street with tear moles today? Her friend paused, responding, that mole? It's quite in vogue. I've heard that the noble women of the capital have taken to painting tear moles, and it seems to have caught on here as well. She hesitated, wanted to say, didn't you just tell me we shouldn't be like other women? And now you're tempted? Guan Xiaozhu exhaled deeply, cursing under her breath. What bad luck. Truly, what bad luck. Coincidentally, the trendsetter Guan Xianyu also approached Guan Xiaozhu at that moment. The tear mole makeup had been recommended by her when Madame Ma graced the cover of a magazine, instantly softening the otherwise formidable appearance of Madame Ma, adding a touch of delicate charm to her demeanor. Even the straightforward leader of the Ma family had sung her praises, much to Madame Ma's delight, prompting her to consider hosting a grand banquet to celebrate, eager to entertain the entire city. In this tale, Guan Xiaozhu had never encountered such fair and translucent skin, whereupon the tear mole only accentuated the innocent charm of the young girl, adding a touch of the gentle and delicate beauty typical of Jiangnan women. Excuse me, you are blocking the way, Dugu Ning interjected, not allowing her to fully appreciate Guan Xuanyue's beauty. With a swift motion, she pushed aside the three individuals obstructing their path. This girl has quite the temper. Such a waste of a pretty face. One of her companions exclaimed. Guan Xiaozhu, unwilling to be outdone, prepared to confront them. Her mood already soured. Do you not know to apologize when you bump into someone? Hearing this, Guan Xianyue chuckled, realizing her cousin did not recognize her. She turned, feigning innocence as she looked at Guan Xiaozhu. I'm sorry, I thought you couldn't see me, so I didn't bother to speak. Who says you're blind? Indeed, you cannot recognize the mountain before you and dare to provoke us. Guan Xiaozhu's two henchwomen bristled with indignation. With her head held high and chest puffed out, she declared, if you erase that mole on your face, I shall overlook this matter. What? The mole? Guan Xianyue innocently raised her hand to wipe it, smiling. I'm sorry, but it won't come off. Duganing laughed even more heartily. Don't stand there so proudly. And if you're envious of her beautiful makeup, you should know that she is far more stunning than you. Furious, Guan Xianyue felt the urge to retaliate, but Duganing swiftly subdued all three, ignoring their cries as she strode away. Upon returning home, before she could voice her grievances, a maid informed her that her husband would not be returning that evening. After pressing for details, she learned that he had gone to a brothel, allegedly to drink with a noblewoman, a notion she found utterly implausible. Within 3 days, her husband brought back a woman from the establishment, and even more infuriatingly, that woman possessed a genuine tear mole. Do not inquire how Guan Xiaozhu came to know this. Suffice it to say, she had used a dagger to remove the mole, only to find herself bedridden from the repercussions. That concubine audaciously took her husband to court, accusing him of favoring her to the detriment of his wife, and claiming that Guan Xiaozhu had marred her beauty, seeking to return to the brothel. Though not a significant matter, it was amusing enough to become the talk of the town, and the magazine publishers seized the opportunity to expose the family secrets. Hobari! Duganing and Guan Xianyue toasted, reveling in the chaos they had wrought, which ultimately led to the downfall of Guan Xiaozhu's once opulent life. Still recovering from her ailments, she was struck with the news that her husband had been imprisoned, nearly causing her to faint from shock. At that moment, she dreamt of the sweet girl she had long tormented, her eyes gradually merging with another S, awakening with renewed vigor. She cast aside thoughts of her weeping mother-in-law and her incarcerated husband. After nursing her wounds, she inquired relentlessly until she finally encountered a familiar face. Cousin, it seems you are faring well. Have you taken up with a man of some stature? She inquired, her gaze calm, devoid of mockery. Is my brother-in-law not yet deceased that you wish to remarry? Alas, I shall not play the matchmaker, Guan Xianyue replied with a slight smile. Her face still radiating the joy of victory, unashamedly displayed. Do you not fear retribution? Let the vile harlot who has shattered a family reap her due consequences. Guan Xiaozhu endured silently, restrained by the formidable strength of Duganing, daring not to confront him. Ah, to hear such word from your lips fills me with great delight. Guan Xianyue retracted her smile and countered. And what of Sister Ying? Have you reflected on your current plight? It seems the retribution you face is rather insufficient. At her words, Guan Xiaozhu's face, marred by old wounds, nearly contorted with anguish. You do this for her? What concern is that of mine? It was the village's gossip that led to her demise, or rather, she took her own life. What does it have to do with me? Guan Xianyue remained silent, sipping her tea, and casually remarked, then consider it merely my disdain for you. Unable to persuade her further or discover additional avenues to exploit, Guan Xiaozhu glanced at the journalist concealed in the corner and suddenly felt a throbbing pain in her head. She inquired once more, was that wretched woman also your doing? To avenge me, you schemed against my husband? Guan Xianyue neither confirmed nor denied, her smile sincere, as the sunlight brightened with the arrival of youth, a fair-skinned boy resembling a celestial being. Upon seeing Lu Mohan, Guan Xiaozhu was left utterly astonished. Such a handsome man. Why should he belong to her? What right did her foolish, unattractive cousin have to him? Chapter 64. The indecent medicine Lu Mohan, enjoying an unusual day of leisure, did not wish to endure the feeling of separation that one day could evoke, so he directly took Guan Xianyue away. Guan Xiaozhu exchanged a glance with the journalist, having gleaned no advantageous information, and resolved to have the journalist follow the pair, seeking to uncover the identity of this bully. Unfortunately, she was unaware that the journalist would never dare to cross paths with their employer. He merely cooperated with Guan Xiaozhu because he was instructed to pass the time, and it was out of the question for him to write any unjust articles on her behalf. As for Lu Mohan, he was oblivious to the identity of the person tailing them, but he certainly would not foolishly follow. Instead, he leisurely took his reward to dine and drink. Lu Mohan was fully aware of Guan Xuanyue's activities, as his people were always there to protect her, and she had no qualms about him eavesdropping on her affairs. While some might desire privacy in romantic relationships, Guan Xianyue was unbothered. She relished the sweetness of being enveloped in affection, even if Lu Mohan clung to her daily, neglecting his responsibilities. It is no wonder that some claim romance feels delightful when one is in love. Guan Xianyue believed she might belong to the category of those lacking love, enjoying the entanglement. Lu Mohan frequently requested kisses and embraces, sometimes asking to be fed, resembling a small dog abandoned by its owner for 3 days, which brought immense joy to Guan Xianyue. After their indulgent feast, Lu Mohan complained of stomachache, prompting Guan Xianyue to offer a massage, to which he retorted that the dining location was unsuitable. An idea crossed Guan Xuanyue's mind. Perhaps a hotel? Ahem. Lu Mohan took her to Yunshang Building, a newly opened establishment that had yet to officially launch. Let's stay here for now. He disliked the way Yun Xiangqing gazed at her, but could not find a good reason to take her away. Fortunately, Guan Xianyue was mostly seen in the company of Dugan Ning. Us? Guan Xianyue raised a finger, swallowing hard. One room? It was not out of the question. Lu Mohan's tan skin rapidly rejuvenated in the winter, revealing a suspicious redness akin to jade. How delightful! Guan Xianyue playfully struck him, and before Lu Mohan could plead for mercy, she added, however, I can grant you a bath. What? To serve him a bath? Lu Mohan feared he might not survive such indulgence. I meant to offer you a tub of bath water. Look at you, it's not even warm yet, and you're already drenched in sweat. As she spoke, Guan Xianyue summoned someone to bring in the bathing tub. Once she prepared the water and allowed Lu Mohan to enter, she found him hesitating, one hand awkwardly clutching his belt. She stifled a laugh. Approaching him slowly, she whispered sweetly into his ear, do clean yourself properly. Upon hearing the door close, Lu Mohan turned only to discover that the mischief maker had already slipped away. Realizing he had been playfully teased, immersed in the spirit-cleansing waters, Lu Mohan once again experienced the exhilarating relief of a profound cleanse. A servant brought him a cup of water, which he drank deeply, the icy, refreshing taste indeed reminiscent of the sweet spring from before. Hearing that he had finished bathing, Guan Xianyue hurriedly inquired about his feelings, concerned whether he felt any discomfort, as she had expelled considerable impurities after her first experience in the spirit spring. However, as soon as she stepped into the room, a strange force drew her in. Lu Mohan, using a gust of energy, closed the door, and continued to kiss the woman nestled in his embrace. Guan Xianyu felt as if she could hardly breathe. The rhythm was so erratic that she often felt on the verge of holding her breath. She patted his back, gaining a moment's respite. But just as she was about to speak, he silenced her with another kiss. The longing built over many days and the shock from earlier intertwined, making it difficult for Lu Mohan to contain the emotions spilling forth. Stop, stop, I can't take it anymore, Guan Xianyu pushed him away, feeling as though her lips were swollen. When shall we marry? Lu Mohan dared not continue kissing and could not help but ask. Guan Xian, you touch her numb lips, unaware that her response only heightened Lu Mohan's yearning. You should consult your parents. No, wait. I think we shouldn't rush. We still don't know each other well enough. Guan Xianyu expressed thoughtfully, and Lu Mohan's dreamy eyes regained clarity. What is there left to understand? Ask me, and I shall reveal everything. Lu Mohan produced a thick ledger, declaring, This is my personal account book, unrelated to the Lu family. Would you care to see it? What he meant was, I wish for you to keep it safe. Guan Xianyu declined, shaking her head. It's not about those things. I am truly touched, though I cannot articulate it. Lu Mohan set down the ledger, grasped her hand, his eyes brimming with affection. Guan Xianyu, you should be the only woman in my life, and henceforth, my sole wife. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but you. Have you consulted a Ning? Guan Xianyu's mind sparked with insight, and she scratched her head, feeling a bit of a mood dampener. Lu Mohan nodded. Yes, I was too hasty. It is my fault. Guan Xianyu shook her head, but then nodded. Lu Mohan, puzzled, contemplated for a moment before pulling her tightly into his embrace. Guan Xianyu returned the embrace, stroking his inky black hair, saying, Let us wait another 6 months. If you still steadfastly wish to marry me, I shall agree. Lu Mohan released her, then held her close again, responding with a sense of grievance. As long as you are willing, I will wait. What follows is a period of sweet, passionate romance. Guan Xianyu believes that each step must be cherished. Meeting, knowing, and promising. How beautiful. What a rare experience. He took her on a boat ride. She guided him through the mountains. He gifted her with various pieces of gold and silver jewelry, and she reciprocated with kiss after kiss. My gift is ready, Guan Xianyu announced, producing a bouquet of roses. Lu Mohan was taken aback. He had never seen such flowers, vibrant, enchanting, and fiery, much like her and his own heart. Isn't it lovely? This flower symbolizes love. Please don't send me peonies or other such hairpins next time. I desire something unique, like roses, all right? Peonies are too extravagant for her youth. She cannot bear their weight. Roses may be humble, but she is a simple girl, and she loves them dearly. Ha ha ha. Lu Mohan immediately commissioned a rose-themed headpiece and inspired. He ordered several rose-embroidered dresses, pulling Guan Xianyu along in a joyful frenzy. Did you forget we own a jewelry shop? Guan Xianyu exclaimed, slapping his hand in frustration. Lu Mohan replied, The entire shop belongs to you. How could it count as a gift from me? Indeed, haha. The two laughed and played, entirely oblivious to the storm brewing behind them with Guan Xiaozhu, who had not forgotten their antics. Her man returned home, barely clinging to life, a fact she was indifferent to now, for someone had delivered her great benefits and clever schemes. Soon, she would make Guan Xianyu regret crossing paths with her. Lu Mohan received a letter, skillfully delivered to him without a scratch, and a messenger fled swiftly. Guan Xianyu learned that Lu Mohan had gone to the Fragrant Pavilion, a place not known for its virtue. Initially indifferent, she was compelled to pay attention when she heard that someone had witnessed a servant drugging a drink. It was a nefarious substance, potentially lethal. Chapter 65. Using her as an antidote, she hurried to the Fragrant Pavilion. Accompanied by several familiar faces, Lu Mohan had sent them for her protection, so she felt unafraid. However, before she reached her destination, she was intercepted by a masked figure who knelt down, stating, Your master is not at the Fragrant Pavilion. Then where is he? Just as Guan Xianyu turned to glance at her companions to confirm whether the individual was one of Lu Mohan's men, she was knocked unconscious. Upon awakening, she found herself in a dimly lit chamber, abruptly roused by a splash of water. Before her stood Guan Xiaozhu and several drooling brutes. Do you know where this is? Guan Xiaozhu asked, receiving no answer. It's the fragrant pavilion, she continued, speaking to herself. Guan Xianyue, utterly speechless, asked, "What do you want?" "Fear not. I shan't allow them to kill you just yet. I want you to listen to the commotion next door until you can no longer bear it, and plead with these gentlemen to attend to you. Don't forget to pay them." Of course, Guan Xiaozhu considered herself quite humorous, but her laughter was the only sound that rang out, while the others leered at Guan Xuanyue's graceful form. After a moment of annoyance, she suddenly seemed to recall something. "Oh dear, look at me, I completely forgot. I must attend to young Master Lu next door. I cannot keep you company any longer." Rising leisurely, she did not forget to glance back at Guan Xianyue, pointing to her ear as a reminder to listen closely. Guan Xianyu silently extended her heartfelt greetings to the entire Guan Xiaozhu family 100 times. Her bound hands were not idle. They roamed in search of suitable tools within the space. A man, disregarding orders, slowly approached. Another cautioned him, "Do not rush. Let her listen for a while. If you play too soon, we may face dire consequences for not having tormented her enough." The burly man, consumed by lust, was oblivious to the advice. Behaving like a grotesque creature devoid of a neck. "I'm not in a hurry. A little touch should be permissible." Guan Xianyu swiftly vanished into the space, startling the onlookers, who nearly screamed, only for her to re-emerge. Before the man could fully process his astonishment, a stunning display of electric dance ensued beneath the electric baton. The other three were so terrified they nearly huddled together, mistaking her for a ghost or some malevolent spirit. Guan Xianyu raised a finger to her lips and whispered, "Hush! Anyone who misbehaves shall meet the king of hell. Understood?" With a crossbow aimed forward in one hand and the electric baton still grasped in the other, she commanded their submission. The three knelt down, their fear stemming not from the weapons, but from her sudden disappearance. The first victim was still convulsing on the ground, his life hanging by a thread. Who would dare to defy her? Guan Xianyu slowly rose, ensuring the trio remained compliant, then commanded them to join hands, subsequently rendering them unconscious with a jolt of electricity. Upon opening the door, she found the outside eerily unguarded, prompting her to venture next door. Before she could fully comprehend the scene within, a hand clutched her throat. Just as she prepared to resist, the man released his grip. "Yuya, are you unharmed?" They both exclaimed simultaneously, and then Guan Xianyu beheld the dismembered body of a woman on the floor, presumably Guan Xiaozhu. Before she could utter a word, Lu Mohan scooped her up and leapt out the window. However, after a few steps, his legs buckled, and they tumbled together. He shielded her head, sparing her from injury, but she soon realized the astonishing heat emanating from his body. Lu Mohan mustered all his strength, carrying her to Yunshang Lu. "I will seek the antidote. The fragrant tower must have it," she declared. Lu Mohan remained silent, his eyes burning crimson. With a resounding slam, the door was shut, and his garments lay in tatters around them. Guan Xianyu was utterly taken aback and hastily covered her eyes. "Do you truly intend to use her as an antidote?" Before she could finish her sentence, she found herself pressed onto the bed. Her mind was a tumult of thoughts. Should she rescue him first or worry about potential intruders taking advantage of the chaos? Ultimately, she was overwhelmed with sorrow. This man was indeed a wild force of nature. She cried out until her throat ached, while the sounds of battle echoed outside, making it impossible for her to discern the chaos. Regardless, anyone who dared enter would be swiftly repelled by him. In the dead of night, unable to endure any longer, she knocked him unconscious. Summoning the last of her strength, she shoved him aside, only to be engulfed by an inexplicable frustration. She resolved to drink from the spring water, which alleviated her dry throat and weakened limbs, allowing her a chance to escape. Yinshang Lu was now bustling with people. Guan Xianyu boldly proclaimed, "Your master has fainted," and indeed, none dared to impede her. By the time Lu Mohan regained consciousness, the guards dispatched to protect Guan Xianyu had vanished, and she was nowhere to be found. Dugiyu, upon seeing Lu Mohan's pale visage, scoffed coldly, declaring, "You should take a moment to calm down. Do not disturb her, or you may never see her again." Lu Mohan arrived in silence and departed just as quietly, leaving Dugiyu fuming. "I haven't provoked anyone." Yun Xianqing approached, only to receive a scathing rebuke from her. In her eyes, everyone was an annoyance, to the extent that even dogs dared not cross her path. Yin Xiangqing timidly queried, "You can't possibly have feelings for Guan Xianyue, can you?" "What? What did you say?" The mere suggestion left her incredulous. Yin Xiangqing clarified, "I meant, you are a woman, and she is also a woman." "No, wait, In the world of martial arts, it was indeed the one with the stronger fist who had the upper hand. Yin Xiangqing, having been beaten, could only cry out and surrender. "Dear lady," he lamented, tears welling up in his eyes. He truly dared not entertain any notions about Guan Xianyue, for one protector of flowers was a violent maniac, and the other, just look at the state of the doorknob he had grasped moments ago. It was reduced to splinters. "Wife, why not just drain me dry?" Seeing that his wife had not yet calmed down, Yin Xiangqing, in a moment of reckless bravery, stood up with arms outstretched, inviting confrontation. Du Guaning raised her head, glared at him, and lightly struck down with her fist, saying, in broad daylight, "Have some dignity." Yin Xiangqing retorted, "Dignity be damned, I want to live." At last, Du Guaning chuckled, and within her heart began to reflect. Recently, Yin Xiangqing had been rather well behaved. She should not cling to that incident any longer. Thus, the couple reconciled. Guan Xianyue initially intended to seek out Ada, but encountered Lei Xiao midway and learned that their beggar clan was in trouble, so she decided to stay and assist. One day, a young brother from their clan received a silver tael to deliver a message to a noble, a task they frequently undertook without incident. However, this time it was Elder Fong who spoke. He was skilled in martial arts and possessed considerable wisdom. The messenger had completed his task, but did not return. This incident recurred 4 times, with no discernible pattern in time or place, the only commonality being that all the missing beggars were boys aged 13 or 14. "What do they look like?" Guan Xianyue pondered. Elder Fong's expression shifted slightly. They appeared to be decent youths. Could they have encountered traffickers? Guan Xianyue shook her head. Uncertain. After deliberation, Guan Xianyue resolved to employ the old method, to wait for the hare by the tree stump. She decided to use herself as bait, for even the most attractive beggar could not compare to her delicate skin. Disguised, she transformed into a somewhat frail young beggar. Chapter 66. The case of the missing boys. After squatting in wait for 3 days, Guan Xianyue had amassed 76 copper coins, but her impatience was growing. Where were the thieves? Was her disguise insufficiently convincing? Perhaps we should change locations? Elder Fong suggested. Lei Xiaohu nodded, although a few noblemen had sent messages in recent days. No further incidents had occurred. Curiously, trying a new spot might yield results. However, the next day, Xiao Wu went missing. What? Xiao Wu is only about 10 years old. Guan Xianyue cursed under her breath, inwardly hoping she was overreacting. Perhaps the situation wasn't as dire. Yet, when she was abducted, she realized her fears were not unfounded. In a dark room, she found herself among a dozen boys, some curled up in despair, others unconscious, and some quietly sobbing. Guan Xianyue had been warned. Anyone who dared to make a sound or attempt to escape would face brutal punishment or be forced into servitude for men. She quickly acclimated to the darkness and spotted the trembling figure of Xiao Wu amidst the crowd. The air in the room reeked unpleasantly, a result of someone's indiscriminate urination or perhaps a loss of control from fear. As she cautiously approached Xiao Wu, her words were interrupted by the entrance of a newcomer. The man lit a lantern, his gaze scanning the newly arrived goods. Guan Xianyue feebly raised her bound hands, catching the man's attention. Spitting out the cloth stuffed in her mouth, she declared, "I will offer 1,000 taels to purchase everyone in this room." What? The man thought he had misheard, bursting into laughter that nearly brought him to tears. They were all beggars. Why pretend to be someone of importance? Guan Xianyue held her head high, retorting, "Haven't you ever heard of a wealthy heir experiencing the life of the underprivileged? Come here. Let me show you that I am no mere beggar." The man, however, was not so easily swayed. He motioned to the 2 accomplices behind him, commanding, "Search her." Guan Xianyue remained unfazed, responding, "No need, I shall present it myself." The 2 men, seeing her delicate skin, could hardly resist their lascivious intentions. Following their orders, they brazenly attempted to take advantage of her. In an instant, Guan Guan Xianyu found herself wielding an electric baton, perfectly positioned to counter one of the intrusive hands. The other hand reached for her, and she swiftly exchanged her weapon. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as one hand was broken, leaving only a thin layer of skin intact. She refrained from spilling blood on the spot, knowing a commotion was necessary. Before long, the courtyard was surrounded by the beggar gang. Guan Xianyu untied Xiao Wu's bonds, but the man with the lantern attempted to kill her. Yet, with a deft movement, she vanished from sight. In the moment the man blinked in confusion, a blade plunged into a vital area. Soon after, the air was filled with screams akin to those of a slaughtered pig. The Day's signal shot was quite effective, and Guan Xianyu nodded with satisfaction. As she freed Xiao Wu, she noticed a young boy bleeding from his rear and connected it with the pervasive stench in the room, hardening her resolve. He was a mere beast, and castration would serve to rid society of its menace. Elder Fong and Lei Xiao, who were the first to act, swiftly subduing several individuals. In another room, many more were apprehended by the officials. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, the child finally burst into tears. "Look, it's my sister who saved you," Lei Xiao who exclaimed, and as soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Wu threw his arms around Guan Xianyu, his grievances washed away. After weeping, he smiled, but the emotional turmoil caused him to faint. Some rushed the injured to the medical clinic. Xiao Wu was merely shaken. Guan Xianyu had hot congee brought in, and the group sipped on steaming ginger chicken porridge, their wounded spirits and stomachs finding solace. Yet, the severely injured boy remained silent, staring blankly upwards, as if his heart had ceased to beat and his soul had fled. Noticing he refused to take his medicine or eat the porridge, Guan Xianyu approached him, asking, "Do you wish for revenge? Would you like to witness the wicked suffer more than death?" Upon hearing the latter, the boy sat up, gritting his teeth as he consumed the porridge, followed by the medicine. Guan Xianyu swallowed back her question about whether it was hot. Living was what mattered, and wounds would eventually heal. The case of the missing boy had found a breakthrough, and the subsequent matters would be left to the authorities to investigate. Guan Xianyu had other tasks to attend to and bid farewell to Lei Xiaohu. "Where are you going?" he asked, surprised by her swift departure. While Xiao Wu expressed his reluctance to see her go, I pressed her for the idea of seeking out a picturesque location, saying, "I wish to find a place of serene beauty, with hot springs, a dwelling, and land." "This is easily arranged. We shall assist you in your quest," replied Lei Xiaohu with a nod, indicating the simplicity of the task. Xiao Wu quickly added, "I, too, wish to assist Sister Yu. We have yet to repay you for saving our lives, so you cannot leave us." Guan Xianyu smiled, for they shared a bond forged in life and death, a trust that was well placed. She nodded and declared, "Very well. I desire a mountain peak, the larger the better." Subsequently, Lei Xiaohu took on the responsibility of searching for the perfect site, which would later be presented to Guan Xianyu for her approval. The injured youth bore witness to a group of death row inmates bullying the head of the human traffickers within the prison, his eyes finally igniting with a glimmer of hope. In the days that followed, he silently trailed Guan Xianyu, behaving akin to her servant, diligently working without uttering a word. She did not dismiss him. Rather, one day she casually inquired, "What is your name?" He replied, "Dayu." Guan Xianyu nodded and asked, "Are you following me in hopes of selling yourself into servitude? You would be better off as a beggar, living with greater freedom." "At the command of my master, I would traverse mountains and seas," Dayu responded, kneeling on the ground, indifferent to titles, as long as he could remain by her side. Guan Xianyu did not require him to sign a contract of servitude. After a brief discussion with Elder Fong, she permitted Dayu to accompany her. An orphan, devoid of family ties, he had trained for a few days in martial arts, though he lacked the aptitude. Nevertheless, his quick wit and stoic demeanor often led to women offering him alms, frequently placing him at the top of performance charts. When confronted by villains, he could utilize his delicate appearance to launch unexpected strikes, often delivering fatal blows before his adversaries could react. Though seemingly cold-hearted, he harbored a deep respect for the elderly and affection for the young, maintaining a warm disposition among his brothers, quietly contributing in myriad ways. Guan Xianyu was aware of his character and felt a silent sympathy for his plight. Since he wished to accompany her, she decided to allow it, at least for the time being. There were not many mountains with hot springs, but after considerable effort, Lei Xiaohu discovered an unclaimed plot of land, which Guan Xinyu purchased. The beggar clan had its own affairs regarding the construction of the house. Guan Xinyu appointed Bayu to seek assistance from farmers in the surrounding villages, as they undertook the building of the house and the planning of the land. Their days were busy yet fulfilling, until one day, Guan Xinyu inadvertently overexerted herself and collapsed. The doctor informed Bayu that the lady was with child for over 2 months and could not endure excessive fatigue. Bayu's eyes widened in astonishment at the revelation. Guan Xinyu nodded, momentarily exhilarated, forgetting her delicate condition. For the first 3 months, she was advised against exertion. Having suspected her condition when her monthly cycle had not arrived, she had become so preoccupied that she neglected to call for a doctor. Now, Bayu would not allow her to leave her bed easily, even procuring 2 maidservants and a matron for her care, all of whom were diligent and spoke little, proving that like-minded individuals gravitated toward one another. Bayu asked, "Is my master dissatisfied?" To which Guan Xinyu replied, "No, you have done splendidly. It seems I have saved on hiring a steward." At her words, the youth's face flushed with embarrassment. Mama Qiao led Chui Hong and Chui Lu to familiarize themselves with the household, and Bayu could not help but serve as their guide, offering a few pointers. As they busied themselves, Guan Xinyu rose to stretch her limbs. She was not the type to recline idly for the sake of recuperation. The value of her merits inexplicably surged into the millions, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Although she had employed numerous workers for various tasks, constructing houses, arranging gardens, and cultivating fields, such a dramatic increase seemed implausible. She did not possess the demeanor of a landlord. Instead, she adhered to a system of equitable distribution of labor, providing monthly wages and rewarding grain at year's end. The villagers surrounding her praised her to the skies, yet she felt unworthy of the title Living Buddha. Before she could fully comprehend her situation, emissaries from Prince Lang arrived, stating that the emperor wished to see her. Indeed, wherever there are people, there exists a web of intrigue. There is no true paradise beyond the world. There was no escaping this, so she prepared to go. After thorough inquiries, Guan Xinyu learned that the citizens of Xian City had erected a temple in her honor, dedicated to the celestial maiden, claiming that she had descended from the heavens. The people of Xian City, thriving on their verdant melons, had not only secured their livelihoods, but had also become among the wealthiest villagers in the region. With the favor of the nobility, the young eunuch was particularly chatty, unlike a certain individual who scarcely spoke 3 words a day, leaving one to wonder if their silence bore any weight. Ling Jia sneezed and glanced at Guan Xinyu, but alas, she averted her gaze. Even if she continued to stare at him, Ling Jia dared not overstep. Uncertain whether the emperor would bestow rewards or punishments, he preferred to avoid provoking her. Throughout their journey, Guan Xinyu conversed with the young eunuch, and the day passed relatively well. She occasionally drank from the spiritual spring to enhance her vitality and consumed nutritional supplements, fearing discomfort in her stomach. Hence, she declined to ride. Fortunately, the emperor did not insist on a swift pace. Before entering the palace, she encountered Prince Lang. Duan Yulang, upon seeing her true appearance, felt a twinge of anger. How could this young woman conceal such beauty from him? "What instructions do you have, my lord?" Guan Xinyu inquired, anticipating some sage advice, but instead, he glared at her with palpable fury, which was rather intimidating. Upon arriving at the palace, she maintained a cautious demeanor. Duan Yulang, realizing his words lacked substance, coughed lightly and remarked, "The emperor's will is unpredictable. To accompany him is akin to walking alongside a tiger. Do you understand?" Guan Xinyu nodded, feigning comprehension. To her surprise, Duan Yulang immediately offered to accompany her, prompting her to express her gratitude, which softened his expression. Once inside the palace, she learned that the young eunuch's surname was Jia. Guan Xinyu presented him with a small gift, which he accepted with a grin that nearly illuminated his face. Though he protested, how could this be acceptable? She patted his arm, saying it was merely a bracelet, and given his attentive care along the way, it was only fitting. After all, who are we to each other? Jia eunuch replied with an elegant flourish of his fingers. "Ah, then, your affairs are my affairs. During their journey, he casually mentioned needing to select a gift for his sister in the palace. And Guan Xian, you generously bestowed upon him an agate bracelet, an immense favor indeed. The rewards and monthly stipends he had saved for ages barely afforded him a well-crafted silver hairpin. Life in the palace could be lonely. Who did not have a cherished companion? Guan Xianyu expressed her understanding. Jia Eunuch leaned closer, cautioning her. The emperor despises sycophants. She nodded in agreement. Observing Prince Lang's demeanor, perhaps the emperor too preferred gentler approaches. As for the art of flattery, one must choose their direction wisely to avoid missteps. Upon encountering the refined and dignified emperor, Guan Xianyue was momentarily taken aback, forgetting the customary greeting. Just as Wang Lang was about to remind her not to offend the imperial authority, the emperor graciously excused her from kneeling and inquired, "Was the potato your offering?" Recalling the 5 years of peace in exchange for the new grain, Guan Xianyue was at a loss for how to respond, ultimately nodding in affirmation. The emperor, nearing his 40th year with early graying hair, appeared to have endured much, which softened her feelings of anger. "And the watermelon, was that also cultivated by you?" This time it was not a question, and Guan Xianyue again nodded. Duan Qifeng then asked, "The common folk have constructed a temple in your honor. If I do not reward you, would you consider me stingy?" Guan Xianyue shook her head, recognizing that the emperor, burdened with the affairs of state and concern for his people, could not possibly fulfill every desire. Duan Qifeng's countenance turned cold. He clearly did not appreciate flattery. Guan Xianyue continued, "A good person may perform 100 virtuous deeds, yet a single misstep invites reproach, while a villain, upon merely laying down their weapon, can earn universal praise. Thus, being a good person is challenging, and being an emperor is even more so." Upon hearing this, the emperor's face brightened with delight. "What reward do you seek?" Duan Yulong, noticing this exchange, cast an eager glance at Guan Xianyue, his intense gaze unmistakable. Duan Qifeng, too, observed this and felt a stir within him. Guan Xianyue smiled gently and replied, "Your Majesty has already bestowed a reward." Duan Qifeng, puzzled, wondered, "I have? How can I not recall such an event?" It seemed that their mutual affection was not as reciprocated as he had thought. "The emperor has rewarded this commoner by exempting her from kneeling, as my knees are not in good condition. I am grateful for your Majesty's generosity." Guan Xianyue performed a deep bow, her joy evident. "Ah, splendid, splendid." Duan Qifeng waved his hand grandly, granting her the golden plaque of exemption from kneeling. Guan Xianyue pretended to take a bite, prompting the emperor to laugh heartily before she tucked away the plaque and said, "Your Majesty, with your benevolent heart, I wish to offer you a return gift. Would you prefer watermelon or potatoes?" Duan Qifeng replied, "I desire both." Suddenly, Duan Yulong knelt and declared, "I wish to ask the emperor for a marriage." Duan Qifeng frowned slightly at the interruption, questioning, "Is this an opportune moment?" Duan Yulong, trembling slightly, gritted his teeth and insisted, "I wish to marry Guan Xianyue." "Marry? You already have a princess. If it were to be a concubine or a mistress, would you dare to have a celestial goddess serve as such?" Duan Qifeng's series of inquiries reflected his growing impatience, and Duan Yulong, left with no choice, fell silent, his face betraying dissent. Duan Qifeng smirked and turned to Guan Xianyue. "Would you consent?" Guan Xianyue shook her head resolutely. "I do not wish to marry." Her response was firm and immediate. Duan Yulong persisted. "What if she were a princess?" "I refuse. I only wish to be married, not to marry." "I am grateful for your lordship's affection." This declaration piqued the emperor's interest. "Oh, and why is that?" Guan Xianyue, maintaining her composure, replied, "I have no father or mother, nor any siblings. I must consider the legacy of the Guan family. I beseech your Majesty for understanding." Duan Qifeng, now intrigued, teased, "Is your temple still in need of incense?" Guan Xianyue shook her head in exasperation. "It is merely the humble gratitude of the common folk for my modest assistance. I cannot accept such honors." With a grand gesture, the emperor proclaimed, "You are worthy. Henceforth, you shall be regarded as the celestial goddess of the Yu, holding the rank equivalent to that of a princess, enjoying a stipend. How does that sound? I thank your Majesty for your profound grace." Chapter 68. The leisurely mountain villa Guan Xian Yu had sealed the fate of Xian Nu, elevating her status to that of a princess, thereby enhancing her eligibility to select a suitor. Duan Yulang could only harbor his private resentments. Duan Shi Feng generously bestowed numerous fine gifts and a salary, to which Guan Xian Yu reciprocated with a promise to deliver 1,000 pounds of potatoes annually for the emperor's enjoyment, along with an assortment of seasonal fruits without restriction. The emperor was elated, and Duan Shi Feng inquired whether watermelons could be cultivated in the imperial garden. With a smile, Guan Xianyu replied, "With my presence and the contributions from Xian City, how could we possibly go without?" She suggested planting sunflowers instead, as they were visually appealing and edible. Thus, she personally sowed a row of sunflowers, much to Duan Shi Feng's delight, who even watered them himself. The siblings reveled in their activities, leaving Duan Yulang to return home in contemplation, his solitude stemming from Duan Shi Feng's disdain for his sour demeanor and ill-timed remarks. After a few days in the palace, Guan Xianyu found herself attended to with meticulous care by the diligent Jia Gong, who even sampled the meals for poison. However, Guan Xianyu grew restless and began crafting various types of thin-crust pizzas, which drew much praise from the palace maids and eunuchs. "Shouldn't we allow the emperor to taste them first?" Jia Gong finally remembered the emperor after indulging himself. Guan Xianyu playfully flicked his forehead, reminding him that it was his duty to taste the dishes for the emperor, and that he should deliver the most delectable varieties to his majesty. With a clap of his hands, Jia Gong agreed. The emperor particularly enjoyed the pineapple and Orleans chicken flavors, sampling several others, and increasingly appreciated this nominal royal sister. After a visit to the outside world, Guan Xianyu returned with an abundance of watermelons and potatoes, alongside a variety of fruits and vegetables she had personally cultivated, much to the delight of the palace concubines. Seizing the opportunity, many offered gifts, and Guan Xianyu was well aware that their gestures were prompted by the emperor's favor. Nevertheless, she reciprocated graciously, ensuring each gift, be it an exquisite vanity mirror, powder, eyebrow pencil, or flower adornments, was unique. As anticipated, the palace ladies were all exceedingly pleased. Returning laden with treasures, Guan Xianyu began to show signs of pregnancy, becoming increasingly languorous, indulging in feasts that delighted her palate. She strolled daily in her estate, reviewing the sketches, and noted that Dayu was indeed meticulous in his work, promising a bright future ahead. Dayu, upon seeing the silver dollars and a key on the table, was momentarily bewildered, hesitant to accept them. Guan Xianyu assured him, "This is your payment, and that is the key to the storm. You must guard it well. These are rewards from the nobility and must not be mishandled or lost." In truth, the emperor's gifts were often items of display rather than saleable goods, while the rewards from the ladies were practical, wearable, and convertible into silver, a rather advantageous arrangement. Though the imperial treasury was indeed depleted, the noble ladies had formidable family connections. Their relatives often provided support, possibly making them wealthier than the emperor himself. Of course, the emperor's gifts bore the weight of esteemed status, valued beyond gold. The seedlings in the garden thrived on the essence of the spring water, flourishing into a vibrant array of blossoms, a true spectacle of nature's splendor. With no news from Liu and Mo Han, Guan Xianyu decided to disregard him, only to be surprised when he sent over a Da and Shui Zhu, revealing that he was indeed aware of her whereabouts. Guan Xianyu murmured to herself that it was false to claim she wasn't saddened, yet she wished to conceal her feelings. She dragged a Da around to explore, observing the foolish dog bounding joyfully. It was a Da's first experience in a hot spring, and due to the separation of genders, Guan Xianyu instructed Dayu to attend to him. However, Ada insisted that having a Meng accompany him sufficed. After their bath, Ada gestured towards Dayu, and Guan Xianyu translated, "I am Li Zhe Lu, and I appreciate Brother Bai for taking care of my sister." Dayu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Ada was not actually Guan Xianyu's biological brother. Nevertheless, it was comforting to recognize that neither of them were her blood relatives. Yet they remained among her closest companions. Dayu bowed, stating there was no need for formality, as it was his duty as the steward to care for his master. Li Lu returned the bow and proceeded to the study to review his lessons and practice his calligraphy. Guan Xianyu was surprised by Da's sudden maturity and decided to address him by his full name. Li Lu, are you hungry? With a playful tone. Li Lu blushed slightly and signed. Sister, has already reached dinner time? Guan Xianyu chuckled. It's still afternoon tea. She handed him a cup of milk tea, saying, Good brother, you must not read for more than an hour continuously, or you might end up as a foolish bear instead of passing the scholar's examination. Li Li's smile blossomed as he savored the sweet milk tea, displaying a hint of childlike innocence. He signed, I will be careful, sister. Rest assured, when I tire of reading, I shall take a stroll in the garden with the dog. Upon catching the master's gaze, a Ming eagerly wagged his tail. Truly a considerate dog, aware enough not to disturb his reading. He deserved a meat bone as a reward. Guan Xian, you clapped her hands, prompting a Ming to leap forward, but he was halted by Li Lu. Sister has a baby. We mustn't bump into her. Li Lu conversed with a Ming, who surprisingly understood him, even bowing to Guan Xianyu, which made her laugh heartily. Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? Don't speak nonsense. I am merely pregnant. I am not yet married, Guan Xianyu corrected him. Before Li Lu could respond, she stifled him with a yawn. Does that man have no voice? He wants my brother to be a mediator. Not a chance. Dayu had temporarily suspended her use of the swing he crafted, but the chaise longue was always available for her to recline upon. The garden featured a rocking chair in its center, allowing for brief rests or leisurely moments in the shade of a grand tree. Truly, it was a celestial courtyard, nay, an expansive estate. Dayu was also arranging for several artificial hills and peculiar stones. Guan Xianyu had no objections, as there was ample space to create, with some areas still undecided for planting. Assistance was available for cultivating the surrounding fertile fields, and the back mountain was flourishing with numerous fruit trees, along with free-range chickens. A nest of wild rabbits was anticipated to multiply rapidly, with their reproductive abilities being quite remarkable. It was said that rabbits possessed 2 uteruses, impressive indeed. Although Guan Xianyu was hesitant to indulge in spicy rabbit heads, she was open to the idea of stir-fried rabbit meat. Have you decided what to inscribe on the plaque at the entrance? Dayu inquired again. Guan Xianyu remarked that Guan Mansion sounded too much like an official residence, while Xianyu Mountain Villa seemed overly ostentatious. After pondering for a moment, she declared, Let us name it Leisurely Mountain Villa. Cui Zhu brought a basket of tofu, stating, This was gifted to us by the villagers, as Mama Qiao borrowed money from her family to purchase a grinding stone. From now on, she will handle the tofu for our villa. Mama Qiao hurried over, leaving her work behind, insisting that they could not accept it for free. Guan Xianyu nodded, finding the matter quite manageable. The rabbits multiplied abundantly. A pair would suffice. Mama Qiao agreed enthusiastically, noting that it would be enough to exchange for a considerable amount of tofu, which happened to be the master's favorite. Tonight, they would prepare tofu flour grilled fish. Guan Xianyu patted her stomach, not overly large, yet her appetite was insatiable. Cui Zhu exclaimed, You love spicy and sour dishes. Could it be twins? Guan Xianyu playfully tapped her on the head. Cui Zhu, what are you thinking? Such matters of gender should not be casually discussed by young ladies. You're overthinking. I simply have a fondness for food. Cui Zhu's face flushed, while Cui Lu and Cui Hong burst into laughter. Mama Qiao assigned tasks. Cui Zhu, prepare the fish. Cui Lu, wash the clothes. Cui Hong eagerly raised her hand. I want to make clothes for the young master. Chapter 69. The farmer's daughter rejects the prince's marriage proposal. Guan Xian, you waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. Please make a pair of new shoes for Dayu, and also for Ada. I appreciate your hard work. Boys' shoes tend to wear out faster than girls. Cui Hong initially hesitated, but upon hearing that the young master also needed shoes, she set aside her reservations and rushed to ask Dayu for his size. Also measuring Li Lu's feet, Dayu felt touched, not expecting the master to notice the wear on his shoes. In truth, Guan Xianyu merely mentioned it in passing. Primarily, she intended to have the children's clothing made from the pure cotton garments available at the Jixing shop. As for the shoes, she could let Mama Qiao handle that, but it wasn't urgent. Even the diapers would be sourced from the Jixing shop. In this manner, she realized her merit points and silver were being consumed rapidly. Although they appeared substantial now, they could easily dwindle away. Over at Lu Mohan, she selectively chose to forget her earlier concerns and contemplated selling some potatoes. Remembering the emperor's fondness, she deemed it better to send them to the palace. In this era, cucumbers were short and round. Her homegrown fruits and long green, spiny cucumbers received much praise, prompting her to sell them to affluent households. Just as she was strategizing, Mama Chow arrived, mentioning that the manager of Yinshang Lu wished to order a batch of potatoes and would also pay handsomely for other vegetables, provided they were grown in this mountainous region, known for its exceptional flavor. Guan Xianyu sighed, agreeing only to supply them with cucumbers and tomatoes. The rest would first be sent to the emperor, with any surplus sold at a premium to the nobility. Considering that green leafy vegetables would spoil over a 3-day journey, she decided to send only durable fruits and vegetables to the emperor while providing seeds for tender greens, allowing him to cultivate them in the imperial garden for a taste of novelty. The surrounding nobles, upon hearing that the Xianyao Mountain Villa was home to the emperor's personally appointed Xian girl and the rumored presence of a living Buddha, were eager to savor the vegetables, which only heightened their allure. They rushed to place high-priced orders. To simplify the ordering process and prevent overwhelming quantities, Guan Xianyu introduced a vegetable gift package, abundantly filled with seasonal produce, randomly assorted. The wealthy found it refreshing and didn't mind the inability to choose specific varieties. Some even presented them as gifts, fostering social bonds, thus making it immensely popular. The fruits from the back mountain were abundant, and Guan Xianyu launched a fruit gift package, which was indeed met with great enthusiasm. These fruits were not only large and delicious, but also included many varieties unavailable in the market, leading no one to feel like a fool for spending a bit more, as the quality was exceptional. Having earned some money, Guan Xianyu was determined to undertake a significant task for the villagers, paving the roads. Although lacking cement and asphalt, she filled the paths with small stones and widened them. Though it wasn't a grand project, it substantially benefited everyone, making rainy days less treacherous and muddy paths less prone to slips and falls. Starting from the nearby villages, there was no limit to the number of workers who could come forward. If there were too many, they would simply move to the next village. This endeavor gradually grew in scale, resolving numerous employment issues and garnering widespread praise from the populace. When Lord Lang heard the news, he felt even more frustrated. To make matters worse, someone had leaked information, and a gossip magazine exposed his failed marriage proposal, infuriating Duan Yulong, who dispatched many to investigate the source. The result pointed back to his own backyard, a shameless woman. Though Lord Lang held disdain for the princess, he had never uttered such harsh words. The princess had harbored feelings for him for many years, waiting patiently for her father to earn merit and request the emperor's blessing for their union, only to find herself wed to a heart of stone. Growing cold-hearted, she boldly remarked, "It is rare for you to spend a night in my chamber. Yet you call out for Monsieur. Your infatuation is evident. I merely wish to fulfill your desires. What wrong have I committed?" In a fit of rage, Lord Lang struck the woman down, exclaiming, "Utterly foolish," before storming away. The princess wiped the blood from her lips and, in turn, slapped her maid, who reluctantly assisted her to her feet. Did she truly believe that her fall from grace would permit others to bully her? The maid knelt and pleaded for mercy, but the princess merely brushed off her concerns with a dismissive remark. "Just kill her. She is a nuisance." The pleas for mercy quickly morphed into screams of agony. Meanwhile, Lu Mohan coughed twice, glancing at the latest gossip in Tea After Meals. The sensational headline read, "A farmer girl rejects Duke Duan's marriage proposal, vowing to only marry her true love for a hefty price." This was accurate. When Duke Duan initially sought her hand, Guan Xianyue had not yet been conferred the title of Xiannu. However, their statuses had since become less disparate, yet there remained the thorny issue of the princess, inevitably sparking much discussion. Master Huiyun took the magazine and perked up, awaiting his command. Lu Mohan had been ill for some time, feeling as if her limbs were almost degenerating from disuse. She wished to rise and stretch her legs, but was uncertain of where to go. Huafeng entered, announcing, The Xiaoyao Villa is recruiting guards. We can send in 5 of our own, but they must not serve closely. Lu Mohan raised her gaze to Huafeng. That's fine. Sui Hong and Sui Liu can attend to me. Huafeng was still adjusting to the new names they had adopted, originally named Huixiang and Huashui. The new titles seemed akin to a promotion. But all ladies belonged to the master. Did it matter if 2 first-rate shadow guards were added? The identity of Dayu remained elusive. Huafeng knelt on one knee, awaiting his punishment. Lu Mohan turned as if falling asleep. And just as Huiyin was about to cover her with a blanket, the person on the couch murmured, "Investigate further." Huafeng breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. If we cannot uncover the truth, we shall drive them away. If it weren't for the fear of displeasing her, Lu Mohan's final 2 words would have been, eliminate. Recently, Cui Zhu has developed a fondness for fishing. The various koi are not enough to satisfy her, and the pond also houses numerous live fish and shrimp. The master has declared, wild fish are the most delectable. Observing her bustling about, Guan Xianyu decided to let her take Li Zhe Lu along to stretch their limbs. For one cannot spend all day buried in books and writing, devoid of any childhood whimsy in their recollections. Li Zhe Lu remarked, she is already a young lad. Yet as long as my sister is happy, I shall heed her wishes. He too had not ventured into the river to catch fish for a long time, and he found himself yearning for it. Guan Xianyu gathered a plethora of small crabs, fish, and shrimp, and decided to heat oil in a pot for frying skewers. Shall we indulge? She asked. Cui Zhu replied, let me handle it. You go prepare the seasoning. Will we make lax your exquisite touch? Guan Xianyu was speechless, realizing the excuse was merely to avoid her being overwhelmed by the smoke. However, it was partly true. Thus, she took on the task of creating a spicy chili powder, which essentially involved adding extra Sichuan pepper and cumin powder to the ready-made spicy mix from the Joyful Worry shop, blending it thoroughly. The result was a more fragrant and piquant concoction, pleasing to both young and old alike. Although she did not shy away from indulging, moderation was key. Fried skewers were merely a snack, and dinner needed to be nutritionally balanced, primarily steamed, with stir-frying as a secondary method. Everyone insisted she refrain from excessive fried foods, compelling Guan Xianyu to comply and enjoy more steamed dishes. Steamed taro with pork ribs was delightful. The chicken with cordyceps was also quite pleasing. Since her pregnancy, Guan Xianyu had become less fastidious about her diet, relishing her meals daily until her belly was pleasantly round. In the blink of an eye, she was 7 months along, and though her belly was not large, the doctor assured her that the child was healthy and that she had not gained excess weight, advising her to eat more. Guan Xianyu felt no worry. The ability to eat was indeed a blessing. When the child reached 8 months, Lu Mohan arrived. Chapter 70. To confront the sea bandits, he came bearing a betrothal gift, requesting to marry the young lady. Cui Zhu was pushed forward, steeling herself to say, please leave. Do not inquire again. Guan Xianyu waved her handkerchief, declaring that without exception, all suitors were to be dismissed. Lu Mohan, having been rebuffed, did not lose heart and returned the following day. Cui Lu reported, Miss, young Master Lu claims he has brought a dowry. Cui Zhu wished to laugh, yet the expressions on Cui Lu and Cui Hong's faces were grim, so she restrained herself. Even Mama Qiao seemed hesitant, internally lamenting. The young lady's premarital pregnancy is ultimately undesirable. Despite the protection of the emperor, it would be better to have a man by her side. Guan Xianyu lifted her gaze, and Cui Lu, thinking there might be a change in fortune, was taken aback when she said, keep the list of gifts. The man must go. Cui Lu dared not press further, and could only send Dayu to escort Lu Mohan away. Lu Mohan's face paled further as he waited, still met with Dayu's impassive expression, which had been the cause of his repeated dismissals. Later, upon reviewing the list, it seemed Lu Mohan was still unsatisfied, pondering, is it too little? Then, I shall strive harder. Dayu, watching the man turn to leave, felt elated. Finally, he was gone. However, Cui Lu could not bear it and informed Guan Xianyu, Master, young Master Lu, I heard he said you feel sympathy for him? Guan Xianyu, witnessing her kneeling on the ground, almost swearing her loyalty, waved her hand dismissively and inquired, what did he go to do? He has gone to sea. Fishing? How much profit can one make from that? Guan Xianyu mused, though it seemed her irritation had dissipated considerably. Chui Lu cast a fleeting glance at her and remarked, "He has gone to confront the sea bandits." "What?" Guan Xianyu sprang up in surprise, only to be caught by Chui Hong, who hurried to assist her in sitting upright. Chui Lu nodded earnestly, imploring, "My lord, please do not be angry. Is it my fault for betraying my former master?" Guan Xianyu, not one to be easily deceived, discerned the gravity of the situation, prompting Chui Lu to nearly take her own life in atonement. Waving her hand dismissively, Guan Xianyu reassured her, "I do not hold you accountable. I am merely pondering whether he has gone to battle the pirates or to rob them. Yet, the pressing question remains, is he capable of prevailing?" A wave of concern washed over her. Dayu entered, suggesting, "Chui Hong and Chui Lu are double agents. I have long set that aside. Should we not enlist a few individuals to assist us?" Guan Xianyu cared little for Chui Hong and Chui Lu's loyalties to Lu Mo Han. Rather, she felt a twinge of gratitude, her foremost worry being Lu Mo Han's safety. Dayu paused, and before he could speak, Chui Lu interjected, "My lord, why not request Master Ma to send assistance? What a splendid idea. I shall pen a letter to Ning at once." Compared to Madame Ma, Guan Xianyu held greater trust in Du Guning. Thus she took up her brush, only to suddenly recall the indecipherable nature of her own handwriting. She decided instead to enlist Li Zeli's help. Ultimately, she included a pair of red pillowcases as a token of her sincerity, confident that Ning would lend his aid. With her heart somewhat at ease, Guan Xianyu summoned Chui Hong and Chui Lu, who immediately expressed, "Our young master sent us to ensure the lady's safety. We implore you not to dismiss us. I shall pose a query to you, and you must answer truthfully, otherwise I shall no longer require your services." Guan Xianyu, not overly concerned with their fidelity, merely sought clarity. Noticing their reluctance to deceive her, she inquired, "What transpired with your young master recently? He would not arrive at this moment without reason." Chui Hong exchanged a glance with Chui Lu before continuing, "He has fallen ill." Chui Lu nodded in agreement. "Our young master is gravely poisoned. The toxin is particularly vicious. Thankfully, you rendered him unconscious, or he might have." From their fragmented dialogue, Guan Xianyu grasped the dire implications. Either he would perish without rescue or succumb to exhaustion from the efforts of his saviors. However, reflecting on the events of that night, she surmised that before he could meet his demise, she would likely succumb to her own injuries. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed without Lu Mo Han's return. Suddenly, while attending to her needs, Guan Xianyu was seized by excruciating abdominal pain. Remembering the necessity of bathing before childbirth, she swiftly retreated into her space, where she took a purifying bath. Just as she finished washing her hair, the child was born. Startled, she let out a cry, hastily severing the umbilical cord with scissors. Giving birth in water left her utterly astonished. Quickly, she cradled the infant, gently patting his small bottom until he let out a resounding wail. Upon hearing the cries of the newborn, Mama Chiao and the others were momentarily stunned, but thankfully, she reacted swiftly, rushing inside to dry and wrap the child, exclaiming, "Congratulations, my lord. You have given birth to a healthy baby boy. Is he plump?" Guan Xianyu chuckled, for the child weighed a mere 6 pounds, hardly hefty. Mama Chiao grinned, "He'll grow chubby in no time." Her joy was genuine. And Chui Hong and Chui Lu hurriedly called for a wet nurse, ensuring Guan Xianyu had ample time to recuperate. In the midst of their bustling yet orderly preparations, Guan Xianyu, though not overly fatigued, soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening and sipping her porridge, she resumed her slumber, waiting for others to depart. As soon as they left, she hurried into her space to indulge in the mystical spring water, a truly remarkable substance that not only facilitated her childbirth with minimal discomfort, but also allowed her vitality to be restored almost instantaneously. She was acutely aware of her body's response. Her wounds healed rapidly, and certain areas showed no signs of laxity. Regrettably, having given birth meant she was now a matron, a notion that weighed heavily on her heart. Though she still appeared youthful in the eyes of modern society, she had become a mother far too soon in this realm. Guan Xian, you could hardly dwell on her sorrow. She gathered a plethora of infant supplies and requested someone to bring her son, who was dressed in pure cotton garments. His cherubic face, scrunched up and unrecognizable, had not yet opened its eyes. Fortunately, the baby exhibited a hearty appetite, nursing robustly, and Quan Xianyu occasionally took the pleasure of feeding him herself, savoring the myriad joys of motherhood. Observing her significantly fuller bosom and her less slender waist, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Would Lu Mo Han tease her for gaining weight upon his return? Anxious and restless, she yearned to exercise, yet refrained from doing so during her confinement. However, after a fortnight of restraint, she could no longer resist the urge and secretly practiced yoga in her room. The rejuvenating spring water infused her with vitality, alleviating any discomfort in her back and legs, leading her to believe that a shortened confinement period was inconsequential. Unfortunately, her clandestine activities were discovered by Mama Qiao, who chastised her for several days. Quan Xianyu had no choice but to obediently remain secluded for over a week before finally emerging into the world again. Her son, who rarely cried, had begun to blow bubbles, bringing joy to everyone around. Quan Xianyu planted a kiss on his tiny face and asked, "Why do you enjoy blowing bubbles so much? Perhaps I shall name you Quan Dapao." Mama Qiao interjected, "That may not be the most suitable name. Kuitsu Murmurd. It's even more ridiculous than my name." Chui Hong and Chui Lu chimed in, "Young master, please return. You must not miss the momentous occasion of naming the little master." Baiyu added, "As long as the master is pleased, that is what matters." Quan Xianyu called out playfully, "Bubbles." The little one waved his arms excitedly, oblivious to the words, content simply to be cradled by his mother. Ultimately, she reflected on her choice of name, conceding, "Quan Dapao is rather unrefined. I shall ponder a more fitting name." Mama Qiao and the maiden sighed in relief and returned to their tasks. The wet nurse, concerned for Quan Xianyu's well-being, gently carried the sleeping infant to the cradle. "Let us name him Qing Yun," she decided, to signify a smooth ascent in life. "I adore this name." Chapter 71. An unforeseen advantage. When Lu Mo Han returned, little Qing Yun had noticeably plumped up. Observing the procession of dowry items, Quan Xianyu felt a sense of trepidation and inquired of Chui Lu, "Is he off to become the pirate king?" Chui Lu shook her head, equally bewildered. At long last, Lu Mo Han entered, holding a brocade box, and asked Quan Xianyu, "You heir, will you permit my entry?" He appeared shy at the mere mention of the phrase, "to enter." Quan Xianyu nearly choked on her breath, retorting with a huff, "Let us see how you perform." Lu Mo Han stepped closer and whispered, "I've tanned quite a bit." Quan Xianyu responded with an "oh," seated herself, and queried, "Does the Lu family approve of your unconventional entrance?" Lu Mo Han gritted his teeth, declaring they do not. "It's as if I am no longer their son." It seemed he had acted without prior consent. Quan Xianyu was taken aback, gesturing for him to sit. "This is rather troubling. I should visit the Lu family," she suggested. Lu Mo Han was astonished. "You would be willing?" "Negotiations," she replied. "I have little confidence in the outcome." Quan Xianyu felt a surge of joy upon seeing him, despite her reluctance to admit it. Lu Mo Han clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, startling Guan Xianyu, who raised her voice in surprise. "What are you doing?" "Thank you for your hard work, my lady." Guan Xianyu was left speechless, without a wedding, blessings, or a bridal chamber. It was infuriating. Ultimately, it was the poisoner who was most detestable, but Guan Xiuzhu had already perished in the northwest, leaving her with no one to blame but herself, and thus she could only stew in her anger. Lu Mohan had brought all his personal belongings, seemingly determined to remain steadfast with Guan Xianyu. Gossip magazines circulated the news. The son of the Lu family was willing to ruin his future by marrying an ill-favored woman from a farming family. Upon hearing this, Guan Xianyu was baffled. "When did you become the son of the Lu family?" Lu Mohan scratched his nose. Perhaps it was just a case of misinformation that had become increasingly absurd. Guan Xianyu gritted her teeth. It was her own business, merely a matter of reputation. For the sake of money, she would endure it. Lu Mohan reached out to hold little Qingyan. The tiny creature, gnawing on his fingers, immediately shifted to another spot upon seeing his father's face, unable to do more than create a mess of drool. Guan Xianyu stifled a laugh, warning him to be careful as the carriage swayed. They were already en route to the Liu residence. After practicing for a few days, Liu Mohan still struggled to hold the child. He looked soft and cuddly, but he didn't want Guan Xianyue to bear the burden alone. Fortunately, the wet nurse soon took over. Not used to being a father, Guan Xianyue retorted, somewhat exasperated. She wasn't accustomed to it either. Liu Mohan observed her pouting expression. It seemed that after giving birth, she had transformed in some way, perhaps akin to a flower bud that had blossomed after that night. Unable to resist, he grasped her small hand, pulling her into his embrace before she could protest. "Don't act recklessly," Guan Xianyue mumbled in his arms, lifting her face to meet his fiery gaze, startled. "Your poison, my poison, is you." Liu Mohan leaned in, kissing her full earlobe, causing her to shiver slightly. "No!" Guan Xianyue was startled by the sound of her own voice, feeling an inexplicable anticipation. Embarrassed, she straightened up and pushed him away, turning her gaze out the window. Upon arriving at the inn, Guan Xianyue insisted on sleeping with the child, dismissing Liu Mohan. However, in the night, little Qingyun was once again taken by Cui Liu to find the wet nurse. This child truly had an appetite. Liu Mohan, it seemed, had climbed into bed in the middle of the night. Historically, people retired early, and it was now around 11 or 12 o'clock. Liu Mohan quietly slipped under the covers, while Guan Xianyue feigned sleep, turned her back to him. Yet, the moment he reached out, he pulled her into his embrace. Guan Xianyue felt a warmth radiating from her back, an odd sensation washing over her once more. Before she could speak, Liu Mohan softly inquired, "Did you miss me, Yue?" Not all. She and T missed him terribly, but perhaps just a little. As she shifted her body, ready to turn around and speak with him, the man had already begun kissing her nape. Guan Xianyue could not help but let out a soft sound, prompting him to become even more audacious. The words of refusal had yet to escape her lips when he, like a wild beast, besieged her defenses. When she was nearly exhausted to the point of drifting off, she heard his somewhat hoarse voice ask, "Does it hurt?" Guan Xianyue bit her lip, unsure how to respond. He was both wild and tender tonight, a delightful contradiction. Yet it was marginally better than last time. She remained silent as Liu Mohan gently turned her to face him, bestowing a reverent kiss upon her forehead, her brows, her delicate nose, and finally lingering just above her lips, their breaths intertwining. "What a rogue," Guan Xianyue murmured, willingly offering herself to him. Though they had only slumbered for less than 2 hours, they felt remarkably invigorated. However, at the break of dawn, everyone seemed to be smiling mischievously, leaving Guan Xianyue blushing as she conversed incessantly with Xiao Qingyun. The little darling had grown increasingly adorable, her chubby cheeks endearing. With a mere tease from her mother, she would dance with joy, babbling eagerly. "Her eyes resemble yours," Liu Mohan remarked. Guan Xianyue shot him a glance, retorting, "No, they are undeniably like yours. They are captivating." Upon hearing this, he joyously kissed his son, while Guan Xianyue, realizing she had inadvertently spoken something significant, refused to meet his gaze any longer. As they set off again, the atmosphere in the carriage became considerably warmer. Guan Xianyue resolved to let things unfold naturally and no longer harbor any resentment towards him. Upon arriving at the Liu family estate, they were promptly received with all due courtesy, the guest rooms impeccable. Yet this was merely the etiquette befitting a prominent family and did not signify their acceptance of Guan Xianyue or her unconventional choices, a fact she was acutely aware of. Liu Mohan intended to accompany her to meet her future in-laws, but the Liu family would not permit it. Guan Xianyue insisted that he need not worry, urging him to spend quality time with Xiao Qingyun, allowing father and son a bond. She meant well. Yet Liu Mohan felt increasingly guilty, lamenting his absence during her pregnancy, as if he had effortlessly acquired a son. Guan Xianyue first encountered Liu Mohan's mother, Madame Liu, who, though a stepmother, held the status of a legitimate matriarch. She did not exude an overwhelming presence, but her demeanor commanded respect without the need for anger. Guan Xianyue bowed slightly, greeting Madame Liu. She hadn't yet entered, thus could only address her thusly. "Please, take a seat," Madame Liu beckoned, instructing someone to serve tea. "My son, though not coddled like a daughter, must seem quite unattainable to you, wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, you are right, madam," Guan Xianyu nodded, her expression devoid of discontent. Madame Lu appeared somewhat taken aback and continued, though my son is not the eldest, he is nonetheless a legitimate heir of the Lu family. His father and I hold great expectations for him. There is absolutely no possibility of him marrying into another family. Not even if the emperor himself were to come. Would our Lu family acquiesce? I understand, Guan Xianyu nodded, prompting a shift in Madame Lu's composure. Then why have you come? The lady had cultivated her son to be exceptionally outstanding in appearance, demeanor, and talent, and thus she felt Guan Xianyu had taken advantage of the situation. Guan Xianyu maintained a serene expression and replied, if he were not impeccable, how could I repeatedly seek to marry him? I comprehend your sentiments. As a parent, one naturally desires the best for their child, placing their needs above all else. As Lady Lu spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears. It was not as she had claimed. She had perpetually compelled Lu Mohan to endure, blaming her own son whenever the legitimate eldest son tormented the legitimate second son. Being a stepmother was indeed a formidable challenge. Lady Guan Xianyu was at a loss for words. Having become a mother herself, she understood that the other party would not take such matters lightly. Who could accept their beloved son marrying a powerless peasant girl? In terms of status and other factors, the two were hardly a match, let alone considering the prospect of her son being adopted into the family. Alas, do tell me, how do you plan to navigate the days ahead without the Lu family support? Lady Lu's remarks invigorated Guan Xianyu. They conversed for the span of 2 teacups, and as Guan Xianyu emerged, she spotted Lu Mohan in the distance, striding towards her with long strides. She coughed discreetly, mindful of her appearance. Lu Mohan disregarded such matters, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Has your mother troubled you? He inquired. Not at all. Our conversation was quite pleasant, Guan Xianyu replied, leaving Lu Mohan momentarily astonished before she pulled him along to see little Qingyun. Lady Lu was amiable, yet the head of the Lu family was not so easily appeased. Lu Jinxian erupted in fury, presuming that Lady Lu would certainly prioritize the Lu family's reputation above all else. Reputation, status, what have I not sacrificed for your eldest son? The traditionally gentle and virtuous woman suddenly erupted in anger, leaving Lu Jinxian astonished as he widened his eyes and questioned her. My eldest son? As a stepmother, you ought to treat them equally. I'm the mother of Qinzhou. Lu Mohan is my biological son. If equality is to be the standard, would it not be my son who suffers? Lu Xuefu, Lu Jinxian, listen well. I have endured humiliation and steadfastly upheld my duty to ensure my son need not compete for any hollow title and can live a life of comfort, even if he turns to banditry or achieves nothing. This is all I can offer him. What more do you wish from me? She had no intention of allowing her son to usurp the position of the legitimate eldest son, nor to have him become the future head of the family. What more could Lu Jinxian demand? The man stood dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Lady Lu regained her composure, yet her words remained sharp. If the head of the family refuses to acquiesce, then cast both my son and me away. I can live without being a stepmother, even if it means being a divorced woman. Lu Jinxian's chest heaved with rage, yet he fell silent, leading to a state of cold war between them. What exactly did you say to my mother? Lu Mohan asked with curiosity, for his mother appeared cultured and graceful, yet she was notoriously difficult to persuade. Sons take your surname, daughters take mine. The daughter of the Guan family is the continuation of the Guan lineage, just like me, destined to seek a husband to adopt into the family. Guan Xianyu tilted her head, observing the slightly parted lips of the young man before her. Is there something wrong? Lu Mohan lifted her effortlessly, twirling her around. You are simply wonderful. Put me down, I feel dizzy. Guan Xianyu slid down from him, reaching to pinch the flesh at his waist. Isn't your waist sore? Do not tease me. This place is not appropriate, he replied, unable to break free. Guan Xianyu smiled mischievously, a dog that cannot be satisfied. Did you just call your man a dog? Lu Mohan shot her a warning glance. What you are doing is quite perilous. Guan Xianyu chose not to engage in a debate with him and swiftly shifted the topic. I shall take responsibility for everything concerning you from now on. Really? He questioned. What merit does Lu Mohan possess? Being raised by his parents at home and supported by his wife after marriage, He is indeed exceedingly fortunate. It seemed that he overlooked the fact that his own wealth could sustain many for 10 generations. Thus, you must serve me well. You must not seek the company of other women, not even a glance, nor a fleeting thought. Do you understand? Guan Xian crossed his arms, resembling a husband instructing his young wife. Lu Mohan nodded. I shall diligently serve my husband. Truly, he was capable of both yielding and persevering. Yet, Guan Xian felt an inexplicable dissonance. After 3 days of cold silence, Lu Jinxian could no longer endure it and took the initiative to approach Madame Lu. What enchantment has she cast upon you? Has your son fallen under her spell as well? Lu Shuefu replied. That young lady has declared that the affairs of the Lu family are her own. She is ready to assist wherever needed. The mere daughter of a peasant suddenly remembered her status akin to that of a princess, causing Lu Zhanxian to fall into a sullen silence. One must not underestimate her. Perhaps she could genuinely aid the Lu family in the future. Lu Shuefu decided to cease her quarrel with her husband. She understood what he wished to hear. Among the men of the Lu family, which son-in-law had not contributed to the family's well-being, Qin Zhou had become a prince consort. His best fate, for he neither aspired to academic accolades nor desired to be a general, and it was implausible for him to assume the role of head of the Lu family. However, it was not entirely impossible. He was increasingly resembling Lu Zhanxian's father in his industriousness. Lu Zhanxian had contemplated this. The emperor had already dismissed the antiquated notion of favoring the eldest over the capable, and he was not incapable of adapting. Lu Mohan, this young man, was becoming more accomplished. Was it not for the affection of his beloved that he would strive so ardently? A remark from Lu Shuefu left Lu Zhanxian in a state of ambivalence, neither displeased nor entirely gratified, but rather a touch melancholic. The young lady had stated that the boy would carry the Lu surname while the daughter would bear the Guan name. Having just welcomed a robust son, did they truly wish to compromise the Lu lineage's legitimacy? With the head of the family wavering, he found himself more receptive to his wife's counsel. Her words were indeed easier to embrace at that moment. Suddenly, Lu Zhanxian grasped Lu Shuefu's hand. Ah, my dear, have all your thoughts become centered upon me? Lu Shuefu's cheeks flushed. I merely wish for harmony within our family. Lu Zhanxian remarked. I rather enjoy it when your thoughts are focused on me. Free from the pretense of being the matriarch, Lu Shuefu was taken aback. When had her husband transformed into such a figure? Upon hearing from Madame Lu that the head of the family had relented, Guan Xianyu acknowledged that the wedding preparations must be undertaken by the Lu family. She nodded, understanding that the formality was of little consequence as long as the issue was resolved. In truth, her greatest desire was merely the freedom to reside together after their marriage. The Lu family began to organize the wedding, and according to custom, Guan Xianyu would stay at first. Lu Mohan could no longer sneak in her bed at night, but must instead abide by his father's teachings at home. To her surprise, the first visitor to see her was Madame Lu. Aunt, she greeted, cradling the child. Please, no need for formalities. May I hold him? His name is Qin Yun, a nickname I have chosen for him. His formal name will be bestowed by his father or grandfather. Lu Shuefu smiled as she took the child into her arms. The little one bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Zhou in his youth, soft and tender, melting her heart. Chapter 73. Who offended whom? Ah. I came to inquire if you have prepared your wedding attire. Do you prefer the style from Nikhang Pavilion or Yizhuang Pavilion? Both have been tailored to your specifications. Yet I am uncertain which you favor. Traditionally, a bride's gown is sewn by herself or prepared by her family. However, lacking a maternal family, Lu Shuefu took it upon herself to handle everything. There was no need to trouble Guan Xinyue. She simply had the maid take measurements and ordered the best quality. I am open to anything. When the time comes, you can assist me in selecting the most suitable one. Guan Xinyue felt somewhat awkward. The formalities of noble families were overwhelming, and she feared she would forget. Silly girl, whatever you like is the best choice. After all, Qin Zhou cannot assist you in your selection. He will only see you on the day of the wedding. Understanding that her man preferred her to be unpretentious, Lu Shuefu decided to be herself, feeling rejuvenated over these past few days. Aunt, if you don't mind, I wish to present a small gift in return. Guan Xinyue pulled out several hairpins that Lu Moken had given her. Aside from the very first one he gifted her, see, All were styled according to your preferences. I'm too young to appreciate them fully. Just as Lu Xuefu was about to decline, she noticed that indeed, they were all hair ornaments featuring her favorite peonies and peonies. And she smiled, gently patting Guan Xinyue's hand. He gave them to you, so you should accept them. Then I shall fetch you other gifts. Guan Xinyue rummaged through her bundle, having actually brought a collection of items from the Jiexin boutique. Here, this is the perfect ice silk mat for summer, along with pillowcases. And this, a silk nightgown that feels as if one is wearing nothing at all, ensuring comfort. Lu Xuefu beamed at the delightful offerings, her face reddening upon seeing the silk nightgown. If you believe the fabric is too scant, it can also be worn beneath other garments. Guan Xinyue felt slightly embarrassed. Although it was not a sleeveless dress, the delicate material far exceeded the imagination of ancient standards. Would Madame Lu consider her frivolous? Lu Xuefu accepted the items, declaring her fondness for them without hesitation. Guan Xinyue smiled, expressing her gratitude. You have taken great care in preparing these. I shall rest easy as I prepare for my marriage. Your efforts are truly appreciated. This is but a humble token of my esteem. As Lu Xuefu gazed at her chubby grandson and her considerate daughter-in-law, a sudden wave of reluctance washed over her. She promised her mother that she would bring her precious grandson to visit often. Qinyan loves his grandmother as well. Guan Xinyue was taken aback by how quickly she was to refer to her as mother, her face flushed with shyness as she could only grasp her son's small hand, coaxing her mother-in-law to smile. In truth, the Lu family would not typically address her as grandmother, but rather as matriarch. However, Lu Xuefu found this endearing and permitted her to call her as such. Madame Lu had many matters to attend to and soon took her leave. With some time to spare, Guan Xinyue decided to visit the Nikhang pavilion she had mentioned, setting off with Suhong and Suelio. In a large household, there were many conventions, and Shuizhu preferred not to feel constrained, opting to stay home to care for Li Ziel. The Nikhang pavilion lived up to its reputation as the most renowned tailor, bustling with women and young ladies ordering garments. And to her surprise, she encountered Mei Xiangxue, Lu Moken's cousin. Mei Xiangxue and Lu Riyun were engaged in a discussion about which color would surpass that of the bride, when unexpectedly, the bride herself appeared. Are you that country girl? It has been some time since we last met, and you have become even more alluring, Mei Xiangxue remarked, her expression hinting at her realization of the newcomer's identity. Sister-in-law, I am Han Gige's cousin, Lu Riyun, she introduced herself. Sister-in-law, she has yet to marry into the family. Mei Xiangxue pulled Lu Riyun closer, wary of her proximity to Guan Xinyue, fearing the association might tarnish their image. She whispered under her breath. Guan Xinyue was unperturbed. She merely nodded in acknowledgement before inquiring with the shop girl, are there ready-made garments in suitable sizes? The shop girl explained that most garments were samples, but if the young lady fancied something, it could be custom-made. With great enthusiasm, she began to elaborate on the latest fashionable styles, asking Guan Xinyue about her preferred fabrics, colors, embroidery, or brocade, displaying a commendable professionalism. What does she understand? Why bother explaining so much to her? Do you think she comprehends? Mei Xiangxue chortled with Lu Riyun, attracting the attention of many young ladies and matrons in the vicinity. Guan Xinyue pondered thoughtfully, while the shopkeeper discreetly signaled to the young lady, indicating the need to maintain decorum without being overly enthusiastic. TSK. Has she even inquired about the price of these luxurious garments? Can she afford them? Mei Xiangxue reveled in her delight, having heard that Han Gige defied family opposition, with gossip magazines claiming he would rather relinquish his title than not marry into the Guan family, infuriating her. Now, encountering this shameless enchantress, she aimed to publicly humiliate her today. Ideally, she would feel so ashamed as to withdraw from the engagement herself. Lu Riyun stepped forward softly. Sister-in-law, there is no need to feel troubled. I can lend you some silver, although my allowance is limited. Her seemingly considerate offer carried an undertone of condescension. Guan Xinyue shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, sister. Shopkeeper, please prepare several red dresses for me, styled according to the latest trends. I desire each design to be unique, tailored to suit my temperament. She selected the finest and most expensive options, pointing at Cui Hong and Cui Lu. She dismissed their appearances, stating, for them, water green and sky blue. 2 sets each. Choose whatever styles you prefer. Chui Hong and Chui Lu recognized their mistress's seriousness and eagerly set off to select new garments. The onlookers soon lost interest, for many concealed their true capabilities. Meanwhile, Mei Xiangxue, finally recovering her voice, resumed her chatter. Shopkeeper, you should collect payment before taking measurements. Guan Xianyu waved her hand dismissively. No need for measurements. My future mother-in-law has already provided the sizes. Just measure them. At this proclamation, Mei Xiangxue's face turned pale, while Lu Ruyun quietly offered her comfort. Ignoring Lu Ruyun's concern, Mei Xiangxue rushed forward to confront Guan Xianyu. Do you look down on me? Guan Xianyu met her gaze. How did you deduce that? You have not regarded me with a proper glance since the beginning. Mei Xiangxu retorted angrily. Is it because my cousin provided you with money? What if it is? What if it isn't? Guan Xianyu replied coolly. Guan Xianyu smiled, feeling it was only natural, for I have borne him a son. Indeed, upon hearing this, Mei Xiangxue burst into tears, gasping for breath, her words becoming incoherent. The shopkeeper hesitated, wanting to intervene, but fearing to offend, caught in a dilemma. A young maid brought a cup of water, which was promptly knocked over by Mei Xiangxue. It was then that Lu Ruyan's expression turned cold as she remarked, after all, we are both cousins of Brother Han. Is it truly wise to offend us before you even step through the door? Indeed, before I have even entered, you have already wronged me. Does this not suggest that you do not regard Lu Mo Han as a brother? Chapter 74. Lower than swine and dogs. Guan Xianyu's words left Lu Ruyan speechless, while Mei Xiangxue had managed to catch her breath and wipe away her tears. Do not be so smug. My brother has long had a girl he favors, and it certainly is not you. With that, Mei Xiangxue departed, while Chui Hong and Chui Lu approached, abandoning their choice of attire. What is the matter? Did you not find anything you liked? Guan Xianyu pointed to the very garments they had both admired moments prior, and the 2 girls beamed with gratitude. When I say I will buy, I truly mean it. It is not merely to vex them. Of course, it can serve to irritate them a little, she chuckled. Chui Hong interjected, My lady, do not heed her nonsense. The young master has no such affections. Chui Lu added, Indeed, the young master is not one to be trifled with. If he has someone he likes, he will surely claim her. Guan Xianyu took their banter lightly, laughing. You two should consider performing a comedic act. What is a comedic act? Asked Chui Hong. Is it storytelling? Chui Lu ventured. Astute. Having paid for their purchases, Guan Xianyu led the pair on a shopping excursion. Jin Sheng, situated at the crossroads of north and south, was abundant in resources, with its citizens well-fed and clothed, truly a land blessed by fortune. The fusion of southern and northern cuisines offered a plethora of flavors, which explained Lu Mo Han's lack of finickiness when it came to food. Little did she know, Lu Mo Han had traveled far and wide, enduring hardship. His pickiness was generally only apparent when he returned home. With her by his side, such fastidiousness was non-existent, as she always delighted in presenting him with a variety of culinary delights. Though dinner time had not yet arrived, Guan Xianyu had already indulged in 7 or 8 types of snacks, leaving her unable to consume a proper meal. Upon returning to the inn, the attendant informed her that a young lady awaited her. Following the direction of his finger, Guan Xianyu beheld a charming figure clad in white. I do not recognize you. Are you the one he intends to marry? The elegant and composed woman, upon hearing this, was visibly moved to tears. Guan Xianyu, perplexed, inquired, Who are you? I am Guan Shuyun, sharing your surname. Oh, Miss Guan, what brings you to seek me? Guan Xianyu found it rather fortuitous and was eager to hear her tale. Please have a seat. Guan Shuyun poured her tea, and Guan Xianyu comfortably reveled in her hospitality, awaiting her to continue. There was no trace of displeasure on Guan Shuyun's face. Rather, she bore a hint of sorrowful charm. Noting that Guan Xianyu was unperturbed, she began to recount, I grew up alongside him. As a child, I was quite mischievous, delighting in dressing as a boy to attend school. He was even more unruly, often skipping classes. The tutor instructed me to keep an eye on him, and if he missed 3 days, to visit the Lu family. Thus, we became desk mates, and it was because of me that he dared not play truant too frequently. Later, he refused to pursue an official career. Uncle Lu suggested that he should betroth himself to me, allowing me to take charge of him. However, you know what he is like. Guan Shuyan paused, took a sip of tea, and noticed that Guan Xianyue was listening with great interest, showing no signs of unusual emotions. She set down her teacup and continued. This man cannot be forced. The more one tries to constrain him, the more counterproductive it becomes. He grew angry with me and claimed that he would rather marry a pig or a dog than me. At this point, Guan Shuyan placed her hand over her heart. I did not wish to control him. I merely wanted to spend more time with him. Who would have thought that with his temperament? Alas. Guan Xianyue nodded and took a sip of tea. Just as Guan Shuyan was on the verge of losing her composure, she spoke. Have you never considered that he simply does not harbor feelings for you? Impossible. That is not the case. He used to listen to me as a child. Guan Shuyan glared, and as soon as her words fell, she composed herself, her expression tinged with sadness and self-pity. Then he simply dislikes being deceived. You dressed as a man, and he regarded you as a brother, yet you wish to marry him. Hence, he would scold you as being worse than a pig or a dog. I must admit, Guan Xianyue spoke the truth. What a sharp-tongued girl. Suddenly, applause erupted as several young men approached. Miss Guan, is this our future sister-in-law? They directed their question at Guan Shuyan. While Guan Xianyue did not recognize them, but since they were not there to bully Guan Shuyan, please do not frighten her. Miss Yu has a delicate disposition. Guan Shuyan appeared quite the understanding matron, while in her words, Guan Xianyue was merely an inconspicuous third party. Future sister-in-law, greetings. I am Qing Yun. Your name is Qing Yun? Guan Xianyue covered her mouth, realizing why Lu Mingshan laughed so heartily whenever he heard that name. What's wrong? Is my name peculiar? Lu Qingyun dipped her hand in tea and wrote 3 large characters, prompting Guan Xianyue to realize her misunderstanding. She quickly smiled and said, How coincidental. My son's nickname is Qingyun, but it is derived from the phrase green waters and lush mountains. Lu Qingyun, a fine name indeed. It is just 1 character away from the film emperors. Guan Xianyue gave a thumbs up. Lu Qingyun beamed and introduced the remaining individuals. Guan Shuyan secretly thought them foolish. Pretending to be surprised as she covered her mouth and asked, You have already borne a child before you are wed? Guan Xianyue smiled shyly, explaining, My partner does not follow the conventional path. I initially wished for a world for 2, only to find it transformed into a family of 3 prematurely. She shrugged, showing no hint of embarrassment. Hearing this, Lu Qingyun exchanged glances with a flamboyant youth holding a folding fan and exclaimed, Marvelous. No wonder Lu Ge likes you. Ha! He appreciates this straightforward nature, devoid of pretentiousness. Guan Xianyue cheerfully clasped her fists in gratitude, saying, When the time comes, you must join us for a celebratory drink. Lu Qingyun returned the gesture, saying, Certainly. I have a bet with Lu Ge. If he manages to marry, I shall gift him 1,000 taels of gold. Oh, my heart aches. The group erupted into laughter. Guan Shuyan, an unmarried woman, felt it inappropriate to linger with this group of young heirs for too long. Yet she was unwilling to leave without a word. Brother Han is to be Adoran's son-in-law. Lu Qingyun imitated Guan Xianyue's gesture, hands spread wide, and remarked, So what? If my brother is willing to gamble, he must accept the outcome. It's a trivial matter. We are all family. At this moment, Guan Xianyue sincerely admired Lu Xiong's noble character. She gestured to the waiter, indicating that the food and drink at their table were on her tab. The others quickly expressed their gratitude, but Guan Xianyue waved her hand, stating that she had already dined and urged them to continue. She promised to send over a few bottles of wine for their enjoyment later. Lu Qingyun and the others did not correct her use of bottles instead of jars. And when the wine arrived, they were indeed bottles, which broadened their horizons. Wait a moment. How could such fine wine be without my brother Lu? She remarked. It was a gift from my sister-in-law. Surely he has tasted it? A reasonable assertion. Yet, to their surprise, Lu and Mohan had never tasted it, resembling a lemon essence, and sent someone to request some. Guan Xianyue was both amused and exasperated. She had merely sent a few bottles of light wine. Nevertheless, she decided to be generous and sent him a bottle of Maodai. The following day, Lu and Mohan dispatched someone to convey a message, conveniently bringing along a love letter. Seeing his longing for her akin to an ailment, Guan Xianyu reciprocated with a letter of her own, employing a fountain pen. Her handwriting possessing the delicate grace of a young lady, while also reflecting a certain nonchalance typically attributed to young men. Lu Mohan, upon reading it, wished he could frame it as a cherished keepsake. Chapter 75. What is so special about that boy? When Lu Qingyun encountered Lu Mohan, he could hardly contain his praises for Guan Xianyu, while also speaking ill of Guan Shuyun. Although Lu Mohan was aware of whom she had met, he did not require a detailed report. As long as no one bullied her, that was sufficient. Besides, with Chui Hong and Chui Lu around, most people dared not approach her. However, for the young ladies, the two maidservants were not in a position to intervene. Lu Mohan initially sent a message to the Mei family, resulting in Mei Xiang Shui being confined to her quarters, barred from attending the wedding feast. As for Lu Ruyin, she received a resounding slap from her stepmother, her eyes swollen like walnuts from crying, and sought to confide in Mei Xiang Shui. But the Mei family refused her access. In contrast, Guan Shuyun's plight was far worse, deceived in childhood and slandered in adulthood. The matchmakers had nearly worn down her doorstep, bringing forth all manner of suitors. Within 5 days, the matchmakers of the entire city had incurred the wrath of the Guan family, leaving them with no choice but to have their parents personally seek suitable matches. However, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Guan Shuyun had acquired a reputation for seeking a golden turtle son-in-law, making it difficult to arrange a marriage. Guan Xianyu, upon hearing Chui Hong vividly recount her young master's cunning nature, could hardly contain her laughter. Chui Lu remarked, "The young master is merely protective." Chui Hong retorted, "I never said he was cunning. It was the master who said so." Guan Xianyu acknowledged, "Indeed, it was I." The trio erupted into laughter. In the blink of an eye, the day of her wedding arrived. Chui Hong and Chui Lu busily flitted about, while Guan Xianyu, lacking family to assist her, received unexpected help from the Empress's old matron, a great honor. The rituals were intricate, and after a night of anxious anticipation, she rose before dawn to prepare, nearly dozing off while seated. When she finally opened her eyes, she was startled by her overly pale complexion and shockingly bright lipstick, resembling a vampire. However, there was no time to adjust her makeup, as Lady Quanfeng insisted on styling her hair. It was not until she dismounted the bridal sedan that she emerged from her momentary regret for not opting for simplicity. All because Lu Mohan's large hand clasped her small one. After the wedding ceremony, as she was led into the bridal chamber, this marionette finally found a moment of respite. When the revelers entered the bridal chamber, Lu Mohan lifted her veil, and everyone was captivated by the bride's beauty, unable to tear their gaze away. Guan Xianyu felt a sense of relief in her heart, grateful that she had taken the opportunity to change her appearance in the palanquin, and her beauty was indeed not to be underestimated. Lu Mohan would not allow the crowd to create a ruckus and quickly ushered everyone out, asking them to wait for him as he still had a toast. Guan Xianyu nodded, her smile radiant, while Lu Mohan, reluctant to part, could only grit his teeth and swiftly attend to the throng of relatives, longing to return early and admire his beautiful bride. The Lu family had an overwhelming number of relatives and friends, and Lu Mohan nearly succumbed to their attempts to intoxicate him. Fortunately, he had preemptively arranged for a less potent drink. By the time he returned, Guan Xianyu had already taken a nap, looking adorably bewildered. "Hurry and take a bath," she urged. Lu Mohan knelt on one knee, taking her hand, and expressed his reluctance to wash. "Just lie down," she suggested, thinking he was fatigued. However, Lu Mohan replied that they had yet to partake in the ceremonial cup of wine. After drinking, Lu Mohan proceeded to bathe, while Guan Xianyu donned a bright red silk nightgown and nestled under the covers, pretending to sleep. Since they had already consummated their marriage, she thought it best for him to enjoy a restful night. When Lu Mohan slipped under the covers, he playfully pulled her close, chuckling mischievously, "My dear, you are quite eager." Guan Xianyu was about to inquire why he did not extinguish the light, but upon hearing his words, she was momentarily taken aback and retorted, "You're not even dressed. This is silk nightwear." Lu Mohan lifted the covers and explored for a while, muttering, "Oh, is that so? No wonder." HM. Quite nice. Are you not going to sleep? Guan Xianyu swatted his hand away, but the man was intent on pursuing further intimacy. It was their wedding night. After all, how could they let such an opportunity slip away? There will be many days ahead. You have had quite a bit to drink tonight. It is best to rest. She gently patted his back, intending to rise and extinguish the candles, but he swiftly pulled her down to sit firmly atop him. Not blowing out the candles? She asked. Luo Mohan's ears flushed slightly, and in a low, magnetic voice, he enticingly inquired, "Is that permissible?" Guan Xianyu bit her lip, then tossed her long hair aside, beckoning him forth. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow, and the maids and servants dared not intrude, remaining quietly vigilant. The hidden guards observed, "Our master is quite formidable. The lady possesses considerable endurance." In truth, after their first round, Guan Xianyu was nearing her limit, yet she did not wish to call for assistance. Instead, she simply dragged Luo Mohan into a mystical bathing space. The ethereal spring water flowed within a cavern-like chamber, furnished with a bathing tub and a refreshing shower, providing a most delightful experience. Despite its enchantment, Luo Mohan refrained from asking too many questions. Guan Xianyu mused to herself, "What has gotten into this fellow? He seems insatiably hungry." After their ethereal bath, he sought to continue their escapades. "Had I known, I would not have let you bathe," she teased. Luo Mohan, discontent, retorted, "Do you think it is solely the spring water that empowers me?" Guan Xianyu pleaded, "Hero, spare me. We must meet the in-laws tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Luo Mohan leaned close to her ear and chuckled softly. "If you declare me the mightiest, I shall grant you mercy." Guan Xianyu pondered how one could ascertain another's prowess, but decided to indulge him. Early the next morning, Luo Mohan first attended to the small woman, who was filled with grievances, gently massaging her waist before taking her to meet the elders. However, Lady Lu sent someone to inform them that grandmother was not home and they need not rise too early. Guan Xianyu casually asked, "Does grandmother disapprove of this marriage?" Luo Mohan kissed her cheek, soft and tender like a cherished young bud, assuring her, "Not at all. Grandmother often visits the temple and is frequently away." Guan Xianyu chose not to confront him. After all, who goes to pay respect to the Buddha of the day after their grandson's wedding? Nevertheless, it mattered little, for one cannot please everyone, especially given her background. The fact that they did not forcibly separate the couple was already a considerable concession. After completing their personal grooming and enjoying a warm porridge, the two proceeded to pay their respects to their parents. Madame Lu personally adorned Guan Xianyu with a jade bracelet, and Lu Jinxian appeared rather amiable today. There was nothing particularly remarkable about the scene. Guan Xianyu maintained her composure, though only now did she truly feel at ease. Lu Jinxian glanced at his wife, prompting Lu Xuefu to inquire of Guan Xianyu, "Might Qingyan stay a few more days?" Guan Xianyu smiled and nodded, of course. Observing her agreeable demeanor, Lu Mohan felt a twinge of unease and impatience. Madame Lu shot her son a glare and added, "While tradition dictates a 3-day visit after the wedding, it is essential for you both to return often." Guan Xianyu nodded in agreement. Her mother was indeed correct. Lu Jinxian cleared his throat, seeking an excuse to take Lu Mohan outside, leaving the two women to converse. Once outside, Lu Jinxian suddenly declared, "I must check on my dear grandson. I cannot allow you to lead him astray." Lu Mohan replied, while Lu Xuefu gestured for Guan Xianyu to sit beside her and speak. "Tell me, what is so wonderful about that young man?" Guan Xianyu nearly laughed aloud. Responding softly, "He is exceptional in every regard, and he resembles you so much. Truly splendid." Lu Xuefu could not suppress her laughter. It seemed the troublesome boy had finally slipped from her grasp. Chapter 76. The spirit of lemon essence. Guan Xianyu did not believe her mother-in-law truly viewed her son as a burdensome hot potato. She sweetly remarked, "Though we shall not reside here permanently, little Qingyan will undoubtedly miss his grandparents and will want to visit frequently." "Silly child, what do you mean by disturbing when returning home?" "I eagerly await your visits," replied Lu Xuefu. "Mother, we have not yet departed." Indeed, forgive my forgetfulness." Lu Xuefu dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, accustomed as she was to the troublesome boy's frequent absences. In truth, The visit was merely a formality. With no elders at home, it would be better for Mother to join us at the Xiao Mountain Villa for a while, treating it as a holiday. Guan Xianyu perceived that with her son married, her mother's heart was filled with both joy and sorrow, a feeling altogether different from the usual absence. She sincerely invited her mother-in-law to come and stay. That is out of the question. Besides, your mother cannot leave. You are a good child. I appreciate your intentions. Lu Xuefu was quite pleased. She had never anticipated that one day she would gain a daughter-in-law, akin to having another beloved daughter. It was a warmth she had never experienced before, as her son often seemed to bring nothing but trouble. You manage this household with such skill. Even a brief absence will not lead to chaos. Furthermore, with Uncle Butler being so capable, you should set your mind at ease and allow yourself to relax. Guan Xianyu discerned that her mother-in-law was not unwilling to go, but rather tied down by various trivial matters. Then, after the visit, I shall send someone to fetch you, ensuring that no traditions are disrupted. Guan Xianyu smiled slyly, to which Lu Xuefu begrudgingly agreed, allowing herself a moment of indulgence. Consequently, when she discussed this with Lu Zhenxian, he remarked, "You've taken my son away, and now you wish to take my wife as well." Lu Xuefu retorted, "You see her for only a few hours each day. Sometimes, by the time you return, I'm already asleep. Is it not common to go 10 days, or even half a month without seeing one another?" Lu Zhenxian, "Is it possible to be the same?" Lu Xuefu, "I don't care. I've already promised my daughter-in-law. By the way, my daughter-in-law will be coming over for dinner later, and you must not show her a long face." Lu Zhenxian, "Everything is in disarray." Guan Xianyue is still unaware of her remarkable capabilities, having disrupted the family's long-standing routines. She only knows that tonight she must showcase her culinary skills and allow her in-laws to sample her finest dishes. At dinner, Lu Zhenxian was taken aback by the table filled with fresh vegetables and raw meat. What does this mean? It was only when Guan Xianyue presented the spicy broth that he understood. This is a red oil base, a bit spicy. You two should try it first. If it's too intense, there is also a wild mushroom and meat pie chicken broth. 2 flavors to choose from. Lu Moken was particularly obedient today, personally preparing lamb and fish slices for her parents. If you find it too spicy, you can try these beverages. There's milk tea and cocoa, all of which are excellent for alleviating the heat. Guan Xianyue understood the adage of eating without speaking and thus introduced the dishes before they began. Madame Lu took a bite of the spicy beef, and her complexion immediately flushed, her vitality visibly enhanced. She couldn't help but take another bite. Lu Zhenxian, "Is it really this delicious?" He tried a piece, and lo and behold, the flavor was indeed remarkable. Lu Moken poured wine for his father, saying, "This is the wine from my wife's hometown. You should give it a taste." His mother, unable to bear it any longer, insisted they all sit down to eat without worrying about them. Lu Zhenxian dared not stop. Pausing would only bring discomfort to his tongue, so he nodded vigorously. Guan Xianyue decided to let Sehong and Suelio assist with cooking the meat, as they were experienced, allowing Lu Moken to sit down and eat. Lu Zhenxian found the 2 girls familiar and suddenly realized his son was treating his secret guards as servants. He didn't know what to say about it, but they were all trained by him, so he let it be. Little did he know how comfortable and enviable life was for Suehong and Suelio. If not for being in the Lu household, they could dine at the table. Most importantly, they enjoyed a carefree life with their new master. "Excellent wine," Lu Zhenxian suddenly exclaimed, and Lu Moken smiled as he refilled his father's cup. If not for his wife's instructions, he would have hesitated to let his father taste it. "If you like it, my daughter-in-law will bring you some more," Guan Xianyue interjected at the right moment. Lu Zhenxian, "No need to trouble yourself. Wherever you bought it, I can send someone to fetch it." Lu Moken raised an eyebrow. "You want tea be able to find this wine?" Lu Zhenxian paused, turning to Guan Xianyue. "You brewed this wine?" Guan Xianyue was unsure how to respond, but Lu Moken took over. "This wine cannot be bought or brewed. It's a rare treasure." "Ah, I see. You've been keeping a secret. Afraid I might take it from you." Lu Zhenxian made a rare jest, leaving Lu Moken astonished. His father, usually stern, looked rather relaxed. When he smiled, it was quite intimidating. Lu Zhenxian wanted to poke him with chopsticks. "What kind of look is that, you rascal?" Lu Xuefu, "With so many delicious dishes, You two still have time to bicker. Guan Xianyue stifled a laugh, adding a piece of lamb to her husband's plate. Lu Mokin whispered to her, "Your husband doesn't need any supplements. He can thrive as he is." Guan Xianyue's face turned crimson. She wanted to retort, but dared not, realizing it was all intentional, taking advantage of her genteel demeanor. Lu Zhenxian feigned deafness as Lu Xuefu shot a sharp glance at her son, warning him not to bully her daughter-in-law. The family dinner was relatively harmonious, with the exception of Lu Mohan's slightly annoying behavior. The other three were quite satisfied. After dinner, it was time for a collective stroll with the children. Lu Mohan, unable to sit still, inquired of Guan Xianyue, "Would you like to go to the night market?" Lu Xuefu, cradling little Qin Yun, interjected, "You young folks should not hold back. Go out for a walk and don't compete with me for my lovely grandson." Hearing this, Guan Xianyue curtsied and was promptly pulled away by Lu Mohan, resembling a playful monkey. Lu Xuefu chuckled, scolding him lightly, and then turned to her husband. "Would you like to hold our little one?" Lu Zhenxian, unaccustomed to such gestures, hesitated due to his status, but eventually succumbed, as the little darling was irresistibly adorable. Babbling away in delight, Lu Mohan held on to Guan Xianyue tightly, refusing to let go even in crowded places. If one were to look down from above, the twinkling lights would undoubtedly paint a beautiful scene. The more lights there were, the more vibrant the city appeared. Lu Mohan curiously asked, "Are there airplanes in the cave?" Guan Xianyue chuckled softly. "The cave only has stalactites and spring water. Everything else is elsewhere. I'll show you another day." Lu Mohan felt a tickle of anticipation, yet he was somewhat conflicted and opted not to see it. "Why?" Guan Xianyue inquired, puzzled. "That place is too wonderful. I fear you would get accustomed to it and not wish to return." Lu Mohan tightened his grip on her, afraid that if he let go, she would vanish. "No matter how splendid a place might be, without you, without our son, without father and mother, what meaning does it hold?" Guan Xianyue, who seldom experienced the warmth of family, felt incredibly fortunate. She had long since grown accustomed to this place and had no intention of returning. "Really?" Lu Mohan felt a fleeting joy before questioning further. "What if you tire of me?" "I would never tire of little Qin Yun," Guan Xianyue teased, but the jest backfired, leaving him sulking with a sour expression. Chapter 77. No wonder we must confront the sea bandits. How does one cheer up a man? Guan Xianyue had been trying to uplift Lu Mohan for several days, and only on the day of her return did she notice a slight improvement in his demeanor, though his smile still failed to reach his eyes. "Husband," she gently stroked his cold face while they were in the carriage. "Look, it's only been a few days without proper meals, and you've lost quite a bit of weight. Your sharp features could nearly cut my hand." Lu Mohan turned away, ignoring her. "I've left our son at your home as a hostage. Do you truly fear I would flee?" Mentioning their son only darkened his expression further. Guan Xianyue sighed, lowering her gaze, and pondered for a moment before asking, "What must I do to make you happy?" Lu Mohan covered his face, feeling lost and distressed, as he grappled with the fear of losing what he loved most. "I promise, as long as you do not abandon or forsake me, I will always be by your side. Is that acceptable?" Guan Xianyue mimicked the proclamations of unfaithful men. Feeling quite awkward, Lu Mohan suddenly turned to her. "Do you truly dare to make such an oath before the Buddha?" Guan Xianyue replied earnestly, "I can swear before anyone." Lu Mohan embraced her tightly, holding her as if she were a precious treasure. Tears welled up in Guan Xianyue's eyes. She had never been cherished in such a manner, and it felt wonderful. Lu Mohan whispered in her ear, "If you fail to keep your word, I shall consume you, bite by bite." "It seems I have encountered a Yandera." Guan Xianyue released him, patting her chest. "Raw eating? How wicked of you." Lu Mohan rubbed his nose, feeling unexpectedly emotional. When did he become so deeply entangled in this? He and T even realized it himself. "Someone is concerned you might suffer from indigestion." Guan Xianyue playfully nudged him with her elbow, teasing the virtuous gentleman to alleviate his unease. "If you keep this up, I might have to implore a hero for mercy." With a flexible demeanor, Guan Xianyue composed herself, wary of losing her decorum. Lu Mohan, with a proud huff, tossed the hair that had fallen on his shoulder behind him. "Aren't you tired?" Would you like to lean on me for a brief rest? Guan Xianyue shook her head, declaring she was sleepy, though she felt a twinge of longing for Qingyan. Fortunately, her mother would bring him over in a few days. Lu Mohan raised his small hand and kissed it, murmuring, "It's my fault. I should not have fallen into someone else's trap, causing you to become a mother prematurely and adding to your concerns." Speaking of this, Guan Xianyue recalled a question. It seemed that Guan Xiuzhu lacked such prowess. Who, then, was the true instigator? Perhaps it was the Wang family. Initially, she wished to spare her this worry, but Lu Mohan, being astute, chose not to conceal the truth any longer. A stubborn pest, is it? Then do not blame my hand for its ruthlessness. Guan Xianyue inquired. Was the Wang family's greatest asset? Apart from the high-ranking officials in court and the concubines in the palace, there's the maritime route. Speaking of which, he had also dabbled in that area. Guan Xianyue understood. No wonder you aim to confront the maritime bandits. And to conveniently gather a dowry, Lu Mohan added, tapping her little nose. Fear not. I shall not permit them to revel for too long. The storms are too turbulent. I am not entirely at ease. We might as well start from the business angle. Seizing opportunities, for that is my forte. Guan Xianyue further inquired about the Wang family's economic sources, formulating her plans in her mind. Lu Mohan hesitated to disclose that he would soon set sail again. Li Ziel looked longingly at the entrance, with Meng appearing equally listless. Cui Zhu could not help but advise him. The madam and master should be on their way. Do you not tire from glancing at the door thrice a day? Li Ziel shook his head, insisting he was not fatigued. Upon their return, the first to greet Guan Xianyue was Meng, followed by Li Ziel, who joyfully patted his brother's shoulder. You've grown taller. Let us see what gifts I brought you. Lu Mohan also patted Ada's head. You seem quite spirited. Li Ziel was overjoyed to see the bicycle he had yearned for. Everyone has received gifts. Guan Xianyue presented a pair of knee pads to Mama Qiao, not to ease her kneeling, but to protect her from arthritis. She brought a new dress for Cui Zhu, along with various snacks, which delighted Cui Zhu immensely. Cui Zhu immediately changed into her new attire, and both Cui Lu and Cui Hong praised her appearance. Under the nourishing effects of Guan Xianyue's skincare products, Cui Zhu's complexion had become much smoother than before. She no longer resembled a country girl, and henceforth, she need not constantly remind herself of her rusticity. Although she merely mentioned it without much self-deprecation, Guan Xianyue wished to boost her confidence further. Master, there are inexplicably many pests in the vegetable patch. Mama Qiao intended to convey that it seemed rather abnormal. Dayu interjected, someone is deliberately causing mischief. A minor issue. I shall teach you how to make several natural insecticides. Guan Xianyue retrieved several onions and chili powder, chopped the onions finely, soaked them in water, and sprinkled them on. Quite simple indeed. The chili powder was no different. Regardless of the high prices of their vegetables, she was unperturbed. As for those who might intentionally introduce pests, she believed that Dayu could handle it with ease. Dayu nodded, then inquired about the source of the onions. Oh, they're a new variety, and we can plant more, Guan Xianyue replied. She never elaborated on the origins of the seeds, knowing it would be futile. She could always attribute them to Lu Mohan's marine team. Another excuse. Dayu ceased his inquiries and remarked, Shouldn't young master Lucy a doctor for his voice? Guan Xianyue slapped her forehead, realizing, right? How could I have overlooked that? She turned to Dayu, her admiration causing him to blush. Mother Qiao coughed twice, reminding them that the lady had just returned, and these matters were not urgent. Suddenly, Guan Xianyue recalled a certain lemon essence. She turned around to find him wearing a sullen expression. Dayu had already taken his leave, leaving her to endure the scrutinizing gaze. Husband, are you tired? Not as much as you. Huh? Guan Xianyue took his hand, suggesting, let us take a stroll in the back mountain. It would be nice to stretch after a day in the carriage. Look, I have established this kingdom for you. Guan Xianyue's words amused Lu Mohan. What kind of flowers are those? Hydrangeas. Over there are gardenias, and that patch is peonies, your favorite. My favorite is right here. Lu Mohan gently tapped her forehead. Guan Xianyue nestled against him. Mine is also here. Look, that area is full of roses. This time, Lu Mohan did not get upset. He merely kissed her stubborn little lips. Hange, why are you imitating my cousin? Lu and Mohan felt a jolt of annoyance. From now on, I'll be the only one to call you Hangu. Can you agree to that? Guan Xianyu obstinately shook his hand, and it was evident that her husband was pleased by this display of affection. All right, I will heed your wishes. Lu and Mohan lifted her up, and Guan Xianyu clung to his waist and neck like an octopus. Husband, do you prefer a son or a daughter? Lu and Mohan had never contemplated this question. After a moment's thought, he replied, I would cherish whatever you bear. Then how many children do you desire? As Guan Xianyu continued to inquire, the atmosphere shifted uneasily. Lu and Mohan, suppressing his surging emotions, answered in a hushed tone. You can have as many as you wish, but I do not want you to be overly fatigued. Chapter 78. The everlasting grass in the Lin Kingdom. Guan Xianyu remarked, I believe two would be best, but it matters not. She slid down from him and dashed away. When Lu and Mohan set out again, Dayu had also summoned several esteemed physicians. To Guan Xianyu's surprise, Li Li's voice was treatable, yet the challenge lay in procuring medicinal materials from a neighboring nation. Not cheap country, I hope. After the doctor departed, Guan Xianyu asked Dayu. Dayu shook his head. The everlasting grass grows in the Lin Kingdom. Understanding now that it was not a neighboring nation, Guan Xianyu inquired, when shall we go? She was not inclined to let Dayu handle this alone. It was far more reassuring to undertake the journey herself. Any time you wish, Dayu replied eagerly. Additionally, there are medicinal catalysts. Shall I inquire further? Please do. Thank you for your efforts. Guan Xianyu sought out Li Lu and asked him, Sister is going out again. Will you be afraid at home? Li Ziel shook his head and used sign language to ask if he could accompany her. Guan Xianyu pondered for a moment and replied, You should focus on your studies at home. If I make this trip and it doesn't go as planned, do not be disheartened. There will always be a way, and as long as there is hope, it will surely come to fruition, right? Li Ziel nodded, his eyes glistening with tears. Silly child, should we not celebrate this wonderful occasion in advance? Guan Xianyu teased as she pinched his cheek. Let us set off fireworks tonight. Initially, Li Ziel thought that once his sister had her own baby, she would no longer shower him with such affection, at least not in the same unreserved manner as before. Yet, she remained the same, always considering him and toiling for his sake. The fireworks illuminated the night sky, and Li Ziel reveled in the joy, while the girls from Chuizhu were equally ecstatic. Even Mama Qiao joined in the merriment. The guards remarked, The noble families in the capital do not celebrate the new year with such grandeur. The vibrant fireworks were indeed a sight to behold. Cui Lu exclaimed, That colorful one is simply stunning. Cui Hong added, That one looks just like. Guan Xianyu interjected, A dog, Meng. Meng barked twice, expressing his own delight. Suddenly, Guan Xianyu felt a jolt of fear. We mustn't let my husband find out. We are secretly setting off fireworks without him. Laughter erupted among the group. Cui Hong reassured, Madam, do not worry. The young master will find a way to retrieve it. Guan Xianyu playfully scolded her, You naughty girl. What nonsense are you spouting? Cui Hong apologized, knowing well that she would never have dared jest with her mistress before. Mama Qiao remarked, Without any elders at home, it is only right to refer to him as master and to you as madam. The titles seem a bit mixed up. Guan Xianyu acknowledged this correction, and the others nodded in agreement. Cui Hong and Cui Lu felt a pang of sympathy for their mistress, who, at such a young age, had lost both parents and lacked a close elder. Everyone is tired. It is best to rest early, Guan Xianyu suggested, dismissing the group. She too retired for the night, feeling a touch of loneliness in the absence of Lu Mohan. Is it true that habits are indeed formed? Unable to sleep, she did not force herself. Instead, she contemplated how to seize the Wang family's business. She had no interest in seafood, finding it too pungent and not particularly profitable. Instead, she thought of selling unique items, which seemed a simpler venture. How could she transform seashells and conchs into exquisite ornaments? Drawing inspiration from modern design aesthetics, she pondered until slumber overtook her. Upon awakening the next day, she recalled that the most pressing matter was to seek medicine in the Lin Kingdom. To her dismay, she discovered that Dayu had been captured. Cui Hong warned, Madam, he is of unknown origin. You cannot go with him. Guan Xianyu glanced at the injured Dayu, who appeared to have suffered torture the previous night. Let us summon a few more doctors. If what he says is true, We could decide later. Cui Lu and Cui Hong insisted on closely guarding Guan Xianyue, while Cui Zhu led a group to investigate. The outcome revealed that Li Zile's muteness could be treated, provided they acquired a unique herb from the Lin Kingdom, with a hopeful success rate of 50%. Guan Xianyue directly questioned Dayu. With the addition of a medicinal guide, what are the chances? 90%, Dayu replied, his expression neither discontented nor arrogant. As a native of the Lin Kingdom, what is it that you require from me? Guan Xianyue contemplated, but remained uncertain. Ensure my safe return home, and I will assist you in obtaining the guide. A glimmer of emotion finally appeared on Dayu's face. He was pleading, not threatening. They strike you, yet you do not plead for mercy. I inquire, and you respond with candor? Guan Xianyue is perplexed. Dayu replies, I only trust you. Is it merely because I once saved you? I owe you a life. Even if you choose not to assist me, I would find a way to repay you, yet my current status renders me unable to offer recompense. Very well. Let us depart swiftly. You must first recover your health. Guan Xianyue insists on undertaking the journey herself, and despite the protests of Cuihong and Cuilio, they can only accompany her. Fortunately, the master has left Huafeng to assist. Thus, Huafeng becomes Bayu's personal bodyguard, simultaneously watching over him and safeguarding Guan Xianyue. 5 individuals in 2 horse-drawn carriages make for a lightweight expedition. To the outside world, Dayu is known as Guan Xuanyue's brother, hence he addresses her as elder sister. I forgot to send a message to my mother-in-law, Guan Xianyue exclaims, slapping her forehead, but Cuilio assures her that someone has already been dispatched. Cuihong adds, with us by your side, there is no need for the master to worry over every matter. You need not involve yourself in everything. Guan Xianyue nods, grateful for their presence, as she acknowledges that her tempestuous nature is not easily altered. It is a relief to have him around. Although the Lord is not home, he remains concerned for his lady. Cuilio and Cuihong echo her sentiments in unison, causing Guan Xianyue to beam with joy. Dayu observes the lively scene, a celebration that does not belong to him, and suddenly feels a twinge of regret. Perhaps remaining a steward wouldn't have been so bad. However, he cannot allow that. Huafeng, with a stoic expression, brandishes the hilt of his sword. What are you staring at? Dayu withdraws his gaze, disregarding Huafeng's presence. Huafeng grits his teeth. You little pretty boy. If it weren't for you, I would have followed the master to brave the seas and face the storms. How dare you show me such disdain? Consequently, Huafeng consumes Bayu's lunch all by himself, prompting Guan Xianyue to intervene and send over a cake. Dayu eats in silence, appearing to be the victim, although he has savored both exquisite delicacies and humble fare alike. Could he truly not manage a simple dry cake without meat? Taking a bite, he finds it sweet and soft. Indeed, the master is extraordinary. Dayu is astonished by his own thoughts. He finds himself genuinely submissive to a woman. It is not unpleasant. You should try it. This was my favorite childhood snack. Both filling and satisfying, Guan Xianyue passionately promotes her cake. Although she cannot recall its name, the taste evokes fond memories of her youth. She reminisces about other delights, such as peach crisps and cat ears, all of which were her childhood favorites. Throughout the journey, everyone has sampled various intriguing provisions. Guan Xianyue has also added a touch of spring water to their water pouch, leaving Cuihong and Cuilio in awe. Huafeng takes a sip, exclaiming, what a fine treat. He cannot help but admire the lady, yet he refuses to let Dayu partake, insisting, you should solve that by the river. When Dayu reaches the riverbank, Huafeng ascends a tree to keep a watchful eye on him. Dayu, opting for convenience, removes his clothing to bathe. Huafeng remains unblinking, urging him to hurry. Do not think of escaping. You delicate little pretty boy, surely you wish to seduce the lady. Chapter 79. What are you shaking about? Dayu, sensing unkind words directed at him, turns around boldly to face Huafeng. With you escorting me, why would I flee? Huafeng grits his teeth, shameless. You are not even older than me. What are you flaunting? Dayu dressed slowly, while Huafeng fixed his gaze intently on the crown of his head. Reluctantly, Dayu hastened his movements, not wishing to delay their journey. Guan Xianyue, equally anxious, yearned to make a swift round trip, prioritizing the treatment of Li Zile's ailment, as well as the timely return to fetch her mother-in-law and son. Moreover, It was her hope to return home before her jealous husband arrived. Sister felt exhausted, yet she relished the sensation of being both cared for and caring for others. The Lin Kingdom, situated in a remote and mysterious locale, was abundant in medicinal herbs. Its population was sparse compared to Dayu, yet they excelled in medicine and the art of poison, rarely embroiled in conflicts with other nations, maintaining a faade of mutual indifference. During their passage, Dayu procured several documents from an unknown source, allowing them to cross the border smoothly. This region was even hotter than the southern part of Dayu, and the locals had a peculiar affinity for mutton, often accompanied by the strong scent of sheep. The men and women on the streets dressed with less conservatism than those in Dayu. Some men even donned short sleeves, while the women, though their sleeves were long, wore sheer fabrics. Guanxian could not help but inquire, is there a prevailing notion of male superiority here? Seizing the opportunity, Dayu edged closer, nudging Huafeng aside, and replied, indeed there is. Guanxian merely acknowledged this without further comment, stating, we should change our attire, otherwise, we'll seem out of place. Chui Hong remarked, yet their clothing is quite minimal. Chui Lu added, indeed. Guanxian responded, we need not dress identically. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. At the very least, donning some colorful garments would be delightful. They appear festive and cheerful. Thus, the group changed their outfits, blending into the local culture, reducing the likelihood of drawing excessive attention. Guanxian, clad in vibrant hues, resembled a young girl of merely a decade. Kuyon, adorned in emerald green with large crimson flowers, clicked her tongue, acknowledging the lady's beauty. No matter what you wear, it looks splendid. Chui Lu, dressed in blossoms of spring, appeared charming and delightful. Guanxian glanced at Chui Hong. I think it suits you well, dear girl. You need not wear drab gray and black every day. You are not part of an underground organization. Dayu and Huafeng, dressed in contrasting black and white, could not help but lower their heads to inspect their own attire, pondering whether they should change. Observing the rare synchronicity between the two, Guanxian chuckled. Men need not concern themselves. Let us proceed. The attention they garnered remained considerable, as the sun shone brightly in this land, and the women tended to have darker complexions. The trio of fair-skinned, jovial young women undeniably formed a picturesque sight. An idea struck Guanxian. If she were to establish a skincare shop here, the business would likely flourish. Dayu nodded in agreement, silently committing the thought to memory. Huafeng shot him a sidelong glance. What business is it of yours? Dayu boldly declared, count me in. Very well, it's your territory. You shall take the lead, Guanxian replied casually, half in jest. Little did she anticipate that Dayu would indeed start arranging for the shop, thus adding another venture to her repertoire. Nightfall brought fewer activities, and the group quickly found a place to rest. Upon learning that they needed to gather the everlasting grass, which required a 2-day journey, Guanxian understood that the herb should not be exposed to light. They must arrive before dusk and process it into medicine before dawn. If prepared in daylight, the efficacy would diminish by half, necessitating the collection of additional everlasting grass to ensure Dayu could benefit from it for a longer duration. Seeing that she was not fatigued, Dayu took the liberty to converse further. Guanxian pondered, stroking her chin. Is it true that consuming it raw enhances its potency? Should we not dig it up with the soil and roots intact? Dayu shook his head, stating that the issue lay in consuming the juice within. However, the nocturnal grass withered the moment it encountered sunlight, rendering it impossible to take away. Every feasible method had been attempted, yet none could extract it from the valley in its original form. Guanxian nodded, instructing everyone to rest early, as they would continue their journey the following day. Dayu hesitated, poised to speak, but ultimately refrained. Huafeng remained in the same room with him. Aren't you tired? No one responded. Dayu reclined on the bed, persistently testing Huafeng's limits. Do you realize that not sleeping can shorten your lifespan? Huafeng sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. If he weren't obliged to keep an eye on this fellow, who wouldn't wish to sleep? Dayu removed his outer garment, unfazed by the other's cold demeanor. I shall beseech my master to escort me back to the palace. Huafeng indeed opened his eyes, inquiring, who exactly are you? Rest assured, I am not opposed to you. I simply require your assistance. Why would I attempt to flee? Huafeng scoffed and lay down. Soon, Bai Yu regretted his decision. Huafeng's snoring was thunderous. Huafeng chuckled. Ha, that was intentional. The next day, Guan Xianyu observed Bai Yu's panda-like eyes and glanced at the spirited Huafeng, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. She shook her head, dispelling the random thoughts, cleared her throat, and asked Bai Yu, "Will you accompany us, or do you have matters to attend to first?" Bai Yu looked longingly at the group, his slumped shoulders conveying a sense of helplessness. "What I need? Speak freely." Guan Xianyu found Bai Yu to be rather amiable. She was willing to assist him in any way possible. Remarkably, even Huafeng refrained from mocking him. "Could you lend me 5,000 taels?" Bai Yu's request left everyone in shock. Huafeng exclaimed, "You weren't saying that last night." Guan Xianyu waved her hand. "It's fine." Suddenly, Bai Yu knelt, expressing his immense gratitude. "Please, no need for such formality. In the next life, I shall serve as your steed or ox if necessary. Besides, aren't you supposed to help me find the medicinal ingredient? It's not entirely ungrateful." Guan Xianyu produced a banknote of 5,000 taels and handed it to him, causing Bai Yu's eyes to glisten with tears. He finally let down his guard, saying, "Regarding my return to the palace, I will also require your master's assistance." Guan Xianyu nodded. "What is your plan?" The group arrived at the grand capital of the Lin Kingdom, catching sight of the towering castle from afar. Unable to contain herself, Guan Xianyu pulled out her phone to capture the moment. The four were left astounded, asking, "What is this alien artifact?" Guan Xianyu tucked her phone away, saying, "It's a tool for rapid sketching. I shall explain it to you another day. We must focus on the task at hand." A sedan chair halted ahead, and Bai Yu approached, cupping his fists in respect, calling out, "Teacher." The occupant lifted the curtain, revealing an elderly man with white hair. Yet Bai Yu added, "These four travel with me. I hope you will accommodate them for a day or two." The old man glanced at the trio of women and one man, his expression inscrutable, but ultimately he did not object. Guan Xianyu mused, "It seems Bai Yu's teacher does not regard him highly. Was that 5,000 taels a gift for him?" Later, Bai Yu revealed that the 5,000 taels were to bribe a flying thief to steal a treasured painting and a letter from his home, delivering them to his teacher. Guan Xianyu and her companion stayed at the Grand Tutor's residence, which, in Chui Lu's words, was rather mediocre, not even comparable to the abode of a fifth-rank official. Compared to the Lu family, they fall even further behind. Of course, there is no comparison to the Xiaoyao Villa, whose design uniquely blends Guan Xianyu's personal touch with Bai Yu's dual regional influences. It is truly distinctive. The study in the Grand Tutor's residence was illuminated almost throughout the night. Chapter 80 contains some trivialities. The next day, the Grand Tutor attended court, while Guan Xianyu and the others awaited Bai Yu's return, yet they saw no sign of him all day. The following day, Bai Yu requested Guan Xianyu to accompany him to the palace, but the other three opposed this. "I vow by my own life to ensure her safety," Bai Yu declared, yet the others remained unconvinced. Huafeng remarked, "You can hardly protect yourself. How can you safeguard the lady?" Guan Xianyu reassured him, "Do not worry. Bai Yu shared his plan, and I find it feasible." It was only today that Guan Xianyu grasped why Bai Yu insisted on her assistance. He intended to discreetly bring the late emperor's edict into the palace. Who could conceal something as effectively as she could? Fortunately, Bai Yu was unaware of her methods. Otherwise, she would have had to guard against him. There was another matter requiring her presence in the palace, an antidote. She had to go. First, the Grand Tutor entered to meet the Empress Dowager, followed by Bai Yu, or rather, the Crown Prince, who brought along his savior, willing to vouch for him if necessary. He aimed to prove that Bai Yu had never betrayed the country nor had any ties to the Dayu royal family. Upon entering the palace, the current emperor, the former second prince, personally welcomed them. "Brother, your safe return is indeed a joyous occasion." Tears glistened in the eyes of the second prince, Feng Qi, his performance rivaling that of a modern-day film star, earning an inward thumbs up from Guan Xianyu. Feng Yu, formerly Bai Yu, bowed in greeting without kneeling. And Feng Qi did not mind, offering him a seat and inquiring about Guan Xianyu's identity. Before Feng Yu could respond, the Empress Dowager hurried in. Taking the Crown Prince's hand, her eyes reddened. "My dear child, I knew you would return safely." Their long-awaited reunion naturally sparked endless conversation. But Feng Qi had state affairs to attend to and departed early, casting a glance at Guan Xianyu that felt as sharp as a tongue laced with poison. The Empress Dowager invited Feng Yu to her palace, immediately asking, "Did you truly bring the late Emperor's edict?" Feng Yu nodded, producing a brocade box from his robe. The Empress Dowager accepted it, her hands trembling slightly. "My son, you are still one move short." Suddenly, Feng Yu laughed, though the smile was somewhat ghastly, his heart bleeding. "What are you laughing at?" The Empress Dowager hastily opened the box, and a plume of green smoke erupted, causing her to spit blood immediately. A group rushed in, weapons drawn. Feng Yu's smile faded as he shielded Guan Xianyu, stating, "If I do not leave this palace today, the late Emperor's edict will echo through the streets by tomorrow. With just one decree, how can you replicate it? A counterfeit can never be genuine, and even the authentic can be dismissed as false." The Empress Dowager swallowed an antidote pill. Though her chest ached, it did not hinder her speech. "In this world, there are countless wonders. Your esteemed self, having dwelled in the deep palace for so long, must possess some ignorance." Guan Xinyu spoke up, drawing the attention of all present. The Empress Dowager sneered, "Such arrogance." Guan Xianyu refrained from engaging in verbal sparring with her, producing a sheet of paper adorned with a colorful print of a will, allowing the Empress Dowager to appreciate her craftsmanship. This tactic was acceptable, albeit somewhat wasteful, distributing to thousands while 5,000 elite soldiers could be mobilized in less than a quarter of an hour. Silence. The Empress Dowager's fury was palpable, yet she acquiesced, gesturing for the guards to withdraw. Feng Yu was astonished internally, though his expression remained inscrutable, fully composed. His master was more formidable than he had envisioned. Next came the abdication of the second prince, paving the way for the first prince to ascend the throne without hindrance. Feng Qi was placed under house arrest, prompting Feng Yu to pay him a visit. In the realm of victors and vanquished, one could dictate terms. Kill or spare, it is all at your discretion. Feng Yu chuckled, his heart colder and harder than ever before. The notions of blood being thicker than water and brotherly affection were mere illusions. Yet, he had encountered a group of individuals who were genuine and deeply loyal. Had it not been for his master intimidating the Empress Dowager, the forces he had cultivated would have been revealed today. Better to live on than to die honorably. As long as you are willing to ingest the nightless herb and use your blood as a catalyst, I shall spare your life. Feng Qi could hardly believe it. The Feng family had always adhered to the principle of eradicating threats completely. Once the blood bag is done, I need not perish. Yet he was curious. Whom do you intend to save? That is not your concern. In any case, you're not indispensable. Should you refuse, I can use the Empress Dowager's blood instead. However, she is quite frail, which I find somewhat off-putting. Feng Qi gritted his teeth. I shall comply. Just do not harm the Empress Dowager. She is under my threat. Living grants at least a chance. Feng Yu chuckled nonchalantly. As long as you agree, that suffices. He turned to leave. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and he yearned to meet Guan Xianyu and her companions. No, I must go personally. Upon learning that Feng Yu intended to send someone to gather the nightless herb, Guan Xianyu immediately shook her head. Since she had come this far, she would not allow the efficacy to be compromised. However, Feng Yu was concerned for her safety, warning that the depths of the jungle were rife with poisonous creatures and perilous hazards. "Let me go," Feng volunteered. Cui Hong and Cui Lu also wished to accompany her, but they were required to closely protect Guan Xianyu. Do you think this is akin to confronting a tiger? Mere brute strength will not suffice. Feng Yu's words ignited Feng's ire. Mind your own business. Feng bellowed. Cui Hong and Cui Lu exchanged glances, reminding him, he is now the emperor. Show a modicum of respect. Feng turned defiantly. I shall not. I refuse. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Xianyu proposed. You three should remain and assist Feng Yu in eliminating any remnants. As for me, send a few familiar with the jungle to accompany me. What do you think? Feng Yu understood her intent to spare the trio from danger, which was indeed a wise decision. Yet he remained uneasy. Stop being so sentimental. Do you think becoming emperor grants you dominion over me? Guan Xianyu retorted, displeased. Feng Yu quickly soothed her. Dear sister, I am merely concerned for your safety. Agreed. If anyone dares to prattle on further, they shall no longer associate with me. Ultimately, Cui Hong accompanied Guan Xianyu, leading a contingent deeper into the jungle, while Hua Feng and Cui Lu stayed behind to help Feng Yu secure his position as emperor. Though they were unfamiliar with the intricacies of the royal family, the two could at least provide close protection for Feng Yu. I refuse to don eunuch garb, Hua Feng protested. The maid Cui Lu's lips twitched. No one is asking you to wear that, big brother. It matters not what I wear. No one would dare to speak ill of me to my face, Feng Yu remarked. Consequently, Hua Feng begrudgingly donned the attire of a guard. Feng Yu is amusing. This fellow prefers softness over toughness. In Ho Feng's heart, he thinks you favor toughness over softness. In short, he deserves a good beating. Guan Xianyu and her companions entered the dense forest, accompanied by several physicians, and gathered a considerable amount of poisonous herbs. They even planted a carnivorous flower in their spatial realm. Upon entering the thicket, Guan Xianyu seemed to embark on a treasure hunt, showcasing her discoveries to the others. With a path cleared and protection surrounding her, she felt little danger. Rather, she was curious why such an abundance of herbs was not traded for silver in other nations. Perhaps it was to maintain an air of mystery or to avoid being outmaneuvered by other countries. She chose not to ponder it further and continued her quest for treasures. The group safely arrived at a secluded valley, shrouded from the sunlight, awaiting the nightfall. The night was when true danger lurked. Chapter 81. The scholar of herbs Guan Xianyu uprooted everything she encountered, planting them in the dark soil of her spatial realm. She had expanded the land's area using her merit value, allowing her to cultivate whatever she desired. Evidently, the herbs did not wither at night, and the carnivorous flower thrived, instilling her with confidence that the nocturnal herbs could likewise survive. Around midnight, the nocturnal herbs began to emit a radiant glow. Only at such moments could one avoid mistakenly uprooting the wrong herbs, as the nocturnal herbs were notoriously cunning, surrounded by poisonous plants that bore an uncanny resemblance. The lethal kind, to be precise. The nocturnal herb could not be directly uprooted, as the medicinal fluid would escape. It was best to dig deeper if one intended to take it. The physician advised, and Guan Xianyu nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the nocturnal herbs might harbor venomous insects or poisonous bees. Although there were antidotes available, enduring their sting would be a significant ordeal. Upon hearing this, Guan Xianyu produced several gas masks and goggles, distributing them to those assisting her in uprooting the herbs, while the rest of the party maintained their vigil at the rear to guard against any sudden beastly attacks. Their admiration for her deepened further. Most individuals in positions of power only cared for their own survival, indifferent to the pain or suffering of others. The nocturnal herbs stood tall, with robust branches and lush leaves, all flowing with a luminous liquid that glimmered with a blue hue, creating a mesmerizing sight. Guan Xianyu felt a prick on her finger, but experienced no discomfort and saw no venomous insect, so she continued her work. Once she had gathered a sufficient amount, she noticed a slight heat in her hand and remarked to the physician, "Please, take a look at my finger. It appears to be swollen from something that pricked it." She extended her finger, causing the doctor to panic. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "Huh?" Guan Xianyu was taken aback. The physician continued, "If you had mentioned it earlier, I could have examined it immediately to ascertain what bit or stung you. Now, we must wait for the poison to manifest before we can determine anything." Guan Xianyu blinked, dismissing the concern, and resolved to leave the area. Just as her words fell, a group of creatures with eyes glowing blue appeared. Guan Xianyu whispered, "Are they wolves?" Someone replied, "I fear they are not." Another quietly declared, "I vow to protect the young lady at all costs. Let's not all perish here." Before Guan Xianyu could finish her sentence, a fierce battle was imminent. There were too many wolves, and with the darkness enveloping them, the formation quickly fell into chaos. Seeing that Cui Hong was struggling, Guan Xianyu raised her hand and captured a wolf. Oh dear! Suddenly, she felt a surge of excitement. Raising her hand again, she managed to capture another creature. And upon closer inspection, it was indeed not a wolf but a rather peculiar beast. Guan Xianyu continued her efforts until the remaining wild creatures were either vanquished or fled, prompting the group to retreat hastily. The three-eyed beast can summon its companions. "We must leave at once," someone cautioned, and Chui Hong quickly grasped Guan Xianyu's hand, urging her to run forward. Fortunately, the path they had taken was still clear, making their return journey relatively straightforward. Though the encroaching darkness and the fear of being bitten by lurking dangers urged them to proceed cautiously. Throughout their escape, Guan Xianyu collected numerous bizarre items, storing these creatures in her cabinet to ensure they remained alive and still, allowing her to study them later at her leisure. Upon emerging from the thicket, dawn had already broken. She scanned the surroundings with her consciousness and noted that the nightless grass continued to emit its luminous glow, showing no signs of wilting. In contrast, the two physicians carried their own bundles of nightless grass, which had already withered. Fortunately, they had gathered some medicinal liquid, stored in porcelain containers treated with herbal powder, making the expedition not entirely fruitless. Chui Hong suddenly exclaimed, "Madam, why are you soaked through?" "I've been sweating. Haven't you?" Guan Xianyu replied, realizing for the first time that her skin bore an unusual redness, though she felt no heat, which was somewhat alarming. The two physicians examined her for a while, one checking her pulse, the other inspecting a wound on her finger, but they failed to reach a conclusion and could only hasten their return to the imperial palace for further examination by the royal physicians. Guan Xianyu continued to perspire profusely, and despite drinking from the spiritual spring to detoxify, there was no visible change. However, she felt no discomfort, which eased her anxiety. Chui Hong, on the other hand, wept several times while wiping Guan Xianyu's sweat and frequently inquired about her condition. "I'm merely thirsty. There's nothing to worry about," Guan Xianyu reassured her, but Chui Hong still felt she had failed to protect her mistress adequately. Yet, the royal physicians provided no answers, prompting Guan Xianyu to resign herself to the situation, considering it merely excessive sweating. Hua Feng remarked, "You altogether must have lived for hundreds of years. Not one of you has encountered this kind of poison?" Feng Yu replied solemnly, "A substantial reward is being offered. We must find someone capable of curing her." Guan Xianyu waved her hand dismissively. "No, I must hurry home. Perhaps the doctors in Dayu will have a solution." To her dismay, no one responded. Huiyon retorted, "What if the people of Dayu have never even heard of such a poison?" Chui Lu suggested, "It would be prudent to observe for a few more days before departing." Feng Yu nodded in agreement, and Guan Xianyu found herself with no choice but to stay. The following day, her skin was no longer red, nor was she drenched in sweat, but her condition had become even stranger. She felt hungry, yet could not sleep. Her spirits were so high that she yearned to climb trees. She blinked wide-eyed, while everyone else awaited her explanation. Ultimately, Guan Xianyu sheepishly suggested, "Perhaps I am possessed by a monkey demon?" This prompted Feng Yu to summon a multitude of shamans on her behalf. Guan Xianyu chuckled. "I may have gone too far with that joke." On the third day, she resolutely refused to be the center of attention any longer and stood up, determined to return home. Just as she spoke, fatigue overwhelmed her, causing her eyelids to droop incessantly, and she fainted into Feng Yu's arms. Chui Hong quickly took her and carried her to bed. Hua Feng cast a predatory glance at Feng Yu, who shot him a look of disdain. "Fool. Under the lure of a generous reward, someone indeed answered the royal call. This poison is incurable," they stated. "Then why are you here?" retorted Guan Xianyu quack. Hua Feng's tempestuous temperament grew increasingly irritable upon encountering Feng Yu. A bystander suggested perhaps it could be redirected towards the young master. "Would you consent?" Hua Feng replied eagerly. "Of course. Immediately. If I cannot be cured, I shall have you punished." Feng Yu, delighted, remarked, "There are plenty of people in the palace. Your presence is unnecessary." She then inquired in a grave tone, "Why are you so restless?" Hua Feng responded, "Impatience, heat. The latter is undeniably true. I am genuinely hot." The little bearded man stroked his beard and stated, "Only this young master possesses the constitution to endure such toxicity. Most importantly, he insulted me." Thus, Hua Feng gallantly sacrificed himself, leaving him unconscious upon the bed. Guan Xianyu, with her hands tucked away, expressed, "My apologies, dear brother. Your loyalty is indeed moving." She then turned to Feng Yu, saying, "I entrust Hua Feng to you for the time being." Feng Yu assured her, "I promise to return you a lively young lad." He had not anticipated Hua Feng's unwavering loyalty. It was not that Guan Xianyu was heartless. Rather, the little bearded doctor had indicated that it would take 3 to 5 months for Hua Feng to recover completely. Therefore, she had to depart first. Ultimately, Feng Yu's prophecy came true. Upon awakening, Hua Feng was indeed lively and sprightly, evading capture effortlessly, either scaling rooftops or climbing trees, and occasionally grinning foolishly at the moon. If Guan Xianyu were aware, she might have bowed to Hua Feng, grateful that it was not her who faced social demise. However, entrusting Hua Feng to Feng Yu, she felt she was performing a commendable act. The scholars mused that even if things went awry, they could always return him to Lu Mo Han in 3 to 5 months. Chapter 82. The Three-Eyed Beast. As Guan Xianyu prepared to leave, Feng Yu gifted her numerous rare herbs. She did not demand the 5,000 taels he had borrowed earlier, opting instead for the unique, lightweight fabric of Ling Kingdom. Feng Yu also presented her with several exquisite items from his collection before bidding her farewell. Riding swiftly, she returned only to discover that Lu Mo Han had yet to arrive. Consequently, she instructed someone to commission the crafting of an oversized iron cage and began erecting a fence in the back mountain to prepare for the three-eyed beast. The creature remained in its original form within the storage compartment, utterly still, leaving one to wonder if it might become dull-witted. Once the cage was completed, Lu Mo Han returned, appearing travel-worn yet unable to conceal his allure. If you were to learn that Guan Xianyu described him as exceptionally handsome, he might be torn between laughter and tears. After Lu Mo Han had refreshed himself, Guan Xianyu noticed his reluctance to rest. After feeding him, she led him to digest his meal, but in truth, she intended to show him the grand cage. Lu Mo Han scrutinized it for a moment and asked, "Are we raising a tiger or a lion?" "A wolf," Guan Xianyu replied, as she directed the unlocking of 3 locks, allowing 2 burly men to pull open the iron door. These 2 were beast trainers hired by Cui Lu, bound by contract. One had dull eyes and spoke little, while the other, with a square face, also refrained from unnecessary chatter but appeared more astute. Guan Xianyu named the first Muyu, Dead Fish Eye, and the second Jinyu, Goldfish. She found it taxing to name adults, but thankfully, neither man objected when she sought their opinions, displaying no signs of dissatisfaction whatsoever. Muyu remarked, "The new master is rather polite, even asking for our opinions." Goldfish, "The master graciously provides food, and one must not dare to rebut, let alone a goldfish. Indeed, it holds considerable value when it stands tall." Guan Xianyu first released a three-eyed beast, then was swiftly embraced by Lu Mo Han as they exited, with Muyu closing the door and Goldfish locking it. All executed seamlessly. The three-eyed beast, upon emerging, retained its original stance. Its eyes flickered before it quickly bared its teeth and assumed an aggressive posture. Goldfish and Muyu were left bewildered. "What is this creature?" Lu Mo Han was equally astonished. After observing for a moment, Guan Xianyu noted that the cage was quite sturdy and remarked, "So, the third eye is of no use during the day." Lu Mo Han then noticed that the creature before them, resembling a wolf yet not quite, had a third eye on its forehead, albeit closed. Its sharp fangs glistened ominously, and intriguingly, it seemed to emit low growls without the usual howling, merely a vibration of the air. Unless one possessed exceptional combat prowess, it would be challenging to detect their presence in the shadows. Guan Xianyu, seizing the opportunity, introduced the creature. This three-eyed beast was brought back from the Lin Kingdom. It opens its third eye at night, presumably to enhance its night vision capabilities. Its combat strength rivals that of a wolf pack, though she refrained from stating that it might be even more formidable, as it was merely a hunch. Then, Guan Xianyu clapped her hands and addressed the three-eyed beast. "Behave, or I shall slay your brethren, leaving you to languish alone for the rest of your days." The three-eyed beast became even more agitated at her words, and Guan Xianyu was uncertain if it comprehended her meaning. She took Lu Mo Han by the hand and cheerfully proceeded to prepare some meat. She recalled that Meng had become intelligent after drinking the spiritual spring water, seemingly able to understand human speech, not just simple commands. Thus, she boiled several pieces of beef in the spiritual spring water. That night, when she came to feed the three-eyed beast, it was indeed ferocious, yet its hunger was undeniable. Guan Xianyu tossed in the meat, which it swallowed in one gulp. The juicy beef, still undercooked and bloody, yet utterly delectable. The flavor of the spiritual spring water was universally praised. Guan Xianyu chuckled, tossing in several more pieces. The beef was not particularly large, and the three-eyed beast devoured a dozen pieces before its hunger was somewhat sated. Keep a watchful eye on it. Under no circumstances should you open the cage without my command, Guan Xianyu instructed. Goldfish and Mu Yu dared not disobey. This creature was more robust than a wolf king, who would dare to rashly unlock the cage. The next day, when Guan Xianyu returned to feed it, the three-eyed beast bared its teeth at Meng, who stood behind her, attempting to intimidate the dog. Meng, however, was undeterred, barking back at the three-eyed beast until Guan Xianyu patted its head, urging it to remain calm. It's your little brother. Do not take offense. At her words, Meng puffed out its chest, wagging its tail in a show of affection towards its master. Observing this, the three-eyed beast also gave a slight wag of its tail, though it appeared somewhat uncomfortable, and let out a soft growl towards its owner, which amused Guan Xianyu, prompting her to begin feeding it the spiritual spring water-boiled beef. Meng had already feasted, yet it too was tempted. Guan Xianyu decided to set aside a piece for it to nibble on. After a hearty meal, the three-eyed beast's demeanor softened considerably. Guan Xianyu proposed, I will now enter. You step back a few paces while I release your brethren. Do you understand? The three-eyed beast remained still. Guan Xianyu took a few steps closer and signaled Goldfish to open the door. After a moment's hesitation, Goldfish complied. The three-eyed beast let out a howl, attempting to move forward, but Guan Xianyu gestured for it to halt. To her surprise, the creature appeared somewhat aggrieved and retreated a few steps. With her spirits lifted, Guan Xianyu released the remaining three-eyed beasts. Luo Han, who had been trailing behind unbeknownst to her, assisted in freeing her from the cage. They were now a total of 7 wolves, all in perfect alignment. Guan Xianyu observed them sniffing each other, seemingly engaged in a form of communication. To her astonishment, the 6 newcomers looked up to the first three-eyed beast, yielding to its lead and allowing it to take its rightful position, clearly indicating their submission to its command. Regardless of their discourse, Guan Xianyu was resolute in her preparations to offer them a sumptuous feast. Having achieved some success in taming wild beasts, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and decided to accompany Luo Han to the hot springs for relaxation. There was no need for servitude. With a single remark, Luo Han dismissed the others, and it was only then that Guan Xianyu became aware of the teasing and bashful gazes directed at them, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, Luo Han seized the initiative, gently pulling her onward toward the hot springs. In a moment of candor, Guan Xianyu inquired whether he desired a spiritual spring bath. She worried that he might have sustained injuries during his outing. Last night, she had suggested sleeping apart, but he refused, drawing her close and allowing her to drift into a deep slumber in his embrace. The scenery at the hot springs was delightful. Luo Han effortlessly scooped up Guan Xianyu, his expression serene. Are you tired? He asked. She tucked away her fluttering feelings and answered honestly, Yes, I am. Luo Han proceeded to remove her outer garments, one by one, until she halted him with a hand, insisting he could take no more off. As only her undergarment remained, he withdrew his long fingers and leisurely began to shed his own robe. Guan Xianyu could not suppress a gulp and clench her teeth, stepping into the hot spring pool and settling onto a round stone stool. Luo Han, with a long stride, lifted the petite woman and claimed her spot, offering her a seat in his lap, his large hand kneading her shoulders and neck. Guan Xianyu trembled slightly, but eventually closed her eyes as she realized he was merely giving her a massage. It was only when she let out a soft moan of pleasure that Luo Han lowered his head, leaving a series of deep and shallow kisses on her snow-white shoulder and neck. Chapter 83. The old lady returns with the young master with no one around. He felt emboldened, and Guan Xianyu felt her very soul teeter on the edge of oblivion as she playfully swatted at him, whispering for mercy. Luo Han resembled a beast starved for 3 days, barely able to contain the overwhelming longing for her. He cherished those moments of complete possession, so intoxicating and deeply consuming. Guan Xianyu opened her eyes, her gaze sultry and pleading. She leaned down, leaving a bite mark on Lu Mohan's shoulder, teasingly declaring, "Next time you venture far, I shall nibble again, so you may gaze upon it when you miss me." Lu Mohan was taken aback by her uniquely charming words, emitting a low chuckle. "Then I too shall leave you a mark." Guan Xianyu raised her hand to cover his mouth. "No need, I possess a magical artifact." She produced her phone, capturing the look of astonishment and innocence in Lu Mohan's eyes, then gazed at the screen, wiping away her drool in delight, exclaiming, "Wow! Such supple skin, such a feast for the eyes." Lu Mohan turned his head, beholding the image before him, utterly dumbfounded. "What is this? Is this also a treasure brought back from the kingdom of Lin?" Guan Xianyu smiled as she swiped away the photograph, showing Lu Mohan the castles, scenery, and royal gardens of Lin Kingdom, remarking, "Although it is not as lavish as your home, it possesses a unique charm." Lu Mohan raised his hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, inquiring, "Did you rush over there just to admire the beauty?" He felt a twinge of envy at the mention of it, though he knew her intentions were not solely for that scoundrel Dayu. Guan Xianyu quickly tucked away her phone, her fair arm encircling his neck as she weakly explained, "I went for the nightless grass, with it able to speak. We depend on it, and I also brought back many precious herbs that might save countless lives. Isn't my merit bound to soar?" She chuckled. Lu Mohan planted a gentle kiss on her slightly pouting lips and solemnly declared, "From now on, if you go to any perilous places, you must take me with you." Guan Xianyu obediently nodded, remarking that it was fortunate he was out and about. Otherwise, how could a trip be complete without his company? Lu Mohan playfully tapped her nose, finding her mischievousness endearing, though he struggled to scold her. It was clear that Dayu had taken advantage of his absence, yet thankfully, he had not whisked away his beloved. Upon discovering that one of the shadow guards was missing and hearing Cui Lu's explanation, Lu Mohan silently added Dayu, "No, phone you," to his list of grievances. Guan Xianyu, understanding the unspoken words, exclaimed, "Don't be angry. If anything, let him increase the betrothal gifts." Cui Lu asked, "What does the lady mean?" A flustered Cui Hong, just returning from errands, questioned, "Who is getting married?" Mama Chow shook her head, asking, "What about the new steward's matter? Who shall decide between the two masters?" Guan Xianyu suggested that Lu Mohan handle the arrangements, then added her whimsical thought that Feng Yu seemed to have taken a liking to their Huafeng. Lu Mohan shuddered. "No way." Guan Xianyu grasped his hand, reassuring him, "I understand how challenging it is to nurture a talent, but this is merely my personal conjecture." Lu Mohan replied, "What I mean is forget it. Let's not discuss this matter." The expressions of those present varied, but Guan Xianyu paid them no mind. She needed to observe Li Li's medication situation. The medicinal catalyst was a black pill that emitted a somewhat metallic scent. She couldn't afford to be overly concerned. After all, Li was obedient, consuming whatever he was given, though the juice of the nightless grass made him feel nauseous. The physician from Lin Kingdom assured her that it was nothing serious and advised waiting for an hour before administering some stomach-nourishing soup or medicinal porridge. This physician, surnamed Xia, was one of those who had accompanied them in gathering the nightless grass. He was not the royal physician of Lin, but one of Feng Yu's people. He mentioned that if Guan Xianyu found it useful, he would send her the person. Guan Xianyu neither accepted nor declined, preferring to first see if Li's voice could recover before considering the matter further. Physician Xia was a man nearing 50, known for his calm disposition. He never pried into matters that did not concern him, dedicating himself solely to patient care. In his spare time, he would observe the injuries of the three-eyed beasts, a point that Guan Xianyu wholeheartedly approved. A few of the three-eyed beasts had sustained injuries, but they had quickly recovered after consuming meat boiled in spiritual spring water and showed no signs of discomfort. Guan Xianyu rapidly nurtured them back to health, their fur gleaming and their presence regal. Upon their arrival, though initially fierce, they were quite lean and lacked substantial flesh. Now, they appear to have gained some weight. Yet their combative nature persists, as they occasionally engage in skirmishes, treating it as both exercise and play. Guan Xianyu felt that keeping them confined was not ideal. Given the established enclosure and their familiarity with the surroundings, it seemed reasonable to allow them some freedom to roam. Lu Mohan, unwilling to let her face the 7 beasts alone, insisted on accompanying her. As Guan Xianyu opened the cage, the 7 beasts eagerly emerged, sniffing around their owner before dashing off in a frenzy. Before long, they had caught several wild rabbits, bringing them back to Guan Xianyu. She generously praised them, only to notice the lead, 3-eyed beast whimpering in discontent, reminding her that the absence of seasoning rendered the meal rather unappetizing. Raising her hand, she sprinkled some spring water over the rabbits, and indeed, the creatures devoured them eagerly before embarking on another hunt. The rampant rabbit population was now being managed by the wolves. Guan Xianyu smiled, while Lu Mohan appeared somewhat uneasy. She tilted her head, awaiting his clarification. Compared to your bounty, my offerings seem rather insignificant. Lu Mohan sighed, realizing his wife was exceptionally capable, and he felt the need to grow even more powerful and prosperous. Upon hearing this, Guan Xianyu took his hand and led him towards the main courtyard. What about them? Aren't you concerned? Forget about them. I wish to see the gift you have for me. Upon beholding the half-height corals, the iridescent scales of rare fish, and an array of pearls alongside various extraordinary treasures, she found herself enamored with each item. Lu Mohan introduced them one by one until servant announced, "The old lady has returned with the young master." Guan Xianyu, longing for her son, dashed out, and Lu Mohan shared in her joy, relishing the sight of her surprise and excitement. As Lu Shuefu entered, she remarked, "The Lu family affairs are numerous. You cannot fathom the difficulty of my brief outing." Guan Xianyu showered her son with kisses before handing him over to Lu Mohan, then took her mother-in-law's hand and led her inside. As the head of the household, you must also attend to Xiao Qingyun. I truly feel unworthy as your daughter-in-law. Foolish child, I would gladly care for Xiao Qingyun every day. Nothing is more important than him, and of course, they're you all, like uncontrollable monkeys. At this point, Lu Shuefu sighed. This year's New Year will be rather lonely. Lu Mohan, unyielding, countered, the direct line of the Lu family is sufficient for your hospitality. If you desire more liveliness, invite a few more boys and girls, and the roof shall surely be raised. Guan Xianyu, despite appearing adept at managing social relations, harbored her own social anxieties, particularly when it came to dealing with distant relatives, making it difficult for her to readily agree. Fortunately, Lu Mohan and his mother lightened the mood with banter, swiftly steering the conversation elsewhere. Lu Shuefu's entourage included wet nurses, servants, and guards, as well as several doctors skilled in treating childhood ailments, creating a bustling atmosphere in the otherwise tranquil estate. The newly appointed butler quickly acclimated to the environment under the guidance of Mama Qiao. Several cooks had joined the kitchen brigade, all bustling about to prepare meals for everyone. Although Guan Xianyu typically cooked with a philosophy of more is better, she also ensured that there was not an excess of food. However, today was special as the head matriarch of a large family was visiting, necessitating a lavish spread with a variety of dishes. The cooks busied themselves, and after issuing a few instructions, Guan Xianyu joined her mother-in-law for a chat, occasionally showering affection upon her plump son, marveling at how much he thrived under his grandmother's care. Lu Mohan, concerned that she might tire from holding the child, soon took him back, lifting him high in the air and eliciting peals of laughter from the little one. In his exuberance, he tossed the child into the air, causing Lu Shuefu to rush forward, ready to scold him. However, mindful of her grandson's safety, she refrained from being too harsh, resulting in a delightful commotion. Guan Xianyu could not help but smile, understanding why the elderly cherished having their grandchildren nearby. The joy was palpable. Lu Mohan intended to hand his son over to the wet nurse, but Lu Shuefu swiftly embraced little Qingyun, exclaiming that it was merely a matter of him needing to relieve himself. Did he truly find fault with his own son? Lu Mohan felt unjustly accused and instinctively glanced at Guan Xianyu, relieved to see her still beaming, seemingly unfazed. He found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain why he hadn't T-checked on his son sooner or changed his diaper. After all, it was their first time, and they were learning as they went along. Guan Xinyu blinked, suddenly perceiving him as a bewildered young man, stirring a peculiar emotion within her. If he didn't speak, to outsiders, he indeed appeared to be nothing more than a youth, lacking the demeanor of a father. Liu Mohan, however, was quick to learn the art of diaper changing. Guan Xinyu felt a pang of guilt towards her son, deciding to personally assist with feeding him whenever possible. She promptly called out to Cui Hong to usher Liu Mohan away, for he lacked a sense of boundaries. After all, the young lady might feel shy. Liu Mohan mused whether she still harbored any grievances. Liu Shuefu, rarely venturing far from home and preoccupied with familial matters, insisted on returning after just 3 days. Despite Guan Xinyu and Liu Mohan urging her to relax a little longer, decades of habit proved difficult to break. What she cherished most was her little grandson, and she repeatedly urged them to ensure that little Qing Yun visited often. By the way, his grandfather named him Lu Zongyuan or Lu Zong. Please choose one so I can report back. The last remark was made in jest. Liu Shuefu realized she was becoming increasingly unrefined, and it was no wonder her son was so mischievous. In truth, she had indulged Liu Mohan, wishing him to follow his heart, and most importantly, he clearly lacked the ambition to usurp his brother's position. Liu Mohan turned to Guan Xinyu, who appeared lost in thought. Lu Zongyuan could be too close to Lu Zongyi, he inquired. You know Lu Zongyuan? Liu Mohan adeptly seized upon the crux of the conversation. Guan Xinyu chuckled awkwardly. He is the great poet from my hometown. It feels a bit strange to have a namesake. Liu Shuefu nodded. As long as you're satisfied, little Qing Yun will surely like it too. With that, she stepped into the sedan chair. As the rugged mountain paths beckoned, Guan Xin, you cautioned the bearers to proceed carefully, bidding farewell to her mother-in-law. Mama Chiao, please allocate these fine noodles as a reward for the bug-catching team. In an unguarded moment, Mother Chiao mentioned the pest control team, a group of women armed with scissors to slay insects. Guan Xinwen nodded in agreement, suggesting that Chiao should allocate some reward money for them, and also inquire about their year-end bonuses, making a note of their desires. Mother Chiao readily complied, feeling immense gratitude for the benevolence shown by their master, as they all hailed from humble beginnings. The leader of the pest control team was a boisterous woman known as Aunt Lien, accompanied by 9 other women. She would diligently venture into the fields every other day to eradicate pests, their industriousness remarkable. Upon hearing that the master had rewards to offer, Sheng exclaimed, See, didn't I tell you? Follow the master, and there will be meat to eat. Mother Chiao chuckled, If you wish for meat, this time you shall procure it yourselves. The master has declared that for the year-end bonuses, you may express your wishes. This prompted not only the women, but also a few men to eagerly voice their desires. Mother Chiao paid no heed to the quantity or appropriateness of their requests. She merely recorded their wishes, occasionally interjecting with a comment, which brought joy to the group. Their requests revolve around essentials such as grains, vegetables, and meat, with one bold individual daring to ask for cloth. Any coarse fabric would suffice. Aunt Lien, feeling emboldened, suddenly inquired, Could we perhaps have our homes repaired? She hesitated to voice her true desire for a renovation. Mother Chiao shot her a glance, but said nothing, thinking to herself, What a lofty ambition you have. Guan Xinyue examined the list of wishes and remarked, Given the harshness of winter, it would be prudent for each household to provide a laborer so we can first repair their homes, ensuring they are shielded from the elements. Mother Chiao's eyes widened in surprise. That would certainly be a considerable sum. Shall we prioritize those families with fewer laborers? It was clear that the homes of those in need would be repaired first, while those who required no assistance could be offered a monetary reward to encourage their self-sufficiency. As soon as Guan Xinyue concluded her thought, Jin Yu arrived, promptly inquiring, What is the matter? Jin Yu bowed and reported, The 3-eyed beast can now be directed to haul dung, and I observed that the manure might serve as excellent fertilizer. Guan Xinyue nodded in agreement, about to express her approval when Dr. Xia also arrived, asking if he could collect some dung to test its medicinal properties. The 3-eyed beast, capable of consuming nightgrass, might indeed yield dung a medicinal value. Feel free to collect it. Turning waste into treasure is a commendable endeavor. Guan Xinyue smiled, adding, You need not consult me on every minor detail. but do report the results to me promptly." Both individuals nodded, visibly pleased. It was evident that everyone yearned to contribute to their master's endeavors, lest they be deemed superfluous and dismissed. The outcome confirmed that the dung from the three-eyed beast was indeed valuable. However, Guan Xianyue utilized it as fertilizer for the winter vegetables in the greenhouse rather than for flowers. Meanwhile, Dr. Xia made significant strides, discovering that the dung could treat children's cries and even address women's infertility issues. Naturally, Xiao Qingyan had no such problems. He thrived, eating and sleeping robustly. Regarding infertility, Mother Qiao requested that her daughter-in-law be allowed to try the remedy. Guan Xianyue readily consented, and Dr. Xia welcomed the opportunity, eager to have more subjects for testing, which would enable him to refine his dosages for future treatments. The three-eyed beast seemed to sense its newfound worth, displaying greater vigor at mealtime. After the new year, when Guan Xianyue learned that someone sought an audience, she was taken aback to discover it was Lu Shuang-er. Chapter 85. The Painter in the Brothel, Where Are Your Two Brothers? Guan Xianyue inquired upon seeing Lu Shuang-er kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She hurriedly helped her up, noting how much the girl had withered away. "My brothers." Lu Shuang-er broke into tears once more. Guan Xianyue decided against pressing further, instructing Mama Qiao to take her to the backyard to settle down, while she requested the kitchen to prepare a variety of dishes to send over. Feeling somewhat rejuvenated, Lu Shuang-er promptly approached Guan Xianyue, pleading to remain by her side to serve her. "Silly girl, just settle in comfortably," Guan Xianyue replied. She refrained from mentioning their sisterly bond, fearing that others might harbor resentment towards the newcomer or develop other unfounded notions, which would complicate their interactions. Nevertheless, she was always generous in her treatment of others. And Chui Hong and Chui Lu were not concerned about any partiality, treating Lu Shuang-er with utmost kindness. Guan Xianyue had a walking cart made for Xiao Qingyun, who frolicked about the courtyard daily, the chaos not too overwhelming, though Meng, the dog caretaker, was quite spirited. Li Lu had begun to vocalize, albeit his speech was still somewhat hesitant as his tongue required further training. He often babbled along with Xiao Qingyun, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Guan Xianyue couldn't help but reflect, such is life. What more could one desire? As winter snow melted away, Lu Mohan found herself busier once more. Guan Xianyue received a letter from the distant Lin Kingdom. Lu Mohan hurried back upon hearing the news, looking travel-worn, which startled Guan Xianyue into glaring at Chui Hong and Chui Lu. The two vehemently protested. "We are not mere servants." Lu Mohan instructed them to step outside and asked, "What does he intend? Is he trying to abduct my wife again?" Guan Xianyue couldn't help but laugh through her tears. "He is now firmly seated on the dragon throne and has sought my guidance regarding several shops. It was merely a casual suggestion from me about opening a skincare store, and lo and behold, he took it to heart. What good brother." Lu Mohan was displeased. Why rely on him? There was another matter he needed assistance with, which could only be disclosed in person, suggesting it was of considerable importance. Guan Xianyue initially thought he would concoct various excuses, yet Lu Mohan surprisingly agreed, albeit with the condition that she accompany him. "There is another issue that must be resolved before we can depart," he added. He had not intended for her to be aware of it, but now, to buy some time, he reluctantly produced an art album. Guan Xianyue opened it, only to snap it shut in shock. Who had the audacity to create such a piece? The figure depicted bore a striking resemblance to her, and the content was utterly scandalous. While it was not entirely offensive, it certainly sparked the imagination, particularly for someone of her modern sensibilities. In this current era, it would be deemed nearly scandalous. Lu Mohan intended to destroy the album, but wished to first unearth the puppet master behind it. "Do you have any leads?" Guan Xianyue queried. His gaze deepened as he pondered. "Would it be acceptable to entrust this matter to your husband? I wish to be involved. At the very least, I must devise a strategy. Those who dare to tarnish a reputation must face the full wrath of my fury." Lu Mohan understood her resolve, and in a couple of days, they would have clarity. While they had identified potential suspects, he was keen to observe how the one who discovered it would respond. Duan Yulang chanced upon a woman whose skin resembled cream and whose beauty was striking. Most notably, she bore a 5-part resemblance to Guan Xianyu. After donning a sheer white veil that accentuated her slender waist, the similarity became even more pronounced. Thus, the woman quickly entered his courtyard, receiving his exclusive affection for over half a month, until the Wang Fei raised her suspicions, prompting him to temper his attentions for a few days. Upon overhearing the maid in the courtyard vividly recount the despicable nature of that wretched woman, how she shamelessly masqueraded as a lowly creature in the fields to curry favor with her master, Princess Lang felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Enraged, she shattered every porcelain piece in the room, nearly destroying the jade rui gifted to her by her father. In the sleepless solitude of the night, her discontent grew unbearable. As a dignified daughter of a noble family, why should she remain loyal to such a man? Princess Lang resolved to exact a severe revenge on Duan Yulong, yet she found herself at a loss for a means to do so. With treacherous intentions, but lacking the courage, she inquired numerous times, still unaware of the identity of the woman involved. By chance, she overheard some servants discussing that the woman was a maid of an unknown lady from a banquet. They remarked that no painter in the capital could rival the artist Ling from the pleasure quarters. His characters were not only lifelike, but also possessed such intricate detail that they stirred the hearts of unmarried women. Though initially dismissive of such crude talk, Princess Lang found inspiration in it. If Prince Lang was unashamed to engage in clandestine affairs with a low-born woman, why not bring it to light? Understanding the prince's cunning, she decided to have the artist Ling depict the woman's demeanor while keeping the men's features vague. When Ling was summoned, he laid down 2 conditions. Assuming he sought to inflate his price, Princess Lang regarded him with disdain beneath her veil. He demanded 1,000 taels of silver in cash, refusing any promissory notes. Secondly, he insisted that anything he touched would inevitably become tainted by his influence. Curiously, she inquired what would happen if he were not allowed to touch. He replied, "In that case, the price shall be 1,000 taels of gold." This remark amused Princess Lang, who thought it preferable for him to corrupt that wretched woman instead. Fortunately, despite his avarice and lust, artist Ling was discreet and stealthily observed for several days, capturing a series of exquisite poses. As Princess Lang viewed the artwork, she felt a stir of heat. Seizing the moment, Ling approached her, asking if the beauty was satisfied or if she desired more variations. Though she initially intended to scold him for his audacity, her gaze fell upon his handsome